All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in for another fantastic day of the SEA qualifiers for TI11. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, what a day we have upon us. Of course, we're going to be starting in the lower bracket here today. We've got some hype matchups. Again, two more teams have to stay home. First off, RSG versus Xerxia. Polaris Esports going to be right after that against Neon Esports. And then the big one, Jonathan, Talon and T1 going to be going at it in the winner bracket final. And of course, we also have a lower bracket semi-final, though we don't know exactly what teams are going to be within that yet. But we'll find out after these first two series. Jonathan, I mean, you've got to tell me how you're feeling. How the hell are you feeling after seeing these matchups?
I'm feeling pumped. You know, RSG up against Xerxia. We saw RSG go up against T1 yesterday. Had a pretty rough time. It felt like the drafting wasn't up to snuff, perhaps. Like the support Elder Titan coming out from Raji, it felt like pretty low impact, and just felt like they did manage to force T1 to play a normal game, but they didn't manage to really overwhelm them. And I think T1 just definitely outplayed them. For Xerxia, they had a really tough series up against Army Genius. A lot of back and forth, but Xerxia does up. And I think out of all the Div 2 hopefuls that kind of got stuck in Div 2, a lot of people kind of left Xerxia out, right? Like, this is a team that barely made it out of relegation. Armed Geniuses right before promotion. So on paper, AG was favorites, but Xerxia pulls it out. They play really damn well, and they managed to get a further life in their TI qualifier run. So it should be a really good matchup here up against RSG. Again, on paper, RSG is probably the favorites. At this point, though, you can't really count Xerxia out. They've managed to surprise us multiple times. This is a team that, again, has basically been together for almost a year, maybe 8 months to a year now. And that connection between all these players is really starting to show through.
Oh, they've been very, very impressive, John. Very impressive indeed on Xerxia. I mean, you kind of pointed it out. Like, going into the qualifier. Oh, here we go. A bit of a team moment here. Looks like RSG trying to pump themselves up. Very good to see. This is something you don't get to see very often. Shout out to production for showing us this. You love to see it. Obviously, a bit of a speech going on. I'm not sure who's talking, but I imagine Ohio is probably having something to say to the boys. And, well, smiles all around. Very, very good to see here for RSG.
Yeah, that's what you want to see before a match like this, right? Now, after a pretty tough series yesterday, you want to get your team pumped up. You want to reset. You want to just get in that good mental state to play a game of Dota. And this is really insightful. We've never seen teams hype up like this. Maybe when you're on location in the majors or on site for a LAN, you get to see like those post-game moments, but nothing like pre-game pumping up. And that's always good news. Happy faces all around. The folks over at RSG are actually really nice to talk to. Very chill lads. Same with Xerxia, of course. Very chill fellas as well, as you can see already laughing it up on the cams. And that's also, just showing you clear mental state, relaxed. You've got the relaxed gamer pose coming out as well, which is always good to see. That you're in the zone, which is really important. Like, I think I've said this multiple times, but at this level of Dota, with how far developed our esports is, what distinguishes a lot of teams is really just coordination and chemistry and mental state, and that's going to be really important for all of these teams left here.
It certainly will be. I was trying to say before we had that beautiful moment with RSG's on, John, Xerxia have been looking fantastic, certainly surprising me, and you kind of pointed this out already, but you wouldn't have expected such a run so far from Xerxia. At least I wouldn't have. But they've been looking fantastic. I would still say going into this matchup, you'd think RSG would be the favorites going into this match, but honestly, considering the series we have watched with Xerxia, I can't say that confidently anymore. I really can't say confidently. I think Xerxia, they might put on a real fight here. I can imagine a 3-game series between these two teams, and it could be a real close one. It could be a very close matchup. Xiao Bonbon's going to get a massage now. He needs it.
Yeah, I mean, the Xiao Bonbon and his picks, the heroes they give him, like the techies coming out. We know he's got some specialties, like, say, the Phoenix, like the Wind Ranger sport, which we haven't seen in a while. All stuff that he does love to run, and Ohio is just making sure everyone's relaxed. So he's doing a coach's job, right? Like, just ensuring his team is at peak form. We do have the draft on.
Someone didn't get one.
He's going to everyone. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Screw you then.
Dude have the
Hey,
early
hey.
bans and picks here. Xerxia
Pressing a little bit
taking
too
out the
hard there,
Primal
Ohio.
Beast. RSG
Ohio,
going for the Viper
calm
and the
down.
Quap. Yeah, no, he's going for it, man. He's going. He took some massage lessons. He wants to show off. Oh, MKS, it's fine. Yeah, pump your
You
boys
know
up.
what,
There you go,
Ohio?
Raji.
Roger's like, please leave me alone. Stop touching me, Ohio. Leave me alone. They can see me on camera. Please leave me alone. There you go, Ohio. Look at those. Look at those hands. The masseuse hands going on there from Ohio. And it's a nice little psychological thing as well. You can see him kind of pressing a little bit too hard to make them laugh. Very smart from Ohio. You get them smiling, right? And we all know that when a player's happy, they're generally going to perform a hell of a lot better when they're a bit stiff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what you want. Again, good mental state, loosened up, ready for the game. And Ohio is doing a fantastic job there, and coach. Still, it's time for the draft, kind of to get back into the business. And they do first pick the Undying here on RSG, which is great because Undying has a ridiculous win rate right now. It's been popping up in almost every series we've seen so far. It's just been in there some form, and it has been really popular as a core. Like, we aren't actually seeing that much of the support Undying, though we've got a couple of games of that. We've had it on the off lane, we've had it once on the safe lane from Ana, and it's just been such a great hero with the buffs. Like, we've said this multiple times, just the K and the way it is right now, it's so easy to land, it's so aggressive in lane, it has so much presence. I love the response from Xerxia though, into the Batrider immediately, along with a Shaker out. And the Shaker has been making a lot of plays in the past few days. I think it was really Neon to kind of show the power of that hero yesterday in their series, in their Bloodbath series, up against Execration. Playhard had a fantastic Shaker game. But the hero overall, I mean, you say this every time, Mike. It just comes back every time TI is around the line.
It certainly does. Earthshaker, obviously, he's gonna get on the main stage, start clapping with the crowd. We know how it is. It's gonna happen. The Shaker's back. What is also back is the Undying, which we've been seeing a hell of a lot of here, and RSG do go ahead and first phase that. We did see the POS 1 Undying yesterday. We've seen POS 3 Undying quite a bit. We've seen POS 5 Undying. Though I think we've seen POS 4 Undying. So it's just kind of up to you where you want to run it. And RSG almost looks like they're taking a page out of the Tier 1 book here, John. They've picked up the Morphling as their second pickup. So first phase, Undying Morphling.
Yeah, it's a steady way to go. I mean, there's some flex. You could maybe run Exceler and Morphling mid, although I believe that does lean much more onto MKS. So that might be the safe lane reveal. There is also the flex potential here for Xerxia to run something like the Batrider off lane for Rupido if they wanted to, but again, we've seen JG kind of play that on mid, so it's fairly open enough where you want to go, and both sides can kind of work on that flex. I do like the Morphling pick into Shaker. I mean, we know that combination's just kind of dead, but you still kind of have it, and Morphling Ags has been popping back up. We've seen a lot of Morphling Ags up against certain lineups, so you do have that option down the line to just turn to the Shaker, get some added stat resist, and still have that Enchanted Totem madness go on there.
Happy faces on Xerxia, Jonathan. Very, very happy faces. They're looking very relaxed. No massage necessary here for Xerxia. They're loose and ready to go. Very, very good to see. Have to wait out a few more bans here before we can continue.
10 seconds remaining.
But guy on the bottom right doesn't seem to be in the same house, sadly. I'm not sure if it's just the lighting here, John, but
No, it's the lighting.
He's somewhere.
I think they're all there.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Nice fan, by the way, in the background. Very, very good to see. His biggest fan, in fact.
It's essential, Mike.
That's
Fan
a
is
terrible
essential.
joke.
Yes, that was pretty low for even for you, Mikey. But you know, the fans are necessary, as you would know. Having finally experienced more of that Southeast Asian heat, you would definitely not last without it. So, definitely necessary. Still seeing the rest of the bans. I like the Slark ban out here from RSG. And we've seen a lot of Slark as well, and we have seen a lot of Morphling into Slark. And the Morphling has some play there. It just feels a lot easier for the Slark to kind of just be a better hero. Timings feel a little bit tighter. You are more consistent with just the saving spells in yourself. The Shadow Dance being there. Having access to something like Depth Shroud for Morphling is pretty nice, but the enemy will also have it. And that just doesn't feel good for the side of RSG, so they keep it out. Xerxia for their part, Omni Knight and Ember Spirit gone. just ensuring that a couple of key picks here for Exilern and for Xiaoban or Raji are just taken away. No saving spells yet to deal with the lasso. So they are just enabling this Flex Batrider to just kind of have a good time. And we'll have to see if RSG, if that's something they care about at all. Like, will you just allow the Batrider to lasso away and just kind of snag someone out, get a nice kill off the back of that initiation? Are we going to see some sort of save from Raji? Abaddon's there. We really haven't seen any Abaddon pick overall. There's an Oracle that could come out. Maybe Avenge with a swap could be one way. Interesting AM ban out from RSG, just protecting their morph now.
DP will come out, no surprises there. Very, very popular here in the meta right now. The old DP always seems to be every second meta. Like one meta, she disappears. The next meta, she's back. That's just how it is. You really can't escape this hero's grasp. It's always going to be around sometime. There's RSG, third pickup for themselves now. Maybe just a pos 4 to come out here for RSG. Don't need to reveal too much here with their own draft. I'll tell you what as well, John. I do miss the old Morpheus. It's very good to see it back. We don't get to see the crazy Morpheus we used to, but you know, you get to see a bit of it, which is always fun. The old, plus 400% attack. Just delete somebody with one hit.
Yeah, it's still funny when it does come out. I'm not sure if you're always going to have that opportunity here to take it for MKS, and RSG for their part do pick up the Nyx Assassin and the Lesh. So looking like we are running something like the MKS Morphling perhaps in the Exilern Leshrac mid. Exilern, we have seen him play a lot of Lesh. It's still open as to what he's laning against. Rupido or JG could take the Batrider or DP, so you can still switch that between mid and off lane here. And it's down to them to kind of decide which matchup feels a lot better. You might just enjoy perhaps a DP a little bit more, as the Batrider should be able to harass out the Morphling a little bit better in lane. Although again, with an early wand, it probably won't feel too bad, and Morphling, once you hit level 3, is pretty secure. So there's still a lot of play left there for MKS. Oh.
Leshrac comes out, Void is there as well.
Yeah, the Ken Void on the pool. This is one of the heroes that Ken feels very comfy on, along with his TA. And we have seen a lot of Void to some pretty damn good success. I will say, everyone's been memeing that you only get the bashes with the Arcana. I can't actually deny that. It does feel like the bashes have been more consistent for players with the Arcana.
Yeah.
So maybe it would help out. Like we saw Narman try to support Void. He was not getting bashes, and he did not have Arcana. And same thing, I believe, went with DB in that one series. So we'll see if Ken has it. I'm trying to recall if we've seen it out from Ken. I believe we did. I'm not sure if he had the Arcana. So you never know.
I mean, it's the thing, Jonathan. I mean, you want to win this game, you want to bash, take out your wallet, pull out that credit card, buy a few levels, get the Arcana. We even saw yesterday, John. We got a Giants ring yesterday with the Void, so you got to really get to see the beauty of this new Arcana as well. It's just what happens when you buy the Arcana, John. You get everything you could ask for. How many DD runes did we see that game before Roshan? I think it was every single time as well. So sometimes you just got to buy yourself an Arcana and things will go your way. It's very, very simple. Gaben's blessing is a real thing, Jonathan.
Absolutely is. Still not pay to win, though. So thank goodness for that. Just pay to look good and get luckier, I suppose, is what we're seeing out recently. RSG, interesting ban on the Elder Titan. Again, probably just to protect the Morphling. I think we saw RSG kind of run the Elder Titan on Roger to try to counteract the Morphling we saw from T1, so they don't want to kind of experience the same thing. Again, I feel like the impact of the Elder Titan in that game wasn't that big, but with Xerxes draft, and ET would actually fit in great, right? Like, you've got Chrono to kind of line up the ult coming through, a lot of damage can just, so keeping themselves safe here. They even respect ban out the Gyrocopter, which we've been seeing as a support from Xerxes, kind of taking that away from Army Geniuses as well in their series. So
yeah,
a lot of different choices now in the bans, but the developments continuing here in the qualifiers.
Absolutely. Final pickups here, John. RSG seem like they need something in the off lane. Where do they want to go? They've got 10 seconds reserve time to think about this off lane pickup if they wish, unless it's an off lane Undying. We don't know 100% yet, though I doubt it. does feel like you want maybe a bit more team fight, maybe an extra stun. They'll go down the Pango. That's exactly what you want. Just that Rolling Thunder going to be very, very annoying to play against. Here for the side of Xerxia. And Xerxia, on the other hand, Jonathan, they seem to need a support. However, we know, DP, POS 5, POS 4 is still fine as well. So you could pick up another core here for the offlane if you so wish. What are you thinking, John? Do you think they go support? Do you think they go another core?
I think you can go for a support. Just a support that just plays into Chrono is probably what you want. You have enough presence and decent enough control coming out with your Shaker here. So
Skyrat then.
Not a Skyrat. It doesn't feel completely necessary here. You don't have any high mobility heroes to kind of need to lock in. It sounds weird that Jakiro could work. They go with the Invoker instead, so the JG Invoker shows up and do flex out the DP. And this is something JG plays a lot of, so it's something he's comfy on. We've seen him perform in this here before. Ag's build-up is going to be great here with the Chronosphere from Ken. So you have the damage coming out. You've got lag to buff up Ken. You don't have the best way of immediately catching out JG either. You are heavily reliant on Xiao Yu to get some good rolls in. Now, mind you, RSG has also found their comfort picks, and Exilern on the left, Xiao Yu on Pango, MKS and Morphling. These are all comfort picks for them. So both teams have managed to come out with drafts that they feel really good with, and that should lead to a very exciting game one here.
I sure hope so, John. You know what we want, Jonathan. We want a 3-game series here between RSG and Xerxia if we can get it. And if we can't, we just want a very close set of 2 games here between these 2 teams. Again, I do believe RSG are probably the favorites going into this matchup, but Xerxia have been looking fantastic. I can't say they are the favorites on RSG for sure, considering how well they've been performing on the side of Xerxia. This is probably the biggest test they've had throughout the TI-11 qualifiers for SEA so far, though, to be fair for Xerxia. So if they pull this one off, color me impressed, John.
Yeah, I think that would really show us just how far Xerxia has come. Of course, RSG, they're going to want to prove a point as well. They're going to want to prove why they were contenders for the majors, potentially almost made it there to Arlington last time around, and why they're still up there in Div 1. So lots of back and forths to see here, Mike, as we do get into game number 1. We've got predictions. You know what, Mike? Today, you start off. Give us your thoughts on the predictions here. Yeah, start us off, Mike.
Guaranteed predictions, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention. Player with the highest total magic or pure damage done by heroes at 10 minutes. I'm going to say Exilern. Okay, I'm having unknown error. Apparently, I can't make predictions. Oh, good. Mind. Okay, so never mind. You cannot make predictions right now. In case you can, though, Exilern on the left rack will be the one. Time for first barracks destruction. I'd like to say 20 to 30 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead with that because I'm a frisky kind of person here, John. Least player deaths. Who is it? While we're at it, we may as well keep going. MKS, I guess, and then total number of smoke ganks. We'll go 3 to 5 by 25 minutes. Again, I don't think anyone can make predictions anyway, so they may not matter. I certainly can't make them.
Yeah, maybe it's just us casters blocked off. Maybe we've been having too much fun. Gaben's like, no, you do not get to predict. You cast game. No, focus on work. So we don't get to do that, unfortunately. Still,
pretty sure Gaben's American, John.
My goodness. I don't know why I just give a different accent for some reason. A little bit of scouting around here, Mikey.
RSG.
The battle begins.
Well, Ken's going to have a bit of a go here with Xiao Yu. Quick, handsome Quen. He does manage to pick it up. Xiao Yu not able to take it away. But it is going to be a 3-for-1 trade anyway in the favor of RSG. They get 3 for themselves. Ken was the only one to get one. So had he lost it, it would have been for the way of RSG. A very nice start for the Radiant.
Yeah, really nice boon here, especially for Exilern on his mid lane up against JG on the Invoker. Leshrac versus Invoker. I mean, it's not the worst lane in the world. At the same time, I don't really see you stopping the Invoker, especially once JG hits something like level 3 with more value points on his orbs. Should just be able to tag around. You have good range, decent attack animation, decent attack speed and damage. So it's not straightforward for Exilern to just look for kill opportunities. He can harass out with Lightning Storm. But it does feel like JG shouldn't be zoned out too hard. And we kind of saw this yesterday with his Invoker as well. Like the last time we saw Xerxia anyway, he does control the lane excellently and he doesn't tend to get harassed out no matter which matchup it is.
Certainly does. JG, fantastic mid laner at the moment. Certainly showing off real nice performances over the last few days. XE learned, though, not to be outdone either. He's been doing very well himself, John. If I have a look at the side lanes as well, of course, how about that bot lane? You're going to have MKS and Roger against Rupido and, of course, Lucify on the Earthshaker. Rupido on the Batrider. Do you think they can really get aggressive here against RSG? Because you're up against Roger's Undying, and it's a Morphling. And once you hit level 3, it feels like you just can't kill him. Even with his pos 3 Bat, pos 4 Earthshaker, it feels like RSG might be the ones to have more kill potential because you have the Undying on your side of things.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of soften them up quite nicely on Roger and look for that kill opportunity. It doesn't feel like the most aggressive lane for RSG, unless you get like 2-3 decay stacks onto one hero, and then you can kind of run down. For Xerxia, there is a combination down line, just block off with Fisher, but MKS, as long as he has the waveform, isn't at risk. And you are kind of seeing Lucify just kind of work the map, try to get some stacks up, maybe get a good pull going, or have Rupido clear that out. They do expect this to be a little bit tougher, and you're already at 3 stacks here. Rupido?
He drops the tombstone, but Roger, he's not going to keep going. MKS didn't actually have the wavefall, so couldn't really close the gap here against Rupido. Still, Rupido is copping so much damage. These damn zombies just keep chasing him down. He's going to salve up eventually. He'll be all right. Had you had the waveform on MKS, that probably would have ended up being a kill. Meanwhile, topside, Courier's going down. Zhao Bon able to pick one up here on the DP Courier. And speaking of that top lane, you are going to have Ken and Teehee against Zhao Yu and Zhao Bon. This top lane, John, what are you thinking?
This one should be pretty passive, and you've got Nick's support for Zhao Bon. He is going for that typical creep pull that we see, trying to get the EXP up. Good counter pull from Teehee to just drag it to the camp. So should be able to deny some EXP anyway, and Zhao Bon won't get a free ride to his levels, which is really what the Nyx wants. I mean, it's a slower lane. It takes levels for Zhao Bon to be aggressive. It's already pretty free for Ken to farm up on. And although Xiao Yu is finding a decent amount of farm as well, but free farm for the Void can be a little bit worrying, especially if you do hit a Midas timing. If you don't need a Midas, a fast Maelstrom just provides a threat in the Chrono as well, along with clearing out camps. Although Zhao Bon's been pretty on point chasing these couriers down with the boots he has early on.
He's been doing a good job. Like, the thing is with the Nyx Assassin, it feels like there's not really much he can do in this laning phase, so just find some couriers, rotate across the map, secure some water runes for your team, and that's kind of the Nyx life right now. There's not really much else for him to do with the Pango. I think Zhao Yu would much prefer having the solo XP anyway during the laning stage as the Pangolier. Get that early level 6 timing as Rupido. Copping an adaptive strike from MKS is going to be just fine. Meanwhile, mid lane, XE Learn is dropping rather low. Cold Snap was there, Spirit Siphon out, and a very nice Fisher block. Lucify blocking him in, making sure XE Learn cannot get out. And Teehee, of all people, was the first one to pick up first blood.
I mean, the Death Prophet just has a lot of presence. Even as a support, you tend to go for the same skill build, level 2 Spirit Siphons up, and just run down. They commit the resources down mid. They're really trying to slow Exilern, and I think when we talk to teams in the DPC last tour about how RSG plays, they always look at Exilern. And he's the one that sets the pace. You give him a harder time, it takes a little bit more for RSG to get active in that mid game.
Already a good start here for Xerxia. I'll be very happy with that. Obviously, you would have preferred to give first blood to JG if you could have, but you know, you'll take what you get. So 0-1 now. It's still a very slight net worth lead the way of RSG. I think the main point of concern for Xerxia is the fact that MKS is free farming so well on this Morphling. Like, he has absolute free farm. 33 and 11, top CS on the board. Mind you, the Faceless Void's also having a decent time in the form of Ken, but the Morph has looked very strong as a POS 1 recently, and again, he is having way too good of a time. Like, this is way too free.
Yeah, he's uncontested. You basically can't really stop that now on Rupido. Still trying to get his own farm up. Is out of mana and just down to 1 tango. Does at least have the raindrops to help regen, but doesn't really have any aid for himself. You are still seeing commitment down mid here. 6-minute runes coming up. You're looking for opportunities on Xerxes' end.
Not going to find anything though, Xerxia. Just looking to secure the power rune, it seems. Zhao Bon going to stick around as well on the Nyx Assassin. Make sure he contests. In fact, they are really fighting over these power runes. There's just so many heroes in the mid lane right now. It is going to be up top. In fact, no, it was down bot. Lucifer picks up the haste. Teehee's going to die. It was a 4-hero group up on the top side of that mid-river. And Lucifer, he's the one that gets the haste from anyway. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and Ken apparently dueling. Gauntlet challenge has been accepted.
Yeah, we love to see the players using those items. Again, for this mid lane, there's just so much emphasis out from both sides. RSG understands Exilern has to get off to a fast start. The Leshrak's going to be really setting the tempo along with Xiao Yu's Pango. So they need to ensure that he has a good lane. They can't really look for the kill opportunity yet on JG. You're not at the healthiest mana pool here for Exilern without that rune. You are seeing a little bit of a trading back and forth there with Ken and Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu still managing to find some farm, but Ken does look like he's lined up for a pretty decent Midas timing. It's a solo lane for the Faces Void. We talked about free farm and MKS. You also pointed out Ken is going to get that free farm. It's not as fast as the Morphling. Your farming pace is definitely slower, but you should still hit those timings if you're left alone.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's going for the classic Midas build up as well as per usual. Rupido, meanwhile, hands up against MKS. I think MKS does not mind whatsoever. He's still 700 gold ahead in terms of net worth on that Morphling. It is one of those things. Like, Ken, yeah, you get the Midas, you get the Maelstrom, you start out farming the Morph, but I think with the start MKS has had, it may not be that simple. That's the real problem here. And against the Morphling, like, unless you can land a Chrono before the Strength Morph comes out, in fact, hold that thought, because top lane, Ken is going to pop Chrono, does secure a very nice kill, wins the Gauntlet as well. So needs to tip Xiao Yu. Even Lucifer will join in.
Yeah, sometimes you just find those lucky bashes, you get the damage out, you get that opportunity to poke. And Xiao Yu's had a pretty slow lane. Usually he's much more dominant than that off, but because he's solo, there's not much you can really do to stop the Void. You need some control to stop the Time Walks. In fact, they're still securing the rune away as well from Exilern. He's just not gotten a top-up on this bottle with the power runes. So you're having an excellent start here for the side of Xerxia, just ensuring, again, the Leshrak won't go off to a snowballed start.
Very strong start, right? Like, you pointed it out, but just denying the runes away from Exilern this whole game just doesn't allow him to actually be enabled. He's just had such a slow start compared to JG, who's still ahead in net worth. He will catch up a little bit now with the stacks and even gets a bit lucky with the old Fairies trinket. He'll be very, very happy with that. Meanwhile, bottom lane, MKS is going to drop. That's the big one. Xerxia able to find the POS 1 Morphling. It's like Lucifer was there to help out with the Fissure, and that's something they desperately needed to address.
Yeah, you still have that great setup for the Batrider. He just managed to get the stun into the lasso, especially from the fog. No time to attribute shift there. And they clear it out. 1 to 3 starts. Xerxia looking good already. And it's the side of RSG. They're playing a really passive game. Like, they do have a lineup that wants to kind of ramp up by the mid game, but you are giving Xerxia so much room to just dictate what happens on a map. Like, Ken's Midas is going to be up within a minute or a minute and a half. And once that's up, and he's just going to be able to overtake or at least match the pace that the Morphling has, which tends to be faster. Now they're starting to rotate down bot with their support duo as well, but let's see if they can find anything off the back foot.
Rapido gonna be targeted. Spike Carapace will lock him down, but a nice Fissure. Lucifer putting an end to it all now. MKS gets caught out. EMP will be there. MKS is gone. Wow, what a Fissure from Lucifer. Turning it right around as now the Flame Break. They're going to go for a little bit more. JG on the chase. Roger, he's a tanky boy for now. Fissure's not going to come out. In comes Xiao Yu to try and salvage the situation. Rupido, meanwhile, does die to Exilern, and now JG has been caught. RSG, they will punish heavily. And Xerxia, had they backed after the Morphling kill, that would have been just a fantastic kill to get, but they end up going too deep and feeding 3 kills back the way of RSG.
And that's a big set of finds for RSG. I mean, that kind of catapults Exilern up a little bit more on net worth. Gives some much needed EXP to these 2 greedier supports that do want levels. You are buying space out for your Faces Void. So overall, I mean, this kill on the Morphling still gives you what you want. Ken manages to overtake. You've put a little bit of a dent on MKS. And you've applied pressure on the map, but you sacrifice a little bit too much here on Xerxia's end. And that does provide a little bit of an opportunity for RSG. I mean, you have level 6 now in Xiao Bon Bon. You can scout around a lot better They get a good scan on the stacks, and Rupido is having a good amount of farm flowing his way now.
Xiaobonbon again, setting up nicely. Rupido gonna get caught out by the Nyx Assassin. It's very, very hard for the Batrider to play into the Nyx, and Xiaobonbon, he's been doing a very good job of just constantly hunting this man down. So now Teehee was spotted, but they aren't going to dive tier 2s for this. They'll let the DP go. It's only a pos 5 DP anyway, but look at all these stacks being taken away by RSG. This is massive.
They clear out the large camp stacks at the least. The Ancients were mainly cleared out already by Rupido. But again, with that death, he just kind of removed the gold he gained. Going for moves here onto JG.
Why the hell not? You've got the Rolling Thunder. It will land right onto the Invoker, and they've got a very good angle to just keep him perma-stunned up. Xiao Yu, good presence of mind to move in with the Rolling Thunder as now Xerxia. They did TP in to try and help out, but this is not looking good for them. They are getting swarmed by RSG, but it looks like they are going to be able to force them back. Then Rupido showing up with the lasso available, and Hellken, he shows up, he got the regen rune, he'll go for the chrono, onto the Leshrac XC Learn. He'll cop a soul rip, but it is not going to help. Xerxia, able to trade very effectively.
Radiant's
Oh
bottom
man.
tower is under
Excellent. He's just not able to top up the bottle. He's right next to the regen. I believe the TP was cancelled from Ken earlier on, but he makes his way down anyway. Finds an impactful kill onto the Lesh, and they're just putting a big dent in that momentum there.
Rupido, he just can't catch a break.
Radiant's bottom tower
Xiaobonbon, he is
under
stalking
attack.
this man constantly. 2-0-4 is the scoreline of Xiaobonbon. He's been doing a real good job.
Radiant structures
Yeah,
are
he's
fortified.
been very active since hitting that level 6 with the Vendetta up. Again, laning phase was a bit slower for the Nyx, but once you do get that leveled spike, it feels a lot better, and you can just start applying that pressure. The side of Xerxia now, they still have this pretty good gold flowing onto Ken. Midas up, Maelstrom not too far away. You're giving JG some room down bot here to play tag.
They are. JG. T1 bottom tower is very low now, and Xiao Yu's also very low, but he'll be able to earn up. Top tier 1, though, is dropping a little bit faster. MKS, he will get rid of it.
Dire's top tower
No
is
defense to come out from Xerxia. They'll just leave it be. Looks like they just don't feel confident after these previous team fights and engagement they have had. And now Xiaobonbon, he will TP down to the bot lane. Looks like he wants to try and set up a gank here on JG. Don't let that T1 bot tower go down for free, that's for sure.
is under attack.
JG's alone right now. This is very dangerous positioning from the Invoker. And RSG, they look to punish and will do so. TP, or rather Teehee, is unable to help out.
And that's a little bit of space for them to keep that push down mid as well. You keep them tied down bot, no JG for the defense on the mid tower. 20-second respawn. Fortify is there to stall. They should be able to muster some forces for the defense. Some good punishment coming out from RSG. I mean, the activity out from Xiaobonbon, again, on point. You don't tend to have forward sentry wards there. Xiao Yu also just starting to show off just a little bit on the Pango and looking for this opportunity. Smoke out here from Xerxia, though.
Get into the mid T1. XE Learn, he'll start with the Diabolic Edict. Rupido not going to bother for the lasso yet, but there's the Echo Slam. Lucify! Quick blink up on the Earthshaker. Not something they were expecting. They got the mid tier 1 tower, but what's it going to cost the side of RSG? Well, Xiao Yu, he'll keep running. He's not down yet. Ken, he'll chase. Chrono's out, but oh, he missed. He misses the Pango. He does find Xiaobonbon. And they are still going to move into that mid tier 1 tower. Maybe they can find a decent trade here on the side of Xerxia. The TPs are incoming. RSG, they have not got time to defend this tier 1, but they can try to chase for a kill. Xiao Yu on the chase has found Kemp at the high ground. He knocks him up. That is not what they wanted. RSG, it was such a great start, but they were not expecting Lucify to have such a quick blink.
He's just been really quiet in that shaker. Has had some good activity early on, especially in setting up those lassos, but to have a blink at 14 and a half minutes in is pretty unexpected. We don't tend to see that from the Pawns 4 Shakers that we have witnessed so far. Still opportunity for the rush opens up here for RSG with the damage coming through from Exilern. They're going to have a secondary life on hand for him on the Lesh to feel a little bit more secure in the front lines. He does have the Yules to save as well. it's going to be harder to pin him down. They need to kind of step up their sentry game here on Xerxes, and Xiao Bonbon still has a lot of room towards the mid, although they've got good coverage in the jungle at the least to protect themselves.
Absolutely. Xerxia there just fine here. Still a very close matchup on 1k advantage for Xerxia. I wouldn't have expected it to be this close, but again, Xerxia, they've been putting on real performances here throughout their series through the lower bracket. Really showing that they are ready to try and play for that TI-11 spot. RSG also want that same spot, so they're going to move into that mid-tier 2 tower.
Ooh.
Impale, it's off the mark. There was no Firefly into the Spy Carapace set up this time around, and Xiao Yu, he'll Rolling Thunder TP out of there. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Roger will be chased down and taken out by Teehee, but it is going to cost his own life. Xiao Yu able to find the trade.
Yeah, good TP away, back into a kill opportunity down bot to trade support for support. It's not the biggest kill it's in the world to find, still worthwhile, especially for Xiao Yu, who is trying to go into that flank now.
Oh, this is a big one, Ken. What a setup here. Exilern and Xiao Bonbon hiding in the tree lines. Sadly for Ken, there was no vision, no observer on the high ground to let him know they were there.
Yeah, the vision coverage here from Xerxia it isn't the worst thing, but it's also not preventing RSG from playing around these areas. They're not touching the triangle, they're not touching the top jungle, they're just focusing on this mid lane because they know there's no coverage here.
Xiao Bonbon, you know he wants that Pat Rider. He's going to go for it. Impale is there. Follow-up stun is out. Do they have the damage? BKB popped.
Ooh.
It's not going to be it. The right click of Exilern just barely doing enough. In fact, I say barely, but he had a double damage rune active. So he was always fine with that. That'll be your BKB on cooldown now. As mid lane, Rolling Thunder has been popped. Xiao Yu, he'll rush for Teehee. That's your pos 5 Prophet, and he's not going to survive.
No.
They go again, Ken. He has Chrono up, he has the Maelstrom up. You've got your team behind you. Spy Carapace though, it's gonna land. They have the follow-up, but a nice tornado, and now the Chrono. JG, he saves the day here for Ken. Lucify jumps in, but he jumps into the Chrono. He won't get the Echo Slam off. Exilern, he is able to walk away thanks to the Chrono of Ken. Still, at least for Xerxia, they do manage to hold on to that mid-tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they hold on, they find a pick off. It does cost them Chrono. Not the biggest kill. I think RSG still going to be feeling satisfied here. 2 minutes on the Aegis. They know Chrono's down. They know that big threat is taken away. Ken's likely not wanting to show himself anymore, and Exilern finds one.
Oh, nice Fisher. Lucify. Always there just in the nick of time to save the day. Will not allow them to continue going on to Rupido. But pings are out. RSG, they want to head up towards that top lane and start working towards that tier 2 top tower. You want to get that, go into the outpost, and then start thinking about Roshan. Of course, they already have Roshan, but you get my point, John. Dominate the map, set yourself up for the second Roshan.
Yeah, just take control, make that path toward the second Roshan a lot easier. Your push output with a Leshrac, still pretty damn high. Maxed out Edict, towers just melt. They've got the opportunity. Oof. Ken again.
Ken. Xiao Bonbon setting up everything here, John. This Nyx Assassin, he is a menace. An absolute menace.
Yeah, he's just all over the map with that Vendetta. Again, the sentry coverage of Xerxia hasn't been the best. They have some scattered around. Their main focus has been the triangle area and that bot jungle area, but the mid lane is still fairly clear, which is where the action was. The forward part of the bot jungle is also still fairly clear. They catch Teehee.
They do. Not going to be enough damage yet. Fisher out. It's caught the Undying. Roger, unable to get the tombstone off. Meanwhile, Xiao Bonbon. Spy Carapace is there. He'll go for the old-fashioned run, but Lucify is going to be there to back him up and try to help out.
Oh.
Echo Slam's going to be completely whiffed. Xiao Bonbon, he has the Yule Scepter. He just picked it up. They wouldn't have seen it. JG's now down. Lucify, he will drop as well. Oh, Xiao Pog. Here we go again.
Ken.
Yeah, Ken's caught out to boot. Exilern, he's on a triple. This Nyx Assassin, Xiao Bonbon, he just got the Yule Scepter up. He literally got it like 5 seconds before the Echo Slam. Maybe even less than that.
Yeah, and this is why he's such a menace. I mean, we've seen Xiao Bon. Again, this isn't even like his signature hero. Xiao Bon's more known for the techies we saw yesterday. I believe his Phoenix, his Wind Ranger are all really good for him as well, but
play.
to have this kind of performance on the Knicks.
Not the Batrider again, John. Not the Batrider again. Rupido, he just hasn't had a game. He hasn't had a game. Leave him alone. Lucify. He'll get used up into a double impale from Xiao Bon. But they don't have the follow-up this time. Lucify, he's going to be okay. But Xerxia, they are starting to slowly fall apart. And RSG, they're the ones with the sledgehammer.
Yeah, they had to expend EXO for that. Immediate smoke out from RSG here as well, wanting to look for the opportunity to go back in without having to worry about some big team fight spells. Chrono is back up for Ken, but they might actually be gunning for him. And if Xiao Bon finds the setup, the follow-through is there.
He's been so good so far. Let's see if he can set up another gank for his team. Teehee gonna break the smoke. No Vendetta available. Teehee, he does get spotted. Ken immediately back. Impels off the mark this time. I don't think Teehee quite makes it though. He will get pincered in. At the very least, he tanks the gank for Ken. And that's all that's gonna matter here for the DP.
Yeah, just keep your bigger cores alive. Xerxia, they're going for their own smoke play here.
Gonna try. Lucify, though, has been caught already by Zhao Yu. He doesn't have Echo Slam for another 13 seconds. Meanwhile, Ken, he does have Chrono, but do you have the damage within that Chrono? That's the big problem. Lucify, he's gone. Zhao Yu still chasing, wants the Void, has found Ken with one stun. There won't be any follow-up, but they do move into that tier 2 bottom tower. RSG, looking for objectives. Xiao Bon once again is gonna fight Rupido. He really doesn't. He has no chill.
Absolutely no chill. Xerxia, the sentry coverage is just not there. Like, after all these deaths to the Knicks setup, you'd think that you'd maybe just expand all your gold onto sentries. They do have a lot in the inventory right now of Teehee, but he needs to drop them. He needs to get some map control back. They'll smoke up. They've got the Ags here on JG, so there is damage in the Chrono, but they need a good Chrono to maximize that Cataclysm coming out here.
Xiao Bon sees the team, breaks the smoke of Xerxia.
Dire's bottom tower.
They are still hanging around. They've got that Chrono. They'll jump in, but there's a Spike Carapace again. Xiao Bon not going to allow it into the Split Earth. Ken! Oh, he's too good. He's too good. This Nyx is too good. There's no other way to put it. Teehee. He's gone. In we go. Lasso, they at least found Zhao Yu. They'll find something for their trouble. It's just not worth it.
No, definitely not. They've got buyback at the least. Chrono's still ready, but they're losing more.
Rupido. Oh, it's another Spike Carapace setting up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Stop it. That's enough. Leave him alone.
Has fallen. Dire's structures
Yeah,
are
they have to expend a Fortify. They will have respawns in a bit. And again, there's still this Chrono combination, but without any protection for Ken. Every dive in he has, it just feels like they've got all the control.
Here we go. Chrono's out. Cataclysm in. The damage is there on XE Learn. MKS, he'll still go fight back. Rather waveform out. Roger, he'll be the one to stay behind and tank the gank for the team as Xerxia. They'll chase for more. JG with the Ags turning this one around along with Ken, and that's really the only way they can do it. Xiao Bon finally might tie here on the Knicks. Spike Carapace again, he is making it hard. Impale out, but they've got him eventually. They are not letting the bun go. That's what you needed to see. Chrono, Cataclysm, that's one way to do it.
It didn't tickle MKS though. Like he actually had a lot of HP after the Cataclysm finished up. He did manage to get the strength shift off as they jumped in. And that does spell a little bit of a worry here for the side of Xerxia. You've got, I believe the Ags is flying out. Yeah, the full Ags already up on MKS. So every time he sees Lucify, well, he's going to have a pretty good time in this game. Stat resist up to 40%. The Enchant Totem combination. I mean, Valve has done everything he could. Ice Frog has done everything he could to remove that Shaker Morphling combination. If the enemy still has a Shaker, you can kind of get that done. Ken? What?
Oh, no. Oh, Ken's having such a bad time. And now they found Lucify on the Shaker. That's another one. Ken's down for 35, no buyback. I mean, to be fair, John, he's solo level right now. It doesn't really matter. Respawn time's quite quick, but Roshan's up. That's what really matters here in RSG. They won't have any trouble taking it. There's no way Xerxia can force this fight.
No. They can't. They could maybe risk a blink play from Rupido, but without the follow-up, and they're not making it in time anyway. 27-16, 11k lead for RSG. They know where JG's roughly at. Xiaobon Bon, can you get it in time? Nah, not quite. Still, blink up for Xiaobon Bon now as well, and all the plays he's had was without even just the blink. It's just been the Yults and Tranks. He hasn't needed items on this Nyx, but with the blink up, I mean, he's just gonna be fine. He's gonna be able to find every angle the team needs here.
It's so rough. It really is. I mean, it's smoke up. Here we go. RSG. We'll see what they can get done. You pointed at the blink on the way, John. Let's see how many nice stunts he can land. MKS has the Ags up as well, looking to try and move in. We'll see Lucify. Do you want to go for the morph? He'll waveform forward. Lucify in trouble. MKS, he won't even bother morphing. Doesn't need to, doesn't want to. He'll just keep going. Tier 3 tower's gone. MKS has got it. And with the stun constantly coming in, the split earth, it's going to be very challenging to try and force this fight. They will go for the lasso onto MKS, but he's got the strength morph going. Do you have Chrono as well? Ken, he does. He won't commit yet. They want to get through that Aegis first, and they will. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, he'll go for the roll-up. Rolling Thunder is not available. Now the Chrono, it's committed, but the Cataclysm, it's not going to go into the Morphling. MKS is fine, and now the
no.
Oh, it's whiffed. It is avoided by MKS. Oh, it's a disaster for Xerxia.
Ooh.
It's a mess. Xerxia, run. This is not it. Go back to the fountain. Rupido, he is still trying. Spy Carapace again from Zhao Bon. It might be time to call this one. GG.
Yeah. And that's a really quick game coming out from RSG. Look, for Xerxia, their early game looked pretty decent. They were applying that pressure that they wanted to onto Exilern. I think they identified that RSG tends to rely on that mid heavily, and they made the first 10-15 minutes for Exilern hellish. But in doing so, they enabled MKS to just have a free time, allow him to just farm up, build up on that Morphling. And yes, you were finding the same for Ken, but all the rotations coming out later on from the supports here, especially in Xiaobon Bon, just nullified whatever early lead they had on that Faces Void, and they just managed to ride through. Really great coordination out from RSG here.
Absolutely. And you saw Zhao Bonbon suddenly had a yellow jacket on somehow. I guess he just put it on midway through the game. It was an ice cold performance from Zhao Bonbon. I suppose that's why he had the jacket on, John. 3-3-20. The 3-3-2 scoreline. There you go, Zhao Bonbon. He even shows us something special here in the score. I'm not even going to ask you about MVPs because it's Zhao Bonbon. That's it. That's the MVP.
100%. Like his movement across the map, him hitting that pretty early level 6 for Nyx that's just walking all over the place, really changed the game. And Xerxia, for their part, and they had some good sentries, they just weren't in the right spot, and you got so much value from that Nyx just going around. You never think about it, but Nyx is also kind of a soft counter for Faces Void. When he jumps in time dilations, Spike Carapace instantly stuns you, and they played off the back of that really well here on RSG.
That they did. With that, John, we'll see what the side of Xerxia can change up in their Game 2 draft to force us to a Game 3. We are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2's draft between RSG and, of course, Xerxia. We'll see you then.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between RSG and Xerxia. It's MLP Dota and John X5. John, Game 1, pretty rough affair for Xerxia. There's no other way to put it. They had a decent early to mid game, but right after that, it just seems like RSG, they start to snowball out of control with their draft, and well, Xiao Bonbon. I mean, that's the name that always pops up. He was terrorizing the side of Xerxia. Game 2, is there anything in particular you'd like to see changed up with this draft of Xerxia to try and help them force this to a Game 3?
I don't feel like the draft was necessarily a big issue. Maybe there was some inactivity coming out, especially in slowing down MKS's farm. They kind of invested everything to stop Exilernance, and they did a great job of making that a pretty tough game for Exilern. Like, it did take him a while to get the farm up. He wasn't finding any of his power runes at all. He wasn't able to rotate out, but allowing MKS that free farm for the most part up until that kill that happened to him with Lucify's assistance. And then the next few minutes afterwards, he was just free farming as well. Like, he really was just left off the map. You've got to be able to kind of pin him down as well, especially when he does have a big win condition on hand. So I think it's just an adjustment in playstyle for Xerxia. And they're still looking to be in high spirits, you know, it's lots of smiles on their faces. So that's what you still want to see. You want to see a mental reset. It's a best of 3. You still have the opportunity to kind of force it into a best of 1 with one more game here. And, you know, you just need to level out. And that wasn't really a bad showing from Xerxia. I think they played really well. You had that quick blink timing out from Lucify. You had this idea with the Invoker Ags and the Chronosphere, which didn't really pan out. The damage didn't feel great, but you had a game plan in mind. It's just that it did feel like the game got out of control by the time they had that combination on hand. And I think they might have taken a little bit too many risks. Like Ken, he's a very active pause one. You know, he likes to kind of set up and do these things for his team. But a couple of times we'd see him time walk in, he would instantly die. I think they've got to be just a little bit more cautious, and they have to respect that the side of RSG has really good counterplay on their hands.
Oh, certainly so. Certainly so, Jonathan. Xerxia, I mean, you like you mentioned, you got to stay in high spirits here. Like, you lose game 1, it was a bit of a rough affair. It doesn't matter. You reset, forget about what happened, understand what errors were made, and kind of move into this new draft with a fresh mindset. Speaking of the draft, John, we are going to be starting rather soon. We are having some issues with the lobby, but that'll be sorted rather soon as well. Of course, there's our boys here, Xiao Bonbon, the MVP of our last game. John, you mentioned it as well. I mean, the back rubs, the shoulder rubs from our boy Ohio, working out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it loosened them up. They really played on edge. The reaction times coming out from RSG were unbelievable. We saw some really quick ults onto Lucify. We saw some great ults dodge onto slams. We saw MKS just dodge out a lot of the slams as well, a lot of the damage. I mean, they were playing on edge from RSG, and they definitely had an element of outplay there onto what Xerxia was trying to do. So that relaxation technique from Coach Ohio paying off. I mean, he's a veteran, right? He knows what should get people into the zone, and apparently a back rub is what does it now.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, it's a mental thing as well, right? Because you saw everyone smiling when he was doing it. Like, it looked so silly, and obviously Ohio's joking around, but making them happy, making them smile is always good. And look at that in the background, Jonathan. There's your PA
What
persona.
is that?
Someone's
Okay.
discovering it for the first time. Oh, PA persona came out today. There you go.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. You know, I find the design really interesting because, well, it for me, it just kind of looks like Void Spirit. I'm not sure if it's
No.
just me that sees the
How dare
similarity,
you.
like the silhouettes, especially in game, side by side. The only difference is like the color of the twin halberd or whatever you call that weapon, like the twin blade thing. The color is just different, but their silhouettes are eerily familiar. So it's interesting. I don't know if there's like a lore implication to that or if it's just a coincidental design choice, but it's there.
I mean, it must be the great confluence, Jonathan. This is what we've been waiting for. This is it. It's finally upon us. There you go. PA's part of it, apparently. You never know. You know, I would love to see some more lore, by the way, when it comes to Dota 2, right? Like, I think everyone always talks about it every year, but it's like, man, you'd love to see a little bit more lore coming through with these battle passes and these personas and the arcanas and everything else. Oh, maybe one day. Maybe one day. 'Cause maybe one day we'll start this draft as well. We are still having some issues, but we get to stare at the lovely faces. There's good old Roger, who apparently does not know how to sort out his camera. He's laying back, relaxing for now, I suppose, to be fair. Not a very good angle at all. Speaking of which, I only just noticed, John, bottom right corner. Look at the sideburns on this guy. Amazing.
Oh yeah, it's an outstanding set of sideburns out. Very long if he does when he does turn his head. I do forget who that is. Like I don't see Xerxia enough, unfortunately, on their cams to get a head to head. So I'm very, very sorry because they all kind of know, we all kind of poke and prod sometimes. So
Yeah.
I'm very sorry for forgetting names. I'm terrible with names. Mike, I almost forgot who you were when we met in person. I was like, who is this guy? Why is he standing out the studio? What's this bum doing here?
Well, I was going to say, John, I think that's Budget IX Mike there at the bottom right corner. So I mean, you didn't have to say you forgot his name. There you go.
Oh, that is TE, of course.
All right. Well, there you go, John. How rude of you. How rude.
Very
indeed.
rude of you.
You do have a
Absolutely.
terrible memory,
All
though,
these
to be fair.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah, all these years I forget a fellow John. For shame on me. For shame.
Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. First pick Undying is here for RSG. The draft is finally underway. Going back for the Undying, of course, Roger had a very good time on the Undying, and it's just that support to have. It's just so easy to dominate lanes with this hero right now. Same opening for Xerxia. Okie dokie. I must say, they did not have the greatest performances on the Batrider nor the Earthshaker, and John, there is still Nyx Assassin available. If Zhao Bonbon wants it, he could take it right now.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the worst game in the world to kind of pick that up. I think it does still fit in to kind of counteract the Shaker, counteract the Batrider. We saw Xiao Bonbon have an amazing time on it. Wasn't first phase banned. But, if Xerxia is going for the same game plan, I think RSG, why not just go for the same thing again? And they do go Morphling. So it's exact same openings. I want to say exact same bans so far. Like, nothing has changed. Xerxia is running it back. Maybe we see some changes by the second phase, and maybe they don't even opt for something like the Void Invoker combination here for Ken and JG. But for RSG to have just this confidence in first phasing Morphling, we've seen it throughout these Southeast Asian qualifiers, especially. Like, the Morphling pick has been insanely good in this tournament.
At the very least, they do ban out the Nyx this time, right? I think that's the main point. It's like, okay, last game, the Nyx was the problem. Rupido, I think he could easily say the Nyx ruined his game on the Batrider. He didn't even have a game to start with. And even the Earthshaker, quite frankly, like, a lot of those Echo Slams were just whiffed by the Nyx Assassin. So there you go. Zhao Bonbon, he won't have the option for the Nyx Assassin this time. While we're talking about Zhao Bonbon, John, is there a particular pos 4 you think fits the bill here against these two heroes where he can kind of ruin their day once again?
It's a little bit trickier now without that option. Pugna's kind of a dead hero, unfortunately, so wouldn't really line up. Maybe just go for control for your lineup here on RSG. Some hold could be nice. Xiao Bonbon does play a mean lion. I don't know if you could really get away with the techies if they wanted to. Like, it's all right, but I don't think it's necessary against this lineup. Although I guess the blast off and the mines are pretty damn annoying, but you can kind of scout around with a Batrider well.
Looking at the previous game bans, Omni Knight was actually first phase banned last game around, and Omni actually seems kind of good here, right? Against the Bat Lasso, against the Earthshaker. I don't think we've seen so much pos for Omni from Zhao Bonbon, but could you not just go down that route?
They could.
10 seconds.
And as you mentioned, it's really not what Xiaoban himself picks up. That tends to be
5 seconds
Roger,
remaining.
who really plays stuff like that in the hard 5. You could maybe do some flexing here on RSG, say run a Xiao Yu offlane Undying and then pick up the Omni-Knight as a 5. Go for something more active on the 4 for Xiao could be one way to go. Xerxia going into that gyrocopter. Again, the last time we saw them pick this up was against Army Geniuses, and they did go for support gyro there as well. So, keen to see if that's what they'll do. They go back to the Void
Okay.
on Xerxes end. And RSG, well, they've got the Pangolier for Xiao Yu once more, along with a Snapfire for Xiao. So you still have some stun play here. You have really good damage coming out if you do manage to get control off the back of the Rolling Thunder for RSG. It is a more protected Faces Void game for Xerxes. You know, like Ken is not going to be instantaneously
10 seconds
stunned
remaining.
by a Nyx in the area with Spike Carapace when he pops Time Dilation.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
it should be better off for Ken and for Rupido, as you pointed out. It's still rather confident of Xerxes to go back into the same pixel. Like the only change so far is that gyro. And same thing for RSG, the only change so far is the snap.
It's interesting. It's certainly very, very interesting. Yeah, I do agree that the lockdown. I mean, I suppose with the Pango, the thing is with Rolling Thunder is you could just. It's such a long duration that it counts as like 50 stuns, if you ask me. And, well, we'll see how it all pans out. There's still some mid laners to be picked up here, unless you want to run the Pango mid here for RSG, and you could still run the mid Bat Rider here for Xerxia as well. But I do feel like Rupido may just want to run that Bat Rider game back after what happened last time around.
10 seconds remaining.
So let's think mid laners, John. Like RSG, Xerxia. In fact, they're both banning out off laners right now, ironically enough. But what are you thinking? Like, what heroes would you like to see on either team at the moment?
Xerxes still has that flex with the Bat Rider mid. I think that's why RSG's showing a little bit of respect, taking out the Night Stalker along with JG's Invoker. Exilern, and you still have the option for the Lesh. It doesn't feel the best, especially without the protection of the Nyx. So I think not having a great hard lockdown support on your 4 can make that a little bit harder for RSG to kind of pull off. You do have a lot of mobile heroes still left in the pool. Puck could be one way of kind of getting some lockdown on RSG's end. Ties in nicely with your Pangolier. Gives you a good kind of targeting zone for your kisses as well here from the Snapfire. So I wouldn't mind something like the mid Puck coming out for RSG for Xerxes' part. And you still want damage in that Chrono. You don't have the option for Quap. Lina is still available if they want to run that on JG. That could be a bit greedy with the Faces Void. And you still have this flex with the Bat Rider. Although I believe knowing that the Morphling is safe lane here, you're likely to just run it again for Rupido. As again, if he didn't end up with a solo lane, if he had Lucify staying in that lane a little bit longer, he probably would have had a couple more kill opportunities on that Morphling, especially if you were just constantly playing around the lasso. So I wouldn't mind seeing that repeat for Rupido and just going for like this JG mid-core, but finding a balance between Void and farming for is always tricky. But Alina can still slot in if that feels necessary for Xerxia.
I mean, it does feel like a nice Lina game, that's for sure. Especially with the being able to just kind of stand outside the Chrono and get the job done. And Lina's one of those heroes that just dominates mid lane against pretty much every matchup. So I do like your ideas there, John. Xerxia should certainly go maybe down that route. RSG, though, they're the first ones to make their final pick. They go right into the Puck. Very good, Jonathan. Very, very good. You're on point today. Xerxia,
Yeah.
let's see how on point you are. Would they go the Lina mid? It's not bad against the Puck.
Yeah, I'd say it's very good against the Puck. We've seen Lina just kind of dominate that lane. The issue with Lina mid is always like this itemization. We see some mids go for power treads instead of travels and going for the typical build-up. A lot of mids still opt for the travels, which is a little bit slower. They go with the TA instead. So I want to say that's a Ken TA. They do something else here, and they will. JG takes the Faces Void. Still probably running it safe lane, to be fair. I don't think we're seeing stuff like mid Void versus Puck. Not that wild. But Ken's comfort hero is that TA, so they get the comfort to close out here. And that is some damage in Chrono, especially once Dragonlance is up, so there is a lot of play here for Xerxia.
That would be kind of hilarious if it was a mid Void, though, let's be frank. That would be very, very fun to watch. Do it, Xerxia. You know you want to. You want to entertain all of us. Do it. Run mid void.
Oh.
Show us something stupid. Ruin my pubs even more than they have been, thanks to this damn cavern crawl. Oh, nobody can pick normal heroes anymore. It always has to be the cavern crawl heroes. Doesn't help that Anna's back now with Thompson, and they're just running ridiculous stuff as well. I had a POS 1 Marcy in my team yesterday, by the way, in one of my pubs, John. That wasn't very fun, let me tell you.
I mean, to be fair, in that T1 game, Anna was playing POS 1 from the offlane, right? So he's the POS 1 farm priority, but he's trying to get more active on the offlane. I think that's the key. But Marcy's still focusing on this draft here. The TA kind of does the same job as the Lina. You still, it's good damage in the Corona. It still has the same issues as the Lina, where you will want to farm. So my one concern for Xerxia now is the pacing. Can you really equalize farm between JG and Ken? Can they itemize at around the same pace to connect to each other every time? Who's going to have to be sacrificed, if any, at all, in this match? And if any of those two cores have to be sacrificed, it just feels like a pretty tough game for either one to recover, considering how much farm they need.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game number 2. Of course, RSG 1 game away from being able to proceed through the lower bracket once again into the lower bracket semi-final. Xerxia, they need to pull off this game 2 victory to try and force it to a best of 1 game number 3. Let's see if these predictions work this time around. John, do you want to go for this one?
Yeah, which team will win? RSG, and I'm not allowed. I'll say
there.
RSG.
Well,
I like their draft a little bit more.
I would still. So what happened last game? I should have told you, John. Is it tells you there's an error, but it still counts it. So just select them, and it'll give you an error, but it does count at the end.
All right. Total number of trees destroyed by 30 minutes. This almost always goes 301 with Batrider and Pangolier. That should be an easy clear. First player to get 50 last hits. I kind of want to
30
say
seconds to battle.
MKS. He's going to have a pretty decent time, although it could be a bit tougher. Maybe it's safer to say Ken, actually, there. Player with highest net worth at game, and I want to say MKS on that one for sure. So there you go.
Okay. Thank you for that, John. Very, very good predictions there. So we do have a bit of a scuffle in the mid lane. Exilern kind of giving it over to Ken with the harassment. Now just going to back their way out, though. Bounty runes. Last time around, I believe RSG got away with 3 of them. This game around, it's going to be the same
3 again?
story. 3 for 1.
Just really forcing their bodies forward and getting themselves this good start. It is, by the way, Ken is playing the mid TA, so we aren't seeing something like JG mid faces Void, which I want to see because back in the days when Xerxia was under UDV, JG would run some fun Timbersaw mids, right? And he'd do some weird stuff like that. So would have wanted to see him try Void mid, but it does make sense. TA matchup against Puck isn't the worst thing in the world. Very well protected by Refraction. Early levels are better for Exilern, but as the game goes on, Ken shouldn't be zoned out too hard. Rune control a little bit easier for Exilern here as well. You will want some mid rotations much more in RSG. Like we saw that emphasis out from Xerxia to slow down Exilern. This time, you gotta slow down Ken. If this guy does farm, I mean, this TA and Void is a really potent combination from the side of Xerxia.
It certainly is, and we've seen Ken play TA many, many times, and he does tend to perform extremely well on this hero. So let's have a look at the bot lane. You are going to have MKS and Roger against Rupido and Lucify. Well, we've seen this lane before, John. I think it's going to be pretty easy for you to give some analysis on this one.
Yeah, I mean, same lane in game 1. Roger just zoning them out in the early levels, softening up these two heroes. They will not enjoy trading against Roger. Roger already has the early magic stick, no mangoes, but the burst mana and healing on hand is more than enough. And there's just so much space for MKS again. Like, he's just allowed to pretty much farm up. Maybe not as much yet, but certainly not being slowed down at all by Rupido and by Lucify. And there was play coming out from Rupido, but that was only when he had the lasso. Until that point, unless he can somehow change on MKS up close, he's just going to have a good time here.
Absolutely. What about that top lane? You're going to have Zhao Yu on the Pango. He's going to be there with Zhao Bonbon, this time on the Sapphire against JG on the Void and Teehee on the POS 5 Gyrocopter. Who wins out this lane, John? Should it go the way of Xerxia? Do you think RSG wins this one out?
I think this one should pretty much be an even farming lane. There's some aggression you'd want to get out with the Gyrocopter support for sure. They are trying to go onto Zhao Bonbon. There is good damage. Jar's early damage is high, but you're relying on some bashes out from JG, although.
He's getting very low now. Rocket Barrage is there. Teehee so close, but he can't get the right click. Oh, the shield crash slow. Not going to allow it, and now the turnaround with the Scatter Blast is not going to connect, and it is not going to cancel the salve off. Zhao Bonbon barely able to walk out of there alive. And first blood is yet to be drawn here between these two teams, though Teehee is going to spot out the Snapfire once again. Will go for a homing missile, has the mangoes, but the little shredder, he'll find a courier. He will still maybe go down. Zhao Bonbon on the run, it will die. Teehee, he does eventually find the kill.
Yeah, that's a lot of back and forth, and that is the aggression you want to see from the support Gyro. So overall, you're pretty happy here on Xerxes, and losing the courier is pretty damn annoying for Teehee, of course. Like, you need the mana to play in this lane. Once you're out, once these mangoes run out, Xiao Bonbon and Xiao Yu can do what they want to here. At the very least, JG does have a value point in the time dilation, so when you do commit on RSG's end, there's still turn potential with the slows and the stuns coming out. But with no lucky batches for JG, Xiao Bonbon's just fine copying the hits. Xiao Yu, he's having a good time building up. He is a bit behind, and JG is still finding farm. So the lanes are still going pretty well for Xerxes. Rather even back and forth. I think the only outlier really is bot. Rupido is just not able to farm up as much as you'd want in the bat.
That's mid lane. Looking back at it, John, going very well for Ken here on this TA as well. Kind of to be expected. Mind you, XE Learn only 1 CS behind the puck, so not having too bad of a time himself. No stacks being made either. Well, there are large camp stacks being made, at least in that dire triangle. There's something for the TA. Kind of wonder if Rupido's going to want to take them, though, depending on his own lane. Rupido's only got 9 CS in that Batrider at the moment. Trying to get a little bit aggressive here against MKS's Morphling, but doesn't want to dive too deep, especially against that Tombstone of Roger. Very, very intimidating here against the Undying. Seeing what does happen when you try to get aggressive, though. Rupido is going to try. Roger, he'll drop the Tombstone. Visual will be there, but Roger is still very safe with this Tombstone, as MKS now will get aggressive against Lucify, and the zombies, they will just keep chasing him down and take him out. Rupido, he is going to run. He knows he can't really salvage the situation. Maybe now he could try to find Roger, but MKS is still around to help out, and Roger, he still has decays going on. He still has a Soul Rip as well. MKS, he does not care. He will continue being aggressive, trying to bait Rupido forward, but there's your Soul Rip. Rupido, you have gone too far. He will get stunned up. Do they have the follow-up? MKS, he has Adaptive Strike, but he doesn't have the range for it. Oh, this Batrider really playing on the edge. Is barely going to survive through this. Roger is still on the chase, though, on the Undying. He could try for a Soul Rip Decay. Rupido, is he going to back? He will be fine. He's going to make it.
That's still some good zoning coming out from Roger. Gonna force the reset out from Rupido. He does have the TP ready back in lane, but this is pretty much 2 waves for free for MKS now. He is, again, lagging a little bit behind in comparison to JG, but that room, that space, if it keeps building up in this game, you start to worry. Xiao Yu not being able to zone out JG at all. This Faceless Void is building up. They're back to focusing on mid. All the supports from RSG just ensuring Exilern will have something to play with. Again, he gets unlucky with power runes, though.
Triangle under siege. Xiao Bonbon trying to fight Teehee, but the Gyrocopter +5 with that level 2 Rocket Barrage. Way too much damage on him. 1-1. Very slight net worth lead the way of RSG. So you look at the cause of Xerxes here. They're having a very good time so far. JG and, of course, Ken both top the CS board right now on that TA and Void. To be expected, I suppose, and you'll start seeing Ken now taking stacks away on the TA. Having a good game like you mentioned earlier, John, and this is something that RSG needed to be very cautious of. With these 2 cores, they have
Chrono.
great scaling, and Chrono, top lane, who have they got? It's going to be Xiao Yu. Another great setup here from Xerxia. Teehee giving the tip over to JG, and that's a big one, finding the kill into Xiao Yu.
Just slowing down this Pango in a big way. Again, Xiao Yu has been left in the solo lane. he's not able to hold back the Faceless Void alone on that Pangolier. Doesn't even have a value point in the Lucky Shot, just wants to keep clearing out the wave with a Swash and a Shield Crash and try to trade. That is giving a lot of room out for JG just to find that farm. Already far ahead early on, especially in comparison to MKS. And for RSG, they're just looking mid once again. They drag Xiao Yu down here to help Exilern. I don't know if they really have the angle to kill. They don't have the roll, which means they lack a lot of stun. This lineup severely lacking disables outside of the roll and a Dream Coil. Like, you only really have Cookie beyond that. Maybe the Adaptive Strike if you really want to count the Morph. But you're not going to see MKS join in this mid clump up anytime soon.
Exilern, actually the deny. Teehee, he does get the deny off on the invis. Almost looked like Exilern was going to be able to pick it up with that Waning Rift, but not quite. It's a nice little deny off, not allowing the invis rune to go the way of the puck. So far, Teehee having quite a bit of impact on this position 5 gyro, just being very annoying. A real nuisance. His mid lane a bit of a group up now against Ken, but Ken does back off at the right moment. The traps do give plenty of vision for him to know exactly where RSG are. In fact, Ken now moving down towards the south, wants to try and set up. They have found the Undying. Roger, how much time can he buy himself? He'll drop the Tombstone. Fisher is out on 2. Roger, he is going to melt. Another nice pickup from Xerxia. And with the trap vision, they can even try for this Tombstone, though a nice deny off here on the Observer Ward from Xiao Bonbon, and now the Dream Coil is committed by Exilern, but there's no follow-up. You don't have anything like the Mortimer's Kisses yet to come out from the Snapfire, so Coil kind of just wasted.
Yeah, and Xiao Yu's also trying to roll around up top, misses on an opportunity to try to go onto JG. It's hard to catch out the Void with the Time Walk so far up. And Xiao Yu maybe just trying to be a bit defensive, dodging out any lucky bashes there. Ken, I mean, he's allowed to clear out all these stacks that Xerxia has managed to build up without something like the Nyx being active for them. They're not able to scout around. They're not able to stop this farm.
Mid lane, Xiao Bonbon. Ken, gonna be chased down. Exilern, he's there. Ken, he's still got the refraction, but in comes MKS. How do you lock him down though? Coil's still not up. Roger, he'll get cookied in, but what is this team fight? Roger, he'll try to run towards the north. Fisher's out here from MKS, but this is a very desperate fight. At least Roger will get a bounty room before he's going to die here to Rupido. And without the coil, to force that fight, it's wishful thinking from RSG.
Yeah, it certainly is. JG, he's got Chrono ready if he wants to use that to bail out here, being surrounded just a bit.
There's your coil. He's caught 3 of them, but the cookie was there to stun him up, and now Xiao Yu. Coil is there. This time it will land, and that's a nice one. JG, he's going to try to run. Time walk away. Xiao Yu thinks about the Rolling Thunder, but just can't. And now Rupido, he's really given it to the side of RSG. It's another foiled attempt at trying to pick off somebody from Xerxia. And it just feels like they're giving up so much for this.
Yeah, they're giving out a lot of room towards Xerxia, allowing this farm. We talked about how greedy it can be to run a Faceless Void, and TA, it's not an issue so far for the side of Xerxia. RSG going for a smoke play. They do have that roll and the kisses ready on Xiao Bonbon. They just need to find a big target here.
Thunder, Xiao Yu looking to roll up. We'll see the Bat Rider, Rupido. There's the Mortimer's Kisses out. He'll be locked down permanently, so the Bat Rider is going to drop. It's something. Nice pick up there onto the Bat. Rupido probably not going to be too happy with that. Still, Xerxia, they'll allow their TA Void to farm. So I suppose at the end of the day, as long as Ken and JG, as long as they're hitting creeps, they'll be happy. MKS is much further behind right now in the Morphling anyways, so they are well and truly ahead. Xerxia just have to be very cautious not to give a full team wipe away or a big team fight away. Back the way of RSG. They'll be just having happy days as long as they can keep hitting creeps.
Yeah, as long as they can keep slowly building up. You already have this Mask of Madness out on JG here. So more damage to come out in the Chrono. Not going for the greedier Midas build-up. Having to share farm with Ken. He understands that someone's got to be a bit more active. Exilern finally gets a power rune in this game as well. Has the haste. See if he finds something. Dream Coil's ready.
Slow it up. Can they get something from this coil? A nice Fisher. It's going to block them off. Still Waning Rift forward, but Ken is still alive and still walking away. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, ends up dropping to Rupido, and now they've got Roger. In goes Tihi. He wants Xiao Bon Bon. Cookie away is there, or rather Tumblr's toy away.
Is under attack.
But Xerxia, they're onto the mid tier 1 tower again, and it's another Dream Coil that amounts to nothing.
Damn, it's just a great angle coming out from Lucify to cut the rest of the team off, and they managed to isolate some good heroes. Power Rune finally coming out for Exilern, and just not being able to do anything with it. It feels pretty bad for RSG. Xerxia having a really fantastic time here.
Is under attack.
I mean, this build up on Ken, he's working onto the Desolator already, has the Dragonlance, feeling great on that TA. JG just wanting the Maelstrom for even more presence out in the Chrono and a little bit more farming speed for himself as well, although it looks like he might opt for the BKB first with the Ogre Axe coming through. So probably just going on the defensive, being that front line for the team. RSG, and they're getting decent farm on MKS, but their activity's just not lining up, and they are so constrained by these cooldowns. Like, they've got to wait for the roll, they've got to wait for the Dream Coil, they need to wait for the kisses. All of that is up, and they will go for a smoke here.
Scanning.
Absolutely. Xerxia in the triangle. Lucify, great smoke break from the Earthshaker. That'll buy Ken a bit of space to try and remove himself, but the Dream Coil is there, and this time they've got the kisses, so they've got the combo. This is what they've been waiting for. Ken, perma-stunned up is going to drop. RSG, they'll find something, but now the lasso, they'll try to turn. Chrono's up, it's caught two of them. There's your puck gone, onto Xiao Yu. JG, looking for the better trade, might just find it. Xiao Yu, oh, he'll get bashed up. First hit bash, no TP for you, sir. And still a better trade once again for Xerxia.
They just find big kills and punish that movement out from RSG. It's RSG trying to get the initiative there. And they do get a good angle out from Xiao Yu this time around. Dream Coil only onto one to just guarantee that kill on Ken. I mean, Ken is still a much bigger kill to find, to be fair. And overall, your network swing is slightly in your favor here for RSG, but it's not clean. Like, Xerxia still finds more. They kind of nullify the ganks coming out from RSG. And for RSG, well, this is a time now where they've got to be a bit patient. They need to wait for cooldowns. At the least, when they do get moving again, they're going to have maybe a 50-second window where JG won't have Chrono. But they have to act fast. They are lacking, like, aggressive forward wards. There's so many sentries here from Xerxia just to ensure their triangles never blocked off or never monitored by the side of RSG, and they've just done such a fantastic job of ensuring that they still have their jungle under their hold here.
Bottom lane, Xerxia, will see Xiao Bon Bon. He'll try to go after the homing missile, but he's going to get stunned by it as now the Rolling Thunder is there. The Gyrocopter being locked down. There might be a 1-for-1 trade as T-Heat. No, he's going to be fine. He'll stick charge up. Xiao Yu unable to find it, but in the meantime, Rupido is going to drop in the Batrider. That is actually a better trade again for RSG. They find a core for support this time around.
Managed to really isolate and split that up. And Rupido, considering this game, isn't really the richest target in the world. But a kill's a kill. You need everything you can take here on RSG. And you are buying space. You drag a lot of heroes down. Bot away from MKS, allowing this Morphling to keep trying to get that build up. Deso fully up on Ken, though. So the damage output of the TA skyrocketed, and you have that double damage rune available here for Ken as well, if you do want to make a move on that next Chrono. And JG does look like that BKB is lining up first before the Maelstrom, so he just understands that he doesn't care about damage, he doesn't care about any of that. He's got the Gyrocopter with Rocket Barrage, which as long as it's turned on in Chrono, you're fine. You've got the TA outside. You don't need damage this game, you need to initiate. And he is kind of lining up for that timing already.
That he is. You kind of wonder as well, like, you look back at the Morphling here, John. MKS really starting to catch up now. Starting to feel a little bit scarier as time goes on for Xerxia. So MKS, he's been missing off the map for quite a while. Top, second in net worth, only to Ken's TA. And Ken is still doing a great job of just, kind of escalating here on this Temper Assassin. But T-Heat, bottom lane, going to get caught. Meanwhile, Roger is going to drop to JG, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. In fact, never mind. Xiao Bon Bon also goes down. Ken, he had a double damage rune. With the Desolator, it's just so much damage from the TA. That's going to be a positive trade this time for Xerxia.
Works out in their favor to find some good punishment. Roger just a little bit far out there on the map, maybe trying to control up that triangle. Gets punished nicely by the output on JG. The side of Xerxia, again, this lead isn't quite growing, so the side of RSG is kind of finding and working that map just as effectively, but the lead is growing on Ken. It is sacrificing everyone else's farm, in particular Rupido, but we have seen Xerxia again with Ken's TA. They just build their draft, build their gameplay around him, just rely on him to carry through for the team, and he does have his blink up. They can be much more aggressive now with Ken. A smoke out from RSG though.
Yeah, here we go. 4-man smoke. RSG. What can they get done? They want to try and abuse the coil. They want to abuse the Mortimer's Kisses within that coil. The Tombstone as well. MKS, he's not going to join the team. There's just no need for him to be there. They're going to maybe find Ken. That's a big target. But they won't run up to the high ground yet. It's only Roger. No rewards to scout this out either. In fact, Xerxia, they're the ones with the observer ward on that cliff side. So they've got the vision advantage. They'll see the smoke broken. Blink out immediate, and now JG, he's going to jump in. A great chrono into the call down, but where's the follow-up damage? It's not there yet. In fact, never mind. The lasso's out. They've got Roger. They've got XE Learn. MKS, he's going to join and try to salvage the situation, but it's not looking good. He's copping too much damage. Ken rips him a new one. Zhao Yu, the only survivor on the Pango. They don't check for the observer ward. That ward, it won them the fight on Xerxia.
Oh, yeah, they just managed to dodge out all the spells. They get a big chrono out, and they just get the control. There was no escape angle out there for Exelern, and that's straight into the Roche for the side of Xerxia. All the damage in the world with Ken here. Secondary life, more than likely to go Ken's way as well. So everything you could possibly ask for Xerxia coming out here in game number 2. 6-15, 5k lead off the back of that big fight. And RSG, they're not completely out of the game yet. They still have some play left, but the execution is just falling way flat. Xerxia looks a lot cleaner right now with how they're grouping up, playing with their timings, getting the vision on the map, and just working this farm. Like, RSG just hasn't punished. We're 20 minutes in. They don't have any forward wards. They're having to plant really defensive in this game.
They are. It's not a good sign when you do have to plant defensive wards with a draft like this. Zhao Yu, look at the damage from Ken. You've got to be cautious, but it's a great stun location. Ken, he's got the Aegis up. Coil will lock him down. That's going to be the first line. They don't have kisses, though. I don't think they can keep going. In fact, Xerxia, they're the ones to try and force the fight. Zhao Yu, he's the target. Fisher does land and does actually help take out Zhao Yu. That's the Pango gone. So they got the Aegis. You give up your Pango. I'm not sure if you'd really call that worth, John, but it's something.
Yeah, it's something. I think just ensuring that the secondary life for Ken isn't there, at least lightens the threat of a high ground push. You should be able to defend, and the side of Xerxia probably doesn't want to risk something like that without the secondary life for their TA. Kisses expended early just to clear out this push.
Yeah, that's not it. The thing is, the kisses are too important during these fights. Like, how many times have we seen coil committed but no kisses available? If you don't have the kisses, you can't fight. And you're getting to the point now where BKBs are up on JG, so he's not even going to care about the kisses anymore.
He's just going to be well protected. Even Ken just lacking that Ogre Axe now for his own full BKB. And once that spell immunity's in place, it's not just the Snapfire who has a bad time. The Pango suddenly doesn't have as much impact. Exelern's not going to be doing damage. They're mainly magical right now.
That they are. Rupido able to punish Roger once again. This time it's a great Batrider performance from Rupido. Turns out the Nyx Assassin was the problem. Xerxia really abusing their draft now. It's RSG. They're the ones that need to try and find a way to fight back. BKB is incoming on the TA, but he doesn't have it yet. Coil is going to be committed with the Spirit Vessel timing, but now the Chrono. It's going to lock down one. It's the Pango, but they found Ken. Oh, he had the Courier coming in with the BKB as well. That's the worst part. A bit of an opening now for RSG. Is they'll keep chasing. They'd love a Void kill. He has his own BKB, though. He should be okay. And he will back his way out. In goes Roger. chasing down the Batrider now. Do they have a stun? Yes, they do. MKS is there. Rupido will drop. Suddenly, RSG, they found an opening.
Yeah, they make it work. That's some great flanking out from Xiao Yu with his blink roll. Manages to turn around. The chrono comes up. JG couldn't even focus on Xiao Yu because he didn't pop his BKB. He actually got hit by the roll in the chrono. So he couldn't focus in. He couldn't go for the kill.
They'll at least find Lucify as well here, John.
Dire's top
That's a good point as well. Like, you only catch the Pango on the chrono, it's not going to be good news. Like, you stop the Rolling Thunder, but he really wanted that puck.
Yeah, and that's their best lockdown for the puck outside of the lasso. JG?
Oh boy, he's had to commit his BKB. No chrono to fight back. MKS, he'll go for the man fight. And RSG, I mean, they're going to be feeling confident for the next 70 seconds with that BKB off cooldown, or rather on cooldown. Though I say that, here comes Ken. He's got his own BKB, but the Rolling Thunder is going to connect in time. Ken forced the BKB up. Xiao Yu, he'll end up going down. Now Roger, well, he'll try to run, but there's no surviving this. Ken, able to find some sweet revenge as he does respawn. Meanwhile, they've even got Xiao Bonbon. On the Snapfire, he's going nowhere but down.
Yeah, they punish out the side of RSG. They didn't focus in on the objectives. They tried to swing. At least they find that tier 2 top. So they can kind of try to reel in some control on the outpost. Gonna have to take control of their own jungle first. Immediate smoke out from Xerxes as well. They want to find MKS, and he's all by himself down here.
This will be a massive pickoff. Jump in, Rupido. He's got the lasso. There is no strength morph, and he is gone. MKS down for 48 seconds. Xerxia giving it back the way of RSG. Not allowing them to take control of this game number 2. Desperately trying to force us to a game 3. Is now XE Learn. Trying to avoid the void. Oh, he doesn't jaunt away. XE Learn. He'll go the other way. Xiao Yu's there to help out with the chrono. It's up. Disarm is there. JG, he still should have the damage with the phase shift. Makes it in time. XE Learn timing everything perfectly as JG. He'll keep chasing. But they look like they're going to miss out. Rupido on the chase now. XE Learn, he's not safe yet. Meanwhile, towards the south, the team fight has broken out. The puck versus Batrider still chasing. Meanwhile, Xiao Bonbon, he does die to Teehee, so they find at least a Snapfire. But that was a chrono committed. And they have not found the puck yet, though. Rupido, he's still trying, and XE Learn finally spotted. Rupido with a hand up. Says bye-bye to his good friend and XE Learn. And eventually, they salvage a pretty bad-looking situation.
Xerxia turns things around. RSG doesn't quite connect, and they get a little bit greedy, especially on MKS. He's not protected in that area by himself with the rest of his team down. Smoke play is just very clean out from Xerxia. Oh, maybe more.
Rupido, yeah, Roger. He's an easy target. He will drop another one for Xerxia. AK advantage now. They are looking fantastic. But MKS, he is desperately trying to farm up and keep up into the Aghanim Scepter, but he is so far behind when you consider how far ahead Ken is.
Yeah, he is lagging behind. 6k lead for Ken. One big item on top in comparison to the Morphling. And at the least, Ken's Ags isn't too far off, only about 600 gold away, but the map isn't very safe to get that farm. There's not too much forward vision left here from the side of Xerxia. They do have this really good high ground ward on the triangle. But you do have forward vision now as well from the side of RSG. It is behind the tier 2. Xerxia is not even playing in that area. Next Roche is going to show itself, at least the timer will, in about a minute here. So RSG probably will want to at least have that Ags up at that point, and just how much impact the Ags will have in this game is a different question, although.
Rolling Thunder forced out. Rupido, he does have a BKB, but does cop the stun initially. Does be forced to pop the BKB as MKS has jumped in, but the lasso, it's going to grab him up. JG, he's got no chrono yet, though. 15 seconds away. The team fight, it will continue. Back in onto Teehee, the gyrocopter. He's going to drop low, but gets the call down into the Dream Core. They caught the TA, but they will not follow up. JG now has chrono back up. So scary times. The stun is there. Xiao Yu. He'll go for the roll-up, try to get away from JG. Oh, but the cookie! Oh, it might work out, though! It actually ends up working out! Even JG didn't expect that one. Neither did we, to be fair, as Ken He'll go for a run now. Echo Slam Lucify. He'll try to turn. They do take down Xiaoyu and the Pango. Exilon dropping low. Wolf phase shift and jaunt away with the orb, but the chase is going. They want that puck. Rupido's going to get him. Lucify able to turn now. Is the cookie out from Xiao Bonbon, trying to buy space for MKS. And he does buy that space, but there's 4 down for the side of RSG now.
A lot of back and forth there. Lucify again with a really good blink reveal out. Getting a decent enough slam, but the follow-up stun onto Exilern was the big one. Exilern misses out in the slam, but jumps right back in for the rest of the stuns. And cops enough damage that he had to force himself back. They get the fresh hack on MKS though. They're going to try to reveal it, but it's a bit of a risky spot.
Fisher's there, he gets locked down. Homing Missile also going to connect, but he does strength more. Xerxia still unable to go for that tier 2 mid, but they're going to find a double damage rune. Here we go. Ken, he'll happily take that one. Roger, he's going to take a gank here. Xiaoyu, oh boy. He did not get the blink up to the high ground. Rolling Thunder expended once again. Luckily not the longest cooldown, but... well, if Roshan was to spawn up right now, you'd be kind of very upset as RSG. Thing is, Roshan is still a minute and a half away. Xerxia, they saw the Rolling Thunder used. They want to force a fight.
Yeah, they've got the Chrono ready on JG. They see a prime target in Exilern. A one-man Chrono here wouldn't be too bad.
Orb. Exilern. They shift on CJG. Fisher off the mark. Well, not really out either. Lucify, he'll keep chasing. Exilern, he'll try for the TP out. Lucify, not going to try for the blind Fisher. It's all about buying time for RSG now, but for Xerxia, it's all about this Roshan. You've just got to make sure that you give RSG no chance of this Roche, and then high ground's almost guaranteed for them.
It opens up massively. Like, the defensive fight, RSG is pretty tough, although.
Again, they found Xiaoyu again. Rupido, he's been so good on this Bat Rider. Finding another great lasso. That'll be Xiaoyu down for 40 seconds, and Roshan, it's up in 25. So you're going to have a bit of an opening there where the Pango's just not going to be up to try and force a fight with his team. In fact, Fisher out, Roger! Roger gets deleted.
Yeah, it's just one hit out from Ken. He dishes out a lot of damage now. Have to be careful.
Buyback is there. Roger is going to try and move in for the fight. Kisses Chrono.
Oh my
JG,
God.
he found 3 targets, and look at the damage! Lines them up perfectly for the side blades. Tips out for JG. RSG, interesting fight to try and force as well. Like, you didn't have the Pango. You forced Roger to buy back. The Roshan wasn't up yet anyway. Now it is, but they don't even need it. They'll go high ground.
Yeah, maybe want a couple more buybacks if they can get it out. Again, the hold of RSG isn't the best. They pay respect, they go back. Roshan is still there for the taking. Respawns are way too long to contest that. And the Rolling Thunder was expended once more from Xiaoyu, so even he doesn't have any play to try and steal here. And Ken, with his output, just going to melt through this objective. And Xerxia find himself in a very dominant position here in Game 2, Mike. 11-35, 16k lead for Xerxia's RSG after that spectacular Game 1. With a slight draft change, going with the same openings, but switching out for the Snapfire. I mean, the presence from Xiao Bonbon, it's still somewhat there, but he's not able to stop what Xerxia wants to do, and the coordination from Xerxia is kicking in. Still, smoke out here from RSG.
Yeah, 5-man smoke. They've got to try something. They know the Aegis is the way of Xerxia, but they need to go for some kind of surprise initiation. Ken, he may get spotted here on the TA. Pings around. That's the target they want to jump. Blow up that Aegis, Ken. He'll pop the BKB and Rupido. He's there with the lasso, and now the Echo Slam. Lucify with the Fisher as well. Saving the life of Ken for the first time. MKS, he's still chasing. He can't get the TA, though. The Aegis remains intact. And RSG need to run. They need to run real quick. MKS, still trying. Ken does move back in with a refraction. He's feeling safe. Meanwhile, Roger, he's going to die to JG on the Void. Is JG. He'll go for another. Onto the snap by Xiao Bonbon. Has been caught out. Will Cookie down to the low ground, but has nowhere to go. JG on a double. 3 heroes down. Rupido going for a little bit more on the Bat Rider. Flame breaks out. MKS is still running. JG still chasing. MKS, he does make it out. but it's a 3v4 situation. Xerxia, they still have that Aegis of Ken, but it seems like Ken does need the reset.
Oh, JG.
Trouble, but no, not really. JG's gonna make it out just fine. Xiao Yu, Rolling Thunder, will force the BKB. Keep in mind, JG does have Chrono up, but is lacking mana. Now he does have said mana up. Xiao Bonbon trying after the Bat Rider, but this looks very desperate. He is gonna drop in the Roshan pit. That's a dieback on Xiao Bonbon. He'll be down for 70. Now the counter smoke. 5-man out from Xerxia. They've got the Aegis onto Ken. In they go. They found MKS, and they are going to shred right through MKS, but no. Waveform, it's there in time. The Strength Morph keeping him alive, but the homing missile is going to chase him down. Not Ken. He is gone. So is Xiao Yu. Is it time to call this game? Is it over?
I don't see a good angle for them on this high ground defense, Mike. Like, they're just relying on like kisses and maybe eventual output from MKS in the middle of these fights. So it's just so hard to pull off. Roger trying to stall with his body, it's not going to stop them for that long. And now it's just basically down to Excelurant to try to do something. But he's also not farmed enough in the puck to kind of be that stalling hero that you usually see towards the late game. You know, he needs his talent to be up for that. It's a pipe dream right now to hit 25 in any reasonable time. Doesn't have his Octarine to just keep spamming out the spells. So you have all the room in the world here for Xerxia to just find a set of racks, probably 2, maybe more. There's really nothing to be scared of with the Aegis with still 2 minutes left.
Maybe one more team fight left for RSG. They'll wait for everyone to respawn. The question is, will Xerxia stick around and force a fight? Like you said, Aegis up for 2 minutes. They've got time. Xiao Yu, gonna go for a Rolling Thunder. Ken, get 4 staff down into the Meld Strike. Xiao Yu still trying to lock him down with the Mortimer's Kisses, but they just don't have the follow-up. That's Rolling Thunder and Kisses down. Xerxia, they definitely want to force a fight now. 5-man smoker. How do you defend now as RSG? Well, they've got to try. There's no buybacks available. There's your Fisher. It caught MKS on the Morphling. He'll waveform towards the left side, however.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Ken. Oh, Chrono, JG! Oh, he's got 3 targets, that's it. That has to be it. They've locked all of them down. Everyone is melting on RSG. They are not calling it yet. I suppose they don't have to, though. GG's called. There you go. RSG unable to pull off this game 2, and Xerxia, they are forcing this to a game number 3 in this lower bracket final. Oh, excuse me, lower bracket quarterfinal is what I was meant to say. Of TI11C SEA qualifiers. John, I've completely lost my words, but what a game. What a game we've had.
A spectacular performance coming out from Xerxia, and they go back to comfort. You know, they give Ken that TA, a hero we know he excels on, and they shift JG onto that Faceless Void, and the synergy just works. They've got the gyro support for damage early on. You catch that support in the Crone, you don't mind. RSG also forced their draft into the same direction, but without that control from Xiao Bonbon this time, with a pretty inactive support duo, really, with Undying and Snap. They didn't have much play. They had to rely on this Dream Coil combination that we didn't really see come out from Excelurant and Xiao Bonbon. They're forced to just use their spells as needed, and they just never managed to connect. Xerxia's lineup they just managed to execute together a lot better in this game.
Now that they do, Xerxia, we had the doubts with the draft being very similar, like you mentioned, John. But they make it work here in RSG. They have to go back to the drawing board because Xerxia made that game look decently easy. I mean, there was some awkward moments throughout the early to mid game, but Xerxia seemed like they had the lead the whole time. Just off the back of the net worth lead, they were able to acquire with JG and Ken. And yeah, Lucify on that Earthshaker, John. He had a pretty terrible game number 1, but game number 2, he just destroyed the side of RSG. That does mean we get to head off to a game number 3 draft. Before we get there, we are going to go to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 3 between RSG and Xerxia. We'll see you then.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back into it. Game number 3 here between RSG and Xerxia. Jonathan, I love myself a game 3 in a best-of-3 series here in the lower bracket quarterfinals between RSG and Xerxia. I said it before game one. RSG, I believe, went in looking like the favorites, right? They started in the upper bracket. This is a Div 1 team, but Xerxia, they continue to impress us throughout this lower bracket run. And now they're one game away from beating out RSG and making it through the semi-finals of the lower bracket. But then again, RSG, same position. One game away. It's a best of one, Jonathan. Before we even get into the drafts, I've got to ask you, how excited are you for this third game?
Really excited. I think Xerxia just managed to go back to their comfort. They shift JG onto the Faceless Void, and he still has a great lane up against Xiao Yu. I think RSG has to change things up. This opening of Undying Morphling just doesn't feel like it's doing enough. I think the Morphling's pretty fine for MKS. The Undying for Roger, it doesn't feel like you're getting too much out of it. Like in some fights, you see some good tombstones being dropped. It can be really disruptive. In the lane, it did make it playable for MKS with all the decay spam you have. But when it comes down to the mid rotations, when it comes down to the presence to help Exalearn, it doesn't do that much. It's mainly Xiaobon's Wan's hero, which in game one with the Nyx was more than enough to kind of give them control, give them counterplay. But in this game, in the game 2 a while ago, with just the Snapfire, with the Undying to back it up, it just didn't do enough from the supports to kind of tie in. They had like one combination to really look out for, Dream Coil into Kisses. And even then, RSG would be forced into these really awkward fights where they wouldn't even be able to get both uses out at the same time sometimes early on because of how often Xerxia was just running up with her own active support duo.
Absolutely. It's that classic saying, right? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. But it's kind of the other way around here. And well, for the side of RSG, you're definitely right, John. There needs to be a bit of a switch up, at least with the position 5 of Roger, because the impact just wasn't there. I want to go back to Xiaobon for a moment. I got to say, the Snapfire performance, it didn't impress me, John. It did not impress me last game around. Some of the kisses were very questionable. They weren't able to coordinate with the coil into the kisses early on. And by the time you got to the BKB timings of Xerxia, it was too late. You just can't abuse it anymore. So I'm very curious to see what they want to do on RSG's end to switch up their draft. And we are going to find out relatively soon, because Xerxia, they'll have their first pick. They end up banning the Batrider themselves, but they can go back to the Lucify Earthshaker if they feel like it's the big one that they want. Even the Void, the TA, these heroes that they love running throughout this series so far, they're all available. Let's see what they want first.
Yeah, they've got a lot of options. They switch things up by banning the Batrider themselves, though, so they won't have the option to kind of take it here on Rupido and maybe prevent RSG from trying to play with that as well with Exalearn and Xiao Yu. So just covering their bases here. We do still see the Marcy and Viper bans out from RSG, the Primal Beast being taken out by the side of Xerxia. So different openings to be expected, but there's that Lucify Shaker again. It worked out so well in game 2, and even game 1 it had a really good impact with a blink reveal. So I don't really mind that at all for Lucify. He's had a fantastic time running this hero. He tends to get his blink timing out of nowhere as well. Like he just finds that farm, pulls back from these team fights for a little bit, but you still feel his presence. And every single time he gets that blink, it's always a big reveal for the side of Xerxia.
It certainly is, and Lucify, he's been performing real well. I can't blame them for going back to this Earthshaker pickup. I think it's just very, very good. Obviously, a big comfort pick here for Lucify as RSG. They are going to switch things up. They'll go for the DP. They'll go right back into that Nyx Assassin. So Xiaobon, to be fair, this time is not playing against Batrider. So I don't think it's going to be as dominant as a game for the Nyx Assassin, but I may be saying that too early, John, because there's still 4 heroes to be picked up by Xerxia. They might have to have a bit of a heavy think about their draft now, because again, in game 1, Xiaobon really ruined them.
Yeah, he was just on point with his positioning. I think the weaknesses of Nyx are still kind of there, and something Xerxia can draft around. If you draft a really strong safe lane here to counteract that Pawns 4, it becomes pretty hard for the Nyx to just try to pull the wave, get the EXP onto level 2, level 3, where it starts to feel comfier. And I like the shake-up from Xerxia already. They go with the Nature's Prophet. That could be safe lane for Ken. It's still open on enough. We've seen Rupido play that off lane before as well. trying to recall if we've seen T here or Lucify play it. Probably not. I don't think the pause 5 Prophet is as impactful. It's certainly a possibility. We've seen it a little bit in China before, but 5 Prophet's just a little bit too much. So I think probably safer off depending on what Xerxia feels. I think safe lane Prophet in this case is pretty nice, especially if you're assuming DP is an early mid pick. Then not having to deal with the DP in lane, you can just bully out the Nyx. You get a Blightstone start, run him down with Treants. Nyx doesn't really have counterplay against that, and that just punishes that greedier style that Chao Bon Bon was doing earlier on with Creep Pull. So great response to that already. See the rest of the bans coming out here. Ember taken out, and RSG Respect banning once more the JG Invoker. So nothing too dissimilar. I am still a bit concerned because, again, RSG already showed what they could do with Nyx. And Xerxia are starting to draft stronger laning presence potentially from that safe lane for theirs to kind of just deal with it and stop the pulls.
It does. That it does. Going back to the Prophet, John. Something I have a question about here. Like, against the Nyx Assassin, like, choosing Nature's Prophet, it feels a bit confident, doesn't it? Because Nyx is usually one of those counters towards the Prophet, like being able to have Vendetta, hunt down the Prophet, set up with the Impale. Even the Spike Carapace can be kind of annoying when you pop that Nature's Wrath. Like, do you feel like the Prophet's too confident of a pickup here from Xerxia, or do you still think it's fine?
I think it's fine. Like, again, if you're considering laning, at least in the laning phase, it does make the Nyx's life a little bit more hellish. If you are running the safe lane Prophet, you just get a Blightstone, right-click him down into your Treants. Every single time he pulls, he's going to take way too damage on that creep wave while trying to get EXP. And that is one way for Xerxia to kind of punish Chao Bon Bon. Now, a Nyx DP lane is pretty alright to run. And I think that nullifies the Prophet's advantage in trying to harass out the Nyx, because you'd be feeding Treants over. You'd be a very easy target for the Impale into Spirit Siphon, which is going to be pretty annoying for the Nature's Prophet to try to run away from. So there's still some play here on RSG, but I can see why Xerxia goes for it. They still have some flex on it. If it is, say, a support somehow going through here for, say, Teehee or an offlane for Rupido, it's not going to feel as bad that the Nyx is targeting you, because that opens up the rest of the game for pretty much all your other cores, which, again, was an issue for Xerxia in Game 1 up against that Nyx.
It certainly was. It certainly was. Final ban to come. RSG. Bit of a mix. They ban out the Invoker, they ban out the Beastmaster. They don't want to play against the Zoo lineup here against Xerxia. That's fair. Especially when you've got a Prophet already. The amount of split push that can come out between a Beastmaster Prophet can be kind of insane. They'll also ban out the Slark, and it's going to be right into the Pango once again. So Xiao Yu, I mean, he's laughing about it. You can see him having a giggle about, oh, I've got to play this hero again, third time in a row, but he's a good Pango player. You can't blame him for picking it up.
Yeah, you really can't fault him. I think if they are assuming an NP safe, Pangolier does have a really good time up against that lane matchup. You just shield crash and swash, clear out the Treants, get your farm, and you should be durable enough to also withstand, say, a Blightstone start. So I'm curious if Xerxia will still want that. If again, they'll do something like a Teehee Prophet, which is possible, and probably not anymore with a Bane pickup. So they do have a counter pick for the Pangolier. And it's funny because Xerxia was the one to ban out the Bloodseeker themselves, maybe trying to bait out the Pango sort of block pick from RSG, but getting some counter control on their own end. And we have seen what happens when Xiao Yu isn't able to set up for his team. Now, this isn't the most straightforward Bane game to just kind of lock in the Pangolier. I mean, again, this is where Nyx comes in. You could just impale him, use your Vendetta to just hunt that backline instead and ensure you get a good roll-off. So you, again, have some counterplay on RSG's end. Xerxia, though, going all in on the push. I mean, they get the Visage out with the Nature's Prophet. This is a lot of objective taking coming out from Xerxia early on.
That's scary. That is very scary. This is exactly what RSG were trying to avoid. So now they've got a Prophet, they've got a Visage to play against. They do have somewhat answers here, like the DP Crypt Swarm and the Swashbuckle of the Pango is decent for the D push, but they're not the greatest. And when you can split push side lanes constantly with the Prophet, just send everyone else in the other side lane and make them decide where they want to try and defend, it can be very challenging here for RSG. So now the draft has to be very, like, they have to be very careful with the draft as well. Because even going back to the POS 5 main, you pointed it out. You've got the Knicks to already kind of cancel off the Fiend's Grip. But it might be mind games now. Like, who do you really try and focus on? Because you get the Bane, but where's Lucify? Well, what's the Earthshaker doing? Where's the Prophet? What about the Visage? Well, now the Winter Wyvern is going to come out here. So RSG, a bit more team fight to come out. A bit more protection with the Cold Embrace. Pretty decent pickup against the Nature's Prophet as well. Not allowing that right-click damage to fly in. It's still scary. It's still scary. It's even more D-push, though, at the least. You have the Splinter Blast as well. I just wonder how Xerxia finish off this draft now. Can you get any more cheese, is my question.
Yeah, I'm wondering how they kind of tie in that push. It does feel like you'd want maybe wider teamfight control outside of the slam and maybe the familiar stuns. Although you wouldn't want anything that can really just get counteracted by the Winter Wyvern. This Winter Wyvern pick from RSG is pretty damn impressive. It's a really good Winter Wyvern game. It's not just the NP, of course, the familiar damage flying onto the allies. You have a lot of ways of just punishing Xerxia for a clump up, which we have seen. Xerxia is more than willing to play a 5-man onto mid very early on. The Winter Wyvern can just remove that pace. So I'm actually really curious what RSG picks up for, say, MKS here. I mean, you could still gun for something like the Morphling if you really wanted to. I don't think it's necessary at all. Maybe you just want a big hitting core that can be protected very nicely by the Winter Wyvern and lanes decently enough against the Visage. Visage's laning presence is pretty good, along with a Shaker as well. Like, there is a lot of damage and harassment Xerxia can pull off in the laning phase up against whatever RSG might want to do. If they run the Offland Visage, like, there are options. You could still run it in any other lane. They go with a Mars to close out here on Xerxia, so pretty open. You could run the JG mid Mars. You could run the JG mid Nature's Prophet, which I believe we've seen both of that before at different times. And you can see Xerxia, they look happy with that draft. They're getting pumped up. They've got a lot of aggression, man. This is a lot of early timings for Xerxia, a lot of team fight once more. But they have to respect the counterfight of RSG. If they keep grouping up as 5, once the Winter Wyvern has Curse, it's going to be really easy for RSG to capitalize on that.
Absolutely. I think it might be the offlane Mars here for Rupido, right? Because this is something we used to see a lot from Rupido, and he's very good on this Mars, if you want to throw it his way. I think I also agree, though, that the Mars mid is not too bad of an idea either for Xerxia. So that could be it. So you can see Ohio in the back. He has some words to say to the team. We're in a best of 1, and there's the PA to come out. So you've got even more backline jump. You really haven't got the most amazing lockdown for the PA this game. Like, it feels like there's going to be so much pressure on Tihi and Lucify to lock this guy down. And now you wonder, right? Like, once the BKB's up on MKS, that Fiend's Grip, it's going to be so damn important. We'll see how well Tihi can make this work. I think Lucify preferably will try and dominate the PA with an early blink if you can. But I do like the PA in this matchup. There's really nothing in the way of dealing with the evasion up until you have an MKB on the Prophet. And even then, with the Blink Strike up on the PA, you are going to be able to jump the Prophet and close the gap. So you're not going to have too many issues. And naturally, you can have a Quelling Blade with the PA, so the Sprout doesn't matter. You can Blink Strike out anyway. I think the timing for RSG is get a BKB on MKS, preferably early. I don't think you want to wait too long for that BKB. And once you have it up, you just start going.
My issue with the PA last pick is that PA early BKB are just not words that connect, because you're going to build Power Treads, you're going to build Battle Fury. It does take time. I'm thinking that interim period of maybe the first 20 minutes is when that PA is trying to farm all of that up. You have a lot of aggression out from the side of Xerxia. And it's going to be down to the rest of RSG to try to counteract that. It's going to be down to them to try to get the EXP they need on Rogers Winter Wyvern, get that Winter's Curse ready for these big team fights, have Xiao Bonbon scout around like a madman, and play off the back of Xiao Yu and Exilern, because you will have to stall. Like, the PA is still very tied into that timing. MKS does have the Persona, which is good to see, because in the loadout screen, he didn't.
Ooh.
So he does have that. I am keen to see how much that does for him. Maybe it gives him more crits. Who knows? We were talking about faces Void Arcana, right? Gave extra bashes there.
Let's see how Gaben feels here. The persona revealed today, released today, and MKS already having it, of course. Very, very smart man, understanding the advantage he will gain in the game now. You know, the unspoken advantage, that is. See how it all works out. RSG looking for a ward, not going to find one. Rupido having a laugh as they do bait out the sentry ward early on. And now they're probably going to be aware there's an obs ward somewhere around that area as well for Xerxia. Happy days for them. Xerxia, they don't want the level 1 team fight, it seems. They don't have the greatest level 1 timing. Though you do have a Visage, to be fair, but it doesn't seem like they want to force a fight. It seems like they just want to try and secure their bounties and start their lanes off smooth.
That won't do.
Oh god, the new voice kind of catches me off guard because I'm so not used to it. So every voice line coming out from MKS, I'm like, oh, which version is that again? All right, it's Phantom Assassin. I would have loved to see a PA Void Spirit in one game, but maybe next time.
This is the first pro game as well with the persona, by the way, John. I mean, in case it wasn't obvious, Jabonbon, he's caught out already. There's your level 1 team fight. JG, he will go for the Soul Assumption. I'm surprised RSG went for that. Against the Visage level 1, like, he can do 300 damage with that Soul Assumption.
Yeah, and they forced the issue out. And they at least managed to grab the bounty room. So it's not too bad. I mean, you know, you still get the bounty start. You're not losing as much. You could have lost a lot more, but you are making some sacrifices. Taking a look at that mid lane first with Exilern up against JG. I mean, this mid lane for JG shouldn't be too bad at all. Exilern has a little bit better wave clear, but you can't really harass out JG, and if he controls the lane well as he is doing now, like, it's really easy for Exilern to start to lose HP. JG can punish pretty nicely. Once the Grave Chilt's up, he can run down. Gravekeepers can melt to the Spirit Siphon, but sometimes you don't even see Visages opt for that in the laning phase. So we'll see how much you can really do to stop JG from hitting his 6 fast here.
We'll also have a look at the bot lane here, John. In fact, top lane, a bit of a fight breaking out. But bottom lane, Rupido and Lucify against MKS and Roger. Pretty strong lane between the Wyve and PA, especially once you get a couple levels up. It's going to be very challenging for Lucify and Rupido to keep laning. You do always have the spear pushback if MKS does blink strike in. But even just the presence of Roger with that Arctic burn, once it's off cooldown, the amount of damage you do to these strength cores, or just these strength heroes in general, it's quite a painful experience. And Roger, he's going to have a great time. They're both melee heroes as well, so you can't really fight the Wyvern.
No, and this is the shakeup we needed to see out from Roger. Goes away from the Undying, has the same presence out with the Winter Wyvern, but there's so much more play towards the late game as well. He's doing a great job of just ensuring MKS has a safe farm building up. Rupido is not going to be falling too far behind. I think the threat of the double stunts is still scary, although.
Jump in. Spear is there. Rupido going to try and force them back. Lucify still dropping rather low, and now with the dagger, he will be slowed up. Luckily, though, he does go for an early stick. That's going to keep him alive and keep him safe. See a lot of value with the early magic stick against MKS's PA. Naturally, with the stifling daggers flying out constantly, you are going to get many, many charges.
Just gonna be healed up. Just have to respect the double stuns. Like, they didn't have the spear follow-up there. No angle for Rupido, but you hammer in the fissure into the spear back. I mean, it doesn't take too long to melt MKS. You don't have that much HP on that PA, so you'll have to kind of measure yourself up here just a little bit more, up against the side of Xerxia.
Let's have a look at the top lane as well, John. You're going to have Ken there with Teehee. Of course, Xiao Yu is going to be against some of the Pango with Jabonbon on the Nyx Assassin once again. Teehee on the +5 Bane really can't do so much in this laning phase, I feel, because the thing is with Nyx Assassin, he has such a high base regen amount, especially with the Ring of Regen he has picked up. He's sitting at 4.9 regen per second, so all the damage you deal as the Bane, who is normally a very lane-dominant kind of support, it doesn't really matter. And Xiao Yu in particular, he can always shield crash and just turn around and fight you. So it feels like the +5 Bane just has nothing to really do apart from keep this Nature's Prophet safe.
Top tower is
Yeah, I don't think you mind that though. Like, if you think about Ken's farm, he's not under a kill threat from that Nyx once more. You are still also slowing down Xiao Yu because this is a greedier lane, so you're building up on your NP a lot faster. I think that's a trade-off you get, and you don't mind that. Like, you're still having a great farm built up here for Ken, and that's all you really want here for Teehee. So, all things considered, pretty decent coming out for Xerxes up top. Ken just finding basically free farm, kind of the same as MKS, but you are suffering more in that off lane for Xerxes. Just a little bit tougher for Rupido and Lucify if they don't manage to find their combo.
Yeah. 0-1 so far. Xerxes obviously picking up that first blood earlier with JG. And speaking of the devil, JG actually kind of behind right now against XE Learn. In fact, hold that thought, because top lane, Teehee was getting jumped here by Xiao Yu. Not going to go down though, has the Nightmare, will just walk away. So far, XE Learn on the DP mid lane, he's having a pretty good time. JG, a little bit behind in terms of CS on the Visage. Suppose with the old attack animation, not the greatest at CSing, especially against the Death Prophet. For now, XE Learn, if he can keep this up, he's going to have a pretty good laning stage.
Yeah, should just be able to build up. We're not seeing as much emphasis on the runes as we did in the last few games, so both sides have been able to just top up.
Roger will go down bot lane, but Lucify is in big trouble. MKS chasing him down. Blink Strike is there. Lucify, how well can you juke out? Not well enough. Slow was there. MKS, he'll be able to finish the job. You'd almost just call that worth for MKS, right? Because he's the POS 1. He'll be more than happy to take the POS 4's life.
And he gets solo EXP for his trouble. Gonna have an earlier level 5, already has a Ring of Health. So he's got a little bit of durability to play with here. A little bit of a rotation mid side.
Lucify. Good shot. It's gonna land. JG is there to help out. I'm not sure what they're trying to do here though, as the Impale is gonna fly from the backside. Teehee, he was also showing up. JG is forced to TP away, and even Teehee shows up. But now with the Exo popped, they can get a bit of chip damage onto this tier 1 tower, if not take it out. And yeah, the gank attempt with the Fisher, a little bit awkward.
Yeah, very, very awkward coming out from the side of Xerxes, and it's RSG this time that's kind of dictating with their supports. Last time it felt like they were responding to Xerxes clumping around mid. This time they're building off the back of Exiliran. Don't Teehee.
In trouble. Spirit Siphon's gonna sap away a lot of his HP pool, and he is gone. JG gets a Soul Assumption onto Xiaobon Bond, but it's not gonna be enough damage. At least they do protect the mid tier 1 tower here, Xerxes, but it has lost half its HP. We're only 6.5 minutes in. Next seed creep timing, you probably are gonna find that tower, no problem.
Yeah, it won't take long to melt from the side of RSG now, and they are starting to make a little bit more space in the side lanes. It's still the same story as the past few games. Xiao Yu can't really do much to stop Ken. Ken's just free farm, getting a bit of his own shove in onto that tier 1 top, but probably not going to be committing fully. Still a good amount of damage. Just kind of ensure that at some point when they swing by again, it's not going to take too long to melt. Rupido on bot though.
Copying a fair bit of damage, but Fisher is there into the spear. Lucify even showing up. MKS is going to survive, but like you mentioned earlier on, Jonathan, the double stun, kind of detrimental here to the attempts from RSG. They are not going to be able to get away with trying to chase down Rupido. He's a rather tanky target anyway. Only at 1.2k HP is now the arena.
Jeez.
Cold Embrace is there. Very quick from Roger. Will buy a bit of time from MKS, and now they might be able to turn around. Rupido was dropping low, but they didn't have the Arctic Burn to follow up, so they won't go for the chase. That'll be your first arena down, but Roger does save the day.
Yeah, just a nice clutch heal coming out from the Winter Wyvern prevents the aggression out from Xerxes. First arena doesn't quite pan out for Rupido, and that does hurt the Shaker more than anyone else. Like, Lucify is not getting the EXP buildup he'd want, still no brown boots into the Tranquils here, so he's not able to really work the map as well, which cuts into his rotation potential. And think overall, just this kind of slowdown coming out from RSG is working out in their favor. You still have this issue of a free farming nature's prophet, and Ken's Midas is going to come out soon, but you will get another shove in onto the mid here.
Yeah, mid tier 1 tower again, going to be under siege. Prior to that 10-minute mark, that's going to force Rupido to try and rotate and help out. Exo is popped though. It's going to make it hard to defend this. Lucify around, lands a 3-man Fisher. Arena's still down though, so Rupiter's gonna have a bit of a tough time locking them down. Meanwhile, Xiao Bonbon, he does melt to the Nature's Wrath. They do move in onto the DP with the Siphons. She will heal up all the way. And XE Learn, he's back into the tier 1 tower. At the least, JG does get the deny off, but that is a very big loss here for Xerxia.
And it's an early tower take for RSG. 9 minutes with the tier 1 gone, opening up the map more. They can start to maybe track the farming progress of Ken if he does dip into that jungle. Not going to be as safe.
Although, Roger, he'll get caught. This time, he cannot save himself. The stuns last way too long. He will go down. This time the arena will work out for Rupido.
Get something for themselves. Not the biggest kill in the world, but you did need a bit of an influx here for Xerxes. You'll take what you can get. There's some room opening up top for the shove-in now from Xiao Yu. Ken is just focusing on that jungle. If you don't quite have level 6 on Xiao Bonbon, he's still a ways off from it. The scout round, they tried to jump.
He's sneaking in from the backside. Rupido is going to join in as well. MKS dropping a little bit low on mana. In fact, JG's here now on the Visage. They found the PA. Cold Embrace. It's going to buy some time. Roger has not hit level 6 yet, though, so he doesn't have the curse available, and MKS is gone. They'll trade Teehee for that kill, but it is more than worth it for RSG. Slowing down the timings of the Phantom Assassin. Slowing down the Battle Fury timing. They will make their way out with a double damage rune intact for Rupido.
Yeah, they steal it away once more from Exeler. Not the biggest loss for Rune, but definitely a very big kill going way of Xerxia. Like, the build-up is still pretty decent here from MKS, and he's number 3 in net worth, tied in with Exeler, not too far behind from Ken, who basically had a free lane. So your timing shouldn't be too bad. They lock in Xiao Yu here, though.
Beach Rip is there. Ken, he's going to show up. Xiao Yu. The Nature's Wrath never really comes in. Nevertheless, they find the kill. Nice setup by Teehee.
Yeah, you do have to, again, when you're shoving out like that, you've got to respect the turn from Xerxia. Just a nice level 6 time here for Teehee. In comparison, I mean, Xiao Bonbon is still stuck at 5. That's your Nyx pause 4, lower level than the Bane pause 5 of the opposite team. And it's at that time of the game where Xiao Bonbon needs to be scouting around. There are good sentries watching some parts of the map here, so it's not the smoothest time for Xiao Bonbon to use that Vendetta, but you've got to do something to stop this progress from Ken and kind of connect with other heroes. They do group down bot here on RSG's side, though. Going for that bot tier 1, maybe opening up the triangle a little bit more. And you are only 2 parts away from that full Battle Fury. You trade your top, which isn't the biggest objective in the world to lose either. So just kind of evening out map control a little bit more. The mid tier 1 being gone is still bigger for RSG, but they haven't been able to play off the back of it, really. I mean, we haven't seen them crossing the river towards the jungle areas at all here.
Been a bit rough here. Xiao Yu? What about the Rolling Thunder? He is at the vision once again. They'll go for the easy Bane kill. I say easy. He did have Nightmare, but with the silence, he'll have no chance to get it off yet. Teehee still trying, but will drop. XE Learn able to take his 4th kill of the game now on the DP. He'll be happy with that. Very slight net worth lead the way of RSG. I think the main problem right now, though, for RSG is the fact that Ken is farming way too fast on the Prophet. But then again, you look at the net worth graph. I suppose MKS is not too far behind anyway.
Yeah, it's not a sizable enough gap to really be worried. This will scale up really fast. You've got the Midas and Ken. He can just split push. A level 3 teleportation once it's now level 4. It's going to be easier for him to jump across the map to keep that farm game up. Just kind of get more than MKS will early on. You do have the Vendetta already on Xiao Bonbon, and they clear out the top. They're making moves onto the bot, and remember, Xerxes' lineup is very geared for push. Every time they commit like this, it doesn't take too long to melt it.
Bottom lane, Xiao Yu, he's going to try and defend. In fact, there's a big rotation coming. RSG, they've got that Winter's Curse now up on Roger. Exorcism is not available for XE Learn, but they want to make sure this bot tier 1 does not go down. Xerxia, they are going to back anyway. JG, right into the tree line on the right side of that bot lane, does not want to be involved in this. There is still a bait from Xiao Yu being lane, but it's only the Visage around. And in fact, the rest of Xerxia, they are running up top. They want to try and get Xiao Bonbon. He's really the only guy showing on the map right now. And even if it isn't the biggest kill in the world, you'd rather just pick off somebody here. And he's the only target they can really see. So Teehee, he'll try to rush forward, but Zhao Bon Bon looking to back off. Will try and oh no, no. Zhao Bon Bon. He voice lines them as well. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Lucifer, he'll watch that later and he'll just shake his head.
And the arena coming out after the Vendetta pops, couldn't get the spear off as well. That's a lot of time Xiao Bon Bon buys for his team. And they're not really doing much outside of farming, but that's exactly what you want to do when you have the PA anyway. MKS, full Battle Fury up, sub 15 minutes. Very good timing for him. BKB, probably by 18 or 17 here. And once that's up, you can definitely start playing with that PA now. Teehee.
Gonna get punished. Zhao Bon Bon on the chase now, looking for a bit of revenge for that attempt, and nightmares there on MKS. He will at least deny the PA that kill. Zhao Bon Bon more than happy to take it himself, though.
It's a good pickup. He is trying to work onto the Force Staff, is almost at that item, so he should be able to get some more saves for his teammate, especially when the Fisher comes into play here, and just kind of allow them to counterfight once more on that next 6-6 so far. 2k lead coming out here for RSG. And you still have Ken as number 1. Our Nature's Prophet still farming like a madman, has the Witchblade on top of the Midas, but you have sacrificed JG and especially Rupido's farm to kind of enable that. So he's eating up a lot of space, and the rest of the cores aren't really able to get as much. JG does at least have the early Wraith Pack up and running on that Visage. He will cut into a lot of that DPS that you will want to do here on MKS.
A little something extra for the
Bottom lane, there's another group up. Xerxia. Gonna move in. Xiao Yu. He'll pop the Rolling Thunder, but an immediate Fiend's Rip Teehee. He's having none of it. In comes Ken, but Zhao Bon Bon is around. Very quick Nightmare from Teehee, not allowing the Impale. But it won't matter. He is gonna drop. RSG successfully defending the bottom tier 1. Really not allowing this push lineup of Xerxia to really get going. So Ken's gonna be forced to back off again on the Prophet and keep that farm going. But he's only 200 gold ahead of MKS now. And oh, MKS, it looks like he's got a Desolator up really soon.
Yep, I'm sorry, my microphone was muted. Was rambling to myself there, Mike. I was saying MKS, all these fights are going away from him. Jeez, I forgot to press that button. And you know, they're just holding back. Like if the push doesn't come out from Xerxia, the map stays open. If the map stays open, the PA farms. And if the PA farms, I mean this Desolator into BKB, like you mentioned from the draft, once that BKB's up, you have to make that choice with D. It's not an easy choice to make. Double smokes out from Xerxia. Use it twice over. See if they find something twice as big for that kill now.
Stressful situation for Xerxia. John chain smoking here from the Dire team. Find something. I mean, JG's at the bot lane, but he's by the tier 2 tower, so you're not going to want to jump him if you're RSG. A bit of a counter smoke from RSG, but they're running across the map. Zhao Bon Bon does break the smoke and pops the Vendetta. No detection? They have a sentry, but it's too late. Okay, no detection, no dust. Ken? Uh-oh. Ken is in a bit of danger. Roger. Oh, he doesn't have the Arctic Burn at the moment, though. He can't lock him down. Now XE learn. He'll be the one to get locked down in the arena. The ghosts are going, but Ken's going to try and fight back. Roger eventually pops the curse, but it will not matter. So they go for the kill, but without the Arctic Burn slow, Ken literally just casually walks out of it.
Yeah, that's some pretty bad timing for RSG. A really great response out from Xerxia. Big kills that'll lead him into the Roche Pit if they wanted to, but they're gonna go hunting. They're digging into the triangle. They know that they haven't seen MKS in a while. They want to cut off that farm. Desolator's up on MKS, but no protective items here.
Ken, he's just gone. MKS,
time to cut you down.
solo pick off. The Desolator has been revealed on the PA. Lucifer, Blind Fisher, not gonna fly out. That's concerning. Ken just dying solo like that to the PA, that's not a good sign.
No, it definitely isn't. Immediate value for MKS. That's a fresh Deso now with +2 damage. So you're feeling great on the side of MKS. already going to be able to melt more heroes, and they could try for Roche if they wanted to. They will. With the output of MKS, there's no reason not to go for that. Roche, they've got Exorcism right after the Roshan as well, so they could transition straight to a push. And knowing that Arena's down for a little bit longer, they've got a window, although Rupido does have that blink ready to go here.
They've got to try something. Gonna move in soon. Rupido, he does get the Arena. That's a double spear out onto Exilern and Bonbon. They're just locked down, but the cold embrace, it keeps Exilern alive. Berry fire up. Spirit Siphon's going. He is surviving. Exilern, he is not gonna drop. Roger again saves the day with the cold embrace. They committed everything, and they find nothing.
They had a good read, but they react just a little bit too late, and RSG is able to respond nicely. There was a really clutch Spike Carapace out from Xiao Bonbon, right in the middle of the chain stuns as well, that just broke the follow-through to enable that Cold Embrace to have some impact onto Exilern. And now with the Aegis up for RSG, 11-8, 4K lead their way, BKB for MKS, not too far away now. Xerxia, we've got to see more come out from Ken. He is going for the Silver Edge. He does have his BKB on the Nature's Prophet. That doesn't quite help against the PA if the PA does manage to focus you down. So that is a concern, but everything else is fine, although Exilern.
Lane, maybe the danger is going to drop. That's a big one. He got the regen room, but it costs him his own life. Apologies, by the way, it wasn't a double spear that last team fight. It was the one spear into a Fissure, so no shards up yet on Rupido. Just FYI. So they do move into that mid-tier 1 tower. Siege creep is available. Xerxia want to try and finally get this mid-tier 1 tower. 20 minutes in. RSG is still trying to make it as difficult as humanly possible. Eventually the familiars will get the job done. The tier 1 mid tower will drop. There'll be no trade across the map. So Exilern dying, it does cost them the mid-tier 1.
They managed to get 2 objectives off the back of it. There was a little bit of a split push coming out from Ken down bot as well with his treants. So to get 2 towers for the price of 1 kill. And Xerxia gonna be happy to get some control back on the map. They still have pretty decent sentry coverage along their obs wards as well, so they should be able to tell when Xiao Bonbon is on the hunt. But they don't have coverage up in the top jungle. Gonna have to just avoid that area till maybe they start to reel some control back in for themselves. RSG for their part, I mean, once MKS has his BKB, you pretty much just clump around his PA. You're still gonna have the Aegis when the BKB's up. So you have a really big spike lined up here for MKS. These objectives still melt to the TA with Deso up. They're gonna have to do something about this.
Oh, MKS, he's so close to the BKB. Teehee, he's gonna move in to the Nightmare. MKS still fine. They jump in with the Rolling Thunder. This is not the fight. This is not the one Xerxia wanted. They have caught the Mars. Xiao Yu just too good with the Rolling Thunder. And that'll be 2 down. That's a guaranteed tier 2 top tower to drop now. They do force the glyph. It's just not gonna matter. They'll go all the way. And this is when things get ultra scary now, because MKS has a full BKB on the courier. And you haven't been able to deal with him without the BKB. How do you kill him now?
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to hold. Like, he has to really make a big choice. Nightmare up the PA or Nightmare up the Rolling Thunder from Xiao Yu once it comes out. And if you don't, even if you Nightmare the PA, I mean, the Rolling Thunder just stops you anyway. So you don't have the best hold to stop MKS.
Nice BKB TP. He scans out the Nyx Assassin. He knew something was wrong. Very nice scan. Has to force the BKB to get out of there. Problem is now, though, without the BKB up, you can't defend the mid-tier 2 tower. So, like, even if you don't find the kill, it's still worth it for Xiao Bonbon, who does move in onto JG now. They've got the Visage. Arena is down. They're going to try and force his defense. They're onto MKS now, locking him down with the Fiend's Grip. Is there any cancel? Not quite yet, but MKS, he's still fine. Echo Slam, it's not going to be enough. MKS, he'll man up. Look at this Giga Chat. He does not care. Ken is gone. Onto JG, they found the Visage. Oh, MKS, all right, buddy. No problem. They throw everything at the PA, and he's still going for more. Come, 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 he says.
Yeah, I mean, that BKB is just such a nightmare for Xerxia. They got a grip off, but then you just allowed a roll from Xiao Yu. And he can just disrupt the backline anyway. Age is still up. BKB on cooldown for a minute, but they don't have their big spells to use onto MKS in this interim period anyway. The only blessing here is that the Exorcism has faded, so the push is a little bit slower from RSG's end, and the Fortify should force them back for the refresh. Only half a minute left on the Aegis here for MKS. So they'll just have to be satisfied with the tier 2 and a little bit of chip damage on the high ground. Xerxia gonna have some time to respond. We need to see that full Silver Edge on Ken. Like, he stops at the Shadow Blade, is going for the AC, but if you have no way of breaking that PA, I mean, how the evasion's just way too much. Like, it's so hard to burst down with magic damage. You have to wait for what, 8 seconds to fade, and in that time MKS could probably kill 1 or 2 heroes if you're not careful.
Yeah. You might be able to build, in fact, hold that thought, because Arena is down. Rupido, he does catch up the DP, but the Cold Embrace again is going to save, at least for now, as XE learn. He's going to have time, and in goes MKS. There goes Rupido. They do at least find Roger, but that's just the POS 5 Wyvern. MKS, he is the big problem, and Ken, he is the target of MKS as Ken. He doesn't have a TP available, neither one, in fact. He's got 2 of them, but they're both on cooldown. Oh boy, and now the Cold Embrace and Winter's Curse gonna lock them down once again on the Bane as Lucify's gone. Rupido's still trying. He brought back into this team fight. It may not matter though, as he will try to hide, but XE learn. He is right behind the Death Prophet. MKS, he's still cleaning up. That's gonna be the Mars as well. Give him a dieback. XE learn onto an ultra kill. Would love a rampage, but there's no heroes left.
They just clean up. Xerxia, I mean, they just keep forcing that fight. Ken trying to play on the sidelines. Without the TPs, he is just a sitting duck. They have no solution for MKS. Like, if you don't land that Spear Arena on this PA, I don't think you find that opening at all. Like, it has to be the Spear Arena or a really good Fissure combination out from Lucify. Outside of that, MKS just has free reign. And it's becoming massive issue. You had this window early on where you knew MKS was farming. You knew he was just spending time on the top jungle and triangle, but they didn't stop it. And this is where it just pays off massively for RSG. Xiao Bonbon scouting around. Ken's hanging back. Does have his own envy at least. And it's gonna greed out.
Ken, don't go for the creep wave, Ken. Don't do it. Lucify's there. Xiao Bonbon, he's hunting down the Shaker. In fact, never mind. He'll see Teehee taking the outpost. Already the voice line's coming out here from MKS. He knows the Bane's in trouble. They will be able to secure Teehee. Not the biggest, but it's something. He is trying to break some ankles, but it's not going to be enough. Outpost will be retaken by Roger. And it seems like MKS by himself, not popping the BKB. Just trying to see if he can snipe Lucify. Had he popped the BKB, he probably could have, but deems it not worth it.
Yeah, you don't want to risk it. Provides a window for Xerxia once they know that spell immunity's down. Xerxia, for their part, Ken's just farming the enemy triangle. Getting some build up. He does switch back for the Silver Edge, which I think is just going to be much more impactful than the AC at this point. Just have that break to deal with that PA. Not too far away from just finishing that up. Going to be a big item pickup for him. Does scout nicely with the Treants. So should be able to Shadow Blade and TP his way out of danger. But they're not opening up the map any further for the other heroes on Xerxia. It's only Ken farming. JG barely keeping up with Xiao Yu, and Rupido so far behind once more in this game. Not even close to the BKB just yet. So a lot more farm necessary for Xerxia here.
At least you are getting the Silver Edge built up on Ken, so you do have some form of a break, but it just... You kind of talked about it earlier, John. It just feels so late now. Like, MKS is already out of control. He's going to have the Ags up as well soon. Like, he's farming that up, and... Well, you get to Dispel on the Blur. That's going to be a little bit problematic as well. It's all the refreshes in the middle of the team fights. We've seen how fast the PA can wipe out, and Ken, he's going to be forced to BKB run. Xiao Bonbon forcing another BKB usage, and Roshan's up in 3 seconds. This is such bad timing. At least for Xerxia. So they do scout out the Roshan now with the illusions of the PA, but they want the fight. They'll see the Familiar's mid lane. Rolling Thunder, Xiao Yu. They know they're on the other side of the mid lane, and here comes that Rolling Thunder. Perfectly lined up. MKS, he's going to have a field day. They've got the Visage. Get to work. JG, no chance survival. Is still running. It won't matter though, he does drop.
Visage.
And again, Roshan's up. They could just go right back for the pit if they want.
There's nothing to stop them. There's a bit of a split push coming out from Ken. So maybe someone's going to have to just stabilize that bot lane. It looks like they're leaving Roger for that. He is keeping track. Grip on Roger for that kill.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. Roger, he'll be down for 70, but Roshan's the important thing here, John. Shards up. Aegis up. Shards will probably go the way of Xiao Yu. MKS already has one, so he doesn't need it. And there you go. Xiao Yu will take it for the roll-up. And now it's a question of when you want to go high ground. Like, maybe you wait for Roger on the Wyvern to respawn. Or maybe you don't. RSG, they are still grouping up mid lane. If they can find a few pickoffs, they might just go.
Yeah, just need one or two. Oh.
Here we go. Rolling Thunder is there. Rapido is targeted. Nightmare was out. MKS, he'll just break. And, well, the Mars is gone. Xiao Yu still going. Has found Lucify in the backside. That's your Earthshaker. Locked down with that mana. He'll be the second to go down. Roger, not even necessary for this fight. Oh boy, and there we go. Jump in. MKS rips the Visage and U1. That's JG gone. That's Teehee gone. That's 4 heroes gone without buyback. Ags up now. They're onto the high ground. How do you stop RSG at this point? It feels so tough.
It is tough, and Ken's not even bothering with the defense, just trying to get what he can on the map. You do have the Slam ready on the respawn. You've got Arena ready to go. No grip for a few more seconds with Teehee's respawn. We have some play. You've got to try something. It's just MKS with a protection of Aegis. It feels tough to kind of survive. Double gauntlet out, alright.
Well, it's a bit late for that, isn't it? You know, the game's almost done here, boys. Smoke out. Xerxia. This is their last-ditch attempt. They've got to land everything perfectly. And it's got to be onto MKS, but he's got an Aegis up. He'll just jump in. The Mars almost already gone. Nightmare will buy a bit of time, but Xiao Yu's got the control. Meanwhile, Curse, it's onto the Visage. Ken, he is deleting his own teammate right now and will eventually do so as MKS finishes the job for him. There's your Echo Slam. It's a big one, but it's too late. Ultra kill for MKS. He wants the Rampage. Give him the Rampage. Teehee, he'll go Scepter up. It is not going to matter. MKS, he'll get it done. That's the Persona. That's the Rampage. First pro game with the Persona. Gaben's blessing, Jonathan. RSG, they will pull off game number 3. They will make it through to the lower bracket semi-final of this TI-11 SEA qualifier. And what a way to do it.
Yeah, they do it in style. They close out with that PA. MKS just has a fantastic game. They managed to go back to the Xiao Bonbon Nyx, which was pivotal in this series in Game 1 and in Game 3. They managed to get a lot of work done. For Xerxia, they try something different. You know, they change up their draft drastically. They still open with that Lucify Shaker, but they don't manage to get that Rupido Batrider, which I think was always forcing out that Morphling pickup from RSG, just because in lane it does feel pretty decent and you can avoid a lot of that control.
Yeah.
This time around, MKS manages to pick up the PA and gets the freest game of his life. Like, he just AFK farms for the first 15 minutes. No one stops him. He gets the Deso, instantly gets value. And Xerxia just ignored him. Like 13-1-9 on that PA. Just not much activity, but when it did come out, I mean, it just ramped up.
Do you want to play like MKS PA? For the low price of 115 USD, you can. Just buy some Battle Pass points, get that Persona. Suddenly you'll be MKS. 13-1-9, like you mentioned, on a fantastic performance. We'll give him the MVP, even though I feel like Roger had so many saves throughout these games, or at least throughout game number 3. MKS, he just shows why he is a PA player. He's a fantastic PA player, in fact. And that does mean, again, they are through to the semi-final. That does mean, Jonathan, we move on to our next lower bracket series, which I believe is going to be between Neon and Polaris Esports. That should be another hype series coming up. Winner of this will be going up against RSG in that lower bracket semi-final. So exciting, exciting times. Let's see how it all pans out. We are going to head off to a short break first, and right after that break, we'll be back with our next series between Neon and Polaris. Don't go anywhere.
begins.
I don't believe in good and evil.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game, it's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second series of the night here in the lower bracket between Neon Esports and Polaris Esports. It's MLP Dota and John X5 once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Our second series here of the day. How you doing? How you feeling, sir?
Doing great, Mike. We've already seen Circe and their journey in the TI qualifiers cut off, and a continuation of RSG's journey. This time around, two Filipino teams, Mike. I know you want to say it. Say, give us the word. What is it?
It's a Rambulan, I believe is the one you want.
Yes, sir. It is a rambulan coming out between Neon and Polaris, and it's always a fun one because you've got what we say, and I believe I will be allowed to say this because no one can translate this curse word, Visayawa up against the Tagalogs on the left side. So it's the classic regional difference. Now, mind you, Neon does have a double win in the form of Play Hard and like two Mongolian players, so it's not really a straight up Rambulan anymore, but the spirit remains. It never is, but you know, we always make a reason for it. And you know, Neon, I think, had a pretty surprising win over Execration. I think that one, a lot of people expected Execration to have a better time, but Neon held on, Play Hard with his big plays on the Shaker, just managing to turn things around. And I think that investment Neon made on Se and on Fortune Soul, the time it takes to really bond these players from literally out of the country and new to the scene, it's paying off here. Up against Polaris, though, who have looked insanely good, it's going to be a really big test for Neon.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have the first picks coming out here. The Chen is what's prioritized by Polaris Esports, making it through. We've seen how great AU does perform on the Chen. Neon, they do prioritize the Batrider Earthshaker opening, and I almost thought we were casting Xerxes again there for a moment, John, with the opening of Neon, but it is not. It is indeed Neon here playing, and well, there you go. More so though the Chen, John. Again, AU's a fantastic Chen player. We've seen it on display many times throughout these qualifiers, and now the Void being provided for them as well.
Yeah, I like this out from Polaris. It's very confident. We've seen a lot of Natsumi Void. You could still do something weird with a Void, and maybe you run it on Xavius. That could be an option. I would be very excited by that. I don't think they do it, but if you think about the Faces Void and how Xavius or Boomy likes to play, right? He used to love his Shakers. He used to love his Phosphor. Magnus, god damn it, these guys. Oh my god, Natsumi, Force and Play Hard just going on with that one. Still, you know, if you think back how Xavius plays, a support Faces Void kind of fits that style, right? It's a bit greedier. It takes some build up to really synergize well. I don't think you really have a lot of contributions in the Chrono right now, though. So this should just be straightforward Natsumi. Maybe they're expecting the off-lane Batrider to come out, which they feel they can counteract with the Faces Void, which is fair. As long as you play with your Time Walk, you shouldn't be under any major threats. So you can kind of hold that lane. And the fun thing with Faces Void up against spammy heroes like Batrider, Time Dilation feels like a really good value point pickup just to punish.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you were seeing in that previous camera shot, the Giga Chat, that is the TI winner, Chuan, coaching the side of Neon, of course, doing the drafting as well. Good to see them all huddled up right behind him as well, making sure that, you know, they're all involved and all part of the draft that is happening right now. You love to see that man's face as well. I mean, he's been in the scene for such a long time. Obviously, TI winner, always got to have that respect for him. And I believe that's good old play hard as well that we just saw.
Yeah, good old play hard. He's performed so well. He gets to pick up his shaker in this game. Must be very excited to have that once more, as he really set up for Neon the last time around. And I mean, he's been posting a lot on Facebook. He's been feeling it. He's been, you know, getting hyped up, excited, worried. I see him post. So we'll see if those emotions come into play, if that helps him up against Polaris. Polaris, again, they're a tough opponent. I mean, up against Talon, on paper, it was a 2-0, but Polaris made those games hard. It was not an easy road for Talon. And again, this is the Polaris that managed to force 5 games out of Boom and Hatiai. So as long as they reset mentally from that last series, this is a very tough opponent to go up against.
Yeah. And in case anyone's going to ask me again about the hand warmers there, Force is shaking a hand warmer. That is to warm up the hands of these players, and they're not tea bags for anyone asking. Not tea bags, they are hand warmers.
I always get kind of confused with hand warmers in boot camps because I'm like, how low do you have the AC set, guys? We're in the Philippines, it's bloody hot. You must have the AC set to like a refrigeration unit kind of temperatures to have the hand warmers. But whatever helps you play your game, you know, you do what you have to do. As Neon does pick up the Winter Wyvern, so that's their support duo on hand. You have really good team fight coming out. Winter Wyvern to counter out the Faces Void means that if you are running the core Void for Natsumi, he has to find a Wyvern, or the rest of his team has to take care of that Winter Wyvern first, just to ensure the Curse is not going to come out in the Chrono. The Cold Embrace is not going to save, because all of that just ruins what you want to do in that window. So a really good counter pick from Neon to prevent a good Void game here.
Third pickup. Polaris, they'll have a think about this one. Reserve time ticking away. Again, AU, we always kind of talk about this, but a master drafter here for the side of Polaris Esports. Been very, very solid so far. It's on their way through the lower bracket run. Now one step away from the semi-finals against RSG. That'll be a very fun matchup to watch if Polaris or Neon can. One of the two is going to make it, guaranteed, but we'll see which one it is going to be. I'd say Polaris are the favorites going into this matchup, but Neon has been impressing us, so you can't just outright say that. We have seen upsets throughout the qualifier, all throughout, in fact. Still thinking about the third pick, though. A lot of reserve time being committed, only 40 seconds left. They are going to go into the Primal Beast, and I've got to say, Force, he really is quite strong on this hero. Mind you, the hero could be arguably quite broken, but Force, he does tend to know exactly what to do, and we've seen him carry games on his back with this hero when it is picked up from.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I recall, like, this flexibility with Force and Xavius in that hero is really insane, because Xavius is the one to show the value in the shard. It's just ridiculous. Like, that rock toss into the bloody Roche pit. Who expects that? I can't get over that. That was just maddening.
We didn't.
When you actually saw it came out. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was like, oh, Roche is happening. Oh my god, the rock toss. Oh my god, they actually got it. Like, what? No one gets that shard, and now everyone is, or at least Polaris is. They go in with a Snapfire here as well, so probably tying into that core Primal Beast now. Interestingly enough, if you think about it, the Primal Beast plus Faces Void core duo doesn't quite combine well. You don't really synergize together. You don't really manage to get damage in the Chrono. Although I guess if you get Atrial Lens up on Primal Beast, you can maybe pulverize inside Chrono. I mean, that could be one way. It doesn't sound amazing, but it does give you good backline jump, right? Because you just trample over. Cold Embrace doesn't save you from that, and you have a way of just killing off that Winter Wyvern quick, just to remove that threat. So you have a solution there on the Beast, and of course you've got the Kisses and the Chrono combo here for Polaris. Neon into the Morphling here for Fortune Soul, more than likely. Really solid pause one, a lot of good forms to turn into. Morphling into Primal Beast with Uproar is probably my favorite thing, and Morphling into Primal Beast with Trample is also really fun. We don't tend to see it prioritized too much. A lot of Morphlings tend to, just opt for the Void because you get time walk. But come on, trample with waveform,
Radiant
uproar
team
with the
back.
damage you already have. It sounds pretty good, Mike.
It does sound pretty good, John. Maybe we do get the pleasure of seeing it this game. We'll see. We'll see how spicy they're feeling on the side of Neon. You never know. We can't rule it out yet. Going back to the draft of Polaris, can appreciate the snap buy pickup with the Void. That Void tends to lack a lot of damage early on in the Chrono, but having the snap buy does kind of unlock the ability to expend that Chrono early on, so you do have the kisses to follow up, and it's generally a guaranteed kill, at least for one person in that Chrono.
Team pick.
So definitely a nice draft from Polaris. Final bans are out. Final pick is upon us here for Polaris Esports. They only have 15 seconds reserve time left. If they do want to dive into that, they need a mid laner. Unless you're going to run the mid Primal Beast, but that's highly doubtful. It should be in the off lane. Any mid lane is coming to mind for you, John?
You'd want more damage in Chrono. Leshrac is there for Lelouch, something he specializes on. Lena's still an option. Oh, and Lena was banned out. They go to Pango instead, so the Lelouch Pango more than likely coming out here. So he does excel in that here as well. Very interesting to see, again, because when you think about it with Chrono, your only combination is Kisses, but you have a lot of play with a Pangolier, with a Primal Beast. It doesn't take too much farm to be online here, Mike. So they can get aggressive to just get Natsumi as a hyper carry, which if you think about Polaris, right, and if you think about them in Tour 2, Tour 1, they did enjoy hyper carry safe lanes for Natsumi. They just got him Deuce every time, got him Terrorblade, allowed him to farm. They're going to have to do the same here on the Faces Void, as outside of Chrono Kisses, you're really not going to get much value from the combo. So have to stall for the Void. Neon do have a lineup that is set to punish. They will need a little bit of farm in the Batrider and the Shaker here as well. But as the game drags on, your Morphling has a good time, and you will go into the Primal
Ooh.
Beast here for the side of Neon. So
The Beast Master, John. Beast
Oh, yeah.
Master.
oh yeah, they've got a lot of hold through the Chrono. It's not an easy Void game at all. Like Roar, Curse, Cold Embrace, so many things to watch out for here for Natsumi.
Yeah. I do appreciate the fact that you got the Primal Beast, Beastmaster mixed up. I suppose they are both beasts, so it can be quite, quite daunting to remember. Still, Raw is great in Chrono, right? Like, you kind of already said this. And even with the Pango, right? The Rolling Thunder can be stopped by the Raw. It's a nice way of kind of locking down Lelouch, not allowing him to roll around throughout this whole team fight. As well as that, allows you to set a nice pace, split push the lanes. Very, very strong pickup here by Neon. Not the greatest answers towards the Beastmaster either, I would argue. John, drafts are finished. Do you feel like one of the drafts is better than the other?
It's hard to say, because when you look at Neon's draft, you can definitely say, all right, they have taken care of this Faceless Void really nicely. They've got really good counter fight. They've got their solutions. But at the same time, did they go too far in focusing on that one here? Did they, kind of waste 2 picks to really just counteract the Faceless Void? Is that too much? Are they still going to have play on their hands? There is synergy to Neon's lineup. I think they're going to have to really play this a lot more aggressively. There is a lot of play on Polaris' side as well. So I think you're going to see a lot of 4v4 action, both sides trying to buy space out for their pause ones and just kind of try to reach that point where the farm has built up on both Se and on Fortune Soul and on Natsumi. So let's see who's successful there. A lot of disconnects out as they are switching their internet connection here. So gonna have a bit of a wait for Polaris. Classic
That's all
internet
right.
issues.
That's all right. They can sort it out. It's fine. We do have some predictions we can talk about, even though we are still getting that error, right? But we may as well just predict while we're here, Jonathan. Do you want to give us some predictions, please?
Player with the least deaths. That's a hard one to say because I can see all the cores kind of being targeted down. Maybe I believe in Natsumi, I guess. So Natsumi and Faces Void. He does have Arcana. That is a win there. So there you go.
True.
Team with first Roche kill. You don't Roche the fastest on Polaris if you don't have the Faces Void. You maybe Roche a little bit faster on Neon, but depends on map. Probably Neon. I'll just say Neon because I think their pacing might be a bit too quick in the push. Teleport canceled by stun by 10? No, we don't tend to see that, actually. No one wasted teleport when they're about to die. Player with highest total physical damage done to heroes at game end. I'm trying to we're paused. I can take time to see here. What's physical? No, it's all magical and primal beast. All right. So I would say physical. Natsumi, I suppose. Yeah, Natsumi. So actually, would you be able to outspam with Swash? Probably not. Yeah, go with Natsumi.
You sounded every time you bring up Natsumi's name, John. You don't sound very confident with your predictions.
No, because I'm
Is
like,
it-
I'm trying to think. It's like, with some morphling, maybe he does more right click. I'm like, nah, Chrono. Chrono with your level 20 talent attack speed, every time you pop it, you're probably just gonna get so much damage in. Doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't. Well, this will be game one of this best of three series here between Neon and Polaris Esports. Again, the winner of this best of three is going to be able to make it through to the lower bracket semi-final of the TI-11 qualifiers. And their opponents are RSG, waiting currently to see who's going to win out this series. I'm sure they're watching right now, just making sure they're up to date on exactly what they need to do with their own drafts, their own play style to adjust to either of these sides that does end up winning this best of three. As we do have all the reconnections upon us. Should maybe we can get underway here. The G's are there. Unpause is out. Avatar mode with the good luck. Very good sportsmanship from old Avatar mode. And immediate 5-man smokes from both these sides, but we all know it's just going to be about placing those wards in the mid lane. It always is. They never want the level 1 team fight. They just want to get those wards out before the other does.
Yeah. You know what else no one likes? Doing conga lines. Try to pop it in my pubs. No one ever dances with me. Come on, no one dance with Play Hard, just fades away. Come on, guys, give him a dance.
If you popped with me, John, I'd dance with you, but you never want to
Fine.
queue with me. You always want to
all
queue
this
with No, you're not, Jonathan. You're always with those damn the VTubers. That's what you're doing. Always with the VTubers, queuing with them. I know what you're doing, John. Don't tell me you're asleep. I see you online.
I haven't actually played with them in a while. Like, they've been busy. It's been busy, Mikey. Been playing with a few friends, but we play some really weird Dota. Like, we end up turboing the 5-man random. I don't know what to say, except that it's a lesson in patience. So I've learned to be a better person through those games, and I think that's, it's good for personal growth, Mike. If you want to learn some valuable lessons in being a better person, find 5 friends that you absolutely trust and ask them to play 5-man random. And that is how you learn. You learn a lot of Zen there.
That you do. So we do have some problems here, some technical issues. So we are going to go ahead and try to sort that out as well. John, I haven't asked you that many times throughout this qualifier. Have you had merienda?
I've actually had lunch, yeah, and I think I'm
Good.
gonna have the same stuff for merienda. So my mom's been a little bit under the weather, so we've been having to order takeaway every day. Today we've ordered. It's all right. She's not too bad. It's like she has this like yearly cycle of just getting a really bad flu at the same time
Right.
every year. It's about that time. So we ordered some food. We got some Filipino. It's a Filipino fast food, Filipino Chinese called Chowking. We got some siumai, some chicken, fried chicken, some kangkong, and some lumpia. So it's pretty good. I had a piece of chicken. I had 4 pieces of dumplings, Mikey. Very nice stuff. Very oily. I feel my years going down. Not like I have that much left at my age. Haha. But it's good. And it's gonna make a good merienda. Have you had anything, Mike?
Nope. I'm on the caster diet, Jonathan. I've had nothing to eat as per usual. I like to wait till after we're done to have a huge dinner and gain too much weight because I ate just before bed. So there you go. That's my answer. I mean, I never have an answer to that question for you, sadly, because I just never eat. Sorry, John.
Outstanding.
Still,
Mike.
get well soon to Mrs. Fernandez, excuse me, of course. I hope she does get well soon, Jonathan. Obviously, flu's never fun, John. That's never fun at all.
Yeah, it never is. But she's doing all right. At the very least, it's not certain other sickness that, we've been locked down for. So it's not that, because we haven't been outside. It's just her yearly flu, which is weird because she got flu shot. Still, what's not weird is the game unpausing. We are back into it.
Excellent.
Let's see if anything fishy comes out. Playhard really likes to just dance around checking for that vision. Doesn't get
Absolutely.
spotted, but... Lelouch ready to deny ward at least.
That he is.
The battle
Bit of a group up here
begins.
from Polaris top side as well. They're going to bully Enryu out. Bottom, it's like say he's going to be able to pick up the banner rune on the Winter Wyvern. It does appear to be a 3-for-1 though. Polaris successfully bullying away the Beastmaster at the top rune spot by the Roshan pit. So Polaris with an early net worth lead for themselves. A nice little start. And of course, we'll start off with the mid lane as we always do. You've got the mid Batrider by Avatar Mode against Lelouch's signature mid Pangolier. How should this mid lane go, John?
I think it goes fairly even. Like, you do have a little bit of good time here on the Batrider. You get to spam a lot onto Lelouch and apply some damage. That is something Lelouch will have to respect. He does have the early full wand up, so he's going to have some flash healing on hand. But first few levels, Avatar Mode's going to have more play. Once you do have the Swash and more levels in the Shield Crash, you can sustain yourself pretty nicely on Lelouch, but he's going to have to cop through a tough first 2 levels, it feels like.
Oh, Lelouch already copying a lot of damage here. Avatar Mode really trying to give it his way. 1 charges will be expended already just to make sure he's alright. What about the bottom lane? Say he's going to be there on that Wyvern, along with Fortune Soul on the Morphling, and of course you've got Force and Xavius on the Primal Beast and the Snapfire combo. Can be quite a detrimental combo to try and go up against. Like, there's just so much lockdown between these two and so much damage output. A lot of burst with the Scatter Blast, a lot of DPS with the Trample. Be very, very scary if you do get caught out, especially for Say on that Wyvern. Mind you, get level 1.1 in Cold Embrace, and you're going to have a bit of value with the Morphling, with the Agimorph and the Cold Embrace, but still, it's going to be a bit of a rough laning stage, I think, for Neon down to the safely.
Yeah, I mean, once you've got the Trample up and you get the value point and Cookie, Trample with Cookie is a combo we didn't even talk about, but that's going to be pretty painful with all of the damage coming out from Force if he is allowed to get that done. And not even the Cold Embrace will stop you from receiving all of that magical damage tree, so you have some good solutions here from the side of Polaris to just whittle down away. You are still finding good farm Fortune Soul, but you're really not stopping Force. Save is doing a good job of forcing all the attention to himself here.
Lelouch, he's dropping very low. Avatar Mode, able to secure first blood in the Batrider. Does find that nice spike. Even went for the level 1 Flame Break, not wasting his time with the Firefly. That's a massive start for Neon.
Yeah, that's to be expected, right? Like, the Pangolier just doesn't have a great time in that lane. Even at level 3 with level 2 Crash, in Avatar Mode's mana pool is still really healthy. He can just keep spamming out. He doesn't need the Firefly. He can just play with all the stacks he builds up and the Flame Break. And Lelouch, I mean, his uptime for harassment isn't that great. 20 seconds on the Swash, 16 seconds on the Shield Crash. Avatar Mode can just keep whittling him down, although he does have to be careful about copying both of those spells back to back.
That he does. So we'll talk about the top lane as well. And Ryu going to be there against Natsumi and AU. Playhard's going to be the support Earthshaker in this laning phase as well. For now, this does seem like it might be the most passive lane. Like, you've got these two duos that don't really kill too well. Maybe Neon can catch the Chen off guard with a nice Fisher, but even then, it's still probably going to be rather difficult taking down AU. So this should feel like a bit of a trading lane in terms of CS.
Yeah, you're just going to be farming, and that is something Natsumi will enjoy. As long as he's not being contested, you're pretty fine. Play hard. Isn't really able to soak up as much as he'd want. A little bit more sacrificial on his Shaker, although he will have an opportunity to sneak by and grab a bounty before it's denied off by the Micro from AU. So a little bit of value out there.
Say, he does pop the Cold Embrace on himself. Problem is, Force has the Trample. Like you mentioned earlier, John, it does do magic damage, so it goes right through the Cold Embrace. It's going to be the first pick up there for Force on the Primal Beast. And again, this bot lane, it should remain rather difficult for Neon. At least Fortune Soul, though, he is having a rather good time. 23 and 4 in terms of CS. Not really struggling in that department.
Yeah, he's not the focus, and that's pretty alright for Neon. The ramp up on Morphling we've seen before tends to be pretty fast. So as long as you get a decent lane, going into the jungle, it's not too bad for the Morphling. Once the map starts getting a little bit more active there. And the big thing for Polaris is you're going to have a good start on Force. Phase boots, BKB not going to be too long with this kind of pacing out. And with this foundation that you've laid off in the off lane, for Neon, it does feel like you're relying on Avatar Mode. He's just running down Lelouch. Already out of HP once more, out of bottle charges, no supports going mid to help. I mean, this is just
running them down.
A hard time.
Xavius, he's going to cop it, Say, able to secure that kill onto the Snapfire as Lelouch does end up barely surviving against the Batrider. So happy days for him. They do still end up losing the snap bot. Say going to be pretty satisfied taking Xavier's down. You know what? I said the bot lane would be really tough for Neon, but again, I keep looking at Fortune Soul, and his CS is quite impressive so far. Force has not been able to slow him down. Not too many deniers happening here from Force and the Primary Beast either. So Neon, they're off to a pretty darn strong start.
I'd say the lanes are going the way they'd want them to. Even Enryu's finding a lot of farm in comparison to Natsumi. So you're going to get that early build up into the Dominator, into the Overlord. The one thing that Polaris has done is kind of block the camps. It took them a while to de-ward the Ancient, so they only have 2 stacks up right now. Bigger stacks on the large camp, but again, AU just blocking off with some really good micro. He's cutting off some angles, but they have to kind of get that pacing out as well. They're starting to focus in on mid. A nice regen for Avatar mode.
It's always nice to see when you're a Bat Rider. You can just keep spamming away at that sticky napalm and all the spells he has. Because Avatar mode even has the lasso up now. Prior to Lelouch hitting that level 6 mark, though he will just now. Enryu, meanwhile, on the Beastmaster, dropping low to Natsumi, but not quite low enough to take him down. Playhard is there to back him up just in case he needs it. So for now, he will just slowly regen up with the Tengus he does have left. Natsumi on the Void, not too far behind in CS. He's 31 and 5, only 7 CS behind the Morphling for now. And speaking of, Natsumi gonna jump in. There's an ensnare out from AU with the creeps he has dominated Enryu. He's trying to run. Fisher is there. Natsumi, he doesn't have another Time Walk, so they can't keep the chase up. In fact, there is gonna be a TP rotation. Meanwhile, AU, he gets trapped up by the Siege Creep. The rogue Siege Creep in the tree line. Neon, they block him in. That is so unlucky.
And it's a nice kill for Avatar mode to find. I mean, he's had a great mid. Gets a good rotation out. Would have loved to pressure and lasso onto Natsumi instead, but we'll take what you can get. You're building up into this really quick travels timing for Avatar mode. Every kill helps accelerate that. For the side of Polaris, Lelouch more than happy that the sacrifice was made onto the Chen to give him at least one lane or one creep wave to kind of just get for himself and try to work up. They do have the Rolling Thunder ready if they wanted to connect together, but it doesn't look like Lelouch is just ready to leave a lane. Still wants to get a little bit more build up. Maybe if the Power Rune favors him next with something like the Haste, that might be the way for them to kind of get an opening, because again, with this kind of start, with how much you're getting for Fortune Soul, it is concerning to just allow this free farm to happen. We've seen that happen with the Morphlins before. It gets scary.
Say, nice denying the double damage. Lelouch gonna try and punish. Will land the cookie, but misses the swashbuckle, and it's gonna mean they don't really have the damage output to really keep going. There are rotations as well. Avatar mode and play hard, chasing down Xavier's. Flame break, it is gonna land. There's your Rolling Thunder. It's a little bit late though. They've lost Xavier's already. It seems like they'll try to trade supports here with play hard. Lelouch still trying to catch up for another stun. Won't quite make it, but does have the swash. So at least an even trade in the mid lane. But probably a little bit more worth for Polaris, considering they haven't found the Shaker yet.
Yeah, it's worthwhile. You're still slowing down Playhard's ramp up, still stuck at level 3 on the Shaker. He's been very sacrificial, allowing Enryu to really just soak up that top lane solo to get into the Dominator. So whenever a rotation fails for Playhard, it just really hurts his progression. And that's some good punishment coming out from Polaris. Overall, though, with the map state the way it is, you're more than happy here on Neon's end. Like, again, Fortune Soul's having a good game. Avatar mode still farming. Enryu has some space. They've got the stacks that they can clear easily with Avatar mode, which he has begun on. With a travel, it's already up and running. And gets lucky with a Fairy's Trinket as well. So pretty much everything you could ask for right now coming out for Avatar mode.
Yeah, he's a happy Bat Rider. Bat chesting his way through the Radiant Triangle right now is Avatar mode. And play hard. We'll take over the mid lane as the Earthshaker as well. And that's something you always love to see, is the possible Earthshaker. It's giving that lane to be able to farm up in and try to escalate into the Blink Dagger earlier. It was very nice. Let's play hard, stuck at level 4 as well. Does need a bit of XP for himself. We'll take it, but so will Xavier's. He also needs the XP until that level 6 mark. We'll stick around in the mid lane and they'll let him farm that up. Lelouch instead looks to rotate towards the top side, looking for a power rune, but is not going to find one. Say is going to deny another power rune, the regen this time. Going to be denied away from Polaris Esports.
Yeah, you're just emphasizing that slowdown on Lelouch. Kind of like what we've seen elsewhere. Force.
Yeah, Avatar mode. He's got Lasso up. Force has already committed Onslaught. It did not work out for him, and Force is going to melt. Avatar mode. A dominating spree now on the Bat Rider. Real nice performance so far from our mid laner from Neon.
And again, Neon just looks revitalized. And they had a really rough DPC tour in the last cycle. They look to be in pretty damn good form here in the qualifiers. And they're already going for an early aggressive smoke. Slam ready as well and play hard here for top.
Oh, but they've got rotations. Polaris, they were trying to move in, but AU gets caught. Natsumi, that's a big chrono, but is there damage? There's not. In comes Force, though. He's going to try and help out, but play hard. Gets knocked to the low ground. Still juking out. Force eventually going to pulverize to get the job done. But Lelouch, he's in big trouble. Tips out. Play hard. He loves the trade. Terrible news for Polaris. A great chrono from Natsumi, but way too early, and there's just no follow-up.
No, there's not going to be any follow-up until you hit level 6 on Xavius. He's about to hit that mark, but he wasn't even in that lane up top. He wasn't even there to help. So Neon managing to find a pretty nice big kill on the Pango. Only good news for Polaris is that Natsumi bails out, but could be in danger bot if he overextends here. Nah,
It's fine, Natsumi
manages
can
to
cook
cook
it
it
away.
away.
Dire's top tower.
Lasso's still
has
here, though.
Lasso.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Natsumi's
attack.
still fine. He time walks this time around. Onslaught is there. Force, he's looking to punish this Bat Rider. And that's a dominating spree to go back the way of the Primal Beast. That's a big one. You generally don't want to give away kills like that. They get a little bit greedy, and looking back now, Natsumi probably baiting for that.
Yeah, just working in and out very nicely, understanding how slippery he can be on that Faceless Void. And that kill for Force into these stacks that he's clearing out. His BKB, despite the slower start for him, not going to be too far off. In fact, he's now number 1 in net worth off the back of those kills. So his timings are still lined up for. He's going to be very durable. It's going to force Neon to maybe use one of her BKB piercing spells to get that control off. And slowly but surely, Polaris starting to line up down bot. Some TP's coming in. Avatar mode still ready with a lasso if they want to make a play here. And they've got decent enough forward vision from Neon, but they just play it safe in Polaris' part.
They do. They are not able to find the opening down this bot lane. Polaris happily walk away. Real concerning sign right now as well. Natsumi, top of the net worth board on that Void. Not something you really want to see this early on, especially considering he only has the Midas right now. Once the Maelstrom's up, he's really going to start to escalate. Not to, make Morphling feel bad. Like Fortune saw, he's still doing a great job on that Morph, keeping up, but once the Maelstrom's there, you are not going to be able to keep up with the net worth anymore. It's going to be way too hard to keep that farm going on this Morphling. And it's going to be more about just trying to force fights here for Neon.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a way to keep finding these angles as well. They're committing onto mid.
Dire's middle tower
Force does
is
back
under
off,
attack.
but they're ready for the defense if a push comes out.
It feels a little bit desperate. And Neon, they don't have a blink yet on Avatar mode, so they can't really jump in very effectively. You can maybe rely on the Raw or the Fisher to set up and play hard, but Polaris, they are positioning very well to avoid that. It's almost like you'd rather just go farm the 1k and get the blink up just to have the blink in. That's not going to happen. In fact, Say was spotted as well. Hayes trying to be picked up by Avatar mode, so now he does have a nice way of moving in. Doesn't pop it yet, though. Polaris, they're all there ready to go. Happy to fight if necessary. Avatar mode still going to pop the Firefly. Hoping to maybe bait some spells out from Polaris, but it's not going to happen. They'll hold on to the Rolling Thunder. And as much as they want this mid-tier 1 tower with the Helm of the Dominator timing on their Beastmaster, again, without the blink, without the initiation, it's just not going to happen without taking some risks.
No. You really have to kind of risk it here for Neon if you want something. And Polaris, they're the ones to opt to risk here. They go for the smoke play. They've got the kisses ready on Xavius if they want to connect with it Natsumi down bot, and it looks like that's the direction they're going to. So they have the damage into Chrono. If they catch Fortune Soul out, and even with the Cold Embrace, if the kisses land, he's not going to last long there.
Fortune Soul, he does not want to die like this. Force is going to have his smoke broken. Say, in position with the Winter's Curse if necessary. Polaris, they are not going to risk it. They don't have the vision past that tree line to know exactly who's behind by that tier 1 bot tower. So they'll just keep the farm going. Again, I don't think the farm game is a bad game to play for Polaris anyway. They're very close to the Maelstrom on Natsumi, and he will escalate much quicker. Eventually, you probably want an Eye of Skadi timing. There's your curse out. They do find Natsumi, but are you going to have the follow-up damage? They're going to try. Time Walk away. He has Chrono if necessary, and here come Polaris. They'll pop the Rolling Thunder on Lelouch. Morphling will be forced away from him, but Force is on the chase now. They lock him down. There's no strength morph. Oh, that's a big loss. That is a big, big loss. Say trying to set up, but has to say sorry to his team. As now he will drop as well. Not respecting Polaris. Rotations were way too quick.
Yeah, on point with the movement out here from Polaris. This diffusal timing from Lelouch, just the mana burn at this point in the game, taking care of most of their pool, removes the presence of the Morphling with the attribute shift, of course, having a mana cost. Ensures that you can't just keep spamming out your spells here onto Winter Wyvern as well. So they get some big spikes on Lelouch after a little bit of a slower start. I mean, he's managed to bounce back well on the Pango. They clear out a bot tier 1 for their trouble as well. There was room for a bit of a split push up top from Neon. You are getting space out for Enryu. He's not far away from the helm of the Overlord. So you will have a big Ancient Creep marching around with you soon. The Granite Golem, probably the most durable one. Ancient Black Dragon, not too bad as well for wave clearing. And that's when you should expect Neons to start to group up more as 4. Again, although as you mentioned, they're probably also just waiting for this blink from Avatar mode, which just gets finished up now.
This feels a bit late though now, doesn't it? Play hard. Fish is there. Force has found him. Echo committed. Hurricane forward from AU, but Force, he didn't know. Oh, that was a really nice little play from AU to try and force forward, but end up working out in the end. Still, they have the Echo Slam committed. Polaris really lose nothing for their trouble. Just a missed kill opportunity. And they do even force rotations up from Neon, which will force them to smoke up now because they found nothing with those rotations. Back into the mid lane with this blink that they have now on the Bat Rider. Maybe they could set up for Lelouch. They've even got the Helm of the Overlord. Avatar mode, that's a nice jump in. He found the Pangolier, and that'll be Lelouch gone. Mid tier 1 tower to drop now for Neon.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They managed to take it. They do smoke up on Polaris' end, but without Pango, it does feel like the angles are pretty awkward to find. Although, we have seen just the Pulverized Kisses already being a strong enough combo to get scanned in the Roche here as well.
Radiant's top tower
Have to
is
be a
under
bit
attack.
cautious, but they back off in the nick of time. Polaris, I mean, they've got Chrono ready, and they've got that Maelstrom you've been talking about there, Mike. So Natsumi is ready to go if they do find an angle in.
They want Avatar mode. Force, has he spotted him? Avatar not showing. He's going to back off at the right moment. Would have been a bit of a disaster had he died here. It's Polaris sticking around the Roshan pit, really ensuring that Neon cannot go for it for free. So many spells to throw out, big Chronos, pulverizers, kisses, everything. Definitely the advantage goes the way of Polaris in that Roshan pit. I think the only thing you really can rely on for Neon is the curse. And that was not the easiest to land as a spell, that's for sure. Force is still looking around for a target. We'll find the Helm of the Overlord creep. Just look for the gold. This Ancient Black Dragon, and well, Cold Embrace is going to delay it a little bit. Say does reveal he is around, but is it actually going to make it out? It will not. They will dominate another, so they won't get the gold. Nice save from Say.
Yeah, really good stall out. Polaris not really finding anything for their clump up top. And Neon actually opting to go elsewhere already. They're farming up in Fortune Soul and working onto the Manta, which should be done. And then you've got the room now on the Morph to maybe go for a protective item. Sometimes you even see the Ags at this point, depending on how confident you are and how much value you feel like it has in this game. It does feel decent enough, because again, turning into Faceless Void is pretty damn good for the Morph. Having that additional mobility and HP with a Time Walk back is pretty damn big. Polaris, their lead is at a steady 2k. They see the double damage rune. Should be able to find a lot of output now on Lelouch. And I think again, when it boils it back to a farming game, you do have a point there. It feels alright for Natsumi to kind of stall out like this, because it is a Faces Void, but I think you get so much value from Neon to just have that build up. On Fortune Soul, on Enryu, on Avatar Mode, all of them have pretty big item spikes as well. So it's not like a clean time to just say that you're gonna win outright by farm, because Neon scales pretty evenly with you here as well. Like there's this blink up now on Se. So the positioning for the curse, it's gonna be a lot better here.
That's fair. See if you can find that position with this blink. But now Neon still grouped up around the Roshan pit. This is the real objective they want, but it might be more so not wanting Polaris to take it before you do.
Is under attack.
Polaris, they're not even around the area though. They're in the mid lane right now. They'll wrap back around through the dire jungle. Neon, they are around this area
Bottom tower is under
on the
attack.
far west side. Under vision though of the observer ward of Polaris, which is just out of range of the sentry. Look at that. That is a hair off. All the way to the left in the jungle. Look at that observer ward. My god, the sentry's just a hair away. Oh, that's so unlucky.
Yeah. Still,
Radiant's middle
side of
tower
Polaris
is
didn't really
under
manage to
attack.
make use of that vision outside of just keeping themselves safely away. Again, the aggression just being mitigated from both sides, playing extra cautious in here. You do have the protective item up on Natsumi. Nice Lincolns to protect from the curse or the lasso still.
hard.
Play hard.
He tries for the TP. There'll be a curse, but that's only going to help lock him down even longer. The curse will do nothing. Play hard. At least he's just support to die. But the problem is he's still trying to farm this blink up on the shaker. He has not gotten there. And it's just taking such a long time. Play hard. There's no way. Wards drop, they know. They aren't messing around. They want this kill. They'll get the kill.
Shaking.
And it takes them a little bit longer than you expect here, and they're actually rallying.
AU in danger. Cookie, heal is there for the mech. Hand of God out as well. He's still alive. Buying time for his team to try and make their way over. And now Natsumi, he found Avatar mode on that Bat Rider. With the Mortimer's Kisses, they should have the damage, and they will. It's now Fortune Soul. Force the waveform towards the west and run back towards the top lane. But the chase is going. Natsumi, he's not done yet. He'll move on to Enryu instead. But Fortune Soul, he's going back in with the Primal Beast form. That's a huge onslaught in, but it's not going to be enough. The heals are there once again. It's a complete mess at the top lane. Fortune Soul, he'll keep trying. He's actually saved the day for Enryu. Massive onslaught play. Into Xavius he goes. That's a hilarious looking Morphling.
That
What are they
timing was
called?
impeccable.
He's skipping rocks on water here, John Fortune Soul. That's what it looked like.
He's skipping water and rocks right now. It's the opposite with him as the Morphling.
True.
Right? It's the reverse. And his morph timer just faded while he was charging up the onslaught. That was pretty funny. And you know what? That combination we talked about. The trample in morph with waveform, that was a lot of damage out from Fortune Soul going into the Primal Beast. So hey, it actually works. It is a pretty good form to turn into. They get the Roche off the back of that. They saw the Chrono committed. And Neon do manage to get that Aegis security now for Fortune Soul, keeping this as a rather even game, like 10 to 8, 3k up, 2k up for Polaris.
this.
Not the biggest margins.
Look at this replay, John. It's like Tokyo Drift here on this Morphling. Look at this. Look at this. How does that work? He's just sliding. My goodness.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's
Oh, it's as well animated as the what's that? The bloody totem, the floppy seal totem one. It's as well animated as that. I love that. When you see that go on, it's like it's it's just silly. The ogre seal. Oh, that's beautiful.
That's why I love Dota 2. Just these interactions, dude. Like, you don't get these kind of heroes in any other game, right? Like heroes like Morphling that just can morph into any other hero, and like heroes like Rubik and all that. You can't get that in any other game. None.
No.
They can copy us as much as they like, John. They're never going to be the original.
Absolutely not, Mikey. Tier 2 falls. Neon on the up and up. They do get additional map control with the Outpost taking their way. They're trying to split down bot with Natsumi, but instant smoke from Neon here.
Force gets locked down. The Primal Beast, a great target. Neon punishing once again. Polaris, they're the ones falling apart.
is under attack.
in this game number 1 as Fortune Soul. He will move on to the high ground, into that tier 3 tower.
Are fortified.
With the Beastmaster, with the Helm of the Overlord, they've got plenty of damage for these structures.
Dire's top tower
Natsumi, he's trying to push the bottom tier 2 in the meantime and does get it, but needs to come back to defend this, I think. He has Chrono up. They could go for it. Fortune Soul, he'll start strength morphing. Natsumi, it's going to be alright for now as he jumps in. There's a 3-man Chrono. He's got massive, massive targets, but where's the follow-up damage? The kisses, they're already gone. Say he will drop first. Natsumi, he'll keep going. He'll find Avatar mode with the cookie. That might be a second, and it will be. Lelouch, he wants a bit more. Rolling Thunder will wear off. He will not find it. And in the meantime, AU, what have you been up to, sir? He's been pushing the bot tier 3 tower. AU, he's a sly man on this chat.
Oh yeah, it brings me back to what we were seeing in the Chinese qualifiers from a certain Southeast Asian, Mr. Ponlo. Maybe down the line, it could get to the point where AU will have to go for something like the Desolator at the 60-minute mark with the Book of the Dead. Maybe, who knows? Tall order to meet, and a long ways off anyway. We're only 25 minutes in, about to approach that half-hour mark. So a lot more to wait for. Polaris, they still maintain this good net worth lead, 4k up for themselves, 11-10. And the farm going on to Natsumi is just massive now. And the Lincolns to protect does make it a lot harder to lock him in. I believe we saw the Roar expended, blocked off on Enryu. So they've got to find a way to jump on him. They find Xavius though.
They do. Xavius caught out, should drop. Has a bit of time with the cookie. Doesn't get to the low ground though. He's just trapped in the tree line.
Is under attack.
Eventually they'll be able to go ahead and take that outpost back from the Dire. Keep in mind, Neon, they still have the Aegis intact, so they're going to try again to go high ground, it seems. Chrono's 60 seconds away for Natsumi. AU, he is still pushing the bot lane, and he's got the Skellies. He's got the Dark Troll Summoners. Look at, he's got 2 of them. He's got 2 of them. He's going to try and trade. Meanwhile, top lane Fortune Soul, he'll get started. But there is a Fisher, lock him down. The stuns with the Rolling Thunder, it's not going to be enough yet. Fortune Soul will be forced to perhaps walk away, even with the Sage's impact. But no, he moves back in. Natsumi will try to get to work. Force with the Pulverize. Will slam him up and down, but Fortune Soul still fine. Strength morphing throughout all of this. We'll find the top racks, at least the melee barracks, and we'll be forced to back off. And that was without the Bat Rider. Because Avatar mode, he had to focus on defending the bottom lane against AU.
Damn, they're not done. Neon's still ready to go here. Avatar's back.
Aegis is still up. Oh, the Roar breaks the Lincoln's. Lasso is there, but the Bat Rider not in a happy position right now. Will get embraced. There's your Winter's Curse, but Avatar mode, he is melting and will drop. In they go for more now. Force, he wants another. He'll find Say on the Wyvern and he will get it. In fact, Natsumi, he won't be able to catch up to the rest of Neon. So Neon, they'll be okay to retreat with the rest of their heroes. 1 rack's up still, so they are in the advantage of this game 1. But they've got to try and slow this game down maybe a little bit. Don't get too excited, because Polaris, they are able to fight back still.
They've still got a lot of bite left in them. They need to find a way to deal with these Lincoln Sphere usages coming out from Polaris' end. Like, that's a second Roar from Enryu used to break that. They need that Roar control. They need that lockdown here on Neon's end. For Polaris, I mean, this build-up on Natsumi is still looking good. Still number 1, 2k above. It's not a major item, but at least a component above on the Morphling. And he's going to have the Scotty up in a relatively quick time. Same thing goes for Fortune Soul, though. Scotty fully up already into the BKB next. And they always have to keep an eye on AU. Aegis does expire, but that split push AU buys out. I mean, it's a lot of space because you didn't have Avatar mode earlier on. They go in for this weird extended fight where they get punished, providing that opening for Polaris. And Neon needs to be able to just take a cleaner fight. Still with melee racks down, they could focus elsewhere. Mid tier 2 still stands. Bot lane's completely intact for Polaris, so more off the map to clear before committing back to the high ground.
Neon. Still 5k behind, but 1 rack's ahead. Here we go. Fortune Soul keeping very well in terms of net worth, though Natsumi is still top of the net worth board. And I think this is where the power spike comes in for Natsumi against the Morph, is building this Eye of Skadi timing. Almost has it up. Desperately needs it against the Morphling, that's for sure. Polaris, meanwhile, aggressive positioning again in the Radiant jungle. Onslaught, Force is going to rush in. Won't find the target he wanted. Will just get the hell out of there. Does have the blink up to be able to retreat. And there's that Skadi from Natsumi. He doesn't leave himself with buyback gold, but he does have a good answer to the Morphling now.
Double damage as well. Look at that.
Beautiful. As is necessary when you are using the Arcana for the Void. You get that double damage. You get all the little bonuses you need to make the comeback. You know what we call that, Jonathan?
Goodness. Oh, yeah. The blessing.
Thank you,
Dave's
John.
blessing. Of course. I'm wondering if, if this game drags on, will we see the Giants ring come out? Gotta see that gigantic Void. They do smoke out here on Polaris. Everything's at the ready, Mike. They just need that initiation. Find the right targets. As long as Seiya is not there to save with a Curse or Embrace, you've got pretty free reign here for Natsumi.
Mid lane, play hard. He's okay to blink. Lelouch did not actually connect and play hard. We'll voice line him.
Dire's bottom tower
Why
is
not?
under attack.
I suppose for both teams right now, it's mostly about the next Roshan play as well. So you don't really want to rush into a fight if you can avoid it. So instead, they're going to trade the tier 1 towers in the side lanes. Neon going to go all the way for the tier 2 bottom tower as well. And they push much faster right now than Polaris would.
Dire's bottom tower
They
has
will
fallen.
happily take it away. In fact, now our Beastmaster going for a bit more.
Dire's bottom
Sending the
tower
creeps in onto that tier 3. Lelouch even going to pop the Rolling Thunder. He wants the Ancient Black Dragon, but they won't get it. They only get some balls for their trouble, and now a smoke out. Rolling Thunder's down.
Skellies. Yeah. They've got room, and they're going to lose their mid-tier 2 as well. With all the skeletons.
Oh,
people
hey,
on
you.
AU. It's a madman. Jesus.
Look at them go. Look at those skellies. Neon. This is going to be so annoying for the side Neon, because now top lane's being forced in, forcing another glyph out.
Dire's bottom
It's the
tower
double
is under
Dark Troll summoners that never expire
Radiant's
with
top
Chen.
tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, there was a smoke-on-smoke situation. Fortune Soul instead is going to move on to the high ground. They'll get started on the tier 3 bottom tower. Force, onslaught in. That's a lot of damage on the Morphling, but not quite enough. Holy... That was
Radiant's top
close.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, on the edge for Fortune Soul, but bails out in the nick of time. That will cut off their high ground advance, but they managed to get really good damage on that tier 3 down bot. Next time around, they should be able to clear it out and start to gun for a second set of racks. Roche only around 20 seconds away, half a minute away. Polaris are in a good position to kind of contest. They don't have vision on the area though. And that's where things might get a little bit dicey. You're getting good vision out here with Enryu and his Hawks, and they're always going to be aware of that Roche and have good control over the area. Polaris have to be ready to counterfight and kind of keep their eyes open for that potential Roche play here.
There it is. Hawk's going to scout it out. Neon, they'll have the advantage of that vision. Polaris should be keeping track of the timing. We'll see the creeps moving in here from AU. That'll give the vision for themselves. So now both teams are very well aware Roshan is up. Neon, they'll group up in the mid lane on the Radiant side.
Are scanning.
I don't see any smokes available, but there might be one on the way here on the courier. But no, never mind. They're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. There's a smoke. Say does want to buy one out now. It was just on cooldown. Polaris, they'll buy their own smoke on Xavius. Courier's on the way. This Roshan, so important. If Neon managed to win the fight and get this Roshan, the game might just be over. Same goes for Polaris, though. They are still 6k ahead, and they are still a very, very strong draft. As here comes the wraparound. Neon, they've smoked up as 5. They'll go through the Dire jungle, through the top lane. And there's your counter smoke. Polaris, they're going to run the exact same way. They might clash right into each other. Problem is, Polaris, they have the high ground advantage. Wards it down, it'll give vision on the Snapfire. Play hard, lands a Fisher. It lands on 2, but there's going to be no follow-up to it. They're too far away in force. He jumps right in with the onslaught, with the pulverize. They want the Morphling down. Roar is there. Hold them away from Fortune Soul, as he is still copping damage, but he does strength morph as Natsumi. Not going to chrono yet. We'll just time walk forward. Now goes for it. Finds the Bat Rider. He wants Avatar mode, but the curse is going to come in. We'll save the day for the Bat Rider for now. Cold Embrace out as well. Say, buying even more time. How do they not find him yet? They finally do. As the Fisher lands on 4 heroes, but play hard. He will not jump in for the Echo. Not feeling confident. They just want to retreat, Neon. Oh, they barely miss out on Fortune Soul.
Dire's top barracks.
They will not find him, but they may be able to find Roshan here for Polaris.
Yeah, they've got the opening for Roche. They don't have Chrono and Kisses, but neither do you have the Curse or the Roar out from Neon. Still the Slam's ready. If Playhard finds an angle in that pit, that's a tight area. Lots of damage and control still left. They accidentally cookie out Natsumi. Roche gonna fall fast. Neon has to make that choice quickly here.
So annoying for the Beastmaster having all his creeps taken away by this Chen as well. What a shards build up. There's your Echo Slam. They make the jump in onto Lelouch, but he is alive. He will roll up and Rolling Thunder. Natsumi, he will rush forward. He wants the Shaker. In fact, never mind. They're onto the Morphling. That's the bigger target. Cold Embrace is going to buy a bit of time. Fortune Soul, he'll waveform towards the south of Natsumi. Right on the chase with the time dilation. Going to force the lasso out from Avatar mode, but it's not doing enough. They found the Morph. They found the Beastmaster. They've got no buyback. Onto Avatar mode. They've got the Bat Rider to boot. Play hard. He's not going to make it out either. It's 4 down for Neon Esports, and Polaris, well, they have a free Roshan for themselves, John. No buyback means no contestation.
And that is a major risk to take for Neon. I'm surprised they commit so hard onto Lelouch. Like, the heals coming out from AU are just huge. Level 2 Hand of God. They leave the Shard on the deck in that Roshan. Probably gonna go back for it. Lelouch does recognize something was left. Already has his own, so he'll have to pass it on. But with the Aegis to protect Natsumi, with that last fight happening while Chrono was on cooldown, the high ground's very open for Polaris. Chrono gonna be up in 10. If any sort of counter fight comes out from Neon, they've always got that ace up their sleeve here. The curse is ready on Seb, but the coordination, like, Polaris have been very respectful of that. They haven't stayed clumped up in this game at all.
Middle tower has fallen.
They are going to back. Tier 3 tower, no rush. A lot of spells down here for Polaris, so they're not looking to force a fight too early on. Say a lot of spells down. It's really only the Hand of God now that's down, but it's 15 seconds away from being back up. But considering they're now 21k ahead on Polaris Esports, this is where the game starts to really change. And you can see it in the Dota Plus graph. Look at that graph. 91% for Polaris all of a sudden. That is insane.
Yeah, just nosedived away from Neon. Felt a lot more even earlier on, but 92% chance. I mean, they played really well in that last engagement. And they're really just spacing themselves out so far apart. There's no good angle for the curse coming out from set. There's no great opportunities for the slam here from Play Hard. And even the roars. Like, Enry is having to defensively roar just to prevent the hold. Not able to really use it as an offensive spell. Everything's so defensive now from Neon's end. Natsumi onto the high ground. Chrono still ready. Age is still up for a long time here.
Tier 3 tower's not going to last long. 3 minutes to be exact on that Aegis. That Lincoln Sphere making it so hard to catch Natsumi, and they've got multiple Lotus Orbs, Lincoln Spheres, everything. I dare you to throw a spell at my void. Natsumi gonna force the glyph, but meanwhile, bot lane, there is a push going on. Fortune Soul, he does split push and get his own tier 3 tower. They're not gonna find anything for their trouble. Everyone else TP's out. So Polaris, they get a tier 3, but they give up their own tier 3 and they are unable to continue moving in for Arax.
Yeah, that's a pretty heads-up play from Neon. Take their attention away for some TPs back home and defend your high ground in that sense. And sure, you don't manage to find anything on the high ground here for Neon, but they are still 1 melee rack top. It's not the biggest difference maker in the world, But it does at least give them some breathing room up top. It takes a little bit longer to clear out the super creeps on the melee. You have some window to still dip outside your jungle and farm, as Neon is doing now. They are keeping this game stalled out. 23k net worth lead for Polaris is pretty damn high though. And that's really down to how poor Enryu and Avatar mode are. Like, they have not been able to get as much space out. It's all been going into Fortune Soul. They're getting much less than even just Lelouch Force, who are also, sacrificing to ensure Natsumi is built up here.
Xavius, Fortune Soul, he's on the chase. Bot lane. Neon are in again. There's a bit of a split push situation going on, and Polaris, they have to make a choice. Where do they want to go? Rolling Thunder. Lelouch, he's going to hold a couple of them down. This could be a setup here if Polaris can make their way over. Fortune Soul, he'll waveform towards the high ground. TP away. Do they have a cancellation? No, they do not. Enryu, he will also do the same. Once again, Neon continue buying time. The top racks is still standing for this Radiant side.
They're stalling really well. They just constantly run down bot, force the TPs, make it uncomfy for the rest of Polaris that is left behind to consider the objectives. I mean, Aegis is still up, but it's down to just 1 minute. Natsumi has to hard commit if he wants that, and he's not willing to do that with all of the control here. Does have the Chrono ready to go. It's looking like he's just pump faking around a bit. But it gives Neon options. Now again, it's still a very tough game for Neon. Polaris are definitely in the lead here, especially if they find this Rax to even things out. It looks like they will finally. Natsumi's got the space. He's got 2 siege creeps to help him as well. They're going to find a full complement of Rax here. Unfortunately, with the Aegis expiring here, Mike, it is risky to stay any further for any other objectives.
Yeah. Or is it? They could think about mid-racks. Pings are out. Seems like Natsumi wants to try for this. He will. At least the range racks. They do have double siege creep as well. There's the Aegis expiring now.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Just a range racks. Just a bit of a value play here from Polaris, it seems. Speaking of value plays, Fortune Soul, he does now have a butterfly on the Morphling, and that should be rather effective in trying to survive through the Chrono with Natsumi.
Yeah, just that added evasion, gonna keep yourself alive. You don't have any sort of evasion pierce yet on Natsumi, so gonna be a bit rough. He's gonna have to rely on some procs coming through, I guess, from the Mjolnir. But even then, it's not as high of an activation rate. Neon, they should know that the Aegis is gone. Refresh is up on Natsumi though. That's massive. No double BKB, but just double Chrono can really set these fights up for Polaris, and that might catch them off guard on Neon's end.
Neon, they're going to venture into that Radiant jungle of theirs. Trying to find a place to farm. In fact, never mind. Pings are out. They see Xavius on the Snapfire. He'll go for a quick 4-star TP play away. Play hard. Oh, he's not going to throw the Blind Fisher. He would have been on target too. Just a little bit too much hesitation, and now the mid lane, Natsumi, he sees the opening. He'll start forcing it in. Everyone from Neon needs to come back immediately. But Polaris, they will back as well. Conservative play, still 27k ahead. But one bad team fight for Polaris could mean a comeback here for Neon. They do not want to give that opening away, even with the double Chrono up.
No, they don't want to have a rehash of what happened in yesterday's series. They're a lot more patient with his high ground push, Mike. If you recall, yesterday they really pushed the envelope on trying to get those Raxes. So I like the shake-up. They look at the replay. They're like, all right, this is what we have to do differently at this point in the game, and they slow it down a notch. I know there's no real pressure when you have a 28k lead, and you are getting that build-up you want on Fortune Soul, but it's one hero up against so many others. It's going to be tough for Fortune Soul to just kind of try to find that momentum for his entire team here. Still, we are stalling out long enough that the next rush, not too far away from the timer, Mike. Half a minute left. And Polaris definitely have the control to take that objective safely. Good scan here as well.
Very nice scan. Lelouch, not going to be able to get the Thunder off. There is a Mortimer's Kisses flying in onto Play Hard, and Force is going to go for an onslaught, but Play Hard is sidestepping it, gets the blink away. Play Hard. Oh, he does waste the BKB, he wastes Mortimer's Kisses. That's a nice little play from our Earthshaker.
Yeah, it's really good space that Neon can use now. I mean, they're farming rather effectively. Enryu's just working the side lanes whenever he can with the travel top, working onto the AC. You're getting additional build-up on Fortune Soul. He is opting for the Daedalus next. And the Roshan, it's not the closest timer for Polaris, so they're going to have to find a way to just keep working this map. I mean, just keep farming where you have control. Try to cut off the axis of Neon into the other parts of the map, although they have a bit of a foothold down bot. There are some forward wards here from Polaris to keep an eye on that. And again, Enryu is just shoving wherever he can, just cutting off creep waves, ensuring that there's no angle for Neon to play with on the bottom lane. So, always forcing something back from Polaris. Hex up now, though, on Force Zone.
Enryu? He's alright. Natsumi, though, he's still chasing. Sei's around, Fortune Soul's around. Natsumi, does he time walk in time onto the morph? Not quite, but he might find himself a Wyvern. Shadow Amulet's there. But there's a duration now on that. You can't permanently say Invis anymore. Natsumi, he doesn't seem to know, however. So Sei, for now, is fine. That'll be it. Natsumi not able to find a straggler for his trouble. Still maintaining that 30k lead on the dire end. 46 minutes into this game. MKB now up on Natsumi, so the butterfly not so much of an issue. There we go again, another double damage room. Roshan's up, by the way. Of course it is.
Yeah, like, the timing's just impeccable. Free Ags coming out here for Polaris as well. So, gonna have the upgrade available for, more than likely, Natsumi, for him to jump in and out and get some good stuns off. And it just melts. I mean, every game, like, every game.
Without a doubt. It's about the Arcana. It's always the Void getting it too, isn't it, John? Always the Void. You love to see it. Natsumi, he's a very, very happy man right now. It's Polaris. They still have this DD active. It will wear off in a moment. And towards that mid lane. Natsumi now can chip away with the Ags, the time walk and the rewind button, and will start doing so. This is where it gets very annoying now against the Void. You don't have anything like a scythe device to lock him down, and even if you did, there's so many Lincolns and Lotus Orbs being placed on Natsumi that it's kind of hard to find the opening, as they do find the mid-racks. Bot lane, it is being pushed in by Neon, but Lelouch is doing a great job of defending, as now the stun is going to be there. Onto the Morphling, he'll perma lock him down. Natsumi pops the Chrono. There's a Rolling Thunder mid-air right now from Lelouch. What a sight to behold is Natsumi. He'll keep going. This Morphling cannot survive through it. The Skadi, it's doing too much with the MKB. Polaris, they'll take out the Morph, but at least he has buyback available for the next defense.
He's ready to come back in. I think Neon are kind of doing the right thing. I mean, they're just finding what they can on the other parts of the map, trying to go for more objectives themselves to get some space out, but Polaris are at that point where you're playing ultra late game, or not really ultra late game, but the start of the late game here up against his Faceless Void. You do have answers on paper, but all the defensive items just make it feel impossible to find that counter control you want, to find that angle back in for Neon Center. Their high ground hold is nice, but they need to find a way to really use that Chris on Sarah, to really use that roar out on Enryu, and maybe just have this big slam come out from Playhard, as he's shown us from the previous day of Dota. He is capable of just lining up these fights for his team.
He is. He certainly is, but he needs to do it right now. Natsumi. He's in with the tier 3 tower. One Lincoln's broken. Only 50 more to go. Natsumi, he'll make the jump in. Just time dilation to annoy them. Continues. Sei, really getting low. Force the cold embrace now. This Ags is such an annoying thing to play against. Keep in mind the refresh orb is also up, so Natsumi, if he needs it, has Chrono. There's a spit out from Xavius, not landing. Natsumi again, time dilation, just chipping away slowly. Rolling Thunder's there. Lelouch, he makes the jump in onto Avatar mode. They don't need the Chrono for the Bat Rider. He is going to drop. No refresh yet. Into the Rolling Thunder once again. Enryu now is caught out. More buybacks to be expended. Neon. They have all 5 heroes with these buybacks, but they don't have a team to fight against. In fact, now they do. Leilouche jumps back in with the roll-up. Natsumi, does he want to refresh yet? He does not. 10 seconds on the first chrono being up.
Just hold on. Neon, your backs are against the wall now. Mega Creep's fully up. One more shove from Polaris closes this game out. We have got to see that coordination kick in. We haven't seen the biggest curses. We haven't seen the biggest roars. Polaris just itemized so defensively that it feels impossible to pierce through all of those Lincolns and all of those Lotus Orbs on hand.
Radiant's middle tower
Natsumi,
is under
tier
attack.
4 tower under siege. Hex is out, they've got Enryu and now Natsumi. He saw the bat, there's a Fissure. It will lock him in place for a bit, so Natsumi, he can't get the job done, but they'll find the Beast Monster instead as Enryu. A Force does move in onto the bat, but the BKB is there. Natsumi still chipping away back toward the tier 4 tower though. He has refreshed, he's got the secondary chrono and may just pop it, but doesn't need it. GG's called anyway. Polaris, they make the comeback in this game number 1. Neon, they had a 1 racks advantage, but it doesn't transition. So the draft of Polaris, I do believe it just scales way too well, and the performance of Polaris just way too good in game number 2. They just keep calm. And John, I said this the last series we casted Polaris, but AU buys so much time again on this channel. He buys too much time.
Yeah, his split pushing was just doing a lot for the side of Polaris, especially as Neon was trying to find the high ground up top. They were forced to drag Avatar mode back. They could have had a bigger team fight breakout before that. And then when he heads back up top, they get baited into the fight. To be fair, Neon, they didn't have the biggest lead at the start. I think Polaris pretty much had the net worth lead the entire game, 2K at minimum, and they just kind of ran with it. And perfect game for Natsumi, 10-0, 10 on the faces Void. He had a spectacular time, but the rest of his team really put in the work to enable that for Natsumi.
Oh, absolutely. It was a fantastic performance from both sides. Neon so close to taking this game 1, yet so far. And Polaris, again, just not losing their composure, able to get it together, buy space with these skeletons of the Dark Troll Summoner of AU. Goes 2-2-16 and really just buys enough time for them to be able to make a comeback. John, that does mean we are going to head off to a very short break. And of course, right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 of this best of 3 lower bracket quarterfinal series between Neon Esports and Polaris Esports. We'll see you then.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game number 2 of this best of 3 lower bracket quarterfinal between Neon Esports and, of course, Polaris Esports. It's MLP Dota and John X4, and as you can see, the draft is going very, very quickly here between these two teams. John, I'll get straight into it. Game 1, it did not go the way Neon Esports wanted. They had a decent lead once they got that top racks, but it all started to fall apart at the hands of Polaris Esports. What would you like to see changed up, if anything, for their draft?
I think Neon's draft-wise, it wasn't that bad. Like, they had really good counter picks for the Void. Maybe they went a bit all in on counteracting Natsumi, but it also had the added benefit of counteracting Lucian Roll. Like, they had a Roar, they had a Winter's Curse, they had a Cold Embrace. I feel like Neon might have played it a little bit too slow, right? They took top, then they played super conservatively. They start to really respect the output of Polaris, and it was Polaris that was starting to find these angles when Neon was just farming up and split apart. They'd be the ones jumping in. Whereas for Neon, I think the ideal is you're grouped up as 5. Maybe you bait out a Chrono on 1, you know, maybe go for a bait play, but you have the counter spell for that, deal with it, and jump back in. You had really good farm on Fortune Soul. We saw that Scotty timing hit pretty on point, and he was keeping up with Natsumi, who was basically just free farming for almost the entire game. And they just didn't play off the back of it. We'll see if that's a playstyle adjustment Neon will make, as again, the draft is on hand already. Shaker out along with Undying for Neon, but the Marcy and Chen slide through for Polaris, Mike. And the Marcy is a very popular hero. We have seen Force and Xavius be effective on it. They pick up the Luna for Natsumi as well, and they go straight for Visage. They're so confident out. This is the insane combination, Mikey. Lunar Blessing plus Sidekick on Visage, plus the Chen.
No.
That push.
Oh boy. For anyone that hasn't seen it before, basically what you do, and this is the safest way to do it, is you have the Lunar Blessing, you have the familiars, you put Sidekick on one of those familiars, right? It sounds kind of stupid to begin with, but hear me out. And with the Chen, you can pick up something like an Alpha Wolf as well, John, get even more damage going. And guess what happens to these towers and objectives? And that's if Polaris don't have the lead. If they have the lead, you just send the Luna in with the Sidekick and the Alpha Wolf and all the bonus damage. This is very problematic for Neon. I don't know if they're going to have the answers to try and stop this. They've got a Pulse 4 Shaker. Sure, it's like, yeah, maybe you can land a nice Echo Slam eventually, but I don't know. That the D push isn't there yet. Like, Earthshaker Undying support duo against this? This is really scary already.
Yeah, it is. They need more clear. I mean, once you get a Maelstrom up on the Ember for Avatar mode, you have a little clear. It doesn't feel like it's enough. You want more, maybe coming out from Enryu. A Tide Hunter could be one way, except the Tide takes some time because you need the Ags build up. And that's a lot of farm to go for your wave clear. So I'm not sure if that's something they'll opt for, but Enryu does love his Tide Hunter. So that could be something they consider here. For Polaris, I mean, I'm seeing some really funny combinations here, Mike. Like, let's say you run the Force Visage, right? And it's Natsumi's gonna play the Luna. Go with the Xavius Marcy, and then go for something like the Lelouch Invoker, and just Alacrity up with Sidekick on the Luna or a Familiar. With screw the Alpha Wolf, go for 2 Dark Troll Summoners and get 2 sets of Skellies. There you go. That's your push.
I love your thinking, Jonathan. I love it. There's a good pickup, though. The Bristleback, that's one great way of dealing with it. The Quill Spray does a great job. You can just tank through all the damage. You know, just abuse the Aghanim Scepter, go for an early timing on that. That's one way to deal with it. I love the pick there from Chuan. In fact, that might be the only way to deal with it, based off how this draft has gone so far. Is it a forced bristleback pick? Yes. Does it fit though? Yes, it does fit.
Yeah, it definitely does. And you don't have a natural break on hand here from the side of Polaris, so it's going to be relatively easy to stay protected here on Fortune Soul. And it does give you that wave clear you require, right? Like the Chen army is going to melt with the Quilt Sprays eventually, and the Nasal Goo, it's not going to be able to run away. So you have the answers with just that one pickup. I am keen to see still what does close out. Coming out here from Polaris again for that mid. They still have that option to gone for the Invoker. Oh, they have gone for the Viper. So that does give them the break. And it does give them some flex. You could run the Viper offlane now for Force instead. Run the mid Visage for Lelouch, which I don't think we've actually seen from Lelouch. So I'm going to be keen to see how he holds that lane up against the Ember Spirit of Avatar mode. But I like the solution. They're like, all right, we don't need to go all in on that. We have good timings. Viper is a good tempo here as well. Gives us control, or at least a break over the Bristle, and kind of covers everything. They go with a Weaver to close out here on Neon. So with the Weaver running, what are they running for Enryu? Are they running the Bristle offlane? They're running the Weaver offlane? It's open enough, but it's kind of greedy.
It might be the way to do it though, right? Like, I think offlane Bristle works fine, because the only objective really is to stop this crazy push from happening and try to set a pace in your own terms. The Weaver seems still pretty strong, especially if you're having to lane against the Viper. But no, they switched it up. It's Enryu Pos 3 Weaver. So Fortune Soul is still playing Pos 1 Bristle back here. I just wonder whether they're going to lane the Viper against the Bristle, because it does seem like a bit of a painful experience here for the Pos 1 Bristle. Force is going to take the position 3 Viper. We'll see if they lane switch here on Neon. I think they might have to. Because again, it's not going to be the most fun lane in the world here at all for Neon.
No, it certainly isn't. I'm wondering if we're going to see another one of those games where, like we saw in the Chinese qualifiers and like we saw in one of our early qualifier games here in C, where we have the musical lanes and everyone has forward wards to watch the walking and everyone walks for 2 minutes. That can be really painful for one other team. I think the only benefit you have in Neon in that sort of situation is that if Enryu was to walk, I mean, he'd be scurrying around with Chikuchi at least, so it's not that slow for him. But it's still not a circumstance you'd want. And I think if Polaris are forced to do that, they're pretty happy, because they're the ones who don't really care. They can handle it even if the Viper's not laning against Bristle. But if you do get the Viper versus Bristle lane, Force is just going to be clapping his hands and be very happy.
Absolutely. This should be a fun game number 2. Let's see if Polaris Esports can make their wish come true of speedrunning this game too with this kind of draft, or whether Neon can put a halt to the speedrun and go for their own one. So Neon backs against the wall. They need to win this game number 2 to try and force it to their 3rd game. There is no safety net. If Neon lose this game, they are out of the TI-11 qualifiers and out of the running at a chance of getting to TI-11. And Polaris would be into the semi-finals where they would be up against RSG. But that's if they can pull off this game 2 victory. Neon, they have something to say about it, and we are going to get into it. Game number 2. A 5-man smoke to get started on both sides of things as per normal.
Yeah, just running towards mid, get some forward wards. Again, I'm keen to see whether or not these wards are going to be prioritizing to watch for lane swaps. If that is something either side considers. Like, with a clump up, it's hard to read whether or not Fortune Soul will want to head up top or down bot, although it does look like he is leaning towards the top lane, perhaps. Kind of hang around on the left side of the lane. So maybe they are going for that lane switch out on Neon, because Viper, you will not enjoy being up against a Viper. You do have a good forward ward from Polaris, so they are watching for potential lane swaps a little bit better. They can see if someone's walking away from the lane. They are watching both sides actually really well, just looking out for any walking across. Nothing to watch mid. Whereas in comparison, Neon still has that one mid ward, so when it comes down to running across the map, Polaris will be able to see that a lot earlier and adjust accordingly.
I think we just saw a sign as well that AU is very confident with his draft, John. He hasn't voice lined very much at all. He's quite stoic, the man, but I feel like for the first time we're seeing him actually spam some voice lines, so maybe kind of indicating he's very confident with what he's drafted. Neon, very, very silent on their own end of things, as they are going to go for their bounty runes. We'll see if they can actually get 2 this time, or they're gonna be left with 1 again. AU, not gonna bother trying. It's still gonna be a 3 for 1, but this time, no, it is a 2 for 2. Never mind, it is a 2 for 2 trade, a much more even start. So Neon at least will be on even grounds to get this game number 2 started. So we are gonna see Say chasing down AU. But this is the important part. Musical lanes have begun. Let's see how long this goes on for.
Yeah. Running up top with Enryu. And, well, they will get the D ward on the forward vision, so you are a little bit behind on Polaris when it comes to swapping out. Force is still standing up top, and they should be able to see Fortune Soul work his way down soon, holding onto those TPs. So it looks like you will kind of get away with it here on Neon's end for now. Down mid, of course, Lelouch up against Avatar mode on his Ember. This is something Avatar mode has performed on really well. Like, his Ember is one of his stable heroes on the mid. Lelouch, we haven't quite seen as much Visage out from him. I'm sure he has played it quite a few times, but in lane, it does feel like you have a much better time as Ember. There's not much to be scared of from the Visage. Grave Chill is annoying. I think the best Lelouch can hope for is actually just Grave Chill and Gravekeeper's Cloak and just try to tank through and farm as best as he can.
Yeah, it should be a pretty strong lane here for Avatar mode. I do agree with you on that, John. What about the bot lane? How's that going? Say's going to be there with Fortune Soul against Natsumi and Xavius. You already kind of spoke about this, but it doesn't seem like Force is going to bother trying to switch lanes here because he doesn't have the TP advantage anymore. He'll just stay at the top lane and try to abuse the Viper timing later on against this Bristleback. Of course, that inbuilt break always going to be nice anyway, but the bot lane for now, John, with Natsumi, Xavius against Say and Fortune Soul on the Bristle, how is this lane supposed to go?
You can be a lot more aggressive on Polaris. You land a good set of decays out. Once you have, say, level 2 or level 3 up in Fortune Soul, a couple of quilts up, these heroes melt. So you do have to play and err on the side of caution here for Polaris, but down the line as well, once you've got some levels in Sidekick, Natsumi can trade fairly well. He can actually damage quite nicely, and Se does have the 3 mangoes, so he really is spamming everything he has, but they're not able to really capitalize on it. And once he's out of regen, the presence of the Undying, it shoots down by a huge margin.
Yeah. What about the top lane? Force and AU going to be there against Playhard and Enryu. There was an attempt at Force's life. They tried to go for a Fisher block to try and get some more damage off with the Swarm. Sadly, they did not get the Fisher block on the right side, so Force was able to walk out. I suppose with the Weaver being in that offlane role here against the Viper, you're not too worried about being bullied out by Force on the Viper at all.
Radiant's
No,
turret
you've got a lot
has
of
been
leeway,
killed.
and we are seeing that reflect across Neon because they went out in these lane swaps. They are winning every lane, even a mid. Again, there's not much a Visage does up against the Ember to stop that. So it looked like Polaris are just accepting that their lanes are really just not going to be as good as you'd want it to. And it kind of came out the same way last time, except Natsumi was farming a lot better. But Neon did have that stronger early start, and maybe Polaris is just more confident in what they have later on in the game.
And there's that mid lane first blood coming out. Avatar mode able to find a solo pickoff on the Ember. Because we know Avatar mode loves this Ember Spirit. Probably one of his best heroes that we've watched him play. He does take the solo pickoff against the Visage, and that's a real darn strong start here for Neon.
It's a great way to set a tone for this game here for Neon. Lelouch just doesn't have the best lane matchup up against an Ember. Like, there's not much play. You can defend yourself now with a Gravekeeper's Cloak, and it does take a while for Avatar mode to kind of whittle away at that. So you are very well protected from the sleight of fist spam, but you can't be offensive. And as long as Avatar mode's free to clear out the creep waves, he does get a lot more, as wave clear for Visage is pretty slow.
Certainly is. Not the funnest time is Natsumi now. Bottom lane, they do finally get saved. There was a big chase going on for the Undying, and eventually it does pay off. So Natsumi will be very happy to take his first kill of the game on the Luna. Never wanted to give any extra bonus gold away to a hero like Luna, who is naturally going to snowball out of control once she hits the jungle.
Just going to have a lot of flash farm in hand. In fact, for both sides, you do kind of have that great farming opportunity. And Fortune Soul can easily clear out as well with his back. Though there's no real stack opportunities presenting itself. Like, because of the aggression up top, because of the damage that Force can pump out, play hard, he's just constantly forced away. And he still needs to soak before he can go into the jungle. So that the resource allocation isn't quite there. Same goes for Polaris. You know, we're not seeing priority on early stacks because of how tight these lanes are. And that's something both sides will have to watch out for as we maybe approach towards the 10-minute mark, is around the time you'd want to get at least a couple of double stacks up so these cores can really build up.
At least for now, though, Neon. Top CS. Avatar mode, Fortune Soul.
Are scanning.
We'll keep going. Top lane, bit of a jump. Force, Fisher block is there. This is an opening for the Viper. Enryu, though, dropping quite low himself, and Force wants to go for a chase. Play hard. Still trying, but Force, he had the stick charges. So he'll survive, and now Enryu. Well, he'll have Sakuchi, so he'll be able to make his way out if he needs to. But Force does get away with the kill against the Earthshaker.
Man, that's a great find for Force. Again, lane was a little bit slower, but he's starting to kick into gear, and they've managed to slow down Enryu. 13-6 now on the Weaver, compared to 32-16 for Force. He's just had control of the Slinker group in mid, though.
Yeah, Lelouch again going to be targeted. Nice rotation from Say with the Tombstone, and even play hard just to make sure Lelouch does not have the game he's looking for on this Visage. And it's so important slowing down this Visage. I mean, you talked about the timings, but you really want to just shut down this Matt. Don't allow him to get that level advantage or the farm advantage. And that'll naturally slow down the pace of what the lineup of Polaris is meant to be doing.
And they're also just hard committing onto the objectives early on as well. I mean, this lineup isn't the best pushing, but they just see this opportunity. They group up with a siege creep, and they get a lot of damage done. If they lose this mid too early on, I mean, the farm for Natsumi gets cut off, and it will fall. They can't
massive.
actually make a play happen. Neon, they've already got forward wards to watch the Ancient stacking. They can just kind of dip in if anything is being built up, steal it away. Lelouch 2 level behind on Avatar mode. I mean, that is not good news. The Visage, it's a snowball-based hero. It needs some fast timings, especially as a core. It's just not shaping up for him in this lane matchup.
Avatar mode's just done such a good job on the Ember. As per usual, though. Again, probably his best hero from what we've watched.
Oh, down bot.
Oh, they're onto Fortune Soul. Force, he does eventually make his way over. At least you found Xavius. So the Quill Spray's getting that job done, but it won't matter. Polaris, they'll be more than happy with that trade. The pos one of the Bristle going down. Force making his impact known down at the spot lane, and there are going to be quick rotations. Neon, they have smoked up. Avatar mode and play hard both rotating, but it seems like Polaris might be aware. Problem is, Force is still showing by the tier 1 tower, but it doesn't seem like they spot him out. In the end, so Xavius is going to hand over a salve anyway.
And that's a little bit of time being wasted here from Neon's end. So they don't manage to really find anything off the back of that. They are still clumped up top here with Enryu and Se. Getting a good shove in. It's only AU around to kind of slow down with his creeps. It's just not enough. Like, the output coming out from Enryu, even without something like the Javelin, it's already pretty damn high. They are committing down bot again.
They will try. Avatar. He's going to be around to try and defend, but Force is doing a hell of a lot of damage with that poison attack. Enryu now going to show up on the Weaver. So 3 heroes rotating bot to make sure Avatar mode is fine and the tier 1 tower does remain standing. I suppose that is the game plan, right? Like, do not allow these tier 1s to fall early. Do not allow Polaris to do what they want to do with this draft, which is just push down objectives.
They're doing a good job of stalling, but this is the point now where Polaris are probably happy with the stall. Considering Lelouch's slower start, he does need some space to farm up. He's getting that space out now with a couple of these large camps and with the familiars on hand. They've got a good amount of Ancient stacked up as well. So the resources are there. They haven't taken care of these forward wards, but Neon hasn't been able to play off the back of them anyway. So they need to contest at some point. They might find AU up top here.
May, AU, he'll get chained up. Avatar mode again setting up for the team. Will just take the kill himself. That'll be the 3rd one of the game for the Ember already. Avatar mode remaining at the top of the net worth board, doing a brilliant job so far. That'll be a tier 1 top tower to drop. There's going to be no defense coming in.
And up against Polaris' lineup, which wants to push, I mean, it doesn't feel great to have your own towers melt this fast. They just aren't able to clump around this early timing. aren't able to pressure just yet. They're trying down bot with Lelouch, Force, and Xavius. There's enough time for the response here, though.
Avatar.
Dire's top
He'll
tower
show up.
is under
Xavius, he'll
attack.
cop a Slider Fist, and they are indeed again going to defend this bottom tier 1. You aren't really ready with that big kind of push lineup yet anyway. So they'll have to let Natsumi keep farming on the Luna. Just buy this kind of space and time for him. But Neon, well, they are kind of grouping up mid lane. Doesn't look like they want to go that deep anyway. Natsumi should be just fine. The other side of things, Fortune Soul still top of the net worth board himself now on the Bristleback. Working on towards the Ags, and that's going to be the massive power spike for Neon's draft. They really just want that before they get going any further for tier 2 towers. So bot lane, I wonder if they want to defend once again.
Radiant structures.
Tier 1 tower already very low. They have smoked up. Play hard in Avatar mode, moving in from the mid-river. Trying to sneak up from the backside here against Polaris. They will eventually find the tier 1. It's just about what Neon can do to punish them. They are going to find Xavius, but the Hand of God is going to buy time. He does rebound out, and it seems like this time around there'll be no punishment to come against Polaris.
That's a good amount of space that Xavius buys them. They don't have that hard lockdown onto him, and just bails out in time. It's room for Natsumi to just keep farming up Mask of Madness up, Ancient stacks being cleared out. You are still fairly happy with this game state for Neon. I mean, you're free farming Fortune Soul. Ags is only 3 parts away. They finally are running towards this vision. They have to contest these stacks.
Radiant's
Lelouch.
courier has been killed.
We'll see Avatar mode. Doesn't want to really deal with him anymore. He's kind of got PTSD from the mid lane. So they are the same level now. Rebound in as well. Xavius will force the Rimran back from the Ember. Xavius sticking around. They've even dropped the Tombstone, he would say. And Xavius, he might be the one to drop, but he does stick charge and keep trying to fight, as now the Echo Slam is committed, and it's just really on the familiars. Get rid of them, though. Natsumi, he gets caught. Avatar mode. He'll take a 4th pick off.
That's a bit surprising. He popped the Mask of Madness. He didn't opt to try to clear out the Tombstone fast, and no one backed him up. He was figuring out what he wanted to do, walking in and out. The Ancients are going to be contested now by Neon. They get a lot of value out of their ward at last, and now they block off the Ancients. They got so much farm that Natsumi needs. He's so far behind on Luna, and we'll always say this with Luna. If you don't have the gold advantage, the hero just doesn't feel impactful. And you are very behind Fortune Soul at this point in the game.
That's very true, John. Polaris. Maybe looking for a straggler. Do see Say they can rebound off the familiars as well, which is a nice little combo with the old Visage. It's Avatar mode. AU actually going to drop down bot side. Avatar mode trying to protect the Undying, but eventually Xavius should be able to get there thanks to the stone form of the familiars. Has dispose if he needs it. Say's just going to buy himself a bit of time, but in the end, it's going to be a support for a support trade. While that was happening, AU does go down, and AU, for the last few minutes, all he's been doing is sitting in that Radiant Triangle, just cutting the creep wave over and over again to ensure that they can't get towards that tier 2 top tower. And then that's fine. That's the way you buy time.
Yeah, and time is what they need a lot of here on Polaris' end. I mean, Natsumi just needs so many items to be really big. Lelouch, very close now to the full raid pack, which is 1 start for the Visage. Gonna have a lot more presence in the middle of these fights. But again, for the Visage as well, it does feel like you want more. You want maybe the Ag Shard, maybe the Ags as well, and just, you know, try to push around. But it's not happening. Like, the map is still under the control of Neon. They are still in a better position with their mid and top tier 1 standing. They've been invading really well. They've gotten some really good creative wards. Like, look at this ward right in front of the tier 2 in the tree line. It doesn't give that much vision, but it tells you when someone's walking up to the triangle, and that's still more than enough for them to keep scouting around here.
Yeah, it's very important. Very important indeed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Neon. 2k advantage. Avatar mode. He's been the main star for the team right now. 4-0-1, really setting up everything here for Neon. See Xavier spot lane, but he will rebound out. Be just fine. And Ryu showing mid, but they know they can't jump the Weaver at the moment. They just don't have the lockdown. Avatar mode still playing around in that dire triangle. He's going to back his way out. And instead, Natsumi, he's going to be targeted. Echo Slam committed. Hand of God out, but Natsumi dropping too low does go down to Enryu. And the time lapse away, he is going to be just fine. They're still trying to deal with the tombstone. They'll finally take it out, but all they're going to find so far is the Undying Trade. For a position 1 Luna, that is never going to feel good.
It's a big sacrifice, and you get a lot of value now. Enryu with the early Spirit Vessel cuts off all that healing coming through from AU. Like, the Hand of God barely kept Natsumi alive. It barely gave him any HP to play with. They need to get some defensive items up on Natsumi after that Dragonlance. It does feel like maybe an instant BKB game and just play around that durability up front somehow. Neon, 3k lead up this entire time. Fortune Soul has just been farming. Ags is fully up. I mean, you're hitting your timings on Neon's end.
Down AU as well. Very, very nice pick off again. Play hard this time to take it. Getting closer and closer to having that blink up down the shaker. That'll make matters even worse for Polaris. You've got to ask the question, John, like, what do Polaris do now? Like, they're so far behind on these cores. What do they do to buy space for their cores here?
Just keep stalling. They're grouping up now, which is one part of it. Then force the attention of Neon onto that clump up. And just kind of allow Natsumi to just farm somehow. Dragonlance, I believe, is up. And BKB coming in next for Natsumi. Just that instant rush. He needs the protection. And once you have that, you can clump up around your Luna and start forcing issues. You have to find that mid-tier 1 tower at some point. Sooner rather than later. I mean, to be fair, with Neon taking these kills but not managing to find objectives, you're pretty alright on Polaris' part, even though you're losing some big cores. Like, you are staying in this game. You scouting around on the rear flank. Roche kind of being poked here by Neon.
It is. Fortune Soul has the axe. It's a hard fight to take. They do break, jump in. That's a great rebound. Xavier setting up. They've got the bristle. Oh no, that's a turning point if I've ever seen one. Polaris, they might have really saved themselves in this game, number 2. They will deny Roshan away. I don't know if they can actually take it. But they're gonna try, it seems. They do force Avatar mode away from this Roshan pit, and yeah, they're giving it a crack. They're gonna try this. 20 seconds without the bristleback, no buyback. Let's see if they can get it done. And with the sidekick on the familiar, that's a lot of damage.
Goodness. 25 plus 106. That is not fair.
It's a machine gun. Fisher out, play hard, rebound is there. Avatar mode, he's okay for now. The chase is on again, but Polaris, they've won what they wanted. They need to get out. Lelouch, he gets the chain, or rather TP away. Force, he will get chained up as the Viper, but he'll look for a fight back and at least try to trade here with the Earthshaker, finding one. Can he at least find another? Avatar will be forced to remnant out. Enryu, he is going to take the Viper down. But overall, huge win for Polaris. They had no right to go after that Roshan, and somehow they get away with it.
They just find a really big pickoff. Like that rebound into the Dispos with a Dendric Toxin break. We talked about the counter on the Bristle. You don't have anything defensive here on Fortune Soul. He's still working towards the BKB. Until that point, that break's always going to be a massive problem. And Xavius just works the angle perfectly. Neon, their lead just sort of disappears. It's still a 2k lead for them, but it went down from 4k, a 2k net worth swing for Polaris to play with. And that BKB is coming slowly but surely here for Natsumi. And that's the big timing. At that point, you start to wonder whether or not Bristle can really face off against that Luna once the Luna is ready to go.
Yeah, especially when you've got Force to back him up on that Viper. The break makes it very hard for the Bristleback. Lelouch, chase down, the Swarm giving vision. Familiar's getting pretty low, but are going to be able to stone form and be okay. But you got a glimpse, you pointed out the damage output. I think it was 25 plus 106 on one of the Familiars with the sidekick and the Lunar Blessing. With the attack speed, they're going that quick. Everything melts. It doesn't matter what it is. Avatar mode. He'll walk away, but he's out of mana. They will not be able to close the gap. He's fine.
I mean, that attack speed bonus from Brave Chill plus the buffs plus the Lunar Blessing. It's just too much. That's without any big creeps as well from AU. No skeleton creeps. And now they'll finally start onto the objective.
Look at this.
50 plus 110 without the Luna Aura. Very nice. Oh, with the Luna Aura, actually, yeah. Very, very nice.
Indeed.
Radiant's
Tier 1
middle
tower's
tower
gone.
has fallen.
Net worth advantage. Only down to 1k now for Neon. Double damage rune's been spotted by Force. They have smoked up on Neon. They want to try and punish someone on Polaris. They might find the Viper, but they've got to be brave and move up that high ground. Pings are there. Do they have the jump in? Force, he'll get chained up. Force staff away, juking out the Fisher. They do not lock him down. They even commit the Tombstone for this, but Force, he's still being chased down. Spirit Vessel from Enryu. He'll keep the vision up. Rebound, the turnaround, onto Fortune Soul. In comes the Eclipse from
my
Natsumi.
God.
They're in a terrible position, Neon. The Bristleback melts. Force will finally die, but it's well worth the trade. He doesn't care. He's happy about that. Every time this Bristleback dies, it just pushes Neon a step back. They're relying on this guy to carry them the game.
And Fortune Soul keeps taking this frontline position without the BKB. It's such a massive risk. He's just not that durable up against the breaks. And that wasn't even a prolonged break coming out there, because he just managed to run away. They didn't bother with the disposed back, but they had the angle. They had a front angle there, and they just get all the damage. Now you've got the BKB up on Natsumi. He's fully recovered in this game, only 1,000 behind. And Ryu, hard target to lock down. They don't have dust here as well.
Make the jump in. And Ryu does get dusted. Disposed back. Oh, he's in big trouble now. Not that hard, apparently. They'll even respawn the familiars just to get that added stun. They'll take him out. Another big pickoff with a setup of Xavius. That allows Xavius to be 100 gold away from his Blink Dagger now on the
Is
Marcy.
under attack.
And that's big. Like, it's not as important as before with the Blink Dispose. Avatar mode? What?
Oh, he is going to Remnant away. He's barely going to survive.
Ooh.
Close call there. Very rare mistake from our Ember this game.
Is under attack.
Luck got paid for it.
Yeah, he stays alive for one more time, but the bot tier 2 not going to be alive anymore. Look at that. The Skellies are out.
My favorite.
We need the Skellies with the familiars with a sidekick. We've got to see that. I need to see that, Mike. Double summoners out for AU as he loves. And these objectives, they will not last long. The push has gone full force for Polaris. 11 to 10, 2k lead up as they've found some good punishment onto Neon. And for Neon's part, they don't even have the blink on Playhard yet. He has double Windblaze for some reason.
Double Windlace. I believe he's trying to build into Treads, but he's got Arcane Boots. Not Treads, excuse me. Tranquils was what I was meant to say. Okay. I think that's what he's trying to do, John.
Yeah,
He hasn't done it, though.
I can see that. Disassemble and back into the Tranquils, and then maybe an Aether Lens.
Radiant
Could be
are scanning.
what he wants. Right afterwards with the point booster. It looks a little bit awkward, but it's alright. Not the biggest thing in the world, but he does need that blink. That's a bigger focus point. Like, one of those slots should have a blink up. Timing's a lot later here for Playhard. We are 23 minutes in. He has not had a room. And Polaris have just managed to really execute off the back of Xavius really well. Like, he gets the jump in, he ensures his teammates are around, forces around with a break, and they just melt through Fortune Soul. Now,
Speaking
mind
of-
you, his BKB's done.
And Ryu, Sakuchi away, he's barely going to make it out. They don't have the damage, they missed the rebound initially, and that's going to be enough to allow the wave around. Surprisingly very effective with that blink already here on the Marcy. Neon now 2k behind. I mean, they're not out of this game yet, but it's around that time now where Avatar mode has to start transitioning into a more farm-heavy core. You want to see something like the BKB Ags come out now for Avatar mode to try and help out, because this Bristle is just not surviving these team fights. Maybe now with the BKB he can, at least. You can't break him with the Nether Toxin. At least temporarily. And they are going to try and smoke up and surprise reveal with this BKB. Force will break the smoke on Avatar. Sleight of Fist connects on nothing. They do see the Viper, they'll rush for him. Fisher is there, lock him down, team right behind him. Force may drop at a 4-staff, is out, but no, he's gone. Fortune Soul really trying to rush while the BKB is still going. Meanwhile, Natsumi pops the Eclipse onto the Weaver and Ryu. He is gonna melt. That's pos 3 for pos 3. Neon BKB's over, they've got to run. They can't fight anymore. Because Force brought back on the Viper. And he wants to fight. Say, caught out, rebound will lock him down. They'll at least find an Undying.
Yeah. They get the.
Watch this bot T3.
They got a way better trade, and yeah, this tier 3, it's not gonna last that long with the damage here.
Watch the familiar. Go on. Oh, it's not attacking that
that.
fast. He hasn't got the grave chill going yet. Never
It's
mind.
still fast enough. It's a good chunk over what, 2 seconds, 3 seconds of hitting. Still a good amount, decent amount.
When he gets the grave chill, that's when it gets really.
Oh, yeah, just machine gun down. And if only AU kept those Dark Troll summoners. Only has a Centaur for the Sun. They still managed to clear out the mid. So only the top lane intact here for Neon to kind of defend. High ground could be under threat. Next Roche, longer timer, Mike, 2 minutes away. But Polaris now that they're going into the farm game, now that they're the ones in control, they're very happy with the farm game. Like, they are going for the Silver Edge on Natsumi. Right after the Scotty, more ways to break onto that Bristle. BKB down to the 8 seconds for Fortune Soul. They're trying to invade here, though.
You got these centaurs to just zone them out. AU, he's just gonna stun them. You lose one centaur, whatever. No worries. Enjoy your 50 gold. Skadi up now on the Luna. So even more challenging now for the Bristle to kind of tank through all this damage as Force. He could die back here. This will be a big one if Neon could find it. The Swarm's not going to make it. Play hard. Thinking about a Fisher. Does eventually throw it out. But they are very hesitant. Even with AU just nearby. He doesn't even have the Hand of God up. Just the Guardian Greaves. But it seems to be enough to force them back.
Xavius? Jeez. Plays tag down bot up against Avatar mode. Does manage to bail out in the nick of time with a great rebound. So he buys them time. Instead of fully committing for the tier 2 top, they're forced to respond down bot. Natsumi now is a bit of a sitting duck if they see him, though.
My thrift rewarded.
He's alright for now, but they haven't spotted him out. They'll just go for the outpost instead. There's your AC up on the Visage.
Oh yeah, this is where things get ridiculous for Lelouch. He's going to be so durable. As long as his Gravekeeper's cloak is up, get the Grave Chill off with a bonus attack speed. Yeah, these towers are not going to last long. Look at those machine gun creeps go. Those familiars are gonna get a lot done. Roche 20 seconds away here, Mikey. Key fights lined up. Neon on the low ground for this fight if it does break out.
They've got a Clayton on Enryu. That could be very, very useful in these fights. Just lock everyone down and allow Fortune Soul to get close enough to get those AoE nasal goos out. All the quill sprays, but see if it does work out for them. Roshan, get started. Well, not quite yet. They will just sit in the Roshan pit here. At least they Lelouch will. These skeletons just all across, just being very annoying from AU. Just get the vision information for your team. And then they do kind of get bursted down very quickly. Neon, they cannot afford to let Roshan go the other way. You let the Roshan go, you're in real deep waters.
That's really going to open up the high ground with his spacing here. They're still clumped up around their triangle. They don't quite have a smoke. I mean, they're ready with a smoke now. So if let's see if they find it. Polaris smartly on the high ground here.
Natsumi, the closest target to them. Again, Playhard doesn't have a blink up yet. He's still 300 gold off. Lelouch gonna spawn out with the familiars. In they go. Say he melts.
Oh, jeez.
That's an Undying gone. They hold down Natsumi, but he's fine. He just holds on to his own BKB. And now you start thinking about Roshan. Problem is that the Undying cooldowns, or rather respawn timer, it's rather low. They'll go for a 5-man smoke up here, Polaris. Is it into the Roshan pit or the triangle? It seems like they want to try for the Radiant Triangle. Xavius, he's got the blink to initiate. Fortune Soul, he might get spotted. Xavius, no, the familiars, they'll do it. They'll see the bristle. Oh, and the stunt, he tried to TP. No, he didn't. He was just trying to run. The BKB's out. They've got the Marcy. A nice start. A nice Fisher. An Echo Slam. Natsumi, though, he'll turn right back around, taking down the Earthshaker. Now finding the bristle back.
God.
Oh, Fortune Soul, he's just not that tanky.
No, he
Roshan time.
really isn't. And it's not going to take long to clear out the Rosh. You don't have the sidekick, but you really don't need it. It's just a bonus. Look how fast they rip through output alone here. Free shards coming out here as well. Fortune Soul, I mean, the bristle is just so soft, even without the break at this point. Maybe he wasn't quite turning his back. I believe it might have been counting his side damage out from the Luna, or even just full frontal damage, so he wasn't able to leverage that durability, but still. Polaris, we talked about it with this Rosh Mike. High ground, it's gonna melt. The familiars are up, Lunar Blessings up. Xavius is back with sidekick. He's gonna have to run his way there though, but this is not gonna last long.
Even without the sidekick, yeah, it just melts. It just melts. Lelouch, not gonna lose the familiars very quick with the stone form. They will survive. They'll leave the tier 3 for now. They're not gonna try and rush for this. Still now with an 11k advantage. It's very similar to game 1, right? Like you were behind as Polaris, you buy some time, you hit your timings, then you just take over the game. And now it's all about just playing conservatively, farming the whole map. Don't allow Neon to farm any part of the map, and force them to come to you, unless you've got like a 50k advantage, and then you can go high ground instead.
Yeah, and they are just gonna play it safe. Again, they've learned their lesson from the last series. They play it. Taking a look at Avatar mode here, Mike, he does opt for the Battle Fury. So he does just want to clear out this creep wave, clear out the army. AU builds up, allows him to take care of that objective. Well, tower just melts. 75 plus 106.
Watch
And
this.
come on,
Xavius.
it's the sidekick.
Give him the sidekick. There we go.
Oh,
Off we
hello.
go. Bye-bye, tier 3 tower. See you later. Look at the racks. Bye-bye, racks. Give it another sidekick, Xavius. Go on. Give her another one. No, they're going to back off.
Oh,
Who needs a
Jesus.
carry
No.
when you've
you
got a
don't need one.
familiar?
Yeah, just machine gun down. You know, it would be even crazier if you had the Silence Grave.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bonus 25% damage with a sidekick off. No. Like, yeah, that sounds really fair. DD up as well for Natsumi.
good.
So, blessed by Lord Gaben once more on this high ground. This fight, it has to be perfect for me. And they've got this blink and play hard. They've got the slam. That feels like one of their biggest shots here.
It's a nice Fisher block, at least. They found the Luna. She has Aegis up.
Look at
Xavius,
Lelouch.
Enryu. Look at Lelouch. There goes the racks. Bye-bye. No fight necessary. So Xavius, let me know when Sidekick's back up, eh? We'll go again. Here we go. Green tower. Bye-bye.
Jesus.
Mid racks. They're trying to defend. Look at the... This isn't fair. It's not fair, man. Look at this. They do at least get one of the familiars. Xavius, he's going to jump in. The Bristle, 4-staffed away, will survive. Enryu comes in from the side with the Gleipnir. Fisher out as well, but they just... It's like, where do you aim? Who do you aim? Playhard's gone. Lelouch will hand over the tip into Avatar mode now. He's got one remnant left. He will walk out. But tier 3 tower's gone. Into the bot racks. Give the sidekick over, would you, Xavius? We need some more damage. There we go.
Oh, God. That's disgusting.
Very good. That was without the Grave Chill, by the way, John. They can go faster, just so you're aware. In we go again. Fortune Soul trying to defend the best he can with the Bristleback, but the tier 4 towers are under siege. They're not even aiming heroes now. Enryu finally goes down. Natsumi's literally ignoring the team fight. Never mind though, he'll move back in, but no, it's back to the tier 4 towers. A man of business. There goes the tier 4. GG well played. Good luck is out from Playhard. Good sportsmanship here from Neon as the Echo Slam. Playhard, celebration Echo, but the GG's called. They will find no kills anyway. Polaris Esports. They will take this 2-0 over Neon. Another dominant series. And again, you love to see Neon being so polite with the sportsmanship. Obviously, all these players know each other very well, and even if you're not the one going to TI11, you're still always happy to see people that you're close to, go and try and achieve their dreams. And, well, Polaris, they're not there yet, but they're one step closer.
One step closer. Neon, I mean, props to that lineup. They've rallied really well throughout these qualifiers, because you think about their DPC performance, I think they held out well in this series even. Like, it's a 2-0, yes, but they made it a tough fight for Polaris. They made Polaris have to play extra safe. Even in this game, like, they had a really strong start on Neon. Avatar mode had a perfect game of 4-0-7. Maybe a little bit too conservative, granting that, it's not as much activity, but he plays it really well on the fine line, and it's just not enough. I feel like maybe for Neon this time around, they just didn't manage to stop Natsumi as much as they should. And the couple of moments where Fortune Soul showed up with Yags, but with no BKB, I mean, Xavius just finds the perfect position with Force. Just that rebound into the Nether Toxin, that break, Fortune Soul melted back-to-back fights without the BKB, and I think that just kind of squashed Neon's lead.
It certainly did. I mean, again, Neon, they're off to a good start. It seems like they've got their early game down pat in most of their games, but once it hits the mid to late game, it gets maybe a little bit more messy. And Polaris, they're just a more experienced team, I would argue, going into this series. Again, props to Neon. They put on a show for us. They'll have to come back next year and try again. Polaris Esports, they do get to the semi-final against RSG. But before that, Jonathan, we have the series everyone's been spamming that they're waiting for in chat. T1 against Talon. This is the best two teams in the SCA TI11 qualifiers in the upper bracket final, and they're going to be going at it after a break. And John, it's a real night of heartbreak. We've still got to see one more team leave the qualifiers between RSG and Polaris. One of the teams in the upper bracket final has to get knocked down, so either Talon or T1 fans are going to get very upset tonight. Though they're not out of it, no matter who loses, they're going to the lower bracket. But besides the point, you'd rather get to the grand final right now. And if I may, in EU, Jonathan, even more heartbreak. Secret versus Nigma. Kuroki versus Puppy. I mean, it brings a tear to my eyes, John. One of these legendary players in Kuroki and Puppy are not going to TI11. It has to happen today.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really sad day, and Puppy, the last player who's attended every TI, I'd love to see him there again, but we'll see. Enigma, when it comes down to the qualifiers, they always rally up. Still, see the bracket updates. Again, up next is Talon up against T1. RSG and Polaris do move on to the next round of the lower bracket. And, well, that next series, Mike, I am going to be so scared because, you know me, I am with Talon as a streamer. And let me tell you, they've won 2-0. But, man, those games, they didn't look clean. And T1, with the way they're playing, they look stronger. So I don't know about this. I'm worried that Mikado, he might eat his words, Mike. It might not end well for Talon.
Oh, look, brave words are brave words. Whether he wins or loses doesn't matter. T1 versus Talon. You're going to have a new duo coming up to cast that series. This is going to be the lovely Aries and Daniel coming up to cast T1 versus Talon upper bracket final. So don't go anywhere. Hype series coming up. We're going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our new duo for this upper bracket final. We'll see you then.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game, it's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
It's time for the upper bracket finals, a clash of two titans, Talon going up against T1. Denog, we've been hanging down in the low bracket for today so far. We've seen two teams eliminated, but it's time to determine who will take that first slot in the grand finals.
It's going to be exciting for sure, and for you and me, it's a little bit of an Australian off as well. We got KP on one side, we got Anna on the other. It's the Australia Bowl coming through here to see who's going to have the little bragging rights of reaching that grand finals first. Of course, that's not even the last series for today. As we can see from the bracket, we've also got G and Polaris, who played earlier today in the top four at the moment, going through and potentially, well, one of them will be going home, and one of them still has a small opportunity of getting through to the group stages. But of course, that series is going to mean so much just for the last chance qualifiers and being able to go to TI.
Yeah, without a doubt. With top four guaranteed here at the moment, but still so many series left on the line. Day 4 closing it out, but this is where we look towards, you know, T1 and Talon. Is there anything that we should be looking at in regards to maybe like some contested heroes between Talon and T1?
How do you realize that when it's about T1 though, right? But I would have to say probably the Undying. Undying's up there. You know, we've seen T1 flex it across multiple roles, even bringing out the position 1 Undying, but KP likes to pick it a lot. So does Hyde. So we'll see what happens around there. It's really I want to see them get rid of this Morphling. I've seen T1 have a lot of success with just dominating their lanes, but then also having this strat that OG had a lot of success with during, their runs at Arlington, at Stockholm, where they were able to make like a tri-core work. And it just seems like they play the exact same role every single time. We've seen Ana play on the Morphling as well, but I kind of want to see him play a few more conventional heroes, if that makes sense, because eventually some of this wacky stuff is going to get fanned out. There's a reason that they're not super strong in the meta in their positions.
Yeah, I think speaking about the Morphling, we saw game 2 RSG, they banned out the Morphling. They had enough of it. Of course, Topson playing it multiple times. We've even seen, like you said, Ana play it. So RSG, they felt the need to first phase ban the Morphling, which really will open up the draft for T1. So I wonder if Talon, if they're going to do the same thing. Maybe they feel like they have a strategy to the Morphling where they let it in the pool and then they can look to address it. But with these two teams, they haven't really been contested heavily. Of course, we've seen, T1 run so far, toppling Execration, toppling RSG in both 2-0 fashion. And for Talon, they were able to beat Polaris in the upper bracket semifinals. They're able to 2-0 Lilgun as well. So, of course, some of those games, I think the game with Talon versus Lilgun, one went over 60 minutes. So, of course, there were some trends for them. But both these teams haven't lost a map yet.
Yeah, Talon got close, though. There was that time with Polaris where they were hitting up onto the high ground with a Lone Druid Bear, I think, at like the 20-minute mark. And that's really where I feel like it might be a bit of a stumbling block for Talon in this series in particular, because you've got Talon who always seem to be dragging out their game that little bit longer than a lot of these other teams. T1's not going to give them that opportunity. Execration, even though they were eliminated yesterday from the lower bracket, they were actually doing pretty decent against T1 in the early game, but T1 was just able to be a lot more efficient than them. And that's really where they started to falter a little bit. So I feel like this might be one of those instances where Talon, they've got the late game chops to be able to come back into this, but maybe the net worth lead early on is just going to be too far to come back from.
So do you feel like Talon need to put a lot of emphasis on a lineup that's going to be able to match the tempo that will come out from T1? Because we've seen T1 in the qualifiers so far. Again, Ana playing the Marcy, Ana playing the Undying. This is not your conventional position 1 hard carry where they're really looking to ramp up the pace. You feel like Talon, they can't fall back on the strategy that has worked for them multiple times in this kind of late game Dota?
I think what Talon need to do is they need to address what makes T1 so successful. And that's heroes that can quickly farm areas of the map and force people to move towards objectives, or that can quickly join in onto team fights to get an outnumber. So when I talk about these heroes, I mean like the Nature's Prophet, the Primal Beast, the Death Prophet, even the Morphling to some extent, and all these heroes that like to build into the Boots of Travel as well. They force you to kind of react to a lot of these plays. So if I'm Talon, I know that that's coming, but I feel like I don't always want to be playing so reactionary. So maybe just something that's going to be a little bit more on the front foot could be beneficial for them this time around.
Well, you mentioned some of those heroes in particular that is going to be contested. I think the Undying was one of them. What are we looking at in regards to the bans? What do either sides need to kind of prioritize to take out of the pool in the first phase?
I think for Talon, it's just around those early game heroes, right? Even without T1 being taken into consideration, their most banned heroes are like the Chen, the Beastmaster, Visage to a lesser extent, Lycan. So these are ones that really up the tempo, that don't allow them to come online with their slightly, let's call it greedier, but maybe just more late game focused lineups. So I think just those sorts of things that are going to have a really good time in the laning stage. Undying is probably another one of those. Primal Beast is another one of those. So the downside is you can't get rid of all of them. So we'll see what they end up doing. Maybe they're going to go down a similar route with the Visage, because that is one of those higher pace heroes that KP actually does play, and do exactly what Polaris just did to Neon. Like, that is a draft that you and I have been wanting to see within the Southeast Asian qualifiers for quite some time, because we saw it have so much success in SA, and clearly it works.
What do you reckon Thompson's chuckling about? You see Thompson's having a bit of a giggle. Anna's just cruising over there. He's got the game face on.
Good question. Did you see I know you're not really much of a Reddit browser, but someone made a thread about you know, the cams and how they had exemplified all of the different personalities on T1. Like Ana looked tired, Thompson looked completely stoic, Cuckoo had this big smile on his face, Zephyr was chill, and White Mom was just, you know, chilling as well. And I was like, you almost got it, but White Mom needed to have some kind of snack in his hands.
Yep,
you know, that
yep,
was
yep.
the big difference there. So where's the cornetto? Where's the ice cream this time, White Mon? And he's not singing either. Well, he's got to step it up a little bit.
Come on, there's a couple of things that you need to add to the camera. I mean, maybe in the game 1 break where we got game 2 draft, you might bring the snack out, but this is what we've been waiting for. Game 1 draft is underway. T1 on the Radiant side, Talent, they're going to be picking up the Dire side.
And it is that Undying going away. I like it. You got to get rid of the flex. It's just a question of who's actually got the first pick here. It
T1.
is T1. Okay, so in my eyes, you've either got to ban out the Morphling or the Primal Beast. I think it's the Morphling that needs to go if I'm on Talon, just because they've shown the flexibility in being able to play at position 1 and position 2. And I feel like if you're going to Primal Beast this early, there are still plenty of responses to it. Anything that has spell immunity is going to be really effective against it in lane. Not sure if I'm the biggest fan of that one, but maybe they're just wanting to let multiple heroes come through so that they're able to pick them up themselves if it's not picked up by T1.
I think Marcy's another hero that's going to be contested. T1, they have the option to go down that route if they want to. And there we go, picked up. I was going to say, like, if Talon were playing with the 8th pick in this game, they could consider a Morphling at the 8th because of how goddamn good 23 Savage plays on that hero. I don't think we'll get it with the Earthshaker. No, they're going to go down the puck route, but that could be a thought for later games once we get there.
Yeah, this seems like it's plan B for Talon. I know I'm assuming since it's so early into the draft, but if that Marcy got left in, I almost am certain that they would have gone for a Marcy Visage. Like, it just is such a strong laning combination. KP plays it well. It picks up the tempo. It forces Talon to respond a little bit more defensively. And, well, wouldn't you know it, they get the flex. They get to ban out the big hero against it. And, I mean, every time you see a Shaker, right? Do you think this was bait coming through from Talon? Or do you think it just slipped their mind that, I mean, Thompson has shown that he really likes going into that Aghanim Scepter build. And I can't think of many better heroes other than, you know, maybe the Slark, which we've seen in recent times, that a Morphling would like to be.
Thompson is smirking right now. He's like, what are these fools doing? They let the Morphling through. I got my 8th pick Morphling. I can now ban some pretty hefty counters. You mentioned about the Morph Earthshaker matchup as well. So Thompson in particular is incredibly happy.
Yeah, for sure. Feels a little bit odd, that's for certain. So now what can they look to do? Because you've kind of also revealed like what your mid laner is going to be with picking up this puck. And not that it has a bad matchup against the Morphling, but you can't really pick some of these heroes that might be able to abuse the matchup a bit more. You know, this is Talon that are going to have the last pick of this phase as well as the final one. So mid lane isn't going to be a one matchup, let's say. But how are you going to win the other lanes? That needs to be the main priority for them. So clearly, they're just wanting to, again, slow the game down. Look at these heroes being removed. It's all what we were talking about before. Fast-paced, get rid of the DP, Chen, Enigma, Undying as well. Wouldn't be surprised if they got rid of the Primal Beast, but I suppose it's not too bad because you can still pick up that position 5 that's like an Oracle, for example. That's a great laning response to the Primal Beast if it's played as either a position 3 or a position 4.
I do think the one nice thing with Talon in regards to the mid matchup is that, you know, Thompson in the early game, he can kind of get active once Dragonlance is completed on the Morphling, but early game Puck is going to be able to make a lot of rotations, and you know the Morphling doesn't have this capability. So Talon could have a big advantage with Makoto just being free to make movements to both side lanes, and that could really help out with finding early kills.
The thing with those rotations, though, is that you need to pick up a support that has a bit more damage. Earthshaker doesn't. There's a big reason why I hate this hero. Like, it's really entertaining to watch if it gets to the late game. My concern is it's not going to get to the late game. So how are you going to be able to combat that? Like, what position 5 can you look to pick up that fixes that damage issue? What position 3 can you pick up that fixes that damage issue to potentially enable Makoto on his puck to rotate through to the KP and Q lane? I mean, when you think of KP heroes, Enigma is one of them, Undying is another, Death Prophet is another. It's really just Visage, Doom, Brood that are left in the pool right now. I mean, there's another fast-paced hero, right, with the Nature's Prophet being taken out. So I like Talon's bans. I'm just not necessarily a big fan of this combination between the... do they just Primal Beast now? I mean, I guess you could glimpse him back if he goes for the charge, but... It's going to have a White Mon Lion coming through. I mean, the man is an absolute Chad on this hero.
But he is a great way to be able to address the puck. I am a bit concerned that Talon can look to ramp up the pressure. Like, that was what we were asking for them in the pre-game, saying that they kind of had to match T1 early. And a Disruptor and a puck, they want to be running heroes. And Lion, he doesn't like that at all. If people are up in his face, a squishy hero that wants to get the initiation, you know, with the Blink Dagger as well, which is going to take a little bit to come online. So I do like the Lion answer to the puck, but I feel like as a game answer, there might be some issues because Talon are going to get very, very aggressive early.
You think so? I mean, my
Yes.
vision is that this Disruptor and Shaker aren't the best at rotating. I don't think they have the greatest amount of damage. Like, sure, if you just Dream Coil into a Static Storm, it's great for a lot of these team fights, but all T1 need to do is not clump up. I feel like they need to pick a hero that's going to be able to up the tempo a little bit more, because it's the age-old adage of, well, Disruptor's good if you're playing aggressively, but if you're trying to run away from a Marcy and a Viper that are running at you, then you're going to have a much harder time.
10 seconds remaining.
And
I think-
what melee
5
position ones can you really
seconds
pick up into a Viper, especially one that's being assisted by a Marcy as well?
There's not too many because, I mean, you'd be looking at like a Juggernaut or a Lifestealer, but they do not match up well versus the Morphling, and even the Lion, again, is nice with the instant Hex. So this is not going to be an easy pick at all for 23 Savage.
Maybe they could go down the route of like a Chaos Knight or something like that, just if they really wanted to go for some kills in the laning stage, but I don't know. I feel like you would be banking on finishing early, and that doesn't really sync up with like what an Earthshaker looks to provide to your team. I know double range isn't really a great thing, but Sniper might not be horrible this game just because they don't have amazing gap close. Like, if you're going forward on the Morphling, then you need to pretty hard commit, and then it means that you might be able to get that Static Storm off on the Disruptor. Instead, it's going to be a Beastmaster, so a double melee lane, but it's not horrible, right? The thing that I like about this is that it's going to give you a lot of plays with the Glimpse. I was kind of thinking, can they Night Stalker into this? Because, you know, we've seen in the Eastern European region, that's a pretty popular combo. You don't need stuns if you're just constantly running at people and able to glimpse them back. So
5
Beastmaster's at
seconds
least going to
remaining.
provide that vision, allow you to take the team fights that you want. I'm just a little bit worried about how the lanes are going to go still.
I think the nice thing, at least now, is that Talon can protect the Beastmaster. There might even be potential, though, for T1 to flex the Morphling into the safe lane, because one thing that, when they were picking up the Morphling in previous series, it was the puck was getting banned out
10
every single
seconds
time.
remaining.
So obviously Thompson is concerned about this matchup, and
5
Talon are aware of
seconds
this,
remaining.
hence why they picked it before the Morphling was shown. Is that enough to put the Morphling in the safe lane, who should have a pretty good time versus the Beastmaster? Like, you can deal with the boars. Earthshaker's not a concern at all. They have that potential. You still have the potential to put the Marcy in that lane as well, but I like the Beast pick a lot. It seems like Talon are gonna have a big advantage here in team fighting.
Just trying to see like some of these unorthodox heroes that Anna's been playing lately. Obviously, we've seen the Undying. We've seen what was the other hero that we got out of him on day one?
The Marcy.
Marcy,
10 seconds
Marcy, yeah.
remaining.
But he's been playing Clockwork in pubs. He's been playing Bounty
5
Hunter in
seconds
pubs. He's
remaining.
even been playing the Marana in pubs as well. And Marana's not that bad into a Beastmaster. You know, you're able to deal with the boars nice and easily. Got pretty good attack range. You can rely on Thompson to be the one to carry the game for you. The downside is, of course, you would be playing alongside a Lion, so that doesn't feel anywhere near as good.
See what the call is going to be, T1. They've got plenty of reserve time to work this one out. Again, they have a lot of flexibility as well.
10
Seems like it's going to be
seconds
Anna's
remaining.
hero. He's surprisingly vocal for a draft. Normally he's just
5
dead
seconds
silent
remaining.
unless it's his hero being picked up. So you would have to assume that the play for them is putting the Morphling mid for now. What can you go for
So-
with this? It's not really a PA game, is it? I mean, it's not a bad PA game.
PA Morphling might be a bit too greedy. That's my concern.
Outside of the Beastmaster, though, as long as Beastmaster's dead, you don't push with this lineup. So I feel like you can get away with it. That's why, was it Xerxia earlier today? They were able to pull off, I think it was a Faceless Void TA draft, just because you were against 4 heroes that were pretty terrible at pushing. So you can be greedy, as long as it's not going to get punished. You just need to identify what's going to punish you.
I don't know. I'm really concerned because I feel like Talon, they have this last pick that you can go for anything on Savage. It's going to be the Pudge. More than likely, Arna picking this one up.
Pretty decent, right? Like, they aren't going to have a lot of ways to be able to deal with the Flesh Heap, right? It's all pretty slow ramping up damage, even just the Static Storm, right? If you're able to get the Flesh Heap off before that comes through, Puck, another one of those heroes that does kind of slowish damage until super later on. We've seen Makoto, though, he carries games with this Puck. He was a big reason why they were able to beat out Polaris in the previous part of the upper bracket going into the Dagon build. But now what could you go into this Pudge? As a position 1, they need damage. They need something that's going to carry them in the late game. What is it going to be?
I'm intrigued because we saw in the DPC that they went for some pretty crazy heroes for 23 Savage. One of them
gonna call the Slark.
Oh, they get the Slark.
I was gonna call it.
That's my bad. My bad.
No, that's all right. I was hesitant because I was like, could they do this? Is it potential? Like, against the Viper, it feels okay. You've got the Dark Pack, right? You've got plenty of ways to be able to rack up those Essence shifts. Again, it allows you to take the team fights that you want. And they don't have a ton of AoE damage right now. So I feel like it's a pretty decent Slark game. The thing is, you've given now 2 great targets for Topson to want to morph into. The Slark, of course, just adds another layer of mobility to the Morphling with the Pounce that you're able to steal. Shaker, of course, if you get into the Aghanim Scepter, feels amazing. I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, I'm preferring T1's draft as a whole just because I feel like you've given a lot of comfort over and I feel like the lanes are all pretty decent. But the Slark certainly does deal with the Pudge in a pretty significant way.
It's interesting you're favoring T1 because I'm pretty heavily favoring Talon. I really like their lineup. I think they have a big advantage in regards to team fighting. I'm quite concerned how T1 are going to be able to take engagements unless they have an advantage early on. I think this last pick Pudge is kind of something that we were wanting in the aspect of, because Morphling is a very greedy position too. And you were saying like you could get away with it if Talon don't push. It may be if they could shut down the Beastmaster, that would help out. But you get a position 1 Pudge who doesn't need a whole lot. It can make a lot of space for Topson. But again, my real big concern is that there's a lot of synergy on Talon. Like Slark, Wax Speed, he's going to get it out of the inner beast. You've got nighttime vision on the Slark to help with glimpses. You've got the Hawk to help with glimpses. You've got the Orb to help with glimpses. Talon are just going to run at T1. They have an incredible lineup to be able to do that. They have really good team fighting as well. Whereas I feel like T1, again, I think their only way to succeed is they need to be ahead. I don't know if that's going to be the case.
I think they're going to be ahead. I think they're going to be ahead in the laning stage. It's just a question of what you do after that. The one thing that it's going to be making me lean a little bit more towards your argument there with Talon is that while Topson's spending this time farming on the Morphling, which we know they like to do, they make a ton of space for him. He's one of the best heroes at being able to go into the jungle and be able to pick up some of that farm. You don't have great heroes at being able to push. Like Viper can do it, but it's not like you've got a Visage. It's not like you've got a Death Prophet. It's not like you've got a Nature's Prophet that are able to provide a lot of that pushing potential. Speaking of Topson, he's going to be scouted out by KP. Probably see the fact that these Ancients are warded up.
30 seconds to battle.
Who would even take those Ancients, though? Maybe they're just assuming that they're going to go max out the Wild Axes on KP?
I suppose so, yeah. No one else would be able to take it, so maybe just trying to slow down the Beastmaster's game, which I do think like Beastmaster is a huge component to Talon's lineup. If he gets that early Helm of the Overlord, that's where the push can come from, and that's where the group up can come from as well. Your potential Wraith Pact as well, if that's a route he wants to consider. It looks like we'll have nothing crazy in regards to the bound. It will be a 2 for 2. Either side's able to get their wards out on the map as well, and we are all set, ready to rock and roll here. Game 1 for the upper bracket finals. Talon against T1, and what a mid matchup we've got. Makoto against Topson.
That's about mid, but we've seen what's happening top. We're getting a little bit of a tri-lane actioning happening up here. We've got the Lion paired together with the Viper and the Marcy up top, looking to try and get that first blood on the board if they can. That would be a great way to be able to start out this lane. You know, I've mentioned that Cuckoo really needs to have a solid start to this one if they're going to have any chances of taking towers and putting a lot more pressure on. They're on to hide for now, but where's the damage? Where's the follow-up?
Well, they should have
Maybe
the
might
damage
be
just in a
taken out.
poison attack. Look at the kill. Zephyr's going to trade his life with running under the tower, but he's got enough movement speed, in fact, to get out of the aim of 23 Savage. So a great start for T1. The Viper can have some issues early on. Once you get that level 3, a huge power spike in the second point of the poison attack, they're going to be able to get active beforehand.
It almost feels like this Orb of Venom was exclusively just to get that first blood, the one that Marcy's holding right now, because you really don't want to be going up and contesting against 23 Savage on his Slark. And I feel like Hyde, with his positioning, is going to be good enough that he's not going to be trading right clicks. He could just harass from afar with that Thunderstrike and look to make them use a lot more of that region. I think rather than using it onto Zephyr, yeah, just target Cuckoo. Make him feel a little bit more pressured.
Top lane is definitely going to be a bit difficult for Talon to play this lane. Savage, of course, can always get rid of the poison attack, but feels like the spam bar is going to be very difficult for them to deal with. The Disruptor's not a crazy laner as well, so I think this is...
KP's in a little bit of trouble.
But the Spike on top of KP, and they should be able to get the kill. KP recognizes this, so he's going to try and do as much damage as he can, but T1 already second kill on the board.
They're giving up a little bit to be able to start this game, but it's what you have to come to expect, right? When you're playing with an Earthshaker, I think he's a woeful laner. So this is always going to be the thing that happens. Ooh, even the tower actually getting a few of these last hits away, so it's going to make the lane actually push out a little bit more towards T1's side, which is not what you want. I mentioned before that T1, they have the much better draft for the laning stage, and if they're going to be able to push into some of these early towers, they need the lanes to go well, which they have so far.
We'll see whenever Q's in caught out of position with the Beastmaster as well, which we saw prior. Whitemon can get that Earth Spike into the hook. The very potent combination and that you need to be able to play with the Pudge. It's how much damage he's able to dish out early on in the lane. And Arna, he's just free farming. Like you said, all the lanes going very comfortably for T1.
Makoto's always going to do well in his mid lane, though. He's a very solid player up top. Nice pounce away by Savage just to be able to get away from the aggression. But yeah, I think Makoto has probably been the biggest standout for mine from Talon so far these qualifiers. It really has been the mids really shining, right? Even though they're eliminated, Bob on Execration was doing a fantastic job for his team. And Makoto, even when Savage has had a bit of a rough time, it never seems to be him pulling the team down.
Helps him with some of the voice lines. Remember Koda's trying to duke after strike. Very interesting.
You can take the man out of OG, but you can't take the OG out of the man.
Oh, not at all. This lane now.
Is under attack.
So we're going to be looking towards a power. They got 2 minutes until the spawn. That's where Puck really needs the advantage. And I do feel like Dire have this capability to be able to secure some of them. But Radiant, they don't have the worst heroes as well from being able to rotate. And we already see Zephyr trying to help secure one of the water runes for Thompson, and also they'll bring Whitemon as well to take the other one away.
Yeah, it's always what you need to be focusing on whenever you're up against the Puck, right? You are much less capable than a Morphling. He's got
Bottom lane.
What, 4?
Honor is alone at the moment. Q's got the Fissure from afar. Another round of the axes as well as KP. He's going to get a little bit of revenge. Beautifully done as they see that Whitemon left the lane so they could get aggressive onto Honor's Pudge.
Yeah, good response coming through there. What I was saying before was you've got about a 14 damage advantage on the Morphling versus the Puck, so Puck needs those bottles to be refilling his mana, just so that he's able to stay ahead on this net worth. Of course, no small camp to be able to play around with anymore either, so it makes it even more vital than it used to be. Nice hooks by Anna, just cheating, getting a little bit of extra golden experience coming through. Looks like he's wanting to go straight into that Vanguard, just allowing him to stay perhaps solo in that lane a bit more, enable Whitemon to make a few more of those rotations towards mid.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Mid lane. Lift may be used for Thompson. The waveform if he wants to try and catch up to Makoto, but the Pucker's got no resources to try and play with this full wave, so this could be a little bit of damage onto the tower.
Is under attack.
This is what I was talking about, right? Like, it is so important for him to make sure that he's securing those power runes, otherwise he just can't farm. You've got Q here just trying to soak up a little bit of that experience so it's not wasted entirely, but, I mean, Makoto used to be top of the net worth, and now he's fallen to, by the time this creep wave's done, 300 behind Thompson.
Look at this already, the supports are starting to rotate from top to bottom as well. Reed's going to be there. How important power runes are.
Radiant
He's the one that gets lucky with the spawn, though.
They scan just to see if there are multiple people nearby. He can obviously see hide, but that scan would be clipping anyone else that's coming through. It's on cue. Nicely done. Good attempt. Actually, it was Makoto that was able to secure that somehow. Whitemon was guarding the bottom rune, but that arcane rune being picked up, as soon as he's level 6, that might enable Talon to make a first attempt to go for a kill. We would have to assume it's on top, though. I mean, with that Vanguard being picked up on Ana, makes it a lot more challenging to target him. So, in my eyes, Cuckoo's the one that they're going to need to focus on.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you're going to be killing off Ana with only 1 point in the wild axis here for KP. So top something that Makoto's going to be considering. Look at T1 playing very aggressively around mid. Zephyr and Whitemon still sticking around to try and put some pressure onto Makoto.
Doesn't it feel great to see Zephyr playing a much more active style? Like, he really made a name for himself playing, you know, his Treant, his Dawnbreaker, these style of heroes that are just hanging back a little bit and then joining into a team fight, but he has taken the notes coming through from Topsted saying, I need you to be active, I need you to run at their faces constantly, because that's what's going to make space for our team with Ana, great farmer, great laner, to be able to come out on top.
Look at the moves across the map as well. T1, cliff ward around mid. They were able to scout out Hyde and Q's rotation. And instantly, once they saw this, they started to pivot their attention to top. Slark was alone. Oh, KP's going to be fine, but I was going to say maybe the Beastmaster's chase down. Actually, Ana, he's got a bit too far forward. They're going to glimpse him back under the tower. They've got the roar if required. Q should be able to get rid of the dismember instantly. The rest of Radiant are trying to TP down, but they're going to be a little bit too late to protect Ana. Close with the toss away, but Zephyr unfortunately not there fast enough. That is another big kill onto the Pudge.
A little bit too deep there on Ana. Understand you want to be trying to go for those solo kills, make the space wherever you can. The important thing is, though, Cuckoo is still left solo up on this top side of the map. Like, he has had a pretty decent lane without Marcy actually babysitting him a lot of the time. So he's already up to his level 6 at 8 minutes. He's going to be farming up this double wave that's coming into him. He's in a really good spot to actually be that tower pusher that I was wanting him to be.
Bottom ward does scout out Whitemon, so still T1. Okay, nice read from Whitemon's going to be able to get rid of that. Doesn't look going to be able to get anything out of this rotation. They are protecting Ana with the TP back in. They also see Makoto rotating down, so the vision early on from T1 has been really on point. They're gonna jump. Let's see if they got the damage to get the kill. Without the Earth Spike, they might be lacking it. And the rotations to now come out from Talon. They're going to jump on forward, targeting down Whitemon for the moment. An easy kill to the line, but you need to respect Ana. The Pudge is going to be dealing ridiculous amounts of damage once he's on top of the Talon members. As Zephyr will jump back in, coils out from Makoto, but where's the extra rotations out of team? It's just 2 members battling against the 3, and they do not have the numbers advantage to come out on top. And Talon will overwhelm T1 in their own jungle. Mid lane, Thompson might solo kill Savage. Nicely done from
that
Thompson.
Makes it worth it.
Yeah, a bit of a silver lining across the map.
Dire's middle
Coming
tower
through all
is
3
under
cores towards the top. No Essence Shift permanent stacks coming out for Savage coming through here. And I mean, this is why you got to get rid of the Morphling, right? Just the amount of flex that it provides to T1 is kind of insane. I also want a bit of a prediction from you, Aries. Are we going to see any TPs in that are immediately glimpsed back this game? I feel like someone's going to forget the disruptors in this game. It's not really a meta hero these days.
Happen. So yeah, someone will forget. I'm still sticking around bottom. Can they rotate Thompson? Yep, they're going to smoke. I do not believe he was under the Observe Ward. They are pinging out. They saw the Invis spawn and saw that someone took it without any vision of a hero in the area, so they know that they're smoking down. I was just singing the praises of T1's wards, but that ward from Talon potentially keeping them alive.
Find out here.
Not keeping the Earthshaker alive, at least.
It's a valuable kill, though, right? Like, this Shaker doesn't do anything early on. You know, you're going to have a good time as the Morphling. Viper can just get disposed away from a lot of the Fisher blocks, so I think just making sure that he doesn't get into those super early items to have that true team fight impact is going to be the biggest deal for him.
like that. Not the Helm Dome creep.
Ana?
Hyde doesn't have the level 6 just yet. They need some TPs coming down from Talon. Oh, Hyde just got the ultimate. The experience is enough to lay the Static Storm down. They'll glimpse Zephyr back under the T1 tower. There's another easy pickings for the side of Talon. They'll chase down the support. A perfect timing for the Static Storm to come out.
Now, I might sound a little bit premature here, but Hyde is 3-1-3, and he's got a lot of net worth. He's got into the Arcane Boots, but is this a game where he goes Aghanim Scepter, like, really early and just commits to it? I kind of feel like it is, right? Because Morphling's going to be looking to play around that Manta style as much as he can. Morphling's going to be looking to buy a BKB to be able to withstand the eventual Static Storms that come out. So I feel like he might be able to get a lot of success out of this. Ana, TP's in. Doesn't get sent all the way back to the base. Nearly did. Just be able to walk on away. I mean, look at all the information this Hawk's providing as well. Seeing that Whitemon's there to be able to punish any kind of people that are just lagging behind a little bit. And really another important factor is the fact that Whitemon
Lane
is still level 4.
Oh no! Oh my lord. Thompson Morphling. Oh no.
Just
3
ban it.
and 0. Yeah, I mean,
Just
they
ban it.
obviously felt like they had a way to be able to address it.
You can think that all you want. It might not be the reality of the situation, though. Mid lane, got a couple of seconds left until the Static Storm's available, but definitely he's just looking to run in to hide. Another great Earth Spike coming through.
So now, Talon, they need to be speaking about how they're going to be able to address the Morphling in regards to this game. You know, potentially... Oh, hold that thought, KP. What they are? They've got a really good position to take the fight. They're going to try and get the coil. They're avoiding Thompson at the moment, dealing with the supporting cask, and now they can go back to the Morphling with the perfect chain control, but it's not enough. Just TP out. Thompson, he'll make it away, but still, T1, they do lose both their supports in that skirmish.
Lose both of the supports, but both of the
Bottom
cores are
lane,
farming,
Ana.
although Ana,
Again,
yeah,
the glimpse
5
back
heroes.
Hyde. He's already got the glimpse maxed out. So Ana just stepping a little bit too far forward. The TP's come out. And this is going to be another death onto the Pudge. And he doesn't even bring Q into the grave with him.
Would have been a nice solo kill if he was able to do that, but again, like, what is this actually netting? All of these kills. At least this time around, you get the permanent agility onto Savage. That's fine. But all 3 of T1's cores are sitting at the top. You haven't taken any towers at 13.5 minutes. It might be going down now that this T1 tower is being hit into by the Beastmaster, but I feel like T1 still feel like they're in a pretty decent spot. TP's coming in. Disruptor's hanging nearby just for that glimpse if you're revealing a little bit too early on Cuckoo.
It's a big kill if they can get the Disruptor straight away, and they will. And Zephyr's going to be able to pounce on forward as well, catching out KP on the retreat. Great defense from T1. They will lose their tower, but they're going to make sure they can catch up some of the members on Talon before they can get away.
It's a lot of valuable gold coming through from a couple of killing sprees, actually, right? Being fed through. Hyde had died previously, but it's still a lot of gold, and yep, there we go. They're able to take away another one of those tier 1 towers. They're able to start invading the jungle, having to spend a couple of these sentry wards just to de-ward the general area that they're farming around. But again, unless you're maxing out the wild axes, I'm not sure who was really going to be taking these ancients anyway.
Smoke off from Talon. Hobson showing mid. It's probably going to have to be a fissure into a Static Storm, and that's going to be exactly the case. A beautiful way for Talon to be able to set up, and they should have the damage to bring him down. Great read from Talon on how they need to execute that pickoff.
I'm telling you, man, Hyde gets the mega kill streak. He's going into the 4-staff, but give me the Aghanim Scepter, bro. I feel like it's going to enable a lot more of those sorts of plays.
It's a hard call, because it is a very good 4-staff game.
Yeah, but Aghanim Scepter, position 5.
I get it. Alright, well, Thompson, first death for him of the game. Kind of mentioned the question before, but now we got a little bit more of a break. We can go back to it. What do Talon need to do to address this incredibly farm Morphling? Is there items we need to see out of them? Is there maybe a different sort of play style for them to be able to deal with Thompson?
No real natural Spirit Vessel builders, which is probably one of the main ways that you could have used to address it. Obviously, he's got the Mantis, the Yasha finished up, so he could go into Manta style if he wanted to, but Sanj coming through next, so I don't know. It doesn't feel like they've got great ways to be able to do it. It seems like it's going to need to be around all these big ultimates coming back to back. At least Q's recovered his net worth somewhat. He's only 700 gold away from that Blink Dagger. It's 16 minutes in, so it's still a little bit slow, but you're going to have that surprise factor for the Morphling if you catch him with the superior vision that you should have. You know, you're playing with a Beastmaster and a Slark, not only giving yourself vision, but having a really easy hero to be able to make sure that the enemy doesn't have it of you.
Dire's
It
top
does
tower
seem like
is
Talon
under
having
attack.
some difficulty. They see Ana under the ward. With heroes not defending top, that'll maybe
Dire's
be
top tower has fallen.
It's a good indication that something's going on.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I was going to say, Talon, it's kind of awkward because the Beastmaster is wanting to finish this Helm of the Overlord, but you also want the Earthshaker who's trying to finish this Blink Dagger. So it's a bit difficult for them to be able to, divvy up some of the farm across the map. And, well, one person we haven't really spoken about is Cuckoo. This guy is incredibly farmed. Only 2 kills participated with for the Viper, but second in the net worth, and he's already got the Hurricane Pike, but this could be his first death. Coda's going to start
the
forcing
Hurricane
reaction.
Pike, right? So he'll be able to get away from some of these, fissures and weird sort of situations. They've enabled him to be really greedy this game, right? Most of the time, Cuckoo just goes for these, like, crazy run-at-you style heroes like the Death Prophet. And, I mean, it's not run-at-you, but to a lesser extent, very aggressive with the Nature's Prophet. But the Viper, much
Top lane,
more...
they're setting up on Savage. Zephyr gonna get the stun and the burst from Thompson. Beautifully done. The ward just scouting him out so they could instantly move over there to bring it down. 23 Savage, but look at the reactions out of Talon. They want to try and hit back. They see Thompson farming up the wave. Again, it's going to need to be a fissure into the Static Storm. Bakoda's going to try and
see
give
him
them the
under the
vision,
vision.
but with the smoke popping, they've got the ward, and with the instant TPs are coming out, this is not going to be good for Talon. The Static Storm only controls one, so Thompson's got a free fight, and Talon, they need to get out. A coil will cover the retreat, the glimpse as well. It looks like Talon might escape. They're going to Delta split. Wyatt and Q, a little bit slow, but they will make it back to the tower.
I mean, they're going to be able to escape, but you've just used your Static Storm, you've used your Dream Coil. So now how are you actually going to take these fights with your superior team fight? It's going to enable Ana to get up into that next item. He could go ahead and purchase the Blink Dagger if he wants to, but he's already got the point booster. So going straight into that Ags for himself, great way to deal with the Beastmaster, provide a little bit more of that AoE damage in team fights. And yeah, even Zephyr could just put himself all the way up here next to this tier 2 tower without too much fear of dying.
Do we feel like T1 are going to be strong enough to be able to contest this timing that's about to come out shortly for Talon? You got the Helm of the Overlord, and you are very close to the Blink Dagger on Q as well.
I think they can if you've got the Aghanim Scepter on Pudge, right? He should have a decent time with dealing with it. Silence on mid,
lane?
but Thompson, he's fun enough.
It's top lane where they're moving. Q just walks in, fissure into Echo Slam, a couple of rotations, and that gives him enough gold for the Blink Dagger, but it is the Echo Slam on cooldown for Talon.
And the Roar as well. So again, like, it's all well and good to get these kills. You might be like, all right, we're ahead on the kill score, but what are you going to be able to do with this these kills that you've accumulated? You're behind on net worth, you're behind on towers. You don't have cooldowns to be able to play around either. So it does feel a little bit awkward where they might miss this timing that they've got to play around. Like, what good is a Blink Dagger if you don't have the Echo Slam to play around with it for the next 2 minutes?
For Radiant, they're going to be playing with a Scepter on Ana, and a Cuckoo will be a little bit away from the BKB. I've been very impressed with the vision game from either side. This was ward from Talon at the moment towards a triangle, scouting out Thompson's farming rotations. Radiant with the ward by the small camp down bottom was able to scout up the Slark, so you're just both sides with some more peculiar wards, but they're getting them a lot of information.
Yeah, Savage is holding on to the 1 sentry for now. Sorry, mid lane, there's a lot of heroes clumping up there. I mean, even that Observer Ward up top that scouted out Savage for that kill with Zephyr as well as Thompson being able to go in onto him, it's still there. So it's a little bit surprising that it wasn't
Radiant's
dewarded.
top tower
Here
is
we go,
under
this is
attack.
the smoke. They're trying to take advantage of this timing. Primal Roar's back up for KP.
They're going to see
See the
Ana.
fact that they've got this Hawk.
Can they blow him up though? Ana's pretty goddamn tanky and close to the T2 tower, and he's actually going to run at them. Ana lands the hook, and now Thompson's going to TP in, but the Static Storm Thompson, he doesn't get the attribute shift off, but Talon, they're not going to commit into the middle. The retreat's been called, a 1-for-1. They still actually get rid of Ana towards the back line. as high. That was enough damage to get the kill, so that will favor Talon in the end.
Yeah, I think they did deal with the Helm of the Overlord creep eventually coming through there, but just able to dodge away there on Makoto once again. But yeah, he was silenced for so long with the Static Storm, with the puck, so he wasn't able to turn off the rot and ended up actually dealing so much extra damage over to himself. That's why instead of the instead of the Blink Dagger, he's got that BKB coming through next for Ana on the Pudge. He really wants to be able to respond to the leash, to the Dream Coil, to the silences that are just coming through. All you really need to worry about then at that stage is the Primal Roar.
This.
Beastmaster coming through, scouting out a little bit. They see the Hawk.
They just completed the BKB as well from 23 Savage, so it's a big item now to enable him just to run into the middle. He will still be very vulnerable into the instant Hex from the Lion, but without a blink from Whitemon, that could be difficult. Ana's Dismember as well is something that he has to fear. Smoke up, Hyde, great position to pop the smoke. They're going to wait for him to the high ground. Instead, they'll turn to Hyde, trying to bring down the Disruptor, but they might be able to block the Savage! Savage didn't pop the BKB, nor the Shadow Dance as well. And Cuckoo, he'll tip in for it. That frees up the pit now as Tier 1. They're going to be able to go back and claim it. But Makoto, unless he has something else to say, a coil.
Shaker, where's Shaker?
They've got the Earth Shaker, but he's nowhere to be seen. They're not going to jump on forward. So even though they get the one kill and a decent ultimate, there was no follow-up.
Could have been amazing if Q was just a little bit closer there. He has the Blink Dagger available. He was playing around the great vision that they
Could go for a
had.
steal.
Could indeed. 3 seconds away from that Hawk. They're really trying to zone KP away. So they don't have this
It's the timing
vision.
perfect. Thompson gets the Aegis. Q, his blink's getting cancelled as well, so he can't jump in with the Echo Slam. He'll finally get it off, but there is no follow-up. As T1, they get the Aegis. They get the kill onto the Earthshaker as well. A great skirmish for them.
Kind of a worthless Echo Slam used as well, right? Like, we're not sure what the point of all that was. Maybe just some miscommunications coming through there, where he thought people would be looking to connect through onto the Roche pit, but Aegis was already claimed. There's no real point to do that, and now you've respawned, you've still got that Blink Dagger, but again, it's going to be a good 100 seconds until you can have any impact with it. There we go. Big
Top lane.
timing. Talk about timing.
They're onto Makoto. Whitemon with the instant stun. That's the blink reveal. Oh,
Thompson's in deep, though.
No. Thompson is in incredibly deep. Savage has got a pounce. They've got the roar as well to hold him down. He doesn't get the attribute shift off. A couple of cores getting a little bit too antsy here in this upper bracket finals.
That's Thompson, right? He plays on the edge. He realized that he had the Aegis and was going for that little bit of extra farm. That's why they were able to build up this net worth lead that they've got right now, going between 4 and 5k. But, you know, sometimes you can just go a little bit too deep. Static Storm and Primal Roar had to be used for it, plus the Shadow Dance, but I don't want to say it was worth it, but you're still getting a kill onto Makoto. He does feel like the one that's keeping them in this game right now.
Do you remember, I think it was yesterday or maybe even the day before, we were speaking about the Beastmaster Ag Shard and maybe where it fits into the build? Well, it looks like this game, KP, he's gone for its second item. What do you feel like the reasoning is here for KP?
Good question, to be honest. Maybe just the reduced cooldown, really wanting to play around the extra vision that you've got, because there's still 2 tier 1 towers up. They really want to make sure that they've got as much vision as possible so that they can look to claim a few of these areas and make this aggressive draft that they've got come online, because up until this point, it hasn't really. 3 permanent Agi stacks. You've taken, again, 1 tower with a Beastmaster and a Helm of the Overlord at 25 minutes. This is not what you want if you're Talon.
Oh no. He could be able to blink and get the hook onto KP. He's actually going to jump on the high ground as well. Ana's going to be cautious because Savage, no hesitation with the use of the BKB. He's going to be able to stack up the essence, but he's on the wrong side of the fissure. Savage just can't continue to right click. As T1, they jump with Ana, making sure that no man will go in alone.
Radiant are scanning.
I want to try and deal with this mid lane a little bit. He's pushing out a little bit. Ana making sure to cut the wave as well. I think Zephyr's been the MVP this game so far. Just all of his rotations, enabling them to get kills onto the Slark, finding a way to get multi-man stuns, even just there in the team fight, being with his first item BKB, just going right on in. Not worried about the Static Storm providing a little
Savage
bit of
might be in
extra
trouble
movement.
mid. Ana's going to jump. Oh, the pounce away. Now this is a bit deep here, but they know the BKB is on cooldown for the Slark, so it will be difficult for him to fight.
Zephyr's in.
And Zephyr, he's going to look to jump in. Echo slams out. Q's going to find the ultimate before they secure the kill. But the damage, look how hesitant Talon are. Savage will be able to bounce back forward, and they've been able to isolate Ana. So another kill given over to Talon.
A bit too deep that time around, but that was the play. That at least now they're using their ultimates around these big objectives, you know? Previously around the Roche pit, 4-man coil by Makoto wasn't followed up by anything. Echo slams just being thrown out.
Jump, a quick burst. Thompson's nearby to blow him up, but it's just Thompson now, alone on an island. Let's see if they're going to be able to have the control. Thompson, he actually might look to turn around and man fight because he has the scepter, turn it to the Slark, but Thompson, he's leashed together. Again, what a crazy game we got. 19 kills even between the two teams, but it just feels like both sides are going a bit too far forward on a couple of occasions.
I can understand T1 wanting to do it now that they've hit a few of their extra timings, but they're doing it solo. You know, they're not doing it as a full unit. Maybe just because you are up against these 3 great AoE teamfight ultimates in the Echo Slam, the Static Storm, and the Dream Coil, but I feel like you've got enough BKBs to make it not as much of an issue.
Oh, great fissure timing. Cancelled the Dismember, but still with the rot damage, Savage. Forced to pop a BKB. Finally get the T1 tower mid lane.
Does open up a lot more plays. It's not really like T1 have been playing around the triangle all that much, but eventually it's going to feel like one of the safer places for Ana to be able to pick up this extra farm that he needs. They're still lacking that BKB. Haven't really had too much item progression at all coming out of Ana in the past 5 or so minutes. Just that Ogre Axe coming through recently.
Do you feel like the BKB will be enough here for Ana in a lot of these fights to enable how aggressive he's been looking to play the game?
Oh, for sure. I mean, maybe it wouldn't be so bad if he had the Hood of Defiance, but he's been caught out, silenced a few times, and he's just killing himself with the Wrath that's coming through.
Yeah,
Like
because
this from Talon, though, they're pushing, getting some tier 2 towers, taking advantage of KP playing one of these more aggressive heroes.
look at the net worth lead. It's in Talon's favor now. The first time this game, the highest it got to, I think, was just a little over 5,000 for T1. Talon, they've been able to weather the storm, and they've been able to find a lot of defensive items as well. Lincoln's on Savage. Makoto has this Aeon Disc as well. Hyde's very close to a Scepter. These are some big item timings coming out for Talon.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, is he actually? Let's go.
Yes,
he actually went for
changed
it.
up.
Nice.
A Philosopher's Stone is a hell of a neutral item for a Disruptor.
It's going to be really effective. Like, I like how both teams are itemizing. Obviously, the position 5 going for the Scepter. Yeah, I love it, man, after my own heart. But you're going to hit these 4 BKB timings on T1 at pretty similar times. We've already got one on the Viper as well as the Marcy, but Ana on his Pudge, he's going to get one sooner rather than later, basically just the recipe component away. Thompson as well, he's at a similar level of farm. So if they could just stall things out, not lose too much more map control, then 4 BKBs, as long as you're able to dodge out getting caught pre-game BKB by the Static Storm, you should be in a really good spot.
Okay, so you feel like that's the recipe for success here for T1? Because my concern is that Talon just have a ridiculous amount of team fight. So you feel like with the BKBs from T1, as long as they can get it off before the Static Storm and get a couple kills throughout that duration, they should be able to succeed?
Well, the ridiculous team fight is on the back of the Shaker and the Puck, right? And as long as you're BKBing, those aren't actually issues.
Maybe you can even blow them up to start the fight. You have this capability with Whitemon jumping in, or even Pudge as well. Because again, we've spoken a lot about his BKB, but now he can jump in, dismember, BKB, and that's a guaranteed, 3-second control where Thompson can blow them up, or maybe even Whitemon can jump in with 2 points of Finger of Death.
They want to try and find Hyde on the Disruptor. That's what they want to do. And he's now switched out the Philosopher's Stone as well into the Psychic Headband, just making sure that he can get off the best Static
They're going to
Storm
glimpse him to the low ground. A double fissure's going to connect. Makoto's in as well. The Force Staff not going to be able to reposition Ana out to the left side, and Savage, he'll secure the kill. He gets a bunch of Essence, and he's looking for more. But the bounce a little bit too slow as Wymon's able to retreat, but Talon, they're on the hunt. Oh, what the hex? Whitemon, that was perfect, but the instant use of the Aeon Disc Makoto, he's okay. But the rest of Talon, They had to over-position. KP, he pushed himself too far forward, but he's got a BKB still in the arsenal. They're going to turn to try and deal with Zephyr, and look at Makoto holding back Thompson as well. The consistent use of the silencers making it very difficult for the Morphling to get into the middle of the fight, and now they've got the glimpse back onto KP. They know the BKB was already utilized. They need to kite Cuckoo at the moment, though. They will do just that.
He doesn't have BKB, he doesn't have people to be able to save him. Another good team fight coming out from Talon, and every single one of those just allows Savage on that Slark to be scaling that little bit more, closing in on the Aghanim Scepter for himself. He's going to have the extra Agi Stolen per Essence Shift stack as well, which obviously is going to be such a great tool of bursting down and just making this Pudge the anti-synergy for T1. Suddenly don't want to be quite so tanky. Still though, BKB's yet to be picked up on Thompson as well as Ana. Thompson, he's the one being prioritized right now because it feels like at least he can withstand a little bit more of that damage coming through.
Can they do this? Apparently they can.
But I mean, where's your vision, you know, to make you feel comfortable in going into this? Actually, never mind, Zephyr's got vision of a pretty obvious cliff as well that sees exactly what's happening right now, but I just don't think they're going to be fast enough.
Yeah, looks like it's going to fall before they get there. Thompson just completed the BKB, and look at the position from Q. They're all under vision. Q, the instant hex
Q,
from
though.
Whitemon. And now Thompson, he's been able to jump into the middle. Let's see what the Morph Shaker is going to be able to do. They blow up 2 on Talon before they can get the ultimates off. And now Thompson, he goes out to the right side, but can't connect onto Makoto. A glimpse into the Static Storm. Thompson will be fine. It's just going to cover the retreat, though, as Talon. They get the Aegis. I believe they got the Shard as well.
Yes, I think so. No one was really sitting in there at the time. I believe
It's in base,
he's
yeah.
holding on to it at the moment.
It's dropped in
just
base.
in
Tower
base.
is under
Cool,
attack.
But yeah, at least now you've got those BKBs on Thompson as well as Ana. Ana didn't have to pop his in that team fight, but losing an Aegis, obviously not ideal, right? You want Thompson to be enabled to go in super deep. He's level 20, he's got the waveform attacks targets. Going into the Lincoln Sphere next, but certainly after that, going to want to see a Satanic come through from him. But it feels like he feels enabled now. You know, he can look to go in. Again, there's many suitable targets for him to morph into. Yeah, the Shaker, obviously for the Morph Shaker aspect, but even the underappreciated aspect is the status resistance. You know, 40%
Very true.
that you're able to get from going into a Strength Hero.
It's a very good point, because he's got Sanjin Yasha and also the Titan Sliver.
Titan Sliver.
So he's already got a crap load of status resistance. Now you add on top of that, if he replicates into the Earthshaker, this man is not going to be easy to kill. And you see Thompson's even going for the Lincolns as well. So another defensive item.
Cuckoo,
Playing with
being a
Cuckoo
little
mid
bit greedy
lane.
here. Might need to pop the
Oh,
BKB.
nice 4-star. I don't think it's going to matter though. Cuckoo gets up with the BKB, and now Ana is going to try and jump into the middle. They're doing a really good job to kite the Pudge at the moment. Gets a Dismember out onto the Beastmaster. And Thompson now is entered the fight, but the instant use of the Static Storm, they're going to try and turn to deal with the Morphling. He gets the Attribute Shift off, and I don't think they're going to have the damage to kill off the Morph. Thompson survives, but the rest of Talon, they need to get out now. They committed a lot of ultimates as Makoto is in trouble.
Whitemon!
Hex down, blown up, thanks to Whitemon. Beautifully done on the line. You brought it up in the draft. Whitemon has got a formidable line, level 30, Grand Master, and we're seeing how much work he can do in this game.
What I'm liking from Thompson is that he's adapting to this. You know, Talon have been really good at reacting to a lot of these super deep dives that he's going for, so he's not going the ultra greedy route in going in the Agi form, trying to burst someone down.
Is under attack.
Mid lane, is everyone okay? Seems
Yeah,
like
it
it,
was-
having to pop the BKB though on Zephyr. But when he's waveforming in, he's making sure that he's doing it as he starts morphing into strength, just to make sure that if there is that instant silence, that instant roar coming through, that he's actually got the survivability to be able to withstand it. It's just little plays like that that set him apart.
Oh, that's a very aggressive blink. Ana's got the rest of the team starting to connect. This is giving Savage a lot of time to be able to steal the essence. And they kept the easy kill onto Ana, but can they deal with the Slark now? Static Storm's not going to be able to protect him for the moment of T1 do an incredible job to be able to Delta split. Down to the south though, Thompson. That's where the eyes need to be if they can control the Morphling, but they won't be able to in this team fight. As Thompson playing with the Slark, Aghanim's looking and pouncing into the river. Will catch up to the Disruptor, and he might be able to catch up to 23 Savage now, but back throughout the middle. Makoto in the jungle. Assassinates Whitemon. Q was needed as well for the kill with the fissure. Blink up in a couple of seconds. He gets out to the left side. Where's Savage though? He's looking to reinitiate. As Savage bounces out for the north. BKB's going to protect Thompson, but they want to get out. Thompson's out. They make the executive call to look to retreat. Do they have any stuns for Cuckoo? They do not. T1, they will survive on two of their cores, but they also lose out in the war.
Dead even, kill score, net worth. This is the entertaining game that we were wanting to see out of these upper bracket finals, and I mean, it just goes to show Whitemon, he's still playing very well. He went super deep there in onto Savage just to try and get him with the tail end there. Blinks in, goes for the Mana Drain, about to hit the Earth Spike, but Savage just turns around with the BKB. Oftentimes you would think that's very wasted, but you get a kill on Whitemon on the retreat, plus also the kill onto, I believe it was Cuckoo, as he tried to run away at the very end there.
Radiant's top tower has
More
fallen.
towers dropping down as well. And very clear that Savage needs that basher coming through. There's been a few times too many that they've just been able to waveform TP away or rebound TP away under the cover of the BKB. Not anymore.
Guys, you still have an Aghanim Shard in the base. Someone eat it. What's going on?
Wants to get it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think you give it to Disrupt. Look, I don't particularly
It's
know.
not
It looks
as
like
good as it
Makoto's.
used to be.
Definitely not, but I feel with Slark it might have a little bit of value.
You got the Enchanted Quiver on the puck. It'll be nice on him. Could look to go into the Revenant's Brooch as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No, I'm a big fan.
Big fan of the Brooch. The Brooch. Smoke up from Talon. Wandering down towards T1's bottom jungle. No one is home though. Great read from T1. They're going to look to be able to get out. They push down bottom. It's going to force Talon to show very shortly. More than likely someone's going to look to take the outpost as well. So Deno, what can we expect out of Cuckoo in these fights? Because he's been pretty silent this game. Like 1-0-9, still flawless out of the Viper. But what is his role in the team fights?
Honestly, survive feels like the big thing that he needs to be looking to prioritize right now. Like, he didn't go for the Viper Strike DPS. He's gone for the poison attack slow. Now he's finished up the AC as well. So it's really just more about making sure Ana doesn't get blown up to provide a little bit more sustain and even the damage component through to Thompson. So I'm expecting to see him perhaps play a little bit more defensively, like Hurricane Pike, BKB, AC, items that allow you to really be that extra level of tank.
Savage, you going to walk up this high ground? He's even going to pounce on forward. Savage, feeling ready to take the team fight. Even though T1, they just got multiple items completed.
Is under attack.
They are ready to rock and roll. Only a 4,000 deficit. Nothing at all at this stage of the game.
T1 really want to make sure that they can retain any kind of vision control that they have on the map, and that is the one space outside of their base that feel like they've got the freedom to be able to play like that. Was that a fresh Linked Sphere picked up by Thompson as well?
Yep.
So again, he's pretty tanky in his own right, and well, they've actually given up this hill a little bit here. Able to scout out Cuckoo's positioning with the phase shift Aghanim Shard on the puck. Again, they just look to rally around that vision. KP might be a little bit too far forward here. They see the boars, and well, he's going to blink away to safety.
Yeah, they smoked onto the Hawk, I'm 99% certain. So tell them they're going to back up to their own high ground. They do not have Makoto here at the moment. Waimon, he's just going to blind blink up, but the instant bash, and Savage is not going to mess around. He'll pop to BKB, but the double full at Makoto. He'll find the coil onto 3. Where's the extra stun lock? It's going to come through for the Raw. They're targeting down Zephyr at the moment. He can pounce away, but Talon, they don't want to stick around. Look at the retreat. They see the buyback instantly out of Whitemon, but the Lion, he's in. They'll get the Hex. Makoto's going to be fine with the Aeon Disc. KP will try and TPR, but Arna's there with the dismember. They'll stop that in its tracks as KP will be killed off. 70 seconds without the Beastmaster.
At these level of games, you've got to go for that ballsy play on Whitemon, right? Like, he goes in super deep, tries to get the instant hex when they know that the smoke's being popped, but they just had the vision advantage. He blinked just behind a tree, I believe, making it a little bit more difficult for himself. And, well, with the Roche respawn, it's going to be about half of the maximum duration, 1.5 minutes when it came up. So really right now, the main objective for T1 is just getting control around this Roshan area. Downside is they actually haven't been able to take one of these two tier 2 towers. That was one of the other weak points that we were really seeing for T1's draft, is that now it's not quite so much because Thompson, he's farmed enough that he's going to be able to just help push this mid lane in very comfortably. But they didn't have any of this outpost control available to them. Now they do, and now they can look to just stick around here, look to try and pick someone off, although Thompson's actually going all the way back to base. If they scout this out, they might just say, well, immediately, let's take back our jungle. We know Roshan's about to come back up, and if Thompson's not here, then we have a pretty free fight.
Do we know where the tomes went for Talon? Because both Savage and Makoto have some very, very important level 25s.
Especially Makoto. Like, Makoto needs that 25. If you're able to get the Dream Coil piercing the spell immunity, then suddenly those 4 BKBs don't become quite as much of an issue. They're so low duration now as well that with the call duration being 6 seconds, you're almost guaranteed to be able to get the Static Storm off afterwards.
I would like to see Savage get this top wave. Maybe he won't because they're smoked. Right, this should give him 25. This 25 is incredibly important against this Pudge and the Morphling as well. We're going to see Slark look to go in, steal a little bit of essence, and look to duck out. Pops it.
Makoto.
I'm just going to try and follow up. Nice retreat from Talon. They're going to look to back up to the northwest side. They don't have too much vision to play with. Radiant, they've got a great ward by the outpost, but Talon, they've recognized this.
Who can't just walk up super freely like this. He's in a position to get picked off very
Another
quickly.
smoke.
And we prioritize his survival.
Ana's taking the outpost. So Savage has got to jump
Force
in.
forward.
Great force stuff. And they get the hook. Q's in
Better
trouble
hook.
now. I don't know what they're going to be able to do to be able to protect the Earthshaker. They'll try and chuck up the Depth Shroud, but Q's gone. He doesn't have a buyback. This is a vital team fight. Without the Earthshaker, they might be in trouble as Savage. Early use of the Shadow Dance. He's going to look to retreat. He gets the pounce, but they're going to block out the escape, and now they should be able to
Blocking
secure
him
the kill.
everywhere.
As Savage goes down, they're trying to catch up to Makoto. Thompson with the lead, just shy of getting the connection. As Makoto should escape, but they're ready to force some buybacks now on T1.
Yeah, and they don't know that they've only got one available on the Slark as well, so be very happy to see that it's not coming out from these supports. Feeling very confident to go in forward and hook back, actually. There's a little bit of memes coming through there saying, I don't think we need to be diving that deep, but the plus side for T1 is that Roshan is respawning as well. Just have a look at this. I mean, the hook like that just sets up the team fight so effectively. We're able to just pop the BKB. Again, Puck wasn't quite yet level 25 before that, so maybe you put the Dream Coil out there onto the Pudge and enable your Shaker to be able to get back, and then they just took out those supports one by one. Makes the team fight so much easier for T1 after that stage.
Looks like Talon they're in a position where they just have to give up this Roshan. A way for them to contest it. Slark down, Disruptor down as well. So this is his third Rosh given over to T1. Ages onto Thompson.
Refresher? Hello?
No one wants
Anyone?
it. They want to make it
Bueller?
a fair
Anyone?
game.
I don't know. It
Someone's
seems like a
gone.
pretty fair game so far. They're pretty even.
I thought Thompson was going for it. Like, nah,
So
just
did
went for
I. I
losing.
mean, if there's anything that... Having all of these active items as well as morphing into a Slark and having to press all of these buttons plus having a refresher is like a nightmare for me. Like, I have boomer
you're a
hands
boomer,
and
that's-
boomer
yeah.
brain lately. Yeah. Like, I'm good at the macro play. I'm good at the overall strategy, but if you ask me to press like more than 3 buttons every 5 seconds, nah, it's not going to happen.
Do you have some important 25s? Thompson with his, the waveform charges, and Puck has completed his as well.
Dire's top tower
They might
is
just
under
look to
attack.
try and trade here. Talon are shoving out
Radiant's
bottom.
tower is under
And
attack.
instead-
Got the glyph though on
Dire's top tower has
T1,
fallen.
so they have the ability to be able to push perhaps a little bit quicker. Morphling gonna be the one coming back though. White one scout out the Roche pit.
You have to leave this top jungle very fast now. If Talon look to reclaim this, no stragglers are there at the moment, so they will be okay. Saw Thompson get picked off previously. That was first roast. That was ages ago. Not going to happen this time. You see kind of the positioning. They see...
You need the Beastmaster there. You need the Slark there as well to be able to do that. Thompson actually gets his courier killed with the TP scrolls on it, so he doesn't actually have a way to be able to get back if there is any other pushing
nice
happening
hand.
around the map. But
Makoto, he might be able to solo kill the Lion. With the ward on the high ground, he sees an easy kill off. He'll kill off Whitemon, and he'll get out as well. Oh, Makoto. Oh, this is why you give the man the puck. Get another courier.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Makoto.
He's legit just carrying the man.
They're
He's
coming.
doing such a great job.
Savage, he'll get the pounce connection. The bash is out with the chain control from Q. They're going to be relying on the hook, but it clips onto Savage instead of the Viper. And there's no way they can protect Mr. Cuckoo. There's talent. What a beautiful play for them. Down the third Roche advantage. They're just pulling them everywhere across the map, forcing T1 to make mistakes when you wouldn't expect it.
And you're happy enough to commit that deep because you had the vision on this cliff to the south side of the Radiant Outpost, and they knew Thompson didn't have a TP. So they were like, let's commit onto this. We're not going to lose anything.
Savage just wants to steal some essence. Nice hook. Get them out. I still can't believe the refresher shots inside the pit. Oh, good.
Could be what turns the game. You never know. These two teams are damn close. Both would be worthy group stage representatives, and well, even for the one that doesn't get through, that's going to mean that you know, those last chance qualifiers are super spicy too. Also, Makoto, he's up to level 26, so he's got the Dream Call piercing the magic community. He's also got the overwhelming blink, so a great way to be able to cancel out some of these blink daggers that you've got on T1 too. Even the quickest fingers aren't going to be able to respond to that.
Q, go in the pit. For some reason, for no reason, just go, just walk in.
Just have a look.
I like that pick up of the Iron Disc and the Shadow Blade as well. A lot just to help with his positioning, because he is incredibly important to Talon's team fight. A lot of their chain control. Have very, very good vision. This is something
Imagine
that Talon...
having 2 static storms. Imagine having 2 Aeon discs. You know, if you're just able to get a free refresher shard.
There's a pretty big item. Zephyr just completed an Abyssal Blade. See what
They
he's
got
able
to
do
just
with
try and
this.
find a way to pop the Aeon disc on Park first. Where is that damage that's going to actually poke? It feels like it needs to be a
Thompson gonna
lucky
charge
hook coming
up?
through from Ana.
Smoke hasn't popped just yet.
Charge up.
They've gotten a lot of map control up onto the high ground. Instantly going to try and bring them down, but they've been able to isolate
Oh,
the
the
Morphlings
roar!
on here at the moment.
Ana's on the cliff!
They'll get rid of Zephyr. Meanwhile, Savage going to try and turn to deal with Cuckoo. Again, the Slark is having a free fight. He gets the bash. Cuckoo tried to TP up, but he won't be able to do so. As they're going to be cautious about the Slark now. He's stolen way too much essence for T1 to be able to address him. And Savage recognizes this. He's going to pounce into the middle, deals with Ana, but tops him. He's a completely different beast. Still with the Aegis for another 30 seconds, and it looks like Talon will respect this.
I was thinking maybe they might have gone for the glimpse play inside of the base, just if Thompson put himself out that little bit too far. Makoto, I think he was going for it, diving in super deep, but another one team fight this time around. That Static Storm, the Aghanim Scepter, means that no cheese is able to be popped. No BKB as well on Ana. They're going to force a glyph out here. It'll do an okay job of maybe pushing out these waves, but not good enough. Glyph used aggressively as well by Talon. They want to make this push happen. They want to invade some high ground.
Hobson's going to be a bit cautious. Oh, they'll force out the buyback. Instantly Cuckoo with the finger on the trigger. He sees it jump in. He's not messing around. There's no chance for Talon to look to bring down his carry in this game.
Thompson, running a little bit deep on your own, my man. I know you're a good player, but oh, Thompson.
We'll get the BKB. He's not going to be able to pounce
How
out.
lucky with the bashes.
They've got the coil leash as well. Thompson, he'll break it and he'll be all right.
Top lane's pushing in, bot lane's pushing in. Someone's got to do something with all that vision from the illusory orb. Or maybe they could have gotten the glimpse, but still on cooldown for a couple of seconds. And now KP's in as well. He wants the refresher for himself, just to be able to get that double roar off. Even more Hawks, more dive bombs coming through to be able to pop that Lincolns.
Double raw control is just going to be so much lockdown for the Slark.
But what if it was triple? What if it was triple if they had a refresher?
I keep looking. I think every minute I go back and look if that shard is still in the pit.
Mm-hmm. Or even able to get into the Abyssal Blade as well for Savage. It's more of that vital lockdown. Might T1, again, going for the clutch plays. You got to go for that sort of stuff, right? Even if it's just popping the Aeon Disc, it means that the next fight is actually winnable, but don't have that consistent lockdown to be able to kill Makoto if he's got that to be able to play around.
I think for T1 in a lot of these fights, the supports you got to kill them. The shot through and Earthshaker are giving them way too much lockdown. It's going to be a little bit different now, of course, with the refresher on the Beastmaster, but this is just props to Q and along with Hyde as well with their itemization. Like Hyde, he went 8th lens Blink to help with his positioning. Q, again, Blink Shadow Blade. Forstaff as well. Aeon Disc, another defensive item. Like, they are just recognizing these heroes have to play so far in the backline to make sure that T1 don't get this numbers advantage, because that's in the name of the game for them. You know, Thompson to get the Earthshaker replicate more than likely, blow up a support, and then go from there, as Anna's playing with fire.
Just gets the blink away. I mean, to me, it's Hyde specifically. Like, Q obviously is influential with the Shaker. He's level 20 now, so he's got an even greater fissure range, but
they say Thompson
Hyde is
under
the one.
ward. Hobson bounces out the bash as well. He doesn't get the attribute shift, but the hook from Ana, it'll break the coil. First roar, they're set up for the second roar as well. Do they have the damage to be able to kill off the Morphling? Echo Slam dropped on the dome. They'll get the kill, but they committed a lot for the first life. An instant buyback and Talon, they're happy with that. They'll get out, and there is a gigantic win condition now for the side of Dire.
Half duration on the Roche respawn as well. No one chose to check it. It just had the possibility of respawning. Who will actually be the first one to do so? I mean, just having another usage of all those roars would be absolutely phenomenal for KP if he's able to get that one. It does cause them to commit a lot, and that DD in the bottom rune. You would have to imagine that that's going to lead to whoever sees it first to want to check that Roche pit. He's going into Radiance on Ana. Just trying to provide a little bit of that dodge coming through as well.
Oh, Ana.
Hey! And they've just scouted it with the Hawk as well. There we go. Gives it to Thompson. My worst nightmare is fulfilled with all these buttons that I would have to press if I was playing as Morphling, but Thompson's a different beast. He would have no trouble at all.
Alan, what's the call? Ana very far forward. They're going to look to jump in and try and deal with the Pudge for the moment. Savage bashes out. They've been able to isolate him. Static Storm's going to get dropped as well. They want to take Ana out of the team fight, but they're going to be cautious about Thompson. He brought back prior. Operation Keep the Morphling alive, but the coil, it won't allow him to get into the middle. Talent, the discipline gameplay. As soon as they see the buyback, they're going to look to retreat. But in fact, Makoto, he's into the middle. And Aeon Disc will buy him some time. He's able to get out to the left. Meanwhile, inside the river, Ana
on his own.
Just brought back. Ana, not like this. Cheese, it will not matter. He's got another round of the BKB. Thompson's here as well, but the Echo Q into the river, but they might still be able to get Savage. Slark's gone. T1, can they do it? A 3 against 5. Thompson against the world. Makoto should be able to kill off the line, but can they catch up to the Morphling? He's going to look to TP out at the triangle. They don't have any vision of the Morph at the moment. So Thompson will escape, but Talon, into the Roche they go.
And that's the safe play for sure, especially with Savage buying back. He's up to level 28. To scale even further, but Makoto, man, he is doing so much this game. He went into the Revenant's Brooch as well, so there's no even defensive items that they could look to go down in terms of the Ghost Scepter, just to try and prevent Slark from getting in onto them. No Nullifier picked up just yet, but it's just doing so much damage against the Morphling. If he's in the full Agi form, if he hasn't popped the BKB, it's just really significant what Makoto is able to output here. He's got to even take the Aghanim Scepter on him. Now, look at the net worth on Makoto,
and the
man. Back
shot he's got.
Yep.
Holy.
Eat it. Eat it.
I gave it to Slark, I think.
Oh,
to Slark.
Slark needed more vision at nighttime.
All right, now on it for 50 seconds. See what Savage wants to do. An early use of the Shadow Dance. The longest cooldown. Kodo's just going to be up to space making. Does he have Aeon Disc back up? 15 seconds. They're probably going to need to somehow pop the Aeon Disc and then look to play the team fight afterwards. Or you can just wait for the barracks and have Ana spawning up shortly. Should only be... I don't even think they'll get the full set.
You'll be happy enough with the melee, I think. we're at the stage of the game where
Oh,
Cuckoo,
Cuckoo's
you
into
were back
trouble.
before.
Nice waning rift into the fissure. Savage gonna jump under the tier 4 towers. They're gonna try and turn to deal with KP instead. But the Aeon Disc protecting up the Beastmaster for the moment. They're going to toss him back inside the base. KP protected with a cheese, but he's falling lower and lower. They can't even kill off the Beastmaster though until Ana jumps into the middle. They've got the damage finally to secure the kill, but Savage is out to the right side. A 1-for-1, but can they go back in on Talon? You've got the Age's advantage still, but Thompson is isolated inside the lane. Static Storm's gonna get laid down. Arna's gonna jump into the middle as well. They don't have the damage to deal with Thompson, but the Essence shift, it's starting to sack up, and Savage is just doing too much damage. Thompson gets the waveform out to the left side, but Savage, he'll pursue him down. A bounce is there, but he's gotta be cautious though. He's gotta be cautious here on Savage. He's got the Aeon Disc. They might be able to kill off the first life, but can they kill him a second time? And it doesn't look like that's the case. As Makoto, he's had a completely free fight. This puck has done so much for Talon in Game 1, and that is a big reason of why they will be victorious. Game 1 going the way of Talon.
Kodo beyond godlike, the old greedy mid that, Gabby was liking to say, but he was anything but this game. He was making so much space. Every single team fight, it felt like he was zoning away at least 3 of the T1 members. Big smiles coming through from the Talon camp. And, well, T1, they tried for a little bit of that unorthodox style. The lanes went really well. They had a good lead, 5-6K net worth early on. They just didn't have the ability to be able to push that advantage. And a few clutch team fights, the decision to go into the Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor in particular, just doing a huge amount of work coming through. So big props to Hyde, big props to Makoto. They were the ones in my eyes that were able to carry this game for Talon.
And the KDA didn't look too crazy here for KP, 5-8 and 24, but I think that 1,400 gold Aghanim Shard was a vital pickup to the success on Talon. The amount of vision they had across the map, not only with the Hawks, but of course the Slark being able to kill off all the wards across the map as well, made it so difficult for T1 to get a fight on their terms.
A little bit disappointed. 4 minutes short of the tier 5 items. Maybe that could have turned things around, but no, Talon, they well-deserved victory coming through there. As soon as they hit the initial timings that they needed, just requiring KP to have that Helm of the Overlord, that's when it started to go back in their favor, when they started to be able to take some of that map control. Because remember, it was like 25 minutes until they took a second tier 1 tower, but ever since that point, it was just Talon. It felt like completely in the driver's seat on the back of some great individual play. Makoto, Hyde, they're the ones that you need to be giving your kudos to. And, well, for a lot of people, this would be surprising. Game 1 going the way of Talon, but we know, you and I, we cast a lot of SEA, Dota, and Talon. They are nothing to be messed with.
Yeah, no joke at all of a team is Talon taking Game 1 over T1. This is a game as well where T1, they go back for a lot of comfort. You get the tops of Morphling. It was almost enough for them to be able to take this victory here, but Talon, they had the chops to be able to come out on top, and this is what we were all looking forward to. The upper bracket finals between 2 titans of teams, but Game 1 going the way of Talon. We're going to send to a break, and when we come back, we'll see what is in store for us for Game 2.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What weathermancery is this?
tower. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game, it's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
What a incredible game one to start off our upper bracket finals. I mean, Daniel, we couldn't ask for anything more. A 56-minute thriller going back and forth, but in the end, there's going to be talent that come out on top, and they got a game advantage now in the best of three.
Yeah, it was very entertaining for sure. You know, it really did feel like, you know, obviously we've praised some of the item choices coming through from Talon. Let's talk about T1 a little bit, because Viper didn't really feel like it did that much that game. You know, I didn't see too many Viper strikes come out. Obviously, that's not something that the Slark's able to deal with the Dark Pact. Maybe that would have prevented a bit more of that just crazy jumping around. You were saying that was way too much to have to focus on in a single team fight, right? You had Marcy jumping around, you had Morphling wave forming around and morphing into a Slark and jumping around, you had a Puck, you had a Slark, you had everything going on in all of that. And, well, when you're playing as a Viper, you were very stagnant. You know, they had nothing really to hold a team fight in this small area to truly enable Cuckoo to have presence in this game. So just very minor things just feel like so much more significant when the teams are this close, huh?
Yeah, without a doubt. And I feel like that is the big nerf to the Viper, though, in the Scepter. Like, that would have been a game where I'm almost certain Cuckoo would have decided to go Scepter because his impact would have been just chucking out Viper strikes. You could have been able to kite the Slark. That was really the most important one. I suppose Beastmaster as well, but really just the constant use of the Viper strike on a hero that if your pounce is on cooldown, then it's a bit more difficult for you to be running in the middle of these team fights. And that's really, I feel like, the big difference to late game Viper. I don't hate the pick at all. I mean, we see a lot of success on it, and we saw, I mean, T1, they were in the driver's seat. They had a 4,000 net worth lead, but a couple of mistakes from them. You know, that one in particular with Thompson having the Ages and dying twice by the die triangle. They had a very big lead there where they could be able to capitalize. And this was a lineup that was very worried about how they would be able to play late game. I thought they would have even struggled early on. You were well and truly right with the lanes. They looked incredible then. That was the big thing about the Viper. But late game, he falls off a cliff, and we saw that come into fruition.
Yeah, I think Viper got a lot out of the lane, as we were kind of expecting him to. But even though he took the tower, I feel like it was a little bit too late, you know? Like, I feel like if you're not going to have this Viper turn up to team fights, you got to make it count. You got to make some kind of extra push happen. I know you said you were wanting the Aghanim Scepter with the increased cast range, but what about the new Scepter? What about the nosedive? Maybe that was the big thing that they were missing. Oh, it's such a trash ability. I mean, maybe even just the Refresher Shard being forgotten in the pit, you know? Maybe that would have led to a more successful team fight earlier on, and means that the Slark can't scale. You would have been able to win maybe one or two more team fights before Puck hits level 25, and that could be the difference maker.
I was going to bring up the point about the nosedive throughout the game, and the only reason why I didn't was because I wasn't sure if you could purge off the disarm on nosedive. I know Halberd you cannot. I didn't know if it was the same because I was going to say like then if you nosedive the Slark and he can't right click, he's got big issues in the team fight. But we didn't see it anyway. It didn't matter. So that is my kind of concern with the Viper. Your scaling potential, they need to kind of be very far ahead. And honestly, I don't think T1 should be too upset because, again, they were in the lead. If they didn't make a couple of those slight mistakes, if they didn't allow Talon to be able to come to get back in this game, we could be praising T1 and saying what Talon need to do different.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, just on the one point with that nosedive, I feel like even if he does go in and gets the disarm off, it's a Slark with Aghanim Scepter, right? He's just going to pounce out, wait a few seconds for the cooldown to come back. You've got Makoto zip-zapping around on his puck, creating a ton of space, and you could just re-engage, right? So I feel like that probably wouldn't have even changed things. I really like how they were able to prioritize making sure Whitemon in particular fell down, because as soon as that Lion's dead, it really felt like there was nothing stopping Makoto from just doing whatever the hell he wanted. And maybe that's just an aspect that T1 needed. They need to try and get on hide, but that's the benefit of playing this Slark Beastmaster. You were talking about the impact of having the extra attack speed through the inner Beast Aura, get more of the stacks of the Essence shift up, but just having a Hawk for vision, having a Slark to make sure that they don't have vision whenever you're just moving around the map is so influential. When you get to this level of Dota, information is everything. It lets you make much smarter decisions, and I mean, we just saw what the result was.
We didn't see a gem picked up from T1, did we at all? Because it feels like it's a little bit surprising if you're going against a Beastmaster and a Slark. I like to mention if a gem's picked up, and I didn't that game, so maybe something that could have been changed a little bit. But looking at games through draft, what do we feel like Talon do in particular? Because they dodged the bullet in game one with Thompson's Morphling. I wasn't sure if they were going to ban it out or if they were going to go into game one's draft with the strategy to be able to deal with it. They did towards the later stages. They did a very good job of being able to avoid Thompson a lot at the late game fights. I sung the praises of the supports and their itemization. But do you ban out the Morphling now in game two? Do you let Thompson get the Morphling?
I personally would ban it. I don't think Morphling was the issue for T1 that game. I think they could very comfortably just go back into it. There were numerous other factors in my eyes that could have potentially changed the outcome of that game. So Thompson Morphling, outside of that one death inside of the Dire Ancients area, pretty much flawless, wouldn't you say? Like, he was getting solo kills on Slark early on. He was bodying the mid lane. He took the mid tower solo super early. It was with a couple of bits of assistance with securing the power runes, but beyond that, Thompson was putting the team on his back alongside with Zephyr.
Yeah, Thompson played a incredible game. And something that I mentioned in game one's draft was that maybe if Talon, if they had first pick, there could be a potential for them to go for the Morphling at the 8th pick, the last pick of the first phase, where they could then protect it. But this game, they have second pick. So I do not think they're going to be able to pick the Morphling when T1 can respond to that. So more than likely, there's going to be no shenanigans where they take it out of the hands of T1. The only way to do that is banning it. So we see Talon picking up second pick, and T1, they're on Dire as well. Do you feel like there's... can we read into anything with the priority here?
Not necessarily, other than the fact that Thompson just likes to jungle. You know, he likes to make a lot of space and take a lot of that, let's call it harder farm, not necessarily less safe, but you're not farming as quickly if you're in the jungle relative to the lanes. So despite the fact that you are going this, like, not too much action on the map style, you are creating a bunch of lanes that your supports are able to pick up. Your both cores are able to pick up some of the safer farm that's on the map, just because you've just got this extra area that you've got available to yourselves as well. And we all know that Dire is much more useful in that regard. So we'll see what avenue they look to go down. We've just got a slight little pause here before we do get into the draft. Is this how you were expecting the series to go? Did you think that T1 would be looking a little bit stronger? Because I would have to say they looked a bit more convincing in both their first and second series of the entire tournament.
Yeah, I will say I didn't get to catch a lot of Talon's games because we were casting other ones, and I watched a couple of minutes of multiple of them, but I didn't get to see how strong kind of Talon were looking. But you told me there was some rocky stages, so I was unsure how they would shape up versus T1 because they looked incredibly dominant. I thought this series would go 3 games regardless. I just was not quite sure who would be able to come on top in game 1 and just in general with the series. I think this is so close because you've got Talon who are playing with, they've been together for a very, very long time. They've got a lot of LAN experience recently as well. Over at ESL, they didn't have the greatest showing, but of course they weren't playing with the full roster. Then you take a look at the major as well. They looked a little bit shaky there too. So that's something that Talon have in their arsenal, I suppose, a lot of LAN experience recently, which can help out because they do have some more younger players, I suppose.
Yeah, they're building for sure. I mean, they've also got older players. KP, the oldest offlaner in the entire DPC, I think. Actually, now that Ice unfortunately isn't part of these qualifiers anymore, as part of SMG. But yeah, like 29 is the oldest offlaner. Ugh. You hate to hear that as someone that's got a 3 at the start of their age.
It's okay. You're not looking too bad for a 30-year-old.
Oh, well, that's good. Not too bad. I'll take that. I'll take it.
Too bad is not. It's a decent compliment. I mean, I'm ready for mine whenever you want to give it to me. So I'm a handsome Giga Chad who's built like an absolute animal. That's okay.
Look, I know that you'd go to gym 50 times a week, but you could take your phone and you could load up the Dota so you're watching Talon's games while you're pumping iron. That's all I got to say.
Kind of called me out. I don't know how to respond
where's
to
the
that.
excuse there?
I mean, the excuse is I need the music. I don't know.
Sacrifices need to be made. I agree. But if it's not me talking, you just don't want to hear it. I understand that as well. But I do believe we are getting into the next game. Looks like Topson's still in pretty good spirits, though. Smiles on the face. I mean, speaking of Giga Chad, look at that bicep coming through there. He knows what he's doing. He knows that he's on camera right now. No one just does this naturally. I mean, come on. We see whenever we're watching Western Europe with Goon Squad, Limp is just doing the same sort of thing in his tank top. And Topson, he's like, you know what? Let's give the viewers a bit of a show.
Flex, Topson. Come on. Stop messing around.
There was a little bit of a flex there coming through. We're starting it. Can he hear us? He's kind of nodding at us a little bit.
No. Oh, look at that. All right, let's speak about the draft. We've got some interesting stuff here already. Yes, some respect, and I think it's well deserved. Makoto has really been a standout player often for Talon. I mean, through a lot of their DPC games, of course, this was a team that had a very rocky season. 2-1, they had a different iteration of the team. They weren't able to play to expectations. 2-2 though. We saw those expectations. They looked incredibly strong, bring this new roster in off the back of Makoto. I mean, a lot of the other players were key components, but Makoto really was that X factor. We saw it last game in particular with the puck, and it's well deserved for the Batrider to be banned out as well. So I like this response from T1.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, even back when Boom were in their previous iteration, where it was the full Indonesian stack, it was Makoto oftentimes on his Storm Spirit, literally solo carrying games. And this was before Storm Spirit was that giga busted version. So he is very worthy of being seen as one of the best mid laners in the world, let alone just in C.
Just hasn't had that opportunity too often just yet to shine on a LAN environment, but he definitely will coming up. See what the response is going to be for Talon. Look at that. All right. So this is a hero that has been banned out consistently whenever T1 go for the Morphling in the 8th pick. Every time it's pretty much AA, Terrorblade, and at Faceless Void, and sometimes they'll put a puck in there as well. So this is interesting that Talon are just like, all right, we're just going to go for the Faceless Void. Savage loves it. Often it's banned out in the second phase. Let's pick it up regardless here.
Now, it's probably going to be Savage playing it. It's his most picked position 1. But we've seen some support Faceless Void come through. Do you think there's any possibility at all of that happening?
We could get some shenanigans. Maybe not. But I think they're pretty comfortable with it being a position 1 Void. I mean, now until the Druid, you could be a little bit worried.
T1's turn to ban.
I'm interested to see what they look to ban out as well on T1 in this phase, because the way to be able to counter that lone druid is just you need a lot of early damage. That's the main thing, right? You got to get right on top of the bear, and as well, You need consistent, like, percentage-based damage,
10
because against
seconds
both the
remaining.
Druid and the Bear himself, they get quite high on the HP pool, especially if
5
you're able to pop that
seconds
true
remaining.
form. But you can't just go into these things that, like, deal percent damage, but then if you dispel them, they can't be reapplied, like the Arctic Burn, for example, because the Savage Roar applies a dispel too. So I want to see how they're going to look to address this. Faceless Void on his own does a decent amount. It's honestly almost worth chronoing just to be able to kill a bear, to be honest. But I'm going to need to see some supports that are able to deal that damage very consistently. Like, Phoenix isn't necessarily the best option, just because you've got a crazy amount of attack speed. You're already going up against a Marcy as well that's going to be able to deal with the egg pretty convincingly. So what is T1 going to look to ban out to make sure that's not a factor?
Radiant
Maybe
team ban.
maybe Snapfire gets banned out now?
Bye-bye, Snapfire. Trying to take a look at the other game that T1 also ran the Lone Druid. The second phase of bans was Bristle, Wyvern, and the Pangolier. Won't have to worry about the Bristleback here. Are you
10
considering
seconds
about
remaining.
the Wyvern? Because Talon can
Nah.
put the Enchantress. Okay.
5 seconds.
I'm not the biggest fan of the Wyvern this game. I know Lone Druid is like,
Turn to ban.
well, actually you are against a lot of physical, I suppose, but you've got a very good position 1 player on that. Where is this Lone Druid being played? Because Ana really doesn't play that much Lone Druid.
He
Like-
played it last time and he looked incredible. He went 11-0 and 8. I
10
think it's
seconds
Ana's here.
remaining.
Okay, well, all I know is from some of the chats that we've
5
had,
seconds
Lone
remaining.
Druid was never in Ana's hero pool back when he was on OG. Like, specifically, they were like, "Oh, let's not pick this one." that sort of extent. So if he's been able to crack up on maybe his 4th or 5th Smurf coming through and feels like he's confident with it, then yeah, by all means, go ahead and pick it. But we'll see. We'll see how it ends up turning out. As for Q with his hero, I think maybe a Hoodwink could look to come out. I just want something else that's going to do damage into this Chronosphere and something that's going to provide a little bit of that lockdown. High damage. Even a Quap, potentially. You know, Q plays the position 4 Quap occasionally, and you've got that potential to flex it to mid. It's another one of those lane dominators, so something that Makoto could look to take advantage of as well.
Radiant team ban.
There's that percent damage that I was talking about with the Zeus getting banned.
You see, Talon at the moment are putting a lot of emphasis on trying to protect the Faceless Void. Beastmaster, Viper, both banned out. Incredible laners versus the Void. Do you feel like they need to maybe consider something
10
like a
seconds
Visage here?
remaining.
Visage Marcy pairing is really strong in the lane. You've also
5
have, I
seconds remaining.
believe, some synergy with the Lone Druid as well, where you can just look to end the game incredibly fast.
It's a possibility
Radiant
for sure,
team
but I mean, Enchantress is
Oh.
also, yeah, it's a nice band, but like Enchantress is really good at being able to deal with it. So I was thinking maybe it wouldn't be as much of an issue, but I could completely understand just not wanting to be concerned about it and perhaps trying to take the game into a little bit of the later stages.
So you were mentioning the
10
Hoodwink as a
seconds
support to be able to dump damage inside the Chrono. Is there another one you could be
5 seconds
considering
remaining.
here for Talon?
The Quap that I was talking about before, maybe the Marana a little bit as well, but you don't exactly have the greatest setup for it. Techies, perhaps, but I feel like you're a little bit too, not passive, but it's just not the greatest response to a Lone Druid. He's going to be able to run you down a lot of the time. Could we see maybe a Pango coming out from Talon somewhere throughout this
Top
draft,
end.
whether it be... Ah, yes.
It's banned second phase.
That's why we won't be seeing it.
No, that is why we will not be seeing it indeed. We'll see the Primal Beast instead. So Talon, some flex potential here. Trying to see if they played it so far. I'm not sure if they've... Not that I can see.
Give
So
me an
Talon-
oracle. Give me an oracle. Dazzle,
Radiant team
Not-
pick.
feeling as strong about it. Okay. Do you think they were wanting to take this away from Makoto as well? Because he's got a very good invoker too.
Yeah, potentially. Think you could consider something like a Conquer here
10
for
seconds
Talon. One of the better matchups versus the Invoker.
Just don't care about having mana because you've got the Tiebringer.
Yeah.
Some
And
early
just being able to
damage.
get on top of the Invoker is really nice with the X as well. Can build into the armor, which is nice versus the Lone Druid. Little bit of damage inside Chrono. Nothing crazy if you want to chuck the boat in. But I'm just kind of thinking the matchup into the Invoker.
What else are we looking to see picked up here? I want to know if this Primal Beast is a 3 or a 4. Because in my eyes, Lone Druid and Dazzle, there's nothing really stopping the Beast from just charging in and then trampling you down, right? That's why I wanted the Oracle. Not only just for the Fate's Edict aspect of negating all that magic damage, but it's also you're against a Faceless Void. So if he jumps in and chronos someone, they would have been able to have that save through with the False Promise as well.
Can't you just Savage roll the Primal Beast in the lane?
I guess, but it's going to take a little bit to be able to be a lot more impactful. I mean, you could just look to try and isolate the Dazzle as well. So it's going to depend on a lot of the positioning coming through from Whitemon.
See,
They need a little bit more control on Talon, that's for sure. No real stuns outside of that Chrono. I guess Primal Beast is a little bit, but they've got plenty of ways to be able to interrupt that, but it's an AA instead. I mean, how are they going to lane this? Is there a position 4 Enchantress coming through now? And I mean, it is pretty decent with the AA getting rid of the lifesteal from the sidekick, the lifesteal shared, whatever you want to call it, Spirit Link from the Lone Druid, the Dazzle heals, the Invoker with a Quas. So you're going to get an okay amount of value through from this, but I just want to know where these lanes are going to be set up.
I think there is potential to play them in multiple roles here, because Q has a very good Enchantress as well, along with Hyde, so they can play at 4-5. Enchantress, Ancient Apparition can look to play with the Primal Beast, so you got the slows to kind of help him stay on top of heroes, which I think you're probably more than likely, because the Void is an okay laner, a little bit better with those buffs to time dilation if you go it in the lane where it looks really good. So I think that's where the Enchantress can come into play, where you play the Enchantress with the Faceless Void, try and get him out of the laning phase, and pair the AA with the Primal Beast.
Radiant team ban.
Just thinking about how effective it's going to be against the Bear as well. Like, you're going to do a decent job of trading against the Dazzle because you've got the attack range advantage on the AA. Even the Enchantress to a lesser extent, right? You could just throw the impetus out, back up, and probably win the trading battle. Of course, the extra movement speed on the Ench helps with that aspect too. But now, what mid lane are we expecting to see from Talon? They've left Makoto's all towards the end of the draft, and well, they have the last pick of the draft to be able to get it through. But look at the bans coming through. That Kunkka that you were mentioning before, that's not going to be an aspect. Also, the Ember Spirit gone. Is it a Void Spirit game coming through?
Yep.
Just being able to dodge out the EMP and the like, and with the dissimulate.
Yeah, I'd put Void at the top for me, for Talon. It's not a lot of damage in Chrono, but I think maybe if your both supports have a very good game, and if this is a position for Enchantress, then you can go damage and just be able to chuck the impetus inside the Chronos and rely on the Ice Blast as well. So maybe you just look for Hero to make plays, because they don't particularly have that capability. So Void Spirit will definitely help out. What about T1 though? Because we're looking for Cuckoo's hero. What are their flaws currently that they need to cover with the position 3?
Some ranged hero. What's up?
Can they Dazzle 3? Can you go Marcy Dazzle, damage over time for the lane versus the Void? Is there any flex potential here?
I feel like there could be a little bit. I was about to say, I was going to say that. No, it's fine. But I'm sure chat's going to be just exploding right now, because Cuckoo Venomancer is a little bit of a meme from back in the day. It kind of... I'm a little worried that we're going to see a similar thing of what we saw last game. You know, you're spending a lot of time in the lane, you might get a decent amount of farm there, but then you just fall off if you don't have this ongoing impact coming through. And it's not like you've got the easiest way to get in on top of all of these heroes and drop your poison over, right? Like, you're just going to get chased down pretty easily. You're very immobile. I guess the Gale slow is kind of nice against the Primal Beast. So maybe it's actually a Whitemon Venomancer and it's a Cuckoo Dazzle. I wouldn't hate that, just for the slow against the Primal Beast.
You may now select
And there's
your
that Void Spirit we were talking about.
Very good call.
Let's see
It's also
where they end up going.
Okay, we'll be Cuckoo playing the Venom. So the lane matchup versus the Faceless Void is pretty solid for the Venomancer. Like, you do have damage over time, which the Faceless Void is going to struggle with, but as a game answer, it's a little bit different though. Like, Faceless Void has the capability, especially with this Aghanim Shard, to jump in on the Veno. If it doesn't look like a good fight, you can jump out. They've got a lot of damage in the Chrono, Ice Blast as well. And like, Veno is a hero that kind of wants to itemize a little bit more for like the versatility, I should say the utility is what I was looking for. Just use some auras maybe to help buff himself up. And I don't think you can do that this game with the Ancient Apparition. So it's nice for the lane, but the game I'm a bit concerned about.
I think you could probably still look to go into something like a pipe on the Venomancer. Honestly, even just the Wraith Pact would be pretty decent on Cuckoo this game, right? Sure, the lifesteal won't have as much of an effect because of the Ancient Apparition, but just reducing a lot of the damage that's coming through from, your Primal Beasts, a lot of the burst from the Void Spirit as well, even just the damage inside of the Chronosphere, having that Wraith Pact up and running, plus even just for the extra damage that it's going to be able to provide over to your Lone Druid could be pretty significant. So I could see them going down that route. The thing that I want to change this time around for T1 is they, again, don't really have anyone outside of Zephyr on his Marcy that's going to be able to find the backline. And I feel like that's, again, going to be so very important. You need to make sure that you get that instant lockdown onto the Void Spirit, because what is there? What's going to stop Makoto from just running around in a lot of these team fights? He's highly skilled enough that he's not going to get caught out by Tornado EMP combos. Probably not going to let a Lone Druid Bear get close enough to him. So it's all on the Marcy right now. So I think that's where Talon are going to be looking to focus a lot of their attention, is just where is Marcy in a lot of these team fights, and how does that impact how we can take some of these engagements?
All right, well, we'll see what's in store for us for this second game here. Talon one game away of moving over and booking their ticket into the grand finals. But then I think we're going to game 3. I like T1's lineup. I'm concerned that they are just going to be able to run over this game with the heroes that they've got. There's a lot of synergy with the Lone Druid. You can give the bear the alacrity. You can give the bear the sidekick. They've got winning lanes, which is incredibly important with the lineup that needs to end the game early. An Ancient Apparition Enchantress, they're going to struggle with heroes running at you. Faceless Void 2 will struggle as well. I think T1 are going to be able to take this.
I think T1 have the potential to take it. I think if Talon are going to, it's going to be on the back of this top lane. Like, KP and Q need to dominate this lane. Like, level 3 probably is when we're going to be looking to see some of those timings come out for KP in particular, with the trample, just able to get that through, try and focus down the dazzle. Wonder if they're even, they might just be contesting the runes, but could they be considering some kind of a lane swap, or maybe just starting Whitemon down on this bottom side of the map?
Savage? Already having a fun time into these heroes. Just showcasing how the lane is going to start to shape up. You were mentioning that you feel like Talon need to body top lane against the Ana Lone Druid. Do you feel like they can, though? Because Lone Druid and Dazzle are some pretty strong laners.
Yeah, but you're still probably going to be able to... Oh, nice fast clicks there from Ana, being able to secure the bounty rune. I feel like the Dazzle's going to be in a much more vulnerable position. You're one of these supports that, sure, you have a great defensive capabilities once it gets to the mid game, but in the lane, you're wanting to abuse that poison touch for as much as possible. So Whitemon is going to need to be very careful with his positioning, because if he goes forward just a little bit too much one of these times, if KP... Maybe it's going to be up until level 4 that it actually happens, but if you can get that onslaught and trample off onto the Dazzle, then there's really not much you can do about it.
A small adjustment.
We get to see the exciting battle between the mid laners once again, with Makoto on the Void Spirit and Thompson on his Invoker. An Invoker player who, he's been known to make some incredible plays, Mr. Thompson, on this hero. Pioneered some of the builds, so we'll see how he's going to be able to shape up. It should be a pretty decent matchup, honestly, between the two. As the game goes on, it's very nice for the Void Spirit to be able to get on top of the Invoker, but Thompson will have this slight advantage with being able to purge off the Resonant Pulse Shield.
Especially now that it's been buffed up a little bit. Just the Aghanim Scepter being able to add to the amount absorbed rather than just refresh the base amount. Feels nice for all the Void Spirit players out there.
I think this lane is very skill dependent. If Makoto hits a couple of Aether Remnants and is able to put tops in a threshold where he's a little bit weak, then he might be able to get more last hits. But if he misses some Remnants, it could be a little bit more difficult with how he's going to be able to fare in this lane. But we'll take a look at our side lanes for the moment with how top is shaping up. You said this was the all-important lane here for Talon. What are we looking for in regards to the level timings? When can they get active?
I mean, they can get active as early as level 2, depending on the positioning. Nice deny coming through there from the Venomous Gale. just the one skill point on both of these heroes right now that's an active, so time dilation's not going to do the most. But yeah, like it's going to depend on Whitemon's positioning. If he's out of position, then an onslaught into a trample can end up killing him. But that's not going to happen until level 3, because 99% of the time you're going up roll level 1 just because of how effective it is at buffing up your damage for the laning stage.
And with the bottom lane, we already see Savage leveling up a point in the time dilation. Do you feel like, is there ever a reason for him to go an extra level in a lane like this in particular because of Venomancer?
No, I don't think so necessarily. I think he just wants to be using that time walk as much as possible. Whenever you're against like these ranged, oppressive heroes, time lock isn't really the biggest value to get in the lane. So I think it's mostly just about the survivability. Hyde's going to be doing a lot of the pressuring and the damage. Just want to be able to get that safe farm as much as possible.
See both supports on bottom, recognizing their role. Therefore, he blocks the hard camp instead of the small camp, so making sure Hyde's not going to be able to play with any of the creeps. He does have some camps back towards the outpost, however.
Getting the Vul Assassin, trying to bully away Zephyr here a little bit. I hate this creep so much, man. It's so annoying whenever you got a tango running. In terms of that mid lane that you were talking about before, it really does feel like Topson's going to have a fine enough time in this lane, though, right? You mentioned that if he gets low on the back of some Aether Remnants, scratch that, he's actually getting a few right clicks in the face.
Nice dodge, Makoto with the dissimulate. He's got the right click range. All the new heroes can hit from afar, and you see that is exactly the case here. As Makoto finds a solo kill, and he'll get a tip as well from Hyde. Beautifully done.
Caster Curse strikes again. Just able to get the kill. I mean, it's Makoto, right? Number 1 in SEA for a reason. And he's even going to be able to secure that water rune for himself once he's picked up this bottle. What's he got coming out to him? Just the boots and the raindrops. I like it. I want to be able to withstand some of that pressure coming through from Topson, but I really feel like that shouldn't be happening. You know, that's only on the back of getting hit by the Aether Remnant. Otherwise, your Quas, you're ranged, pretty equivalent in terms of the right-click damage that you're able to do. So for Makoto to get that early kill, that is just heavily based on the skill.
Top lane, Whitemon. A bit of trouble here, KP. Trampling all over the Dazzle. This is something you were mentioning, that Whitemon's going to have some issues with his positioning in this lane. The Selv's going to be cancelled off instantly. KP needs one more right click, and again, one of the new heroes being able to right click from afar.
I wonder if they actually... Sounds weird, but did he want to die? I don't really feel like it. He's got more than half mana, but you had a skill point available on Anna at the time, and he didn't choose to put it into the Savage
Bottom
Roar,
lane,
which would
Cuckoo.
have saved.
He's in a bit of trouble as well. They're going to try and chase him down in the tree line. Zephyr will finally re-enter the lane, but great Delta split. They'll avoid the jump in from Zephyr, and the toss, it'll only send the Conqueror packing. Oh, they're even considering about TPing the Dazzle down, but he's not going to look to join them, so it's just going to be the two members on T1 at the moment. Savage, time dilation once again, and he just gets the time walk away, but now Q, he's going to enter the party. He'll have the Ancient Apparition as a little bit of an unfair advantage. It was a 2-on-2. It was nice and even, but now with the position 4 coming down, they'll get that +1 required to kill off the Marcy.
You got another Centaur Conqueror here from Hyde. They might just look to go in onto Cuckoo. He's still very slow at this stage, and you don't really want to be using the Venomous Gale just onto a singular support. That's just free reign. Well, he's actually using the Gale onto the Conqueror instead. Is he just dead here?
He's going to try.
We'll
He should make the
TP
TP.
away. But I mean,
Well-
now what do you get out of this lane?
Are they going to be able to chase down Makoto? One more right-click Whitemon just out of range to be able to reapply the poison attack. Zephyr can toss him back, but it will not matter. Makoto doesn't want to pop the DD for some of the bottle sips, and he will not need to. So Talon.
But I mean, this bottom lane, you specifically picked this Venomancer to be dominating the lane, and it certainly isn't the case. Faceless Void, second on net worth. Cuckoo on his Veno, all the way down at the bottom of the cores.
And this is exactly what you need for Talon, because this Faceless Void will take a long time to come online. And T1, they have a lineup that want to end the game early. So the fact that Savage is going to get an item earlier than probably what they would be expecting when they were looking at the draft.
Yeah, for sure. He's even looking to go into the Midas as well, playing around that standard Talon style, right? There's no amazing heroes that are going to have damage going inside the Chronosphere super early on, so he just wants to be a little bit more passive. He wants to be able to farm up the jungle, open up the map a bit more for Enchantress, AA, to get some of those early-ish levels.
Feels like we're going to be putting a lot of attention onto Tops in this game to make his rotations. I was mentioning he was a bit of a pioneer of some particular Invoker builds, and I'm seeing a treads into a Falcon Blade. I'm yet to see this. Maybe some of the other regions in their qualifiers have pulled this out, but see how this is able to shape out for the Coswex Invoker.
Does mean that you're able to keep up somewhat in scaling, though, which is always nice whenever you're an Invoker and you're not going down the Midas route. So maybe just wants to be a little bit more brawling-oriented, considering that you're playing with a Venno, you're playing with a Lone Druid, very early timings. Same sort of thing with a Marcy.
They're going to dive Thompson. And Makoto, he commits with the double ultimate. Makoto's now stuck under the tier 1 tower. A Remnant will provide a little bit of distance away. Couple more right clicks. And now with a poison touch, but Savage! What a rotation! The Chrono clipping 3. They've got Q nearby as well. Talon! They're on the ball in the second game. Even KP said, screw it. I'll come join the mid-team fight as well as Talon. 6-0 start.
But, top side, they've left it kind of solo here. Ana, as soon as that happens, just with that Blightstone, the Gloves of Haste, immediately goes into full-on rat mode. He wants to make sure that you're getting something in exchange for this, and well, that's a free tower taken with just one person. But they're going to look to respond with everyone for this. They actually end up cancelling the TP. Who was that on?
Invoker.
Was that on Thompson?
So Thompson's not going to be here. And now they can just chase down Zephyr. Another kill for Talon. T1 tower claim mid. Uh-oh, this is not how the lanes were supposed to go.
Ana's playing very aggressively, just wanting to push this lane as quickly as he can into the tower. Be able to back off down towards the bottom side. So some valuable net worth going away. And better yet, the experience. But now he's just... this is the game on Ana. Previously, it felt like Thompson was doing all of the heavy lifting, but he's having a decent start here. Going to look to try and run down the AA, and probably will. No use in... doesn't even have the TP, but wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything with it either. But if you could take away his 2 tier 1 towers, then things don't feel so dire for them. They're going to be able to come back into this game.
Mid lane, Thompson, he's going to be in some trouble here. Makoto gets a jump, a nice sidestep. Thompson should be able to hold them back with the tornado, but Talon, they're still pushing on forward. So only Cuckoo with the rotation at the moment. We have the power rune for another 20 seconds as well, so both sides will themselves back away.
Radiant's bottom
Another tower.
has fallen.
Yeah, that kill as well down bottom gave some urn charges to Cuckoo. One thing I'm a bit concerned about is Thompson does have an urn queued up, however. So we'll see if it looks like he has committed into it. And Circlet's nothing crazy, but
Dire's top
didn't have it
tower
play
You can
out,
just
so-
get a null tally.
Yeah.
Radiant
KP
are scanning.
very close to getting the onslaught
Oh,
onto
no.
the TP.
He's buying it. He's buying it.
Dire's top tower
Look,
has fallen.
It's really nice stats. So, I mean, Cuckoo's just going to be forced to backpack it
All
every
right.
time. Look, it
Quit
is.
half
Come
of the
on,
copium,
man.
bro.
1.4 mana regen, 2 all attributes, 2 armor. The stats are incredible. Like, it's a very, very cheap item. What it provides you is nice, especially with a Venner who does have some mana issues. And so I feel like you're okay with it. Just backpack it. You don't backpack it, then we got some issues.
Okay, so how long until you think Cuckoo is demanded to sell this this
He
Earth
won't
that he's
sell
got
it.
right now?
No, he's not going to sell it. If he if he doesn't backpack it like 2 times, I'll hold that thought mid lane. This is not an easy kill at all, and you see Makoto
where's the
recognize this with
lockdown?
how his exactly. Okay, so if he doesn't backpack his urn like maybe a couple times and they make the mistake, then he'll be told to sell it. KP, bit of trouble. Try and onslaught away, but that will be stopped instantly from T1. A much needed kill to get them on the board.
All right, Thompson got the urn charges. He still doesn't know, maybe, about the situation. Well, hopefully for T1's sake, doesn't come back to bite them. Of course, it does allow for a whole lot more of that chain stun, considering how lacking they are in it. Maybe now they can look to go for a few more of these +1 pickoffs. But like I was saying before, up against this Void Spirit, Faceless Void, even the Primal Beast to a lesser extent, You need Zephyr to be there if you're going to get any kind of lockdown happening.
What can we expect out of Ana and his timings in this game? Because we do see he's pretty much one of the few cores on T1 that he's getting a ridiculous amount of farm, working to the Desolator as his next item. Is that Deso going to be enough for T1 to start to group up?
I don't think the Deso is for the purpose of T1 grouping up. I think he's just going to continue playing full rat mode. He just needs to try and do that to drive Talon away from putting pressure onto the Venomancer and the Invoker. They need time to be able to come back into this game, and that's what the rat style is going to do. It's going to force defensive rotations, which means that Thompson, Cuckoo, they're going to be able to pick up a little bit of that extra farm. Honestly, even Zephyr as well. They're prioritizing him to get a decent amount of net worth too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Response coming through. Not wanting to
You
give
might be
up
able
this
to
bear
beat the
for free.
bear. Yeah, Makoto's in a bit of trouble here if they can keep the roots going. Zephyr's going to look to jump in. But a great jump out from Makoto, and they do end up getting the bear kill. Now, to the top side of the map we go is Cuckoo.
Dire's
Gets the
bottom
poison
tower
over off. It's going to clip onto both the heroes here, but Savage feels like he has an opening to drop the Chronosphere. Makoto's going to be nearby with a double damage rune. He'll use the Remnant onto Cuckoo, then they'll be able to turn to deal with the Dazzle. Beautifully done from Talon as they bring 4 members to be able to take the skirmish top.
fortified.
Nana immediately looking to try and go into the mid push, but you've
Look
at
at
least got
Thompson's
people
positioning.
around this time. Yeah.
He's got Zephyr nearby. We'll be
Going
able
out
to
for
spell
lockdown.
off the double damage rune. Makoto, he
Stayed
goes
in.
in. And now he's out of ultimate charges, so Anna, he can freely charge him down. They'll give the Alacrity over to the bear, but once again, the 8th, the Remnant, buying enough valuable time for Makoto just to get out of danger. Hey, he resummoned this bear. This is important. Getting blast. They even give the movement speed
Makoto's
as
committing.
well.
So close. Would have been a full minute without that bear. Effectively a useless position 1, but, well, it is, again, a much more defensive movement that's forced out of Talon. They really wanted to make sure that they were maintaining their tier 1 mid. Of course, whenever they get the opportunity to do that, it means that Cuckoo is able to sit up top, holding on to his urn with 0 charges in it at the moment. Thompson needs to get into that Witchblade. They need some of that consistent damage coming out that's just going to be consistent across the Time War, that's going to be going through the Resonant Pulse Shield, just preventing a lot of these Talon heroes from being a lot tankier than they have any right to be.
I think, oh, T1 just smoked onto the ward. 23 Savage will be okay. I think for T1, really, the big thing for them is they need to take this T1 tower mid and then start to ward around Roche. You have this Deso coming up shortly, you know, with the 1 point Alacrity, nothing crazy, but you have maxed out the sidekick, so you will be able to take objectives, but you need the T1 down first to be able to open that opportunity. And there we go.
Radiant's middle
Some wards
tower
down.
is under attack.
They're going to look to do that. Seeing as well, what, are we just finished up the Deso on...
No, I don't think so.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
One more Mithril Hammer, I believe.
Okay, one more Mithril Hammer. I mean, it's a decent enough timing, but the thing is, it's going to become so much more difficult for T1 as soon as KP gets into the BKB for himself. He's only about 1,000 gold away from being able to do so, and once he's got that, you're just able to dive in. Nothing that they've got is going to be able to stop the tramples from, again, just going in onto the backline and creating a ton of havoc. That's where Faceless Void is in his absolute prime, where he's just able to play within chaos.
Look at the farm they're getting across the map on Talon. KP gets all the triangle. Meanwhile, T1, they tried to invade Radiant's triangle, but the Ancients hadn't spawned. The hard camp wasn't there as well, so Ana has to run to meet the creep wave up top, so a little bit of time that he wasn't getting farmed. The rest of T1 are also grouping up at the moment, so this net worth lead continuing to grow for Talon. It's up to 5,000 now.
Dire's
I'm going to
bottom
need to
tower
pull these
is
creeps
under
off of the
attack.
tower, though. Don't want to have too much free damage going into that one. I have to ask as well, are we even calling it the triangle anymore? Because it was the triangle because there were 3 camps to farm, and now there's no small camp. So what is it now? Is it a line?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm sticking with triangle. It's
Dire's
easy.
bottom tower is
I
under
think
attack.
everyone knows it kind of by that now.
What if we called it something and then it could be our thing, you know? Like
Alright, so Makoto
Slacks
has,
calling the Radiant Tier 2 tower at bot lane the Jeff Hill. He tried to call this stand.
When did he try and do that?
A couple of days
I've
ago.
never heard that. Oh, okay. That's a big item for Makoto now to complete. Scepter coming out on the corridor. They're going to chuck the Ice Blast up the top. Maybe feeling like KP can jump on her. TP is coming in as well. Ice Blast won't connect. Let's see if they're still going to go for the Druid. No, not the case. KP just wants to clean up. I really like how Dio playing. Like, invading the jungle. They're incredibly strong right now, even though they are 5,000 gold behind. I think one pick off and they can go into Roche. I don't believe they can do it right now because of all the ultimates still available for Talon.
They seem to think they can.
This is scary, man. They could definitely execute the fight and prove me wrong, but with all of the AoE ultimates that Talon have, this is going to be a very difficult Roche if Talon do contest it.
Has Hyde got any creeps to be able to play with? Maybe that was why they just emphasized so much in making sure that they took away at least the medium camp from the... I'm not calling it a triangle. The area, the Radiant Ancient area, because that would have allowed them to just scout this out much more easily. So just little plays like that preventing the engagement inside the area. Early smoke coming through, just allowing Ana to finish off the Roche for themselves, maybe trying to catch them off guard.
Catch Makoto. The chain control has to be ever so perfect, and he's lost mana now, Makoto. Actually, still got enough to be able to get the Astral Step away. No way! Thompson Invoker. What? Oh my lord!
Read like a book, and they know where Savage is as well.
Oh my lord! Beautifully done from T1. You get Roche. You get a crazy kill onto the Void Spirit thanks to Thompson's Invoker. This is why you pick him as hero.
Indeed, and they know exactly, like I was saying before, where Savage is. They know he's playing to the right-hand side there. They just need to watch out for any sorts of TPs coming through, but sidekick on a bear that's already life-stealing so much naturally with the Mask of Madness, and now the Desolator. This is one of the big strengths that they've got, just able to melt these towers.
Hang on, he's going to just charge into the middle. KP. Suppose with a fresh BKB completed, so he feels strong enough. And get a T2 tower. Very nicely done for Tier 1. This is a lot of their timing here off the back of the Aegis. They need to continue to play aggressively across the map. You want to fight here though on Talon. You got a great wall to the high ground. KP's just going to look to try and target down with the Venomancer. With the Ice Blast following up forward as well. Cuckoo's going to charge into the middle to at least get the poison over off before they secure the kill. And T1, they can turn it around though if they get a couple lucky roots out, and they will do just that onto the Primal Beast. But towards the northern side, Thompson, he's being caught out. He's in trouble at the moment, but Savage, he doesn't even get the chrono off. Pump faked it for the first time. The cold stat was able to disrupt the second use, and they kill off the Faceless Void. But can they catch up to Makoto though? Into the tree line, a perfect timing with the Dissimulate. He will have an ultimate charge up shortly, so Makoto should be fine.
Can't afford to give your life up like that though on Savage. Doesn't have the BKB finish just yet.
They see Makoto under the ward.
Can they kill him though? He's got a lot of those charges back up, all cooldowns available.
Daytime.
Very quick fingers.
Honestly, maybe if it was still nighttime, he would have been able to get that kill, but turning today at a perfect timing. Thompson, what's he lose? Just the Ogre Axe on the Courier. Not close to anything. Hyde! We'll be alright. We got a ball game here. We're starting to get a little bit out of control, but again, T1, they've got Aegis for still another 2 minutes 30, so they are in fighting shape. They can get a lot more map control off the back of this.
Savage has got to be careful where he's positioning as well. The vision right now that Talon have is kind of minimal, and they haven't really revealed on the map too much on T1, so he's going to move on forward. Solo, though, just trying to push this lane out a little bit, play around with the rest of his team, just trying to act as bait. He knows how juicy of a prospect he is, but bot lane, I feel like that is a much sweeter option rather than just getting a single kill onto the Faceless Void. This is a high reward, low risk play when you've got a lone druid as farmed as this, as well as a double creep wave with the siege creep.
Yeah, and they're going to go high ground. Why not? Got the Plague Wards to be able to set themselves up. You've got the Alacrity on the bear. You can even chuck out the sidekick as well. This bear is going to do a lot of damage. Talon need to address it.
Can they hold long enough for Savage to just get 200 gold for that BKB to finish this up before he's able to fight?
Oh, they're going to target down the bear instead. Look at the poke damage from afar. They don't even have to heavily commit. Grave, will it survive? Ice Blast as well, but no, the bear goes down. Very nicely done. Honestly, dude, this Ancient Apparition with the Action and Match Out Ice Vortex, he's going to get a lot of farm. We see how difficult it is to siege into this.
Oh yeah, it's very, very good. You can just sit yourself in the jungle, still have that full global impact because you've got your ice shards. Really cold feet, the chilling touch, they don't do much in a lot of these team fights. So yeah, a greedy support is really enabled by picking this Ancient Apparition, specifically against all of this regen and healing that they've got on T1 side. But they were able to get the BKB up on 23 Savage, so now he's able to fight. He's able to fight a little bit, play a little bit more around the rest of his team, just in case a fight does break out. He really wants that Aghanim Shard, though. He wants to be able to consistently have that impact in a lot of these team fights to perhaps force out some unideal BKB and spell usages.
T1, they just smoked under Observer Ward.
Yeah. They just wanted to bait this out for as long as they can. They'll have the timer ticking down basically right on the 23-minute mark. Then they might even look to go for a crazy engagement in, just popping Hyde on the front lines. He's going to be the first one that identifies any kind of smoke play and just good, solid, consistent positioning coming through from Talon this game.
I like this call from T1 though. Like, they scan on the high ground, recognizing that Talon are up there, and they cannot address that, so they're just going to look to go bottom instead, force them back away from their power position. I don't believe they can commit though, because we saw what happened last time with the Bear, and you don't have the Aegis now. So as long as you just force Talon away from this powerful spot that they were playing in, now T1 can get a little bit of the jungle control. And really for me, I feel like T1 are just trying to wait out till Roche spawns. I don't think they're strong now to take team fights until they have the second life again.
Yeah, it really does feel like they want this AC as well, minimum, on Ana, just to make that push even easier, even just providing a little bit more of that sustain for the rest of your team against the eventual right-click damage that's coming out from the Faceless Void. Even Enchantress to a slightly lesser extent. I guess she's got the impetus, but if you've got the BKBs running, it helps out a little bit too.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's a Venomancer enhancer.
It's a
Cuckoo
interesting
did
item.
go into that pipe we were talking about, pipe or the Wraith Pact, so really wouldn't hate seeing him go into the Wraith Pact next. Feels like this is the item that he was more comfortable in getting into right now, just so that you can commit yourself. 30% magic resistance without even popping the barrier does feel quite significant.
With that Aeon Disc, and it does look like the Vlad's into the Wraith Pact queued up afterwards as well. Another interesting item is KP going to the Scepter. It does provide the break as well, if it's able to get that connection with the little projectiles that are released. So if you get that onto the Lone Jewel, that's going to be really nice to mitigate some of the damage.
Mm-hmm.
Have you checked Ana's Bear's name as well, by the way?
Have a look. Oh. Very interesting. Well, I can verify a few of those stats.
Top lane, Thompson. Looks like they're going to be able to get the jump onto the Evoker. Zephyr's nearby to maybe get some bonus movement speed out. But the Ice Blast will connect. With the global potential, thanks to Q, they're going to be able to bring down Thompson's Invoker. And it looks like Hyde will successfully TP out as well and drop some voice lines in the meantime.
Hasta luego, see you later, he says, and, well, he even puts up the high five as he makes his great escape. Just, again, really good map play coming out from Talon right now, and it's not like they don't really care about going into the super later stages of this game, right? Because Faceless Void, one of the best heroes for the ultra late game, as long as you're not getting caught out by that initial stun. Even an Enchantress is going to be a fourth core, essentially.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Speaking about the Enchantress, he's going to look to pair up with 23 Savage. Easy kill onto Zephyr. A little bit more gold into the bank of that kind of pseudo position 3 that we have from Hyde. Level 12, almost Hurricane Pike. Yeah, definitely feels like Talon are more than happy with being able to head into the late game T1. This is, for me, it comes down to this second Roche. If they're unable to get this Aegis, I feel like their lineup has just missed their timing.
Yeah, and speaking of timings, KP, he's got that Aghanim Scepter completed in about a couple of seconds, so that's just so much extra damage that you've got coming out. All those additional projectiles and the break. Pretty significant too, for the reasons that we mentioned against the Lone Druid specifically. I wonder, it looks like he's going into the Wraith Pact and the Aeon Disc on Cuckoo. You have to wonder, like, if they're able to get this second Roche, what do you go into? Do you give the Aghanim Shard over to the Dazzle, or do you give it to the Venomancer just to try and catch them out with the with using the BKB or even just the Uproar on KP for the level 15 talent, just to give them that little bit of an extra stun, you know?
Yeah, I'm actually not quite sure who they give it to, because I think there's even an argument to be made for Thompson to take it. Maybe because he's not too close to the level 20 talent. That extra 80% Chaos Meteor damage is a lot. Mid lane, Ice Blast onto Ana. Makoto's going to be able to jump as well. Ana, he wasn't ready for it. An unsuspecting move from Talon, and they just blow up the lone Druid. And that is as soon as Roshan spawns.
Be able to go right on in. They want to take away some of this vision, but Cuckoo positioning himself fairly well, trying to scare off Hyde.
Into the river. Look at the alacrity damage coming out from Zephyr, but the Chronosphere eclipse off to Thompson, but he's able to get the protection off. They don't have the damage at the moment thanks to the BKB. Let's see if Thompson's going to be able to continue to run himself away. The respect coming up from Talon. They will not enter the high ground. Instead, they're going to deal with the heroes that are still caught outside in the river. Zephyr is able to jump on forward, but Cuckoo, he doesn't have this capability. They should be able to chase him down. The onslaught into the middle, but a perfect
what a tornado
as Thompson breaks the combination. As T1, they've successfully avoided that attempt. What a beautiful move from them. They dealt the split away. Thompson back to the high ground. Cuckoo in the middle, just soaking up abilities. And now Arna's back alive to look to take this Roshan.
Thompson, by far the MVP of that team fight. He was just kiting around Makoto, even able to get him on the retreat. It's all around just protecting this Observer Ward, and when you've got an Ancient Apparition, I feel like it should be a lot easier than it was. Ice Vortex on the top, you've got an Enchantress with a Dragon Lance, excuse me, and they just stuck around, kind of dipping their toe in rather than just diving in completely. It's the power of that vision again, man.
Now we do see Aghanim Shard was given over to Thompson. He's got that couple of meteors to be landed down as well. Also reduces the cooldown by 15 and ages into the hands of Ana. I was saying this second Roche had to be given over to T1. If they weren't able to find it, they would be in a very difficult position for their lineup to be able to combat Talon in the late game. But they've got second Roche, and we again have a pretty close ball game here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
For sure. This time around, at least they have something that's able to put this tempo up. I mean, look at the speed that they're able to take some of these towers. Just getting about 5 hit by the Spirit Bear that shall not be named.
They again can poke the bear, but then they need to protect him. They're going to do just that. The jump onto KP. KP's gone.
He couldn't be KP.
No opportunities now. Hyde, he's also getting chased down by the bear. Shan's going to be able to slow it down for the moment. But the tier 3's already been melted. Zephyr is into the middle. The Enchantress posturing aggressively. Makoto's going to look to buy in some time, but Savage to the back. Gets the Chrono onto 3. It's on the saving support as well. There's going to be no grave to keep them alive. As Savage, he can now turn to try and deal with Cuckoo. A 4-staff into the tree line, but it's not enough. As Savage now, he'll turn his attention towards the Lone Druid off the back of the respawn. Arna's got nothing to keep him healthy. As Talon, what an incredible high ground defense. They say, screw your age's advantage. We can fight into it even down KP.
And man, just getting the perfect counter initiation coming through there from Savage, and they had the damage to come through. It's a pretty scary high ground to have to go into, but I mean, it just shows the advantage of what happens if you're clumping up just that little bit too much. High ground, probably the scariest area to be if you're playing on this Dazzle. Can't be that far behind, and well, you saw what happens when you get a little bit too close as well. This is really on a knife's edge right now. It feels like any single time that T1 win a team fight, it's going to be a full lane of racks, but Talon, excuse me, their team fight is just so far superior.
I mean, that was incredible. They just baited the Enchantress. Hyde was able to 4-staff out. They got the Ice Blast onto 2. And we're not even mentioning the Chrono, which was clipped 3 and got the saving support. And then the Enchantress could just start pummeling into them. Like, this is looking really scary now for T1. They're going to have to pull something crazy out of the hat.
They've got a lot of mobility as well, just to be able to get away from the Marcy to be able to get away from even the Venomancer to a lesser extent, from the Roots, from the Spirit Bear. You've got the Ogre Seal Totem, and you've got 3 separate Force Staffs in addition to the mobility on Faceless Void and Void Spirit. So it's very clear the MO coming through here from Talon. It's just kite around these fights as much as possible. And, well, they're doing a pretty good job so far. Anytime one of these big team fights break out, it always seems to be them on the winning end. It's just they haven't, as yet, been able to take advantage of it in terms of map control. That's still in T1's favor. Bottom lane, fairly well pushed in. They might need to deal with top lane a little bit on T1, especially considering how that last fight
onto
went.
3! Oh my lord! Okay, Makoto. Not gonna follow up. Has already used a couple of his abilities. Cuckoo's on the prowl though. T1 are gonna connect as well. Makoto's in a lot of trouble. They're gonna be able to capitalize. As Talon get a little bit too antsy, they feel like there was an opening for them to take a fight with that ward on the higher ground, and well, that'll result in Makoto going down.
No glyph available, bro. They don't have the refresh either. This could be 2 lanes of Rax, honestly, just off of 1 death. 1 bit of poor positioning coming through from Makoto, who he just bought out an item quite recently, the Kaya. So nowhere close to having that buyback.
They will have the Chrono up in 8, so I think they can defend.
They're still playing scared. Ana was actually just a little bit too far away from the bear to even be hitting the tower. Kinda nutty, and someone might need to TP up towards this top side of the map to be able to deal with this push. Creep Wave will do it a little bit, but it really feels like T1 could have potentially gotten so much more out of this push.
We have Makoto spawning up shortly, so Talon will be playing with the full force. Be able to combat into T1, who is still posturing aggressively inside Radiant's territory. In fact, it's going to be T1 that smoke first. They see KP at the moment. But is that the hero you want to jump? In fact, they're going to look for the wraparound. It's illusion to work with, nothing too crazy.
The Wraith Pact on Cuckoo as well. So that is a significant factor if he's able to drop that and the pipe as these initiations are coming in on Savage. But
they're going to try and hide. Maybe with the damage coming through for the meatball as well, they'll secure the kill, but Savage, he gets a chrono onto both the cores.
Oh, the
silence blocked as well. It'll click onto Ana, but they haven't been able to blow anyone up throughout the ultimate, so maybe they're going to be cautious here on Talon if they want to stick around. KP, a lot of damage out of the Pulverize, going to try and chase him down, but down to the south side. Thompson, he'll secure the kill onto the support, but they're still going to be cautious here. Thompson will be able to reposition thanks to the bonus movement speed. The Deafening Blast will push back the Faceless Void as well. Savage, he doesn't want to let them go for free. Another Time Walk on forward. I don't think he's going to be able to catch up. Are they considering this, Thompson? What shenanigans are you up to here? How can you pull out of the hat to try and kill off the Faceless Void? And, well, he won't even stick around to make the attempt. But the ultimate on cooldown for the Marcy, they will be lacking the damage, so another kill for 23 Savage.
just, I want to see the replay, but I want to keep my eyes on this bottom lane just because you've got Thompson on his Faceless Void still hanging around the area. But if we do get a chance to replay, maybe now if we can, I also want you to put your eyes onto Makoto. They don't hit the perfect Chronosphere. It doesn't hit onto everyone. Dazzle is actually outside of it. But rather than laying damage into it, make sure to get the silence off with the Aghanim Scepter, with the Aether Remnant. You still eventually get it off, but the damage has been done. They're able to pick off a lot of these targets. You keep away the healing. It just results in such a victorious team fight. Great team play once again, realizing what his job is needing in the middle of these team fights. They've got plenty of damage without the Void Spirit.
See how messy these fights can look, though. With KP charging somewhere, Savage jumping, Makoto doing the same thing as well. Savage is already level 25, man. What the hell? He's 6 levels ahead of the second highest in this game. 23 Savage is having a hell of a game here in the upper bracket final. 7, 1, and 9. Look at the GPN from him. 740. He's well and truly on top, and I'm not quite surprised. I mean, his Faceless Void is always something to fear. They tried to counter it. They've got the lineup to deal with it early, but now that he came online, now that he had an incredible lane, like, we're seeing the issues with killing off and dealing with the Void.
Kodo making sure Savage knows about it. The greedy mid tipping the inconsistent carry coming through here from the two that have previously been shunned by some other members within the SEA region, but they're certainly turning it out in this game so far. Maybe we should call him 25 Savage just because of how quickly he's able to hit up onto a lot of these high levels.
Good old Midas. What an item. He's gonna go Link. I was gonna say, is he gonna go Refresher next? Oh, he's already got Refresher. Okay. Very cool. Very cool.
What if he got
so
two?
Farmed.
What if you could refresh the Refresher?
Oh, that'd be a lot of mana. I don't know what you would do. You might have some issues. But just, what do? You chuck your boots in your backpack or your Midas when it's on cool? Oh, I don't know. Attack speeds both are really nice in the void. You just hold triple mangoes.
Hold the pupil's gift as well for the extra stats.
Well, Savage now with a second Chrono for T1 to deal with. Can they actually deal with it, man? I don't know, because Savage has been clipping multiple heroes, what feels like in every single Chronosphere.
It's been a couple of games in a row now where T1 have gone for this, like, pick-off domination, but not necessarily the teamfight control, you know? And it's a couple of times now where Talon have identified that big weakness and they've just said, okay, well, if they're not going to have a bunch of stuns, then we just go a lot of ways to be able to get out of it, you know? Primal Beast, plenty tanky. What's he going into? Is that a Shivas that he's picking up, or is it just a casual plate mail on KP? But did Savage just refresh for nothing?
I don't
His
know what the
Chrono
status...
had like 20 seconds left.
Okay, thank you. I was going to say, I don't know what the stat... It was for the Midas. Come on
Sure.
now. Think smarter.
Let's go with that.
Come on.
I'm not thinking like a carry.
Yeah, it's just a support mentality you have. No.
Who would want an ultimate like Chrono in a team fight, you know?
Oh my lord. Alright, well, we see T1. Name of the game for them is just looking to split push the map. This mid lane's going to take a little bit of damage. Alacrity on the catapult. It's going to take a lot of damage, actually. Someone's forced to come back.
Kite will be able to deal with it. They're trying to hunt.
They
back up to be able to do it.
They actually, I think, I'm not sure if T1 can 5v5 now at this stage of the game. I think you really have to be considering about trying to split up the map, which is exactly what they're doing, and just looking for the rat play. Because they will push incredibly fast. And even if like a Marcy's there or the Invoker's there with the bear, you just give the Alacrity or Sidekick over. I actually do not think T1 can 5v5 at this stage of the game. So it's potentially something they need to consider.
And that's what Anna thinks as well. Look at his quick buy. He's going into the Aghanim Scepter, so he wants to be able to just throw the bear into a lot of these engagements without putting himself in harm's way.
I was going to say, Q showing's going to be cautious. In fact, it's the bear that is in a bit of trouble. Would have been an easy kill, especially with KP using the Pulverize for that. He's got a resummon on Ana, but this is 2 minutes without now a second bear. And this is where Talent have got a big opportunity. I guess you're lucky that Roche is not spawning for another 2 minutes, so they might get away with it.
Other big timing's coming. I mean, the true form on the Lone Druid is kind of nice, so maybe Ana's just going to try and bait out his position a bunch of times, where you basically only have like a 10-second downtime on the true form, which I mean, you could just put yourself in team fights, make yourself a much higher priority, and just have the Lone Druid bear on the other side of the map. I think that's how I would be looking to play this one. Once you pick up the axe, of course. Even Q getting very farmed going into the Scythe of Vice, which we've seen a bunch of times. I think, was it Q last time that we saw him go into that super greedy item that ended up paying up for him? I feel like it might have been. Or Xiao Bonbon, I think it might have been.
What, in the qualifiers so far?
Yeah.
There was one where JG on the Conquer. But support, I'm trying to remember. Yeah.
I want to say it was Xiao Bonbon.
A lot of games that have been going on. We are getting towards the tail end here of the qualifiers. Second final day, the upper bracket final, and Talon, they are a couple fights away of booking their ticket into the grand finals. T1 we see. We're going to try and buy some time for them to get towards these next set of items, but again, Talon, they're also getting stronger and stronger.
Are indeed just keeping these lanes shoved out as much as possible, trying to bait some rotations. Optimistic play coming through there, and well, now he won't have the BKB considering Roshan's up in 15 seconds. You've got the Hill Troll waiting inside, and that is exactly what Talon are playing around constantly. T1 doing their best to try and rat out the other sides of the map, force again that defensive movement, but it won't be quick enough. They won't be able to get that true map control, or maybe they will. I mean, Zephyr's backing him up just for the sidekick to be able to enable a little bit more of that burst damage, and good play coming down here from Q, just trying to delay things out as much as he can. Might even get a pick off onto
Look
him.
at the instant TPs. Uh-oh. T1, you gotta get out. Zephyr's like, all right, my job's just to get the tier 3 tower, but Savage, his job is trying to catch up to the bear. We'll find the slow. He's gonna get the bash as well. Looks like the Savage roll will get some distance away. Instant smoke out of Talon, though. We've got a 4-on-4 across the map, but they do see T1 in the river.
A disc picked up by Makoto as well. So he can afford to be even more of a menace. Actually, bottom side, though, it's pushing all the way in. Ping's starting to come out. I don't know if you want to go for this without your Void Spirit. He is such a key impact in terms of what it means for controlling the Dazzle and the backlines if the Chronos aren't perfect. And well, he's been playing well so far, Savage, but I don't think you can put that much pressure onto him.
So second Observer that just got dewarded as well in the mid lane. So T1 aren't going to have too much vision to play with if a fight does break out.
He's got the Ags now on Ana, though. He's going to constantly be looking to make these rat plays happen with his Spirit Bear. Just keeping this bot lane shoved in. If he can look to play a little bit more around the Roche pit, perhaps, just so that if they need to, he's able to recall it and instantly join in onto the team fight, that'd be big. They're playing around this double siege creep wave as well, but Talon aren't wanting to wait until it has enough time to have a true impact. Onto the high ground is KP. It's fine, it's tactical.
Oh, he's going to walk on forward. A 4-star breaks the combo. Savage going to try and catch up to Whitemon as well. Gonna be able to get some distance away, but Cuckoo's the one that's in it. Some trouble here is Cuckoo. He'll go down. Meanwhile, the Chronosphere to the north, though. Savage. He found 2 heroes, but he didn't catch out Thompson. The Invoker starting to get the combinations going. Meanwhile, in the middle of the fight, though,
these
Ana
bashes.
points the bash onto 23 Savage. And now T1, they need to get more. They committed heavily off the back of these buybacks. They should be able to catch up to Q. Juking down to the south, but the buyback coming out for the Faceless Void. T1 need to respect the capability of Savage rejoining them. KP.
He's got the BKB again, and the Chrono again. He used the Refresher previously, so that's what he's wanting to play around. Looks like they'll have to TP back a little bit. They got the Illusion Runes, forcing out bot lane a little bit, but they know that this Roshan is the big objective. Man, they got very lucky there with some of those bashes coming through, but it's all in the back of Zephyr, going for this Abyssal Blade. Once he pops that Unleash, you're almost
Hang on,
guaranteeing a chain
Savage.
lock.
He's got another round of the BKB. Thompson might look to try and bring down the Primal Beast. Savage has the Chrono again. He popped the Refresher, but Whitemon's on the outskirts. He should be able to play around with the Grave, but the Ice Blast, it's going to prevent Thompson from being able to survive. So he's going to look to deal as much damage possible before they secure the kill. Meanwhile, still inside the middle of the lane, though, Cuckoo, he's the one that's in trouble. A 4-star, but it doesn't get enough distance away. He's in the middle of it all. Maybe with Ana nearby to try and help out the bear. Once again, locking onto his target. But it is Simulate will get them out. KP, he wants to go in though. He cancels the Pulverize, so somehow Cuckoo's still alive. And this is enabling Ana to have a free fight. We're seeing what the bear can do once he's able to get onto his target. Thompson, he's going to jump in though. Thompson, he knows no way to stop.
It's going to eventually be forced to, though. The team just not feeling confident with all those buybacks being expended. Ana staying around the Roche pit, and this would be really valuable to be giving over to Thompson. Spending that buyback just to be able to get back into this and be able to quickly close in enough. KP has the BKB to be able to play around with. Is he going to be quick enough, though? They'll hear the charge coming through.
They're going to get the Ice Blast to charge in as well. KP to disrupt.
He's
KP
got
gets
it.
the Aegis as well. He snagged up the Aegis and Immortal. Now Makoto's going to jump into the middle. They need to keep Thompson alive.
They got everything.
BKB gets some distance. The Invoker should be able to step up to the high ground thanks to the Ghost Block, and he's okay. Can they set themselves up for round 2 though on T1? The bear, priority number 1. They'll drag it back with the Remnant. The damage is stacking up for high, but it's not enough to get the summon. And in fact, Ana's going to look to TP out the bear, but the use of the Pulverize, it'll keep it locked into the middle of the team fight. Down goes Ana's bear. They'll get rid of Zephyr as well.
no bear for 95 seconds. They know this as well. They're just going to be able to move on forward, not anywhere close to being able to pick up a refresher. And, I mean, you got all this net worth on the low druid, but it is useless. He's basically playing on 5,000 net worth right now. Savage even getting the nice little arcane rune. He's going to be harassing even more with the time dilation or even just the push aspect. What a big fight. They got everything from that Roche as well. Refresher picked up by KP, I believe. They gave the cheese over to Savage. Aegis, of course, we saw have a big impact in that team fight. And they've even got the Scythe of Vice as well.
Hobson has to go absolutely crazy if they're going to be able to hold the base here. And that is difficult now because you're going into a Lotus Orb onto KP. So he can protect himself if he wants to charge in. Thompson, that's an aggressive blink. He's forced to pop a BKB as well. Thompson's in trouble. Ice Blast into the middle. The Grave's not going to do anything because it's silence to the northern side. They get on top of the Dazzle. Thompson's down without a buyback. And Talon, I think they've done it. Onto Cuckoo next. No space as Talon. They'll take over T1 territory. Your base is now mine.
Oh, yes, it is. Not even bothering to go for the rack. Straight tier 4, says Savage. Might be, yeah, he time walks back. Just the PTSD coming from previous qualifiers all the way back at TI9. He got all the way to Game 5 to be able to go to TI. He doesn't want to give it up again in a similar sort of fashion. Going for the safer play, but with no buybacks being expended, they're just going to want to go on forward. It's going to be all up to Zephyr and Ana to be able to defend this, bringing it to a Game 3, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
A jump in,
What a
Hail
remnant.
Mary attempt. Bye-bye Zephyr. He's got a buyback, but Savage,
Another chrono.
It's another out of the chrono. And this time, it's onto the real hero. Onto Ana at the front of the fountain. Now they'll go for Zephyr as well. And why not Fountain Dive against some players who are well known for it? Talon. What an incredible series. They are yet to drop a map in the TI qualifiers. They will book their ticket in the grand finals.
Big smiles coming all around and very well worth it, right? And the thing that most impressed me is that they played it in the Talon style. These weren't 30-minute victories. These were games that they played on their terms, able to drag it out. Game 1, 56 minutes. This one, 46. And they were still able to make it work, repelling a lot of the early pressure that T1 were trying to put onto them. You know, Game 1, Viper in the lane. Game 2, Venomancer in the lane. Very, very aggressive early on supports and cores that are able to have that big impact that do drop off later on. Just the itemization choices, some of the hero options. It was a really, really solid performance from Talon today, and they should be feeling very proud.
Yeah, without a doubt. I felt like a lot of this game was perfectly set up from that 5-man fight that we had mid lane with Talon. I mean, that was incredible. Who would ever think of a Faceless Void rotating like that, getting a 3-man chrono, KP's there as well. Talon recognized how vital Thompson is to this lineup at T1, and just in general, like we saw Thompson was almost able to do it in a couple of fights. He pulled out some crazy stuff, you know, that Sunstrike on the Dissimulate for one of them, but the play from Talon to make that call to TP the Voiding, get the 3, they won the team fight, they took the T1 tower, and then Thompson, he wasn't able to get active on the map afterwards. An incredible play from Talon, and they're able to offset the advantage that T1 needed in the early game. This was a lineup that needed to end the game early.
They did indeed, and you know, even just the safe lane as well. Savage able to be, what was it, 5 minutes in, about 1,000 net worth ahead of the Venomancer. Really should not be happening, and it's all in the back of some of those early rotations coming through from Q in particular. I think Q did a fantastic job this game. Almost every single ice blast was on point, able to go into that early Aghanim Shard build so that he's able to continuously scale, have an impact in the game. What a great AA pick that wasn't punished because they just didn't have the heroes to be able to do it. No big gap close outside of Zephyr. Again, I think Zephyr did all he possibly could to have an impact this game. He got some great lockdown, but if that's the only lockdown that you have and you have to pray for some lucky bashes coming through, it's not always going to work out. So Talon, very well navigated, and they've booked themselves a ticket to the grand finals, one best of 5 away from being able to go straight through to that group stage. And that means T1 falls down into the lower bracket final, and they're going to be matched by, well, the winner of We're Not Done, the next series, RSG and Polaris. That's going to be hype as well.
Yeah, I mean, what another incredible series we have for our entertainment here tonight. We've seen these two teams played earlier today. RSG, they were just able to edge out a victory over Xerxia, and Polaris, they could 2-0 Neon as well. These two teams, it's going to be a blockbuster. Two very, very evenly matched teams in the lower bracket semifinals. Like you said, the winner of this will face T1 in the lower bracket finals. The winner of this as well guarantees at least a position in the last chance qualifiers. There is a lot on the line for our next series. It's another exciting series as well, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break.
Come on, sprites. Why are you so mad? Dire's bottom tower is under attack. It's just not fair.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
From one exciting series to the next we go. We've got the lower bracket semi-final. It's going to be RSG taking on Polaris Esports. Danog, we've got a draft underway here with these two teams ready to go. I mean, I'm so excited because with the series we had, and now we go to this, more Dota, more exciting Dota in the qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. And it's one of these things where both of these teams have been slugging it out throughout these qualifiers, right? Like, they had the win in the upper bracket, then they dropped down, then they had pretty extensive series. It was grueling, stressful. And at the end of it all, only one of them gets to go to TI. Winner of this, guaranteed last chance qualifiers. And you just have to think of what it would mean to both of them. I think RSG in particular, that would be the real Cinderella story, let's call it, of being able to qualify through after all the hardships that a lot of the individual players have gone through. I mean, you've got Jia Bonbon as the last remaining Vietnam representative in the SEA region as well. So is he going to be able to pull it across the line? If he plays his Nyx Assassin like he did in some of the previous series, then that's going to go a long way towards achieving that success.
Even for Polaris as well. This was a team that narrowly missed out on making it to the major. You know, we saw their performance in the early tours. I believe that was tour 1 where they came out of the woodworks in Division 1 and looked incredibly strong. And then, you know, the rest of the tours, it was a little bit more shaky from them. They had to, you know, pull some stuff out of the hat. You know, second tour they just stuck around, and in the final tour we saw them get relegated in last place. So for them as well, it's also been a very difficult road to get to this position.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I do like we're just talking about the draft itself. The Nyx Assassin, obviously, it's a comfort pick. Getting rid of a few of the faster pushing heroes, so you're not going to get punished like we've seen in the past. You know, a Nyx Undying draft just got likened and they absolutely just got run over entirely. So it's not going to be punished quite as hard. Batrider coming through, though, that's the thing with the Nyx Assassin. You know, if you pick it up, the enemy is absolutely no chance of picking up this hero because it just sets up for way too many kills. So they're going to be a good start, we're assuming, for Exilern in that mid lane. Although against Alina, it's not exactly the easiest time. I guess you can go for dives, but in terms of trading for last hits, Lina's going to have by far the easier time.
And do you feel like this was a preemptive Lina pick as well? Because we know what Exilern can do on the Batrider. We saw him into a little bit of a lesser favored matchup in the, I think, day 1 of the qualifiers versus the Queen of Pain, where he was just able to body that lane. And, you know, now, do you feel like this is going to be any different against Alina?
I was about to say, like, maybe they could have gone Quap instead, but then you have many potential options to be able to make that Quap nowhere near as good, right? You could just go into a Bloodseeker, for example, and then his life is a whole lot more challenging. You could probably pick up the Lina yourself, and then things are a whole lot more challenging. So there was really a no-win scenario coming out of just picking a mid-hero at this stage. I think it's fine enough as long as you're playing the lane well enough that you're not getting dived massively. The other option, potentially, for Lelouch was going into something like the Leshrac, but no, actually, no, that would have been a horrible option because it gets to Nyx Assassin. Never mind me, I'm just talking absolute crap.
You see, though, from Polaris with their 15th pick, they're going to go down the Faceless Void route. So still in the pool somehow, and this hero's going to be snagged up instantly. So they've already got a hell of a lot of damage inside thanks to the Lina.
They do indeed. Do you think they were potentially going to go for the Primal Beast here, just with that Oracle Band?
10 seconds remaining.
Like into Alina, just being able to dive it feels very effective. I know the lane isn't quite so good because you've got a an Undying, but you could have potentially gone like a Roger Primal Beast and made it feel pretty effective.
Potentially, they could have been worried about like a Oracle +1 as well, because Oracle's a great way to keep someone alive in Chrono. Like, I think RSG are now very much considering about a saving support.
Well, they've already got the Undying, and we haven't really seen Force play much of the offlane Undying. So they are, I don't want to say they're locked into playing it as a position 5, but it just feels much more like an AU hero, you know?
Oh yeah, without a doubt for the Undying on Polaris, but see what RSG want to do to try and make sure that no one can be killed off inside the Chronosphere. You got this 16th, 17th to be able to look to try and get the combo out. You're going to have to reveal something as well here for RSG. I mean, you could potentially, I feel like you go for your carry plus your other support.
Could they Bloodseeker? It's a hero that MKS loves to play. Pretty good against the Faceless Void. Decent enough against the Lina. Fast attack speed to be able to hit into the Undying Tombstone. I wouldn't hate it.
Radiant team picked.
Yeah, I don't mind if
What
they
else
go the
could you
Bloods.
potentially pick up, right? Like, could you TB as well as another option?
I don't think this game, TB into Void and Lina can be a bit rough.
What are your options? That's the better question, though, right? I'm just thinking of something that might be able to survive inside of a Chronosphere because of the
10
armor.
seconds remaining.
I do like this though from RSG in regards to the
5
Snapfire.
seconds
Gives you a way to be able to deal with
Mm-hmm.
the Tombstone. You've got 2 supports that can do a lot of damage inside the fights. You can go like Lasso into Mortimer Kisses to pretty much guarantee a kill, or it can be the Nyx Assassin into the Mortimer Kisses as well. So Snapfire is going to be able to provide them a lot here on RSG.
Dire team picked.
Even early on, it discourages Faceless Void from joining a lot of the fights and popping the Chronosphere before he's got the BKB. Ooh, a Tidehunter coming out here. Not sure how strongly I feel about that. Just because you're not really dealing with any kind of push. I guess the big thing that they were lacking is that
10
they didn't have
seconds
that
remaining.
area control to truly enable something like the
5
Mortimer's Kisses and
seconds
the Batrider, but I would have felt much more comfortable with a Mars as opposed to a Tidehunter. Just because your lane is decent enough, you're able to harass the Void out pretty consistently with a God's Rebuke, and you know, if you're able to put up the Arena of Blood, sure, the Void might be able to jump out of it, but Lina can't hit into it, and if you go inside the arena, then
Radiant
you're kind of
team back.
putting yourself in a really vulnerable spot.
I think with the
Advantage as well,
Tide lane though, they're probably going to run Tide Snapfire, which has a lot of minus armor, and you can play, I think you can deal with the Undying. Mars doesn't particularly fare well into that hero.
You think they're going to do
10
that? I mean,
seconds
Xiao Bonbon
remaining.
played a very good Nyx Assassin, and do you want to run 2 Strength
5
heroes into an
seconds
Undying as well?
remaining.
If you don't, then if you go Tide Nyx, I'm quite
Dire
concerned that the
team back.
Undying just wins the lane for the Faceless Void and any free farms. That's my only issue. Like
Yep.
I'm trying to see the reasoning behind the Tide, and that's like I feel like maybe they're thinking about this Tide Snap lane because
Radiant
Tide
team
Nyx's
back.
lane, like I don't feel too confident with. So like I too was like, you know, there's probably other options they can go down, but maybe they feel like that's enough to be able to deal with the Undying and win the lane.
They need some tower damage, I'll say that much, on RSG. Very, very slow. Decent ways of pushing lanes
10
with the
seconds
Tidehunter, if he gets into the Aghanim Scepter especially. But it really
5
doesn't feel like that's
seconds
the way he's going to go down this game. Like, Batrider's going to be a bit slow. You need to commit your body to be able to push these lanes out. I still think the Terrorblade's a potential option for this, man. I think they need ways to be able to push just with those illusions and force a lot more of these defensive rotations out of the supports in particular. And again, it's just something that could potentially survive inside of that Chronosphere.
10 seconds remaining.
You could be looking at a Templar Assassin as well for
5 seconds
RSG.
remaining.
Think on Radiant, you've already got a lot of ways. Like that's your
Radiant
tower
team
push.
picked.
It can easily take Roshan. More synergy with the minus armor. Can be okay in Chrono if Refraction's there. And I think in general they need an Agi hero just because it's going to be a lot of minus armor with the Wave of Terror. Like at the moment, RSG, their heroes really will be in trouble from that Wave of Terror into the
10
right clicks from the
seconds
Lina and the
remaining.
Void. So I think it does need to be an Agi carry no matter what.
5 seconds remaining.
What else is there? I mean, could they PA in this sort of situation? It's not horrendous. Able to get away from a lot of the the things like the Tombstone, able to quickly burst down the Lena, takes advantage of the minus armor. With the evasion, able to survive potentially inside of a chronosphere. Ursa instead, huh?
I mean, you don't see the offlaner at the moment. There's a potential for it to be the Vengeful Spirit, but there's a little bit of flex, and I guess it's interesting that they banned out the Night Stalker then if they're going to pick the Ursa. Maybe they feel like that hero would have been able to address, would have been way too good in the game overall, because Ursa does match up very well versus Night Stalker. So we'll see what the response is going to be here for Polaris, if they keep the Avengers of 3 or not.
I don't want to see them do Avenge 3. What
It's
can you
very
look to do
greedy.
against this? I mean, but I just want them to be able to kite around a lot in these fights. I mean, Death Prophet was first ban, predictable. What else can we look to go? Enigma's banned. Marcy is banned. Doom's banned. Tusk's banned. So many bans. Expanded on a lot of Force's heroes. For those that aren't aware, of course, that haven't been watching the SEA region for a little bit, Force, previously known as Nico. You see him on your screen now. And Boomy as well, now known as Xavius. So, and Mac known as Lelouch. So Ares and I had a lot of difficulty when they initially made those name changes happen, but we've had time to get used to it. So don't you worry. We're just wanted to make sure everyone's informed.
I must say, I do miss the old names.
Choose
Oh,
your
Primal
hero.
Beast let through all the way to the last. You were mentioning yesterday, I think it was, that you feel like Primal Beasts picked up early on. There's a lot of potential for it to be countered, but like a later Primal Beast, like in the last phase, has got a lot of strength to it. So what are our thoughts this game with the Force Primal Beast?
Well, what can you really do against it as the Snapfire if you're getting dived onto? That's my main question, right? Like, you're going to have plenty of ways to be able to lock him down with the magic missile, and then it's just a matter of getting that trample off, just to be able to bully him out. Even against the Tidehunter, right? Like, what are you going to be able to do? Kraken Shell's not going to do anything against a trample, so you need to go into a little bit more of this magic resist for essentially just one hero. I know you get a little bit of the magic damage from the Faithless Void with his bashes and with the Lena a little bit, but it really doesn't feel like the avenue that you want to be going down on this Tidehunter. So I quite like this Primal Beast pick. It's just something else that, again, is going to be able to go in onto the front lines. You'll back it up with the Tombstone, and then after all of the havoc and chaos is created, that's when the Lena and the Faceless Void can come in and truly have an impact. So I'm quite liking this.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what the decision's going to be for RSG and how they set their lanes up. Because I think now you really need to consider about putting the... Roger is playing the Snapfire, Roger being their position 5, but RSG will always swap the lanes if they feel you're better for the 5 to be in the off lane. I'm not sure if that's the case still in a game like this, because I think if Ursa and Nyx are paired together, I mean, that's another weak lane. Ursa Nyx, Tide Nyx, like they're both relatively weak lanes, so I don't particularly know what they do here on RSG. If you go Ursa Snapfire, you can definitely combat this aggressive bottom lane we're going to see. Maybe they feel like the Nyx Assassin down bottom could be okay, because you can put a level in, like you go Spike Carapace, and then whenever he tramples, you can reset. My only issue with that then, if Xavius holds Magic Missile, then just Spike Carapace isn't going to do anything. So I'm a bit concerned on the side lanes, and even mid, like, it's should be Lelouch favored. We've seen Excellent be able to, even in bad matchups, I mean, we've seen the Bat Rider, he's performed on Bat Rider into bad matchups, and he's looked incredible, but not even the Bat. We've seen it time and time again when we were casting him in Division 2 and Division 1. It doesn't matter about his lane matchup. This guy is incredibly gifted in the lane, so we'll see if he can come out on top versus Lena. It is not too fun of a lane, though.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, no, certainly. I'm just thinking as well how much of the mental aspect is going to be hitting these guys. Like we were saying before, this is a series where the winner goes to TI and the loser goes home. So, I mean, how much is that going to be weighing on the RSG guys in particular who have far less international LAN experience? I mean, speaking of international, you've got AU on Polaris who's been to a couple of TIs with TNC. So he certainly has a lot more of that mental composure that might serve Polaris in good stead.
Okay,
He's okay.
slips out. Oh, did you do your predictions? I forgot my predictions.
I've also forgot.
See if you guys keep spamming those voice lines as the game goes on. Oh no. This mid lane now, Sillen's not going to have to worry about the Observer Wood. A slight advantage for the Batrider. Very, very minor. How are they setting up their side lanes? Okay, so it is going to be the Tidehunter with the Snapfire up top, and they are going to pair the Nyx Assassin with the Ursa down bottom for RSG.
Double melee lane doesn't feel super great though, right? At least Xiao Bonbon, he'll be able to get a spiked Carapace off if Force ever goes for that that dive with the trample. It's going to feel quite nice. MKS as well, he can just look to Earthshock away, try and get underneath the tower if possible. Look, if it's a Xiao Bonbon Nyx Assassin, I trust him to be able to make it work.
He's got an incredible Nyx Assassin, and we see what he's doing at the moment, just up to his shenanigans, trying to body out Xavius as best as he can. Both these supports have a lot of regen for the lane. Four tangos on Xavius, Stick, Fairy Fire with the Cell, Xiao Bonbon. He too has four tangos, Cell, Stick, and the double mango. So they recognize that this will be a lane where a lot of abilities are spammed out, and we're already seeing that as Xavius gets the magic missile to hold MKS back for the moment, and that will give him valuable seconds to be able to get away from the aggression.
Xiao Bonbon, can he look to go for this? Or just a couple of seconds away from the Impale cooldown. Might be able to catch up to him and remove that salve as well. Although, oh, actually, I feel like they might have been able to get the kill onto Force if they went for it there, but instead just stunning Xavius, getting rid of that salve and pulling him away from the lane a little bit more. Really does feel like if Lelouch is able to keep up this pressure as well in the mid lane, that someone's going to be forced
back to
leave
bottom,
it.
MKS is in trouble here. Spy Carapace getting some distance along with the Earthshock as well, so MKS pounces over the tree line and he's okay.
Might be able to get a bit of a pull off here on MKS. Looking to do his best to distract, divert attention away from Xavius, and well, it is the worst camp in the game to be able to get one of these pulls off, but at least it's something. Putting the wave back closer towards your tower, giving you a little bit of safety underneath the tier 1. But it never really feels good when you're playing an Ursa to be bullied out of the lane this early on.
As we take a look at how our other side lane is shaping up at the moment. Xiaoyu and Roger. Roger's got no point in the Lil Shredder, which hold that, Xiaoyu. Cookie, but Natsumi can instantly chase. In fact, they're going to go for Roger instead. They see this is a much easier target, but Roger will be okay. You think the Snapfire is going to go for Lil Shredder at level 3? Mid lane,
Now that the
he's going to be
tombstone-
chased out onto the tower. Silen's got no potential for the flame break, but he can catch up with the stickies. Beautifully done as Silen pops the Fairy Fire, but he still will go down. But at least he gets the experience along with First Blood.
Wisely done by Xavius, though, making sure to use that Wave of Terror, get that little bit of extra minus armor so that the tower is enough to take him out. Going to try his best to make all of these creeps survive. Well, we've got the Lina not quite there yet, but yeah, that First Blood just enabled by that early dive coming through from Exilern. Again, his Batrider is pretty next level.
Looks like they're even setting up for the potential of the wraparound
Are scanning.
on Roger, but then he's going to play to the right side. Them spawning in a couple of seconds. Even the rotation coming out from Xiao Bonbon to take away the water rune from the Lina. So Lelouch has still got the bottles from the base, but we're playing with too much regen.
Doesn't really feel like you can just stay up here on Xiaoyu, right? I feel like they've got the damage to be able to take him out if he ends up sticking around for a little bit too long. Even AU, I wonder if he's going to put a few more points into the decay just because of all of the... because of this laning phase, specifically. I mean, even just 2 points can feel very valuable.
Bottom lane, MKS is in some trouble. Force has got the onslaught now, so we can catch up to MKS. When he was trying to retreat with the Earthshock, one more right click, but they will not find it, as MKS once again will narrowly survive.
Xiao Bonbon putting himself out there in harm's way a little bit more. Just trying to soak up a lot of the attention, but yeah, anytime he goes away to try and get some of these creep pulls happening, you're always going to get this dive, just like this.
Nice
Another great
stun.
stun, though.
And they got Roger TPing down as well, so Force, he's stuck under the T1 tower. Roger should be able to find the cookie stun, but MKS is very hesitant about entering this fight, and you see
As he
exactly
should be.
why. As Xavius, with the magic missile level 2, has plenty of burst to get rid of the Ursa.
Xiao Bonbon, though, like, Ursa had no right to survive for as long as he did. It's just on the double stun coming through as well from Xiao Bonbon. You almost wonder if you might be considering going into a couple of points into the mana burn earlier on, just so that you're preventing Force from consistently going for these dive attempts. He's got 3 of the components to be working towards the Soul Ring. I kind of think that you need to force a lot of that expenditure to come through, just to slow down some of the other timings that Force is going for.
See, at least at the moment, Nyx is going to once again pivot his attention to mid along with all the supports in this game. Going to try and secure the first power rune. Will be illusion up top, nothing too crazy. Silen, he's got the level 6, Lelouch just finds his as well, so there is potential for kills at this mid lane.
Jayu up top. I mean, this solo matchup, he feels totally fine to be contesting up against Natsumi on the Faceless Void. Just putting a couple of points into the time lock here, just wanting to try and man fight a little bit more perhaps, but it does mean that that anchor smash is going to be exceedingly effective. Go for a mini dive here. Just trying to get some of that harassment out, but very, very tanky, even just with the 1 point in the Kraken shell.
Lane, Blaster
Mid
there.
lane.
And Exilion's going to be able to drag back Xavius. The threat of Lelouch showing up is not enough of a deterrent here. Exilion finds that right click from afar, plenty of damage. Thanks to all the sick and napalm. It's going to be a pretty decent timing with the Boots of Travel. Nothing too crazy. He's got multiple kills so far. He is top of the net worth on the Batrider.
Also, most of the time when you're leaving your offlaner in a 1v2 situation against an Ursa plus a stun, it's pretty much a death wish for the offlaner, but Force being very conservative with a lot of his ability usages, not wanting to pop them until the Nyx Assassin actually commits into the lane. So I like that by Force, realizing the limits that this Ursa has in the laning stage if you're just not able to catch up to the Primal Beast. And with the Phase Boots, you're absolutely not going to be able to. There's no Orb of Venom, MKS doesn't have any kind of extra movement speed on top of the Boots of Speed. So just well played in the lane once more.
Jalbombom will be able to scout out some of the stacks. It might cost him his life. Even with the creep pulling him out to the right side, Jalbombom will still get stunned up. But Silen, he might have a free fight now. The Laguna Blade only tickles the Batrider thanks to the infused raindrops. They're going to try and TP in Force, but he might be too late to keep alive Delina. As a beautifully placed cookie gets Exilon out of danger.
Oh, and he gets the regen rune up top as well. Sometimes Gaben's just smiling on you a little bit more. Xiao Yu just continuing to farm up on this top side. He's basically trading 1-for-1 with Natsumi. You would have to assume that Xiao Yu is going to be the one feeling slightly more satisfied with that, just because they do have a lot of that consistent damage coming out that's going to be able to deal with Natsumi, the chain lockdown as well. Don't think they'll be able to claim Force here, though.
Oh, nice onslaught. It's very vocal, this game. Onto Force? I mean, perfect use of the voice line,
Just
though, with
this
just
game.
escaping, yeah. You do see it's freed up a lot of the side lanes, though. Like MKS, third in net worth. It's going to have 2 components for the Battle Fury completed. Jiao Yu with the Undying being away from the lane for such a long time. He's also having a decent time top as well. I mean, Faceless Void is definitely free farming, but Jiao Yu's going to be able to find his farm.
They nearly got that kill onto Force on the bottom side. Just a rare miss coming through from Xiao Bonbon with the Impale. Would have been able to land the extra steps of the trample into the Spike Carapace as well. And of course, with an Ursa, it's just a guaranteed way to be able to pick up some of this early net worth. Second component of the Battle Fury coming through, and well, excellent. He doesn't want to leave this lane. He's looking to stick around for as much as possible. Did Lelouch change up his build? I felt like he was going into the Boots of Travel a lot earlier, but he's got the Falcon Blade and looking to go into the Power Treads instead. A little bit of a different build for Alina these days.
But I guess he will be doing a lot of right-click damage early on. Maybe they feel like they're going to have damage issues and he can't go into something like a BKB or Boots of Travel. Like he needs to be a little... On Boots of Travel, you can be active, but maybe he feels like he's going to be lacking damage. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, Lina has no issues with attack speed, right? That's what Fiery Soul is all about. So I'm not really sure if I'm sold on this. I would be feeling a little bit more confident, even if it was something like a Witchblade, you know, if you were thinking you needed a little bit more of that damage aspect.
You see, it looks like RSG.
Another Midas.
Oh, who's got the Midas? Is Void?
Natsumi.
Oh, yeah. He's already got it. Very nicely
Quick
done.
Dire's top
Deal with the
tower
siege creep.
is under
Good
attack.
timing.
They're ready to dive here on RSG mid. They've got the catapult. They've got Rogers along with a ward scouting out Polaris' position. Would love to have another member be in this area to help with the dive, but kind of forced to play with their side lane. Xiao Bonbon protecting MKS, and well, Xiao Yu, he doesn't want to leave top. He's putting his own pressure into the tower. Xiao Bonbon down bottom, however, he's going to push on forward. I believe he used Vendetta underneath the Observer ward, so they will be able to scout out that attempt.
I'm liking AU's positioning, though. Really just recognizing the fact that, look, we've got this really solid two-core lineup with Alina and the Faceless Void, both having pretty decent games so far.
Top lane.
I've got to sacrifice my game.
Xiao Yu is in trouble. The Kraken Shot at least gets rid of the Pulverize, and yeah, they're not even going to continue. Even though they brought 3 heroes top to attempt it, and Polaris, they're going to shrug it off. No one saw anything. Let's smoke instantly and try and move to mid. Scylla is going to try and catch up to Xavius. Missile's there. This is a bit of a difficult fight for RSG, especially with Lelouch on the right side. Natsumi's going to find the Chrono, connecting onto 2. A great rotation coming out of the Faceless Void.
Multiple side lanes being pushed at the same time, though, so Xiao Yu and MKS still looking to amp up their own farm a little bit. That'll result in an early tower. What I was about to say is I really don't hate this choice to go into the Blink Dagger on Xiao Yu. Do have saving supports, but it's very hard, specifically early on, with the Nether Swap just level 1 cast range, to be able to get a save off after some sort of Ravage, right? So Lina, even the Faceless Void, gonna feel pretty vulnerable considering BKB is still a little ways away.
You do see as well, like some games it can be a bit difficult for the Tide to go first item Blink because you can be lacking follow-up. But this game, that's not the case. You're going to have the Mortimer Kisses to be able to chuck from far. Scylla's going to be in the middle of the fight as well.
Yep.
Who is trying to go for Force. Flame Break's going to drag him closer. It's a very deep attempt once again from RSG. They're going to be able to secure the kill. Do they want to go for AU or just the Tombstone? Looks like the Tombstone's enough for them. Does this open up the tower, though? Because the Lelouch is going to TP in. All right, he commits with the TP. Instant use of the rage from MKS, who's going to have the damage mitigation. Lelouch is in trouble. Laguna Blade out, but they'll cut down the life for the Lina. But Radiant, they've stuck around for too long. A swap back, excellent, into the den of Polaris. As 3 is the casualty for RSG. Yes, Polaris will lose multiple cores. It looks like they're happy, at least, with the trade.
RSG seem like they're generally okay with it as well, though. I mean, multiple cores going down never feels that great, but I mean, Xiao Yu kind of fulfilling the same role that we saw Cuckoo in on his Viper last game, but he's actually pressuring towers. He's making sure that there's a few more of these defensive rotations coming through, and he's going to hit this really solid timing around the Blink Dagger coming through that is actually going to influence this game, that's going to open up even more of the map by converting on a smoke into taking some additional towers.
Xiao Yu finally feels like it's time for him to leave top. Ravage, level 10 to work with.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's going into the tendies as well after that.
Oh.
You know, I love to see that. Big fan of the tendies.
We've seen it a couple times so far with the Tide Hunter, so it's going to be exciting to see once again. Tendrils of the Deep. Looks like Xiao Yu's just going to get a free tier 1 tower. You do have nothing they can do. Natsumi's getting a lot of farm across the map, of course, with his steroids picked up in the Midas and the Maelstrom, working on the BKB as the next item, so he's top of the net worth, but the rest of the cores of Polaris, they're struggling. Lelouch has got 3 deaths, Force has only got 1 death, but he's not been able to find too much farm.
Bonbon trying to bait out Force here up on this top side. Just that constant pressure of there potentially being a next right on top of you forces a lot of conservative play, and that's exactly what they want on RSG's side, at least until they pick up these early timings for themselves. BKB is picked up now on the Tide Hunter.
They've got...
Bat doesn't have it yet, though. 50 gold away from Bat's Blink Dagger. So as soon as you pick that up, that's exactly what they want to be looking to play around. Find the Faceless Void, stop him from scaling. Lina would be totally fine as well.
Xiao Yu, smoke's gonna pop. This is scary. Radiant have a very good ward to set up for Xiao Yu's initiation. You got the Ravage into the Kisses. A team fight that could look disastrous for Polaris if they group up. And well, they're going to make the call to back up because they see MKS. He's very far forward. MKS, you can't be positioning here, my guy. Look at the rotations coming up. Polaris, they'll bring 2 members. Even AU actually wants to show up as well. They'll secure a big kill onto MKS.
Incredibly deep. Maybe just not the comms coming through. Maybe he thought his team was still fighting and he had the potential to just farm that wave, pressure lanes in. But my man's got a Battle Fury. He doesn't need to be that deep. He can very easily look to farm in the jungle. So just giving a kill away for free. Bot lane, they're going for a little bit of a dive here onto Xavier. Should be able to get the free kill before he's able to get that swap off.
We'll see if Lelouch... Oh, they push him out of the... Well, I say, but it will not matter. Luguna played to cut away the life, and now they're going to pounce on Lelouch, though. The BKB, it's not yet completed. They've got the lasso. I don't think they're going to need the Ravage with Xiao Bonbon nearby. Impale from afar. Beautifully done from RSGs. They connect to bottom with the boot to travel, and the movement out of Xiao Bonbon.
Well, if you could look to go this deep, Force.
He's in trouble. Maybe Natsumi can turn it around. He's got the Chrono with the ready. They're going to have the damage inside the Chrono. The great blink reaction from Silen. Dodging down inside the river. They'll turn to Xiao Yu and said, this guy is difficult to kill. Might be in a position to pop the Ravage. Maybe it's not difficult to kill. They got 4 people surrounding the Tide Hunter, and well, that is enough. But meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, look at the read from Polaris. Instant scan of Roche.
Yeah, they know this is going to be happening. They're very clever with how exactly they entered the Roche pit as well. Jumping in from the left-hand side, making sure to use the Fire Snap cookie for that purpose as well. But they back off in time to be able to avoid getting caught out with this Chronosphere inside the pit.
And that's a great play from either side. With the fight happening across the map, Ursa feels like has time to go snag it, and then just the awareness from Polaris to instantly scan, recognizing that Ursa's off the map. We have to make sure he doesn't get Roche, because this is still a hero that relies on second Roshan. If you can get that Ag Shard over to the Ursa, and even just a second life
against
as
the
well,
Void.
then against the Void, it's just so incredibly important. So, big read from Polaris.
They're actually going for a little bit of a dive here. Nicely done by Xiao Bonbon, and even better swap from Xavier's to be able to stop this aggression. I like the fact that they were going in to try and take this tier 1 tower. It'll get denied, but at least it's removed off the map, just because you saw all of those rotations come to stop this Roshan attempt. They still look to position themselves around the pit. Just out of range.
Might be in trouble. Again, the BKB is not completed. The Lasso is still on cooldown, but they're going to jump in with the Ravage. Eclipse the Venge as well, but the Corona's out, but it will not matter. There's not going to be any extra damage follow-up afterwards. It's going to be onto Natsumi to try and clean off the members of RSG. He'll get the first, but they're going to be cautious because the rest of Radiant, they're converging on their location. It'll be too late, though. MKS had to blink at the ready, but didn't want to jump in. So in the end, a great Chrono from Natsumi. It was enough to deal with the Bat Rider, and they could follow up and get the Nyx Assassin afterwards.
Faceless Voids are just lasting for way too long inside all these drafts, aren't they?
Yeah.
Quite a while since we've seen a loss from that hero. It just seems so versatile at all stages of the game.
He's 5-0-3 Natsumi. Like, what an incredible game that he has on this Faceless Void. But they know that Chrono's on cooldown and might open up the pit, but Ravage is also on cooldown. This is not going to be an easy fight for RSG. They need to get the kills instead of going for the Roche. MKS is going to be protected with the rage at the moment. Turn to try and bring down Force. An onslaught away. Force gets enough distance. He's going to be okay. But Exilum on pursuit with the BKB. Force, he'll be protected for the moment. What a timing for the BKB to be delivered. And a Polaris, they can jump back into the river. As Natsumi runs into Roger. They'll find 2, and they stop RSG from getting the first Roche.
It's just that information again, right? They're pinging now where the Observer Ward is, but it's a little bit too late. Guys were doing Roche. Oh, Haste Rune. Potentially able to be picked up here by MKS.
They have to kite till the Enrage is back up. Maybe then they can go in.
They don't have that time. 5 seconds away. Ravage. They just can't do it.
They can't. And now they can go out and look to take the fight on Polaris. Xiaoyu again with the Kraken Shell gets rid of the Pulverize, but it doesn't matter because the damage coming through is too fast for them to handle. A cookie forward into the double
Ravage.
stun! Oh my lord! Xiao Bonbon, what have you done to them? They bring down 2, and now Silen is going to try and chase down AU, but the rest of the team soon to funnel into the jungle. We'll have the control back up shortly, but a great position in the Tombstone. RSG, they need to be able to deal with this. MKS should be able to do so. But now he's stuck inside the Pulverize. The Enrage going to buy him some valuable time. He can pounce on forward to try and deal with Force. Natsumi still, the Chrono's going to be up in a couple of seconds, but Natsumi, he doesn't have enough mana for it. Time Walk on forward instead, get some health back to secure the jewel. Natsumi, he'll lose his ages, but a well worthwhile trade.
Oh man, back and forth, constantly coming through this game. That time around, it's just the support duo on RSG that's the real difference maker, right? Cookie with the Aghanim Shard into the stun from Nyx Assassin. Constant great use with the Blink Dagger, just jumping into the path of a Dragon Slave, jumping into the path of the Wave of Terror, into the Trample. It's just really solid play coming through from Xiao Bonbon. They just need some of that damage to follow up onto it. It's kind of cooldown reliant, right? Lina, it feels like, can always fight. Void can pretty much always fight now that you've gotten to this stage. Batrider can't. You need the Firefly. To a lesser extent, you need the Lasso. Tidehunter, again, it's nice when you've got the Ravage, but where's the damage coming from? He feels like he doesn't really feel reliable into going into some of these more regular team fights until he's at least got the Aghanim Scepter for himself.
Smoke up from RSG. They have their ultimates. They're going to look to move to top where Xiaoyu's already positioning. Seeing if anyone's home in the jungle.
Don't want to give too much away. MKS revealing in the lane. They seem to know
Nice
the
scan.
backstab's coming though. Good scan, yeah. Seeing a nice deep observer ward down. I wonder if that's going to get scouted out at all. They seem to think it might be in the lane instead. Exilern with his smoke popping. He's going to back off knowing that someone's there trying to get the re-engage in onto him.
The Polaris, do they go for their own counter smoking?
Yes,
That's
they
going to be
do.
the case.
It was under vision though. They know it's coming. All the pings saying this is the path that they're taking. You got to get away, even just giving him the cookie to be able to speed up the escape. Feels to me like they were just wanting that easy little pick off, considering they didn't have the Aegis to worry about anymore. No BKBs just yet.
Roger. Oh boy.
Cookie!
Whee! Yep, swap instantly back. All right. Which lineup do we feel more confident with at the later stages? Because we are incredibly even 23 minutes in. It's only a minimal net worth lead on for Polaris. Who do we feel like is going to scale better to the later stages?
Late game Polaris, I would say. You know, you're going to get tanky enough that the double Ravage plus an Ursa probably isn't enough, excuse me, to be able to take out multiple heroes. And I feel like that's exactly what you need. You know, you've got 1.5 saves, let's call it, with your support duo. Of course, the swap, not only for the repositioning, but also
Bottom
just reduced
lane,
damage.
Xiao Bonbon, they're going to try and set up on the Lelouch, but look at the bait. They're dangling the
save.
Lina. Oh, great Delta split, though. Down to the south, to the north, the TP out. RSG will make it. That's a lot of time that Polaris were set down here trying to bait the Lina's life.
Space created for sure, and MKS means that he's going to be closing in on this BKB for himself. Probably afford to pick up this bounty rune, and yeah, there we go. So now you feel a lot more reliably able to join into some of these team fights. Basically, the only thing that's going to stop you is the Chronosphere. I don't think you're all that concerned about the Nether swap. That's being saved most of the time for a target being hit by the Mortimer's Kisses, or maybe even the Lasso, just to be able to disrupt a lot of that early aggression.
Lelouch. Alright, Excellen's going to force out the BKB. This could give them an opportunity now to look to take a fight on RSG, knowing that the BKB is on cooldown.
They still have to
Also
wait.
see
though, you know.
Natsumi farming. Okay, he's alright. They've got their own ward in the outpost, so he will time walk away.
So what I was saying before with the always able to fight on Polaris and not quite so much on RSG, it's that, right? Like, obviously, you would love to be able to just wait out the BKB and then instantly go back in, but you've got the Firefly that you need to wait for. So at least you've got the Boots of Travel available on Exilern, so he can look to join the rest of his team if they feel like they can go for a kill. Instead, he's just going to go for the solo kill up top onto Force. TP coming in, though, multiple. realizes that I'm going to need to back off. I think they might have even been TPing underneath that super deep observer ward placed by Xiao Bonbon previously inside of the Dire base. Splitting up the map pretty well, getting a lot of this extra farm, clawing back that net worth lead piece by piece.
Tower is under attack.
I feel like we're in store for an incredible late game because I feel like it's going to be pretty even between the two. I 100% agree with your points that the saving factor out of Polaris could edge them a victory, but I think just with how even it could be, a lot of it's just going to come down to vision and initiation, I feel like.
I feel like in these longer drawn-out fights, it's almost always going to be Polaris that are ahead. You know, as long as they're not getting instantly picked off. So you can see Lelouch's going into the Lincoln Sphere. What I want to see after that from him is an Aeon Disc, because how are you going to die outside of, you know, the Aeon Disc? Sorry, with the Aeon Disc available. You're not going to get lassoed. Even if you do, you've got to save for it. Ravage, just going to pop the disc. Ursa getting on top of you, just going to pop the disc, right? It's all so focused on some of this burst damage and pick-off potential that if you're just able to survive through the initial damage, you're going to be just fine.
Lane force, nice read from him. Radiant playing with this lane ward, so they do see the Primal Beast pushed up, but Force his Spidey senses are tingling.
Picked up by Natsumi there. And
a
they've
good
even got
item.
Xavius as well with the Wraith Pact. So even more reduced damage. Yeah, they got the Snapfire and the Ursa, I suppose, that are able to deal with it, but you really don't want to be using the Overpower top lane.
Lasso's out. The TPs are starting to come through. Force, he's going to turn it around now. BKB into the Pulverizer. The cookie not going to work out.
Huh. Wonder why that doesn't work.
Maybe...
Because I'm pretty sure 4-staff of the target being pulverized does... No, it's the other way around. You have to 4-staff the Primal Beast. That's why. Answer my own question.
There you go. Big brain.
Now, we didn't get to put in our prediction, but one of them was total number of trees destroyed by 30 minutes. We're currently at 591. That's pretty devastating. What do you think it's going to get up to?
Probably like 1,200, I think. I think
It's
this
2
game's
minutes
gonna
away.
go...
It's going to stop counting after that.
Oh, okay. So I thought you meant the entire game.
Yeah, it would be nice, but I think that it's going to stop counting for us past the 30-minute mark. So maybe 666 is what I'm going to guess.
Sure, I'll go 643. I don't know. I do think we're in for a very long game though here. In this game, one of the lower bracket semifinals, but maybe the smoke from Polaris could give them the advantage. They're going to move up to Radiant's Triangle.
The positioning again. It's really good. Now they've even got that Aghanim Scepter on the Tide Hunter to be able to prod in.
An aggressive TPM. They got the Tendrils onto 3 as well. Look at the combinations coming out. They're going to try and jump onto the Lina with the backline. MKS is targeting down the Lelouch. They need to follow up, but the damage is going to be there. But the Chronosphere holds him inside the river, but he'll be fine on MKS. They can now pursue on for more. Excellent, playing with the lasso, but the Lincoln's going to be able to pop that. Natsumi, he can now take the fight, knowing that all the ultimates have been expended, but he's still going to be cautious though. With the Sticky Napalm stacking up, Natsumi's going to look to avoid the Batrider and go for the easier supports. But the Cookie into the double stun! And perfect from the supports! They'll kill a 4. Now they'll go back for Force in the river. There's going to be no escape. A slow, painful burn down of the Primal Beast's life as RSG once again lets the support show from them that enable this team fight victory.
Oh my god, like, how many times can they do this? Just the support duo of Roger and Xiao Bonbon finding those multiple stuns. You see what a big difference it's able to make. And, okay, well, that's a little bit of a disappointment. You talk the man up, and then he just goes ahead and feeds his life away. But look at this, just coming through, committing so heavily onto that Vengeful Spirit. They really wanted to take him out before he was able to drop the Wraith Pact, able to get the swap off. They had to expend a whole lot more to be able to take him out, which means you needed to use the little shredder, just taking out the Wraith Pact. That Tombstone got full duration. So he was able to provide a lot of slows, a lot of vision in these team fights, but again, the support duo, they just came in clutch at the moment that they needed to.
And you see the read from RSG, it's just gun for the leaner, in particular MKS. It was an awesome fight for him where he just jumped into the river and didn't care about anyone else. He wants to get on Lelouch to make sure he cannot freely right-click in the fights.
I wonder if they know this smoke is coming, by the way. They have no vision from the Radiant site inside of the Dire jungle, but they know that the Roshan is up, so they want to see if they can try and get it. They're going to put Zhao Yu up the front to try and bait out some kind of movement here.
Radiant are scanning.
Can they go for the full wraparound behind the tier 2 tower, maybe?
Ravage cooldown. 15 though.
Might look to go for the slow siege. Again, you've got ways to be able to help him out with the cookie.
Middle tower is under
Just
attack.
putting Zhao Yu on the front lines.
Bon. A lot of information that the Knicks can provide them with his position right now. And Deada's still got plenty of time as well.
Any sentries around the area? They've got the gem on the Vengeful Spirit, so that provides a lot of information about the Knicks. They see him next to the tier 2 tower, so they're going to respond accordingly. Perhaps play a little bit closer to a lot of their vision. Know that there could be a bit of a pincer move coming through. He's going to back off just in time, and that's me. He actually dives right inside the pit. Does Exilon have a TP? He does. He's down the bot side with the boots of travel. This will be a pretty slow Roche, though.
Can they do this? Surely they know.
Okay, just waiting on Bat. Just gonna have to back off. I see exactly where Force and Lelouch are positioning themselves because of that Deep Observer Ward. Again, the power of vision right now.
This is a really, really big item if they can get some farm to Force. Under 400 gold towards the Scepter. The break against the Ursa and the Tidehunter is going to be really important in these fights.
Means you're able to actually man fight as the Faceless Void into the Ursa. Gives you so much more confidence to be able to take those more drawn out fights.
Look at the wraparound.
That full
Wraparound. He's going to charge up. Maybe,
baiting.
yeah, and maybe they're not going to expect the rest of the team to be coming for the northern side. They're onto the Undying. A support for support trade, but it is the Mortimer Kiss is expended. Undying can look to buy back, but the Nyx Assassin 2 can rejoin if required.
Feel like they didn't have to expend too much. The Mortimer's Kisses were used, I suppose, but well, they're feeling like the Pulverize is almost as effective.
Dire's top tower
What are they going to be able to do to take advantage of this, though? Without the Mortimer's Kisses, it does feel like there's a lot less damage inside the pit, and if you're only committing one person into there, then obviously with the Lincoln Sphere, do they have anything else that's going to be able to pop that? That's my big question, specifically on Bat Rider, just solo. Doesn't really seem like it, hey.
This is another big item as well. It's a more cost-effective one, but the Shadow Blade from the Lelouch will really help out with his positioning in fights. It's going to put Ursa in a position where he has to kind of swap the Wind Lace for a Dust and might catch them off guard in this next fight. And this Roche fight could really turn the tides.
Lelouch is the one looking to commit in here. All that minus armor coming through. They don't have anyone actually to be able to scout this out. I guess Zhao Yu could.
They're going to get it.
Go up onto his high ground with the Gush. Might end up helping them here.
Zhao Yu, does he jump? Zhao Yu does! He doesn't get the Aegis though. He'll get the Aghanim Shard, but the follow-up's going to be there from Zhao Bom. But they want to jump in instead as Natsumi. As the Cronus Filter ready, they'll target down the Nyx Assassin with ease, and now Natsumi is going to go to the west side. Zhao Yu's not a kill that they can find, and they've isolated Force. So Lasho's out, targeting down the Primal Beast, but they all group up for the Chrono. Natsumi clipping onto two with Lelouch on the outskirts as well. They should be able to bring down MKS, but the BKB in a rage going to buy in some time, so instead Natsumi, he'll go to Exilon in the river, but the buybacks will deter Polaris for going for more. Do they want to go back in though? Because Jababon, a double impale, but Natsumi doesn't have the backing at the moment. They're slow to the north, the follow-up's not going to be there. Natsumi though, finally forced. He's going to jump into the middle. Look at the damage that's coming out. The Mortimer Kiss, it's not enough. As the Laguna Blade gets rid of MKS. They've got the Pulverize now to stop the retreat from Zhao Yu. As Natsumi will reign supreme through the team fight. What a fight for Polaris in general. 35 minutes in, they'll finally get the tier 1 tower, and they've got the lead in this game 1.
Got a strong lead. They still haven't used that Aegis as well on the Faceless Void. You got to admire going for the hero play there. from Xiao Yu, but just didn't have the follow-up. A couple of nice stuns, breaking the Lincolns as well, but if the damage isn't there, stuns are just delaying things a little bit, and you had nothing to delay for. Aegis was gone, you get the Aghanim Shard, but it's like they got the much better end of that trade on Polaris. We'll be able to give the Aghanim Shard over to the Ursa at least. I believe it was dropped in base.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Which is... it's a pretty important thing, honestly. Like this, again, this Ag shot on Ursa is still incredibly strong.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The worst thing.
The Shadow Blade previously as well, but obviously not only just for the elusiveness, but he's gone into with a Silver Edge, just not needing to bank on the perfect use of the Uproar and the inability of RSG to be able to juke out the... What do they even call them? They just call them projectiles that get shot out of him. So you have your own break built in.
They've got a lot of vision down bottom. Natsumi's Chrono's on cooldown for 10. Great blink reactions from MKS, but look at him just leaping forward. The hasted up Faceless Void. He'll turn with the
Greedy
BKB.
on
They're going to be
Xiao
cautious if they don't group up. Because Chrono, it's back up at the ready. Xiao Yu, he's got his own Ravage as well. It's going to jump into the middle. The Tendies are there. Mortimer kisses, but the Ravage, it's too late. And a Polaris, they've got a huge opening to take the fight, but Force is completely away from the team. But Natsumi, he'll fly on over to the high gun. Chrono onto 2. Lelouch onto the north. The damage is out thanks to the lean on Polaris. They lose out on Force, but they'll take so much more out of the hands of RSG.
And this is the real thing with the Tidehunter these days, right? It feels like modern Dota is all about finding these little trades. Can you get this solo kill even up top here? Lelouch, he's hunting up Exilern.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's going to get a few of these right clicks into him. Xavier's giving the minus armor. Nicely done. They're even just keeping the push happening down bottom. Modern Dota feels a little bit more about like the poke and prod. It couldn't possibly be more exemplified than by the Faceless Void with the Aghanim Shard, right? Just diving in, trying to force out an ability, getting out to safety. And you've got that on multiple heroes with the charge out on the Primal Beast, with the Silver Edge, with the swap, with just being able to drop the Tombstone and disincentivize consistently taking these fights, whereas you compare that with RSG's draft, it's very all in, you know? Once you jump in with the Ravage, you're in. You just need to fully commit onto that, and if you don't win the fight there and then, you haven't won the fight. You have to retreat, or you have to try and commit fully, and it's just not going to work, you know? Same sort of thing with the Mortimer's Kisses, same sort of thing with the Firefly, same sort of thing with the Lasso. It's basically only the Ursa that can even semi-consistently fight.
We do see, though, Xiao Yu has Refresher Orb completed, so they have the potential for the double Ravage. But simultaneously, we see Natsumi. Okay, he went Mjolnir, and he still has Refresher queued up as well, so he's going to be working on the double Chronosphere as well throughout the team fights. He's 25 as well already, so he's got that 20% backtrack.
Any good neutral items coming through for RSG? Just the Timeless Relic for now. They're really praying to get the Witchbane here. Just one of those targetable items, so you're able to get through those Lincolns when you're making that initial dive attempt.
Sorry, is this Radiant or Dire?
Radiant. Dire's already got one.
Yeah, I was going to say. Polaris, they've got a great ward here. They're going to see Xiao Yu, swap him forward. Not the easiest target to be able to... No, the cookie!
It's clipped!
Xiao Yu's stuck on the high ground! He'll be able to play around with the Ravage here. We'll see what he can get out, but it will not matter. The Pulverize. Look at the damage racking up with the Scepter on the Primal Beast. The break was there and the Tide just popped.
Force is the king of the castle, just standing at the very top, getting rid of all the vision. Are they going to go for a smoke play here? I mean, kind of clumped up like they want to go for this full wraparound or even just the single kill onto someone like that Vengeful Spirit. By the way, Xavier's, he's been able to farm up the Aghanim Scepter on the support bench, going into the Shard after that, and now they're invading onto this high ground. Exilern, still 35 seconds away from the Lasso. Feels like that will be what is most effective inside of this this Radiant base. But in that time, you're just going to lose at least one lane of Raxia.
Oh, the pump fake. But yeah, Bonbon's going to move in. The buyback's going to come through. What
Nice
a beautiful
swap.
ravage. Are they ready for the second one, though? Because the swap, it catches him off guard. And now Natsumi, he can look to re-enter the fight. They've killed off
No
the Ursa. He
damage.
doesn't have a buyback. Jiaoyu's gone as well. Polaris might have done it. One team fight cracks this game completely open. 4 down. And they can end it all. Polaris, what a fight to close out this game one. The G's had dropped, and Polaris will take the game advantage here in our lower bracket semi-finals.
Yes, they will indeed. Game number 1 going their way, and for me, RSG have a lot of learnings to take from that one. They just cannot go this draft that's all-in committal onto these team fights, especially if you're getting a faceless void kind of early into the draft. I mean, it was just a hero that slipped its way through somehow. Strongest hero of the patch, in my opinion, and they're just letting it through. So, you know, a draft victory coming out to Polaris, but of course, draft can only take you so far. The execution was on point as well, being able to maneuver their way around the fact that you're going up against an Ursa, and they were able to take away that critical second Aegis and, well, even get a few kills onto the Tidehunter, expend some big cooldowns on the way.
Yeah, and they're able to even beat some comfort on RSG as well. You know, we see MK's Ursa was something that won them multiple games in the DPC. Excellent Batrider has been incredible as well. They get that comfortable matchup, and we see what Polaris can do. I mean, just an incredible overall game from them as well. Like, yes, Natsumi, you take a look at the KDA, 10-1 and 21, but it felt like all the heroes, you know, fulfilled the role they needed from them in a game like this.
I really feel like this game could have been completely different if Xiaoyu just plays the Mars. He's got a very good Mars, and it was still in the pool towards the end of the draft, and look at what it would have enabled. Like, there were a few great swap saves, even in that very last fight, onto Natsumi there from Xavier's. If you're spearing back inside the base, you don't have the range to be able to get that swap off. So you're going to have a lot more a lot less survivability to contend with, and you're also able to just go for some of these solo pickups. You know, Arena of Blood, Spear into the Mortimer's Kisses. You don't need to rely on the lasso. You don't need to rely on all this other fancy stuff and these massive cooldowns, because you're just active at more and more stages of the game. But I guess feeling like there was potential for the Mars to be counterpicked in lane, but I don't know. Clearly, it didn't work out too well for them. Tidehunter basically feels unpickable unless you're in against this like full-on Zoo strat to me.
Well, we see Polaris in the lower bracket semifinals go up with a game advantage. They're now 1 game away of securing a place in the top 3 here, which will mean they have that last chance qualifiers. At least they'll guarantee that. But it's a question of, can they continue with the momentum into game 2? We'll find out after the break.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back to the TI-11 regional qualifiers for the Southeast Asian region. Dano, we got game 2 draft ready to rock and roll between Polaris and RSG. What do we need to see different coming out from RSG in this game 2 draft? Is there anything they need to shake up?
I feel like I mentioned it, right? Just not full-on committal every single team fight. You know, the ability to take team fights on your terms rather than just have to risk it all every single time. It's kind of Polaris doing that a little bit, though. Do you think you're just going to pick up the Quap here? I mean, Excellent will know what he's capable of playing into this Bat Rider. You might even look to go down the Storm Spirit route if you were really looking for a way to be able to get in onto the back lines, find that initial lockdown that you need to be able to deal with the Bat, especially when paired together with something like the Hoodwink for the sharpshooter impact.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of options that Excellent's going to have in the 8th pick. And this is the beautiful thing about being able to go for your core hero as a response and then protect it. So, like you said, it's just a question if the Queen of Pain with the matchup as the Bat Rider, or maybe like a Spirit hero to help set up for the Hoodwink sharpshooter.
Neither Lelouch or Force has been playing a ton of the Bat, though. That's the thing. So I wonder if that's what RSG are kind of weighing up in their mind. Like, where is this actually going to be going? Pango feels decent enough, right? It's much more of a comfort hero for Excellent. They also have the flex of being able to give it over to Zhao Yu if they feel the situation warrants it. The Hoodwink is most likely to be a Force, or a melee pos 3 makes a lot of sense. So they're just trying to keep him guessing. I don't hate this pick either. Could really go either lane.
You have your list of like specific people who can play
Acceptable
the
offlaners
Earthshaker.
that could play Pango. Yeah.
Yep, and I've got that with the Pangolier as well, and Zhao Yu is without a doubt on that list. So, see, yeah, lovely face on camera. You're saying if anyone rivals play hard in regards to the cuteness, and I definitely think Zhao Yu does.
He is. I mean, there's a reason that RSG, their previous name was Chubby Boys, and I think Zhao Yu was a big reason behind that. It was just one of the in-jokes that we talked about with Excellent when we had one of the interviews with him. And, well, they're just such a wholesome team, you know. Have we had a chance to see what the whiteboard says today? That's the big question.
No, I don't think we have, actually. I can kind of see it behind. What is
our goal? I'm pretty sure I remember seeing what that said. It was like, everyone makes mistakes, even the best teams make mistakes. It's how you learn from them and grow from that. So it's a good growth mentality to be able to have. That's always good. Just back on the Pango, who else is on the list? I would assume FBZ is there as well.
yeah, FBZ, XXS is on that list. There's not. I'm sure I'm forgetting a couple that can be added to the list, but they're the couple so far that I remember.
Your own, maybe.
Oh, my Pangolier is Jesus Christ, you guys don't want to see that. Next level stuff. It topples everyone on that list, and well, I wouldn't even need the second phase of bans to protect it. You know, it seems like RSG they do in fact. They need the Beastmaster, the Bloodseeker, and they even want to take out the Faceless Void as well, considering how well Natsumi performed on it in game 1.
Both teams' bans are really good, just overall. Like, they address the fact that this Pango might be, they might still be putting an mid laner yet to come, so both the Puck and the Queen of Pain fulfill that. You could still, again, go into the Storm Spirit. There's nothing too bad about that, but Omni Knight, in my opinion, one of the best answers to the Batrider, and it's something that I think
Radiant
Roger has
team
played
pick.
with the highest level of effectiveness so far.
Ooh. Okay.
You
Rank it off.
gonna Abaddon this game?
It's a very good Abaddon game. I'd be down for it.
Not really
Yeah.
feeling the Oracle quite so
10
much, but
seconds remaining.
the Abba certainly I do.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. Both those supports are very weird at the moment. Like you're very, very difficult to execute. I think your positioning has to be on another level, but we can see that often out of Roger. So I'd like at least some. I'd like at least some defensive support, probably
Cleansing
a dispel.
support, yeah,
Yes. I was just gonna even defensive would be nice, honestly, for Fiend's Grip and Lasso, but some of those defensive supports. I don't know if they're gonna like Tusk
Could
5.
you venge themselves?
Yeah, that
Tusk
was-
5, maybe Shadow Demon, perhaps? I mean, it's not an amazing Shadow
Radiant
Demon game, though,
team
right? Bat gets on
double
top of you and you're basically done. They do go the Oracle. I actually, thinking back, I don't hate this as much anymore, especially if you're able to pair this together with the Leshrac, right? Because the Lesh can go into the Batrider lane, he could do just fine. Lightning Storm, 4-second cooldown. You're just spamming out those spells with the Batrider using a
10
bunch of sticky
seconds
napalms
remaining.
onto you, and you can even, if you feel like Bat's gonna dive, save a few points
5
and then look to
seconds
level up the
remaining.
Diabolic Edict, so he can't actually dive you underneath the tower. He'll just die if he goes for that attempt. And I mean, I mentioned the issue with the Shadow Demon previously, but Oracle doesn't have quite as much of that issue, right? Bat dives in on top of you, you Fate's Edict yourself, and then you're just not taking any of that magic damage at all.
Is there here that then Polaris can pick up with the 18th pick to try and help get on top of the Oracle and the Hoodwink?
Could they Night Stalker?
I was looking at that. I don't see why it's. I don't think there's any heroes in RSG that are too much of a deterrent for the Night Stalker. I think overall, what it would provide the game is very, very nice.
Radiant team.
The only hesitation would be maybe going the Oracle Lesh in the safe lane, perhaps, and then wanting to have something else for mid that's still able to deal with the Batrider. Because I feel like Lesh 1 can work. It is something that's able to scale, especially if it's being buffed up by something like the Oracle.
Dire team
Now that
back.
they know that they're up against a Morphling,
Radiant
maybe
team
their
back.
mentality changes a little bit. I mean, Pango, we're assuming he's just going to go into something like a Diffusal Blade to be able to combat this. What do they want up against this Morphling is the big question.
Slark looks really good.
Yeah, it does.
I
Naga Siren, I
know-
assume, is also going to get banned out here.
Yeah, Naga would be really nice as well.
5
You already mentioned the
seconds
diffuser with the Pango. You even some synergy with the song to kind of set up for the Bushwhack, the Rolling Thunder, and the Split Earth as well. Be just even nice to be
Cancel
able to
out grips.
counter initiate. Yep. So yeah, I like the call with Naga. I believe MKS does play it as well. Also, back on
He
your point
does.
real quick as well, with the Leshrac one, MKS does play the Leshrac. We have seen him do that through the DPC, so they do have the capability
Dire
here
team
for RSG if they want to go down that route.
What else could you look to go?
Radiant team pick.
Not really. Yeah, they get rid of Naga. Nice. Is it a Slark? I mean,
I think
this
so.
is the thing, though. We've seen Slarks have a really good time against Morphling, but then we've seen Morphlings have a really good time against the Slark because you just get into the Aghanim Scepter and then you've got all of that extra
10
mobility,
seconds
which
remaining.
is a godsend whenever you're going up against these heroes like the Hoodwink and the
Dire
Oracle.
team
You just want to get right on top of them and quickly burst them down. They're still going to go down the route, and I understand why. Now, how are they going to lane this? I'm assuming it's still just going to be a bat mid. So off lane into a Slark, probably don't want the melee hero. So what's going to be a range
10
that's
seconds
decent into the
remaining.
Slark? Just consistent damage, looking to kind of push him away.
5 seconds remaining.
Hmm. Not
I'm
really
trying to rack my
Timber, can
brain.
you?
No,
No.
not this game. Definitely not this game. Not to Lesh and Hoodwink. Yeah, it's tricky. It's you have the capability to go double range in this lane. One because the Slark, and you're playing with the Bane as well, so it's kind of like a pseudo melee.
Anything that builds mana burn available still? Not really.
Yeah, not really. I guess what are the flaws with Polaris' draft? Like, what do they need to cover, regardless of what the pick's going to be? What hero?
I think they need some more reliable lockdown. Like, how are you actually killing this Slark? That's my main issue. Just something that's going to lock him in place. Well, it's not something locking him in place, but it is something that's going to be able to assist with this off-lane undying a little bit.
Oh my lord! All right,
Yeah,
I know this is kind of
Force, I see
crazy.
you.
You get the spam out the decay now with the chakra refresh. I actually thought they were going to try and play the a core cuddle, and I was going to say I kind of like that because I think you just look to play distance in this game because Slark and Leshrac need to be in the middle of the fight, and Pangli does kind of as well, in particular with Rolling Thunder. But
You can outrun the Rolling Thunder as the core coddle. That's the thing, right?
Yeah. So how does this matchup actually work then, like Slark into Undying? Because it is a melee hero, and it's a hero that gets incredibly tanky. Is this something that Slark is going to be able to deal with, or is there kind of something I'm missing maybe with this matchup?
I don't think there's anything that you're missing. It's just that you need to be so cautious with how you're farming because not only are you having to deal with the Undying just trading with you and reducing your max HP, but then you've got a Coddle Blast that can potentially come from the side of the map, right? So how are you going to be able to go and secure range creeps? Oracle's going to need to level up the Purifying Flames to be able to do that. But then you also need points in Fate's Edict, and then you also need points to kind of dissuade them from just constantly running at you. So it's like, until Oracle's level 4, you don't really feel confident at all in this lane that you've got to be able to go up against the Undying Coddle pairing.
No, that's a really, really good point. I like that a lot. Just spam them down with decay, get the blast, and all of a sudden you've got like 100 health left and have fun with that one. So I will say, RSG, honestly, both sides have a lot of comfort. You take a look at, again, Xiao Yu, Grandmaster Pangli, excellent level, well, he's over 25. In fact, he is 25. And then, the Morphling on Natsumi as well. He is master tier. So there is a lot of comfort between either sides in an all-important game too. Polaris, one game away of moving to the lower bracket finals and again securing at least their place in the last chance qualifiers.
Who's the one holding these wards here? Looks like the Observer Ward is backpacked right now from AU as they place one of these super deep ones out there. They want to make sure that they can catch out any of these stacks that start to be built up for Exilern. Of course, plenty of potential to be able to rotate towards those as the Bat Rider or the Coddle to be able to steal those away. So that's what I'm going to have my eyes on. Polaris being able to respond to that sort of aggression once they get the Undying a good start to this game. And even if they're able to build up their own stacks inside of the dire ancient area, you could just use the Tombstone to be able to farm those. So if Polaris are on point with some of their movements, they can really start to build up an early net worth lead in this game.
Does look like though, net worth lead to start, very minor. Going to be going down to RSG's favor. They get 3 bounties, and Polaris, they will take only the 1 bounty. So we'll see how this is able to shape up. We get a nice little cute plays coming out from Xavier Smith with the Coddle. Is able to scout out the ward placements. So we get a nice little D ward for himself and quarter way towards level 2.
I'm just keen to see how this bot lane goes. That's where the majority of my vision's going to be, although we have to be watching mid at any time, right? Anytime there's a Bat Rider matchup, you always need to be conscious of the fact that these dives could happen. Lightning Storm, as we expected, going to be leveled up first. It's not quite level 2 just yet, otherwise I feel like Lelouch might have even gone for a kill attempt already at the first creep wave.
Yeah, I wonder what the play is going to be. I think Lelouch honestly goes Flame Break, because if you go for Firefly, you're probably moving fast enough, honestly, just to be able to dodge out the Split Earth. That is one of the other nice things about this Leshrac matchup into the Bat Rider. So we'll see what the read's going to be here for Lelouch, but you see he's having an incredible lane to start.
Oh, I think the issue is not so much the Split Earth, it's just the Edict potentially going back your way. Like, he's leveled up the Split Earth because he's just got the mana to be able to do so, but I really wouldn't be surprised if we see just a bunch of points in the Edict from here on, because Slark, Pango, not the greatest pushes. It all needs to be around the Leshrac, so it serves dual purposes.
Then okay, every time you see the Undying picked up, you've always been mentioning the capability now for it to be flexed. Not only in the 1 that we saw from Ana, but also the 3 that we've seen a couple times so far through the qualifiers. What are we expecting the item build to be out of Forcer? What's the difference that he'll go for in regards to like a support build?
I really don't think there's that much difference. I think you just need to be this frontline presence to be able to force a lot of attention onto you. You've got decent, well, not save, but sustain through the Keeper of the Light once you hit the level 6. So, yeah, it's just about getting that Echo Saber, trying to bully down a little bit, specifically on top of the Leshrac if you can. He's going into the Soul Ring, which for an Undying makes so much sense, just because of the new way that it works. With once you recover that health at the end of it, or rather, once the buff expires, you just get all of that max HP back rather than be stuck on the same percentage. So it's basically like you're losing 0 HP for all of that additional mana.
It's kind of an interesting build from MKS as well, going to the Fluffy Hat. I don't particularly see this, especially from a carry, but I guess plus 125 health here for the Slark in a lane where we see all the spamming, and you mentioned the threat of like decaying him down into the blast. So I'm impressed by that, and also by Roger's positioning kind of to the north of the lane. You need to scout out when the blasts are coming through. As soon as you get that confirmation that Xavius is charging up the Illuminate, then MKS, he can reposition accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, the Fluffy Hat's different to, for example, a Wraith Band in that it's actual health, it's not stats. So you're always going to be able to at least retain that much, regardless of how many decays get hit on top of you.
Take a look at how the top lane's shaping up for the moment. Xiao Yu and Xiao Bonbon gonna drag some creeps, get up to their own shenanigans. And make sure they get rid of the small camp as well, so there'll be no pause for AU to be able to play with. And again, we mentioned that Xiao Yu, he is on the list for some incredible position 3 Pangoliers. What does he have to look to itemize? I'll hold that thought, because bottom lane, Tombstone has been dropped down, and it looks like it's going to be an easy first blood, as Force will find it thanks to the zombies.
I mean, they were always going to be on the better end of this lane, right? Like, such a strong combination together, always able to just fire out your spells at a moment's notice. For the Pango, it's not really a diffuser blade game. Maybe you just need the blink, right?
Lane in
just
the river.
being able to.
Xiao Bonbon, he's going to go down. Roger's going to look to TP in, but
Dire's middle tower
Lucia's
under
already
attack.
been able to reposition, so nicely done. AU has been able to help out with securing the water rune, and they also get a kill along with it.
Going to be able to go into this early energy booster here on Exilern rather than the bottle. Kind of a surprising build, but I suppose if the other item that I was potentially considering for Pango was that Lotus Orb, so maybe that's the route that he's looking to go down as well. Right now he's got Spirit Vessel, Blink Dagger, and I believe Lotus Orb coming through after that, which makes complete sense to me. Just that initial lockdown that you
Has been
need.
killed.
Oh, that's not good.
Hopefully they can get some revenge on AU. Xiao Bonbon, does he get the stun into the Cancel of the Nightmare? You bet he does, but a bit of a miss there from Silen, so AU's just going to look to TP out. They don't have enough mana for the Lightning Storm, and AU, that
the
is
pressure.
definitely a position where you start to tip them. Come on, don't just give a well played in the team chat. Give him a tip, give him a voice line, give him something.
AU's a good-mannered lad. There's a reason that he's been to a couple of TIs. He's got that mental fortitude, you know?
Bottom lane, Force. They're battling over with MKS. Force, is he going to be able to win the man fight with the Tombstone layer down? It looks like that's the case. A big kill for MKS Defiant, but he still will be chased down with the blast and the help of the Tombstone zombies. So Polaris, they'll find the trade, but I'm sure Slark is not too mad about that.
Well, he's still 1,000 net worth behind right now, you know? So the fact that he was able to get the kill first, I suppose, is nice. At least it's going to get him a little bit more levels, but it's nearly 6 minutes in and he's not level 4 yet.
It's going to be really important for them to try and let him soak his experience towards the 6. Once again, throughout the river, we're going to have the rotations coming out to try and secure the runes. Will be the Invis spawning down bottom. Lelouch looks like going to look to go for Silern. Finds the lasso drag back, a couple sticky napalm stacks to play with, and this is an easy kill for Lelouch to find.
Wonder what they're going to do with this bottom lane. Again, they're going for another few kill attempts here, but you're leveling up the Dark Pact. It's not really going to have any effectiveness against the Decay. Of course, good against the Solar Bind, good against the Stickies, but to me, it feels like he just doesn't want to be in this lane at all. So it's just about getting to that level 6 as quickly as possible, having Roger stay as close to the lane as he can, but as far as out of experience range. Just get him that level 6, bring him to the jungle on MKS, and then look to hopefully try and catch up in that way. Because you will not catch up at all if you're just forced to stay next to this Undying.
Is there even the potential for maybe some rotations to come out from RSG to really offset how poorly bottom is going?
I feel like the rotations need to come before Undying's been able to get some of these decay stacks off, because he's tanky enough now at this stage that
The top
even if
river.
you rotate the Pango.
Gonna be able to bring down the Bane. Xiaoyu thought he might look to try and catch up to the Batrider with the Rolling Thunder. Back to bottom. Roger is getting dived onto the T1 tower. As soon as the Tombstone's laid down, there's just nothing that RSG are going to be able to do. Xiaoyu will make the attempt. He needs to be pretty goddamn quick with the Rolling Thunder. He'll just get the first stump, but the second one's not there. Force, he can reapply the Decay, killing off the Slark, and now Xiaoyu is going to be a bit cautious. So he's got this Swashbuckle to get some distance away.
This is what I was talking about, though. Like, you make the rotation down on the Pango, you use the ultimate, but this is after he already had 12 strength stolen away. And it just feels like you're not able to convert on the damage there. So any sort of rotation that came through would have had to have been, I guess, on Exilern, but he was having his issues elsewhere. Really does feel like they're not going to be able to do too much at all on RSG until they're able to pick up that level 6 for themselves. He's even gone for this build that emphasizes a bit more of the laning presence, the farming potential on Exilern with the maxed out Lightning Storm. Not maxed out, but heading towards it. So you don't even have the potential to take towers with a Diabolic Edict, just the 1 point so far.
Feels like RSG, they're in this position where they have to swap the lane, so Xiaoyu down to bottom, MKS to top, but this is a level 5 Slark against a level 7 Morphling who could just solo zone out Slark. You see the difficulties with him being able to play, so they're going to be forced to bring the Oracle up on Roger.
It's that delicate balancing act, right? Close enough to save, but far enough away that you let him get his level 6. Maybe starting to build up some stacks if he can, but well, he's finally been able to de-ward the medium camp there. At least that'll spawn this time around.
Xiaoyu. They got the ultimate off. A nice pushback. The next little couple wars to be able to chain control down the Batrider. Do they have the damage? So that's the thing in question. As Lelouch is able to fly himself away. They'll chase down
Oh,
kill
they found him.
onto Silen, and now they're even able to catch up to
got
Xiaoyu in the
lasso.
river as well. As Lasso will be applied, Force up to a dominating streak on the offlane Undying. And this is starting to get really grim here for RSG.
It is indeed. Like, this is just playing this lane really well. The Slark, it was a great pick, but just the flex to be able to change things up, go for this super strong lane, and you haven't even reached the peak timing for the Undying. Like, he's obviously very strong in the laning stage, but there's plenty of levels left to come for the Tombstone. He still doesn't have that BKB that's just going to allow him to run forward without a care in the world against this Flesh. They really need to start getting the kills, though, on RSG's side. Even just the one to get a point into the Urn of Shadows. That Spirit Vessel is going to be a pretty significant tool at being able to deal with the Undying prior to the BKB or the Morphling, prior to him picking up that Manta Style for himself.
Yeah, maybe the kills can start to come out as well when Xiaobompon hits his level 6. That extra burst potential with the Sharpshooter, we've seen just multiple times some of the Polaris members have just survived on a slither of hell. So if you can get that Sharpshooter out, and then maybe that could be enough to start to get some pickoffs on across the map.
Indeed. I mean, if Exilern had a few more points into the Edict, maybe he could have played around his siege creep a little bit more here on the top side. Right now, he's just waiting for the next wave to connect through. Deliberately not getting rid of that siege creep immediately, just so that the wave still does have that capability to push in and do the damage in that way. They have gotten rid of the Observer Ward in the Radiant Jungle Ancients area, so they're not going to be quite as easy to steal away a lot of these stacks. Top lane, Morphling, looks like he'll still be fine despite the big rotation coming through from Xiaoyu. Xavier's in position to be able to save with that Spirit form. Well, that's a siege creep just dying for nothing.
And meanwhile, you see what's happening across the map. Lelouch is taking a gigantic stack of the triangle. Force is still really farming down bottom. And even AU's getting a little bit of gold and valuable experience mid lane as well. So Polaris are just continuing to find the advantages on all lanes of the map. And this smoke has to connect on RSG. They are falling way too far behind. If the smoke doesn't work out, this game could be out of control. And a perfect scan. They're going to try and attempt with the Rolling Thunder, but AU's already got enough distance away. He'll turn with the Fiends grip, and it's not going to be in cancel. RSG, they're going to get out, but they might not be able to. Lelouch doesn't find a target with the lasso, so they got to turn their attention back to killing off Xiao Yu, and there's the lasso and the damage coming up from that to me. But like you said at the start of it, what a scan for Polaris to read that play perfectly.
Not sure if they quite saw it. Like, they've got this observer ward that, god damn, how is that not on the top side of the map, spotted out by the sentry ward? To the left-hand side, top lane is what I'm talking about here. It's just ridiculously close to being caught there, and I think it caught the tail end of that smoke, so a line was drawn on the minimap where exactly they wanted to move, and just playing like a team-possessed Polaris. They've been so close, yet so far, so many times. If they're able to keep this up, they're booking themselves a ticket to Singapore.
See what the call is going to be for RSG. Rolling Thunder's up in another 13. They don't have the greatest wards to be able to take a fight around mid. They're still just going to charge down Polaris onto the tower. Maybe they feel like they can with the maxed out Edict. Like, they still do have a strength in their lineup being the Oracle and the Leshrac pairing.
You just got to try and get some damage into this tower, especially now that you've been able to take away this high ground ward, so you can play a little bit more around the unknown, especially considering you've just dropped down an observer ward as well. They're forced to respond. They don't want to let this Morphling get a bunch of free farm on the bottom side. It's not like Xiao Bonbon's going to be able to solo kill him, though. This feels like delaying the inevitable. Tier 1 tower should be still looking to drop, and haven't gotten any objectives in the meantime.
In top lane, Batrider. It's going to be okay with the rotations coming out. Force going to look to hit back onto Exilern. Look at the slows coming out. Roger, he'll buy him some time. Silas just going to try and TP, but instantly cancelled thanks to the Nightmare. Down goes the combo that we were saying could be their angle back in, and RSG, 2 casualties, and now across the map, Lelouch even has haste to work with, so he might just charge down Xiao Bonbon. Yep, not a care in the world. Just gonna make sure he doesn't play next to the trees. Xiao Bonbon, he might have to damage, but the tower right clicks. Oh my lord, and he's not gonna die. All right, you need that multiple times in a row. Bottom lane, Xiao Yu. It's an ambitious attempt onto Natsumi, maybe just wanting to try and stop the Morphling from hitting into the tower.
Seems that way. I mean, they just don't have the damage potential outside of, again, the hero plays coming through from Xiao Bonbon. I mean, it'd really help once he's able to get up into the Aghanim Shard, of course, just for that little bit of extra bonus damage that he needs. We'll have a look at it again. And you've got to be so careful when diving around these trees. Extra damage from the tower. Very, very nicely done by the sole Vietnamese representative. At least now they've got that Spirit Vessel completed. You need the charges, though. Even any kill, literally anything. They just want to be able to get something into this vessel. Can be the Bane, for all you know. You know, that you're still not into any kind of BKBs or even remotely close to it on RSG, so taking out the Bane just to stop the Nightmare is going to have such a huge impact.
See how difficult it is for them to siege just with Coddle being this nuisance up top. Like, good luck diving him. Fortune's End from afar, and he can just easily get back under the tower. And well, this will set up for some TPs. Force is going to be here to protect.
He's level 10, so he's got that decay damage talent up to 180 base damage, double to creep waves, so he's very able to consistently just shove these lanes out. You don't even need the Coddle for it anymore.
Wow.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
What a goddamn hero. I hope we see more core undying.
Yep. Feels good. And you're able to get into some of those kind of busted talents as well. The extra decay damage, the Tombstone zombie damage, Tombstone on death, free Aegis.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See them smoking out for Polaris, looking to enter the lane. No one's going to be home, so maybe they're just going to show themselves with hitting the tier 1 tower instead. RSG feel like they're in a position to defend this.
You think so?
Not at all.
I don't think so. They know how far behind they are right now. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks because a kill on that, even if it's just a tier 1 tower, and even though they don't have the greatest roach taking potential, I feel like they still could on if Undying was to pop the flesh golem.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dude, how is he top of the net worth on the Undying? Like, Natsumi's been free farming. 1 kill participation on the Morphling. He's got the most amount of last hits in the game. And the fact that the Undying even has more net worth than Natsumi. It's a scary prospect.
Can't be dying though to MKS. He's got the diffuser blade available to be able to maybe make a run into this.
Should be fine.
Pop the flesh golem. Got to run away, MKS.
Ooh, don't get blown up from the AoE
1.
damage. Pounds down the Lelouch. Got BKB.
That zombie's giving vision. It's got to die.
Xavier's going to be able to follow up the blast. Not going to be enough. Opposite side of the map simultaneously. We do see the Hoodwink go down, but still back towards the team fight of the triangle. They're going to pursue 1-4, but they got BKB, so the damage coming out from the left track is not going to be enough to turn the fight. And Jia Yu, he tries to go in with the Rolling Thunder. As soon as the BKBs expire, they won't be able to offer the stun control. Maybe that'll open up for MKS to look to enter the fight. They tried to reposition on force, but it's not enough. That's a big streak for them to find. But it's Roger who gets the gold.
Roger getting the gold is fine though, honestly. Like, you will take, like I was saying before,
Bottom lane,
any
MKS.
kill.
He doesn't have ultimate. He's going to be cautious. Couple of more right clicks. Natsumi almost solo kills the Slark.
They just needed any kill though, right? Now you've got the charges into the Spirit Vessel.
And
Now,
mid-lane.
well, I was about to say maybe you can go for a kill. Not if you're getting dived though. Just getting run down by Lelouch as well as Xavius. Gives him the chakra magic. Going to allow him to go for that full-on dive.
Oh boy. Lelouch 5, 1, and 4. All the cores off to an incredible game. And the supports, you know, they're showing their prowess as well to be able to enable them. Xavius, pretty goddamn farm. What you would kind of expect out of a Keeper of the Light. 4 stuff already completed. And with the free game that Polaris have, what are we expecting out of Xavius? Like, what can he itemize to help propel this lead that they have?
I don't want him to see him go into a Scythe of Ice here. Like, he seems like he's going for a Glimmer Cape. Yeah, seems that way. But the Scythe is just going to provide so much, right? I was mentioning before that they are pretty lacking in the lockdown department. How are you going to kill the Slark? You got some AoE damage, but you got to have that little bit of lockdown, you know?
Definitely is always a great answer to the Slark and the Pango, so yeah, I like that call. I can also see why he's going Glimmer Cape, because it does feel like their only way back in is really if they run a little bit too aggressive and Exilion's able to get the magic damage going out, which he will be going Bloodstone as his next item, so he's going to want to help out with the survivability and just how much mana he can freely be using these fights, but such a difficult task once again. It's a 10,000 deficit, a 17% probability for RSG.
They haven't taken any tier 1 towers yet, right? So there's still a decent amount of gold left on the map for them. And you've got the tools to be able to do it. All it takes is 1 successful team fight. You probably take 2 towers, to be honest. Just never seem to want to give it up for free, though. Force being the one to rotate up towards this top side. They'll scout him out, though. I wonder if they can look to fully commit just to try and take out this Undying.
They're going to try.
The Flesh Golem, yes, he does.
Oh, even the BKB is going to be popped and the reinforcements have arrived. And RSG, they're going to get out, cut their losses with the Oracle's life, and just hope the rest of the members will escape. That's going to be the case.
They're just into Roche with the double damage on Natsumi. They feel like they just, if you don't have Rolling Thunder, how are you going to fight this? The Oracle as well. You did pop these big abilities like the BKB, the Flesh Golem. So you got that additional damage coming into Roshan as well. I really like this call from Polaris just because there was no way they were contesting into this and they didn't want to keep fighting on Polaris.
Nice 4-staff.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now the Lucian's going to try and catch up. He's got the lasso. What a perfectly placed flame break. And AU's on the right side as well. He can hold him down with the Fiend's Grip. The Bushwhack is there, but it's too late. The damage has been dealt. They've killed off the Lesh, and Polaris, they can look for more. They'll be able to spy out the Hoodwink in the tree line. And the Duke as far as he can to the north, but the trees,
Dire's bottom
they will run out, and so too will his life.
Yeah, this isn't farming under a new vision, is he? No, it doesn't seem so.
Dire's
But
bottom
he's going to be
tower
running
is
into
under
Lelouch
attack.
if he stays here for too long. Looks like he's going... Where is he going? Is he going into the Aghanim's? Yeah, seems that way. To Lelouch. Doesn't have the BKB available, but you do not have the damage, my friend.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Really does feel like these fights open up so much if Bane just dies. And
Dire's middle tower
the big
is
credit
under
of that
attack.
has to be given over to AU, right? His
Radiant's
positioning's
top
been
tower
pretty
is
solid
under
so far.
attack.
Just the one death. And always making sure to value his life to the highest potential.
Yeah, the bats will know we're still here.
Even just the little things, right? Like tossing the Enfeeble onto Pango or onto the Oracle means that you actually need to get ridiculously close to be able to use that false promise. Just with what it does to the cast range reduction. If you're getting close against this lineup, you're pretty much just sacrificing your own life for it.
I guess a nice thing for Roger is he's playing with the blink. Somehow he's been able to get towards his item. I
Radiant's
guess they are
top tower
22
is
minutes
under
in.
attack.
But it just seems like there's never going to be an answer for this Aegis. And Natsumi's playing with it for another 3 minutes. Jabonbon's always attempting to try and blow him up with the boomerang into the sharpshooter, but this time it's not going to work out. So tier 2 once again will be under siege. You see RSG though, they're playing on the opposite side of the map, seeing if they can get anything, but of course it does leave Jabonbon solo in the tree line. A beautiful scan as well from Dai. They recognize this. Lelouch, he might try and find the setup. Okay, yes, fine for the moment. How long do you want to stick around
He's
though
here.
from the Stark? He's actually gonna go back in. They'll get the stun into the Bane. Xiaoyu needs to bring down the support. The Fiend's grip could prove to be an issue for the Rolling Thunder through the middle of the fight, but RSG, they're gonna get out. They're stuck around for a little bit too long. Meanwhile, inside the mid
they
lane
get
though, Exilian, he's separated from the team. Another member of RSG that is just not playing together. And Polaris, they're continuing to hunt. Lelouch is playing distance in this team fight, just stacking up the sticky napalm. Now that he sees an opening, he can just charge on forward with the Firefly, easily killing off Roger's Oracle. And the rest of Polaris recognize they don't need to assist him. So Force, along with AU, are looking to try and cut off the path from Xiaoyu, but not to be.
Not to be at all. I mean, they are, again, just lacking in damage to be able to deal with this. Multiple heals, multiple ways to disjoint, incredibly tanky heroes. It just doesn't feel like it's the draft from RSG to be able to respond to all of this early aggression. And it feels kind of like they've got some late game answers as well. Undying scales very well, like we were mentioning before with his talents. Morphling really feels like you haven't been responded to by anyone with the exception of probably Slark. It's got the Ags, though, to be able to play with on Slark. Wait for the little bit of extra Shadow Dance regen, just realizing that against this team, he's going to need to go in, out of these fights consistently. Can't be getting picked off like that, though.
Might be in trouble
Close.
with the Dark Pack used. Roger, great timing with the protection out of the False Promise, but Force, he's just into the middle. He recognizes with the BKB, they're going to have no answer to the Undying, and RSG, they're going to get out. Look at the damage from Force. Just right-clicking down heroes with no remorse. This core Undying is such a treat to watch.
Yes, he is indeed. Even just the small things, right? Getting that Fiend's grip off, meaning that you had to use it defensively on Xiaobonbon, the Bushwhack, to be able to interrupt it, but that's not the ideal target. You want to make sure that you're able to use that for a kill attempt rather than something defensively. And just their backs are against the wall. It doesn't feel like they have any chance of coming back into this one. Bit of plus gives it 4%, but I think that's just being a little bit wholesome. Trying to give them some hope. MKS trying for the backstab. He's out of mana,
So
though.
close. They're going to try and jump in and blow up Natsumi. A great timing out of the
Aegis
BKB
expired.
as soon as the Aegis expires, but I don't think they're going to be able to address this as RSG. They need to play in and out team fights. Xiaoyu, he's going to be in trouble, though. The Rolling Thunder still on cooldown. He will not be able to escape. I'll chase him down inside the river, and now Jabonbon is next on the chopping block. Lelouch is instantly there to follow up on Xavier's jump.
Is under attack.
That was just one of those fights where it actually felt like it would have been decent if Exilern was just in there, you know? Full HP, full mana, with the Oracle buffing you up as well. Maybe that would have been the difference maker. I like the fact that he's going into a Blink Dagger. Again, it's just all about getting in onto those backlines. Take out the Bane, and life feels so much simpler for you. It's going to be so hard for him to find the money for that, though, and he's already preempting the fact that, well, high ground defense is going to be happening pretty soon. Aghanim Shard queued up by Exilern, just wanting to be able to catch someone off guard, perhaps. Chain stunned underneath some tier 3 towers, let them do the majority of the damage.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for him to get those both items, though. You mentioned how important the blink is, and then all of a sudden they go high ground, then it's like, all right, we can't go blink, we kind of need the Ag Shard, so it's a difficult call for Excellent to make and everyone else, but 16,000 net worth lead. It's continuing to grow over time. Probability is continuing to drop as well. 4% now for RSG. So hopes on the line. They will finally get a tier 1 tower. So their first tower of the game. Let's go.
Let's go for a smoke after just claiming one of, actually 2 of these neutral items.
Lelouch. Great start from Xiao Bonbon. They get the first stump, but the follow-up's just too late. And now he's got the last, so he's going to try and drag him closer towards the middle. They're holding down the Slark for the moment, but a Force Promise is going to be able to buy him enough time. But Force, he recognized his role. Just charge down the left track, make sure that Exilern can't freely spellcast in the middle of the team fights. The Bloodstone spell life still, it's not enough to get him out to safety. As RSG, they're even going to lose the Hoodwink by the secret shop as AU and Lelouch finding easy pickings. But maybe the rest of RSG can try and target down the remaining cast by the tier 3 tower. As MKS
I don't know, man.
Trying to battle onto Natsumi, but that is a pipe dream for them to kill off anyone. Just stealing up Essence and looking to get out.
He was 5.3k HP, 28 minutes into this game. Finished up the Active Scepter and just running people down.
Radiant's middle tower has
I just
fallen.
don't see an avenue back into them for this. They don't have that BKB piercing lockdown. Maybe if you can get into something like a Basher on the Slark, but he's itemizing defensively, understandably too.
Yeah, we see the difficulties for RSG. It's that whenever BKB is popped on Polaris, like you avoid the less track damage, you avoid the Pango Rolling Thunder, the Hoodwink as well, and Slark can't hold them in place with the leap, so they can just reposition. So it's so difficult. You mentioned it before, but it's just really RSG. The way they win the fights is just if MKS can go in, still a little bit of essence, and they don't need to use the Rolling Thunder at the start of the team fight, because you need the Rolling Thunder for when you're going to be able to jump in with a little bit of essence, when you've kited out the BKBs, and then you have that ultimate to hold them down. But it's a perfect fight, and I really don't think they're ever going to get a perfect fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's already brought up the Aghanim Shard on the Leshrac, so maybe just trying to bait people into an area that they think is safe. They've had to use a couple of BKBs now, though, right? So down to 6 seconds, so maybe RSG, the way that they can come back into this is fight around one of their own objectives. Oh, no, that's not ideal.
Oh, MKS as well is on the run. Be okay for the moment, but the pick off onto the Pengli should be able to open up the pit now for Polaris. Respawning in 5 seconds, easy pickings for them.
There's an Arcane Rune picked up as well from Lelouch. Just looking to close this one out. Do it the safe way. Take the second Aegis away from RSG. A lineup that feels like really needs it, you know? Again, it's not necessarily quite as big of a committal drive.
Good luck killing Force. Look at the turnaround. They instantly blow up the Oracle onto the back line, and now they're going to be able to chase down more as well. Lelouch targeting MKS, but he can pounce out to the northwest. And now inside the middle of the fight's going to be Exilern. The Leshrac will not escape, as Force's right-click damage are just through the roof, with the damage amplification as well from the ultimate. Xiaoyu will attempt the Rolling Thunder and to try and get onto the left track, but again, the repositioning is perfect, and now the Fiend's Grip is out as well. The Pango will have no impact to the team fight, and Xiao Bonbon 2 will die in the tree line. As Polaris, they are just playing these team fights so incredibly well. The kiting, the repositioning from them is top tier in this game.
Yeah, they need to change their priority as well. There is no way that this Undying is dying at the start. I mean, it's in his name, right? With the Aghanim Scepter, with the Howled, with the BKB. Didn't even need to pop the BKB. The only one that did that fight was Batrider. Even, actually, Morphling did towards the very end just to try and clean up onto one of those kills, but you just got to get one of these easier kills, right? You got to force out BKBs, you got to try and reposition yourself. This Blink Dagger, if Exilone picks it up, is going to help a little bit, but how much can you look to withstand now that you're having to go up against 2 lives on this Morphling?
MKS?
Still hasn't died yet, that's me.
Oh no, not like this. MKS. When you're this far behind, 28,000 gold, you gotta kind of get greedy and
Risk it for
hope.
the biscuit.
Yeah, you gotta risk it for the biscuit. You can't play to lose, and even mid lane jump on ones.
Maybe they could have gone on to mid, specifically Xavius, just because, again, you're not dying on the Undying. So the slightly easier kill would have given them over the gem as well, but considering he didn't go down, just used the Aghanim Shard to recall in Natsumi and look to try and close this one out. At least a single lane of racks. They're a little bit scared about this Split Earth Axe Shard. Playing conservatively, giving them a lot of respect here. Here's Polaris.
I mean, the poke when you do have a higher ground defense set up from RSG is not the worst. Like you mentioned, the Split Earth into the Swashbuckle spam, the Hoodwink spam as well. Maybe Bushwhack, Boomerang, Sharpshooter.
Dagon coming out as well for All Mate Hoodwink.
I honestly, yeah.
You need to blow a target up.
Yep. I'm down for even Roger to go Dagon. I'm down for a couple of Dagons in a game like this. It feels like it's. I mean, this is pretty reminiscent of that EGE home where you just, like you need to go just something absolutely wacky to defend the base, and maybe that's the item.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, you've got a decent amount of amp damage, right? The Boomerang, you're going to have, again, if you're able to get that initial stun, there's no save outside of the Bane, but you just blink it on. If Excellone's able to get an additional, 600 or so net worth into the Blink Dagger. It sucks that he doesn't have the BKB, but you just need... If you're walking up into these team fights, you're never going to catch anyone.
Davies, you'll see Slark farming at the hard cam. We're going to start to pin to the Slark. Roger once again is in with a false promise. The block to pounce. MKS is going to try and stand his ground with Xiaoyu rolling Thunder into the middle as well. They'll successfully retreat to the high ground. There's a couple of ultimates expended though from RSG. Let's see if they can now defend the base without them.
At least they force out the Flesh Golem from Force, but stop this
They're
push. They're going to try.
Nice nightmare. The Sharpshooter goes flying on forward, but a whiff that it is, and now Natsumi, it's time to close this game out. A kill onto the Oracle. It'll be able to reposition to the right. MKS still trying to stack up the Essence. An awkward position from AU, but Natsumi is just making all the space they would ever need to reposition on the supports. Out he goes. Won't get much damage on the tower though. No.
High ground defended. For now. Just wanting to wait for some cooldowns. I mean, they don't have long to wait. Lasso up in 20. Flesh Golem in 25. Spirit Form 20. BKB's not long after. So definitely before this Aegis expires, they'll go for another attempt onto the high ground, not having to worry about the glyph. Can they pick up an item before then? I suppose they could look to go for Satanic if they really wanted to on Natsumi.
Nice scan top, MKS. Even with the nighttime advantage, he's going to pounce in. As soon as Dark Pack expires, they could go. Lelouch's going to be able to find the lasso in an instant use of the BKB, and AU's off to the outskirts. He uses the Fiend's Grip instead on MKS. So Xiaoyu will be able to cover the retreat, but with the backline stab, Morphling's there. He's going to be playing around with the Slark replicate. They'll Delta split MKS up to the north, but they can easily catch up to him. As Natsumi will pounce him down from afar, and Force is rewarded with the kill.
I think it was legit just a misclick from AU there. He was right on top with the Rolling Thunder at the same time as the Slark, and just ended up clipping the wrong target. We're able to get the Blink Dagger on the Lesh. We can't give up any free kills though.
And it looks like they're going to give up another free kill. Was promised utilized. The rest of Dara is starting to connect. RSG, you got to get out. You can't be sticking around. You protected Xiaoyu with a false promise, but you tried to turn it around, and it meant that you hanged, and Polaris could capitalize on that. They get the kill onto the Pango still, and now they're chasing down more. As Xiao Bonbon will get blown up to the adaptive strike.
No creeps. The one range creep doing his best to try and slow down this game a little bit. Double siege creep wave coming too. You would have to imagine that Natsumi wants to stay, but I suppose 5 seconds left on the Aegis might cause him to be a little bit scared. I mean, this is what TI qualifiers do to people. You don't want to throw away what's seemingly an unthrowable game. With that Aegis going away,
Radiant's
they
bottom
feel
tower
like
is
they can
under
look to
attack.
close this one out.
Radiant's bottom tower
Been 0% for probably 5 minutes now on Polaris.
Radiant's bottom
Natty Gaben saying there is no chance for RSG back into this game. They want to try and prove them otherwise. Natsumi, once again, holding the Slark into the middle. Look at the
Force is just
space
zoning
that
them
Force
solo.
is making. Holy crap. 4,600 health. Yeah, good luck killing this guy. Now they got the Fiend Tip on the right side. Lasso onto the Oracle as well. Force has done it all, and all of RSG have had an incredible game too. As Natsumi will adaptive strike down the Slark. Back to the objectives. Finally, they're able to get a full set of barracks. MKS will look to buy back and catch him on the retreat. But again, you are not killing this guy. Force, he's going to be A-OK. And in fact, Lush, he wants to try and find a lasso target. Lacking a
He
little bit of
ran out
mana
of
here.
Yeah, it's the only reason he stopped. Copt will give me mana, but will make Coddle was just a little bit too far away. The bottle in the backpack, but they might just look to turn around again. Join back in onto the fight with the use of that lasso. 39k net worth lead. They're not going to tap out until the very end. RSG, they're fighting valiantly as much as they can, but it just feels like it might be a bit too much for them.
Mid lane?
Try onto the board.
He's got the shard though. It's just not going to happen. Make the attempt.
Gotta kill squishy heroes. Gotta find... I mean, even Xavius has the Aeon disc. So what can you do?
Honestly, I didn't even notice Batrider just has a refresher on the Courier. Oh, that's a pretty cool Courier to snipe, honestly. Okay. They're back up. They got the ward on the high ground. They'll see Natsumi. Oh, this has to be perfect with the chain control. They need to get onto AU as well. The Fiend Scrippy doesn't have enough mana to hold back the Rolling Thunder. But Natsumi has an opportunity with the BKB. He's going to waveform into the middle of the fight. And all of a sudden, RSG, they need to Delta split. You can't take this 5-on-5 engagement now. As the numbers have shown up. The Balasso out to the right side, targeting down with the Oracle. And RSG, they're going to try and escape to the east, but they will not survive. As Xiaoyu chase down, Xiao Bonbon and MKS hand in hand. They're going to try and get a kill. They might be able to. Oh, all right. Up to the 5th kill they go. It's taken them quite some time to add another one to the tally. Looks like, in fact, it might even cost MKS his life, but be able to pounce away. How long has it been? When was the last time they got a kill?
A while ago. Let me... I can't even remember, to be honest. I want to say around... It hasn't been like 15 minutes, has it? Has it been that long? I feel like it might be.
I'm not quite sure.
No. No Lesh, no Pango, no damage. So MKS is just going to try and shove the lane out as much as he can with the Batrider on the deck. Feels a little bit more confident to be able to do so.
MKS?
Feels confident to be able to go up on the high ground solo without a BKB. Yikes. Another level in the Dagon picked up. That's Dagon 3 now on Xiao Bonbon. He's just trying to take matters into his own hands. He's been in many a pub like this where he's just like, you know what, I got this, boys. AU, he's the one that gets caught out here.
Alright, they'll be able to bring down the Bane to start the team fight. AU's really making them work for the kill. They haven't secured it just yet. Fiendscript will be able to get cancelled off. So they have the numbers advantage. The false promise
false
onto
promise.
the Oracle for the moment. Sealand's going to be able to stay alive, but the rest of the team, they won't be as fortunate. As Natsumi once again, he's on point with the pounce. Meanwhile, to the left side, Natsumi will continue to chase down Xilern. Now MKS, can he get out though? Pounce up in a couple of seconds. AU waiting on the high ground. Will jump away, but Force is in hot pursuit along with Natsumi. A full 5-man wipe. And all it comes is at the cost of Bane's life and his buyback. And in the end, RSG, they will tap out. It's too hefty of a kill to come back from. As Polaris, congratulations to them. They will secure top 3 and at least move on to the last chance qualifiers.
Not a lot of emotion for that. I mean, they had a hard slog throughout these brackets, and well, they know the job's not done. They think that last chance qualifiers, there's plenty of good teams there from all over the world, and yeah, that's feeling a little bit flat on RSG, understandably. You know, they've put in so much work throughout the entire year. They've stuck together as a unit, obviously playing with Roger more recently as opposed to Seal, who they had a lot of success with during the start of the DPC, but they should feel very proud with what they've been able to accomplish. I hope they still stick together. They've clearly got a great supporting cast behind them. It was just they came up against Polaris, who, on their day, I mean, we've seen it during the DPC. They can beat anyone.
Without a doubt, they can beat anyone, and this is again a team very similar to RSG. Who's, yeah, I know it's a crazy scoreboard to be looking at. Unfortunately for
Xavius in particular, 0-0-25, the perfect support game.
Yeah, perfect support game. You love to see it. Oh, honestly, he played like it was as well with his performance. But for Polaris, I mean, they also went through their trials and tribulations throughout the entire DPC. I mean, the first tour, they were able to come out first in Division 2, being promoted to a 2. They were 1 slot away of going to the major. It was very unfortunate for them, a team that came off really hot in the first couple of games, really taking a lot of people by storm in 2 or 2, but they kind of fell short. They weren't able to make it to the major, and then 2 or 3 was just disastrous for them. They just weren't able to be able to perform like a lot of people were expecting. There was some roster changes. Nevermind was brought in as well at some stage, and then they swapped it all around. They're like, all right, we're going to bring Force back. We're going to even bring the coach in as well in AU, and Polaris have done it. At least they're going to be going over to TI in some capacity, but we saw the emotions out of them. They know that, like you said, the job is not done yet. They still need 2 more series victory. Tomorrow, they're going to be facing T1 in the lower bracket finals, and then if they're able to take that, then you've got another difficult road at beating Talon in the grand finals.
At least with T1, it's not a team that they've faced yet throughout these qualifiers, right? So they're going to be able to come into this with a clean slate. They're going to be able to review exactly what it was that Talon did against them, to be able to dissect and abuse the fact that, well, the way that the T1 draft, sometimes it's a little bit greedy in terms of what it's able to accomplish in the team fight sense. And what we saw in that series between them and me, that Polaris, their team fighting was next level. Kiting around consistently, just perfect use of the 4 staffs. AU, his positioning. I mean, the improvement that we've seen from AU, like you said, coming in as a coach, but when compared with that brief stint that he had on Fnatic, I want to say in like 2020, it's been enormous. And this is from a veteran of the scene as well. So to still have the fire, to be able to put in the hard yards, to improve, to stay with more of the young guns that are coming in, highly motivated, big props need to be given over to him.
Yeah, and we get to see our schedule for tomorrow as well. Of course, the lower bracket finals into the grand finals where Talon are already waiting. That series will be starting 2 hours later than normal. It's going to be midday at Singapore time. So just make sure you are aware of that, guys, considering how early we have been starting here for a lot of the games in Southeast Asia. So 11, apologies, my bad. It's going to be 11 Singapore time. So still, regardless, it is 2 hours after what we've usually been starting with our first series.
It'll be entertaining, though, that's for sure. And you and me will be cast in that first one, so I'm excited to be able to start the day off with a bang, and it'll be really exciting to see how it all turns out. Will we see the rematch coming through from what we just saw in the upper bracket today, or will we see the rematch from the first round of the upper bracket where Talon were able to get that 2-0 against Polaris? We'll have to wait and see. But there is still some Dota going on. I think you and I might just head over and have a bit of a look at what's going on in Western Europe, because they're also having a very exciting day. Secret Nigma have been playing. You've got Goon Squad, I believe, playing Into the Breach after that. Then upper bracket between Entity as well as Liquid. Plenty of hype matches to come for today. Plenty of great Dota to watch today, and finishing up tomorrow with the qualifiers.
Yeah, there's a lot more Dota in store for us, but one more day remaining for the Southeast Asian qualifiers. We've got our top 3, but it's time to determine who will be moving over to the group stages. We'll see you guys all tomorrow for some more action.